Yeah, it's like a movie or something. It's not supposed to be real life.
And I understand, there again, they've got a job to do, but sometimes as family members, we want answers. And we just want to know what's going on.
This is the story of secrets buried in blood, of greed wrapped in family ties, and of a Halloween night that became a lasting nightmare. Pendleton, South Carolina, charming, historic, and deceptively peaceful. The Scott family had deep roots in this community. Mike and Kathy Scott, sweethearts since junior high, had spent their golden years caring for their aging mothers, Violet Taylor and Barbara Scott. Living together on a single plot in 2 modest trailers, they formed a rare 4-generation household, a rarity in modern times, and a testament to their devotion. But devotion, as it turns out, would be no shield, especially when fractured by bitterness, jealousy, and money. In the trailer just steps away lived their daughter, Amy Villard, her new husband, Ross, and Amy's 2 children.
Now, it all started here about 12:30 this afternoon. That's when deputies from Anderson County got a call about a possible shooting. When investigators went into the home, they found the victim. Discovery was made today by Kathy Scott's daughter. Now, deputies tell me at this point they don't know how or why this happened, only that they have a lot of investigating to do.
The family dynamic was strained. Tensions had grown in recent months, fed by personal feuds, financial strain, and a troubling rift between Amy and her parents. And while outwardly the Vallards ran a humble pet grooming business, behind closed doors things were beginning to unravel. This fragile family bond, once sewn tight by love, would soon be torn apart, leaving a trail of blood, mystery, and a community stunned to its core. It all began to unravel on the morning of November 2nd, 2015. Amy Villard, still in her pajamas, crossed the lawn that separated her home from her parents. The crisp autumn air was thick with silence, and something about it felt off. The dogs hadn't been out, the lights were off, and the usual bustle of morning activity inside the double-wide trailer was eerily absent. She unlocked the door and stepped into darkness. What met her eyes was carnage. Total, unfiltered carnage. 4 bodies, lifeless and bloodied. Her mother, Kathy, her stepfather, Mike, and the 2 grandmothers, Violet and Barbara. The home, once filled with laughter and family dinners, now resembled a war zone. Each victim had been stabbed, their throats viciously slashed, and in a twisted post-mortem display, each had been shot twice in the head.
I know myself and my brothers saw them right around the 6 o'clock time frame. Shortly after that,
I saw him go in the house about 8. The back door was unlocked when I came and discovered everyone.
Things that Amy has mentioned, jewelry-wise, that are not on the search warrant.
Not on search warrant,
and they have not
here.
been found in the home yet.
Amy bolted back across the lawn in shock, screaming for Ross to keep the children inside. She called 911 in a frantic, tear-filled voice. The horror was real. But something else lurked beneath her panic, something that would only come to light years later. Police arrived swiftly. Pendleton, for all its quiet charm, was no stranger to the occasional crime. But this was different.
Well, it's just tragic and something that we don't see here in Anderson County very often. The last time we had 4 people killed involving homicide was in 2007, 2008.
A quadruple homicide in a rural town with little history of violent crime? The scene was unlike anything investigators had seen, and the clues, or lack thereof, made it worse. No broken windows, no forced entry, no obvious suspects. But one thing stood out immediately. The sheer brutality of the attack suggested personal rage. This wasn't a robbery gone wrong. This was vengeance. Intimate, methodical, cruel. As the community reeled, the investigation began. Detectives combed through the scene, family members were interviewed, and suspicion, quiet and creeping, started to form. Amy and Ross, the couple just yards away, became central to the inquiry. Their finances didn't add up. Their stories changed. And then police made a discovery that turned suspicion into something far more serious. A large sum of cash, once believed lost in the attack, appeared in Amy and Ross's possession. Not just similar bills, exact serial number matches to money Mike Scott had shown in a photo before the murders. Still, it wasn't enough. Circumstantial evidence stacked up, but there was no smoking gun, no weapon, no witness, no confession. The case would grow cold, for now. But time, as investigators would learn, doesn't erase guilt. It merely waits until the truth, no matter how deeply buried, claws its way to the surface.
The type of person who's capable of doing something like this is a very dangerous person that we need off the streets. You know, the amount of hatred to stab somebody repeatedly, to slash them, it's not something that even a normal killer would do. It takes a monster to be able to do that.
Months turned to years. The headlines faded. The initial shock softened into quiet suspicion, and the Scott family's home, once filled with generations of life, stood as a grim monument to unresolved horror. But behind closed doors, the whispers never stopped. Amy and Ross, once seen as grieving survivors, were watched with careful eyes. Their behavior didn't sit right with the community or the detectives who never truly closed the file. They moved into a new home, remodeled the scene of the murders, even tried to sell it. They launched a new dog grooming venture, publicly played the role of devastated relatives, and posted heartfelt tributes online. Yet to those following the case closely, their tears felt off.
If you were talking directly to the person, do you want to look in the camera and just say exactly what you would say to that person?
I can't say that on TV. I'm just going to be honest, I can't say that on TV.
Their grief seemed too polished, too performative. And then there was the money. Investigators had noted inconsistencies from the start. How Amy and Ross, allegedly drowning in debt, were suddenly flush with cash.
The stuff you see on TV, that has nothing, that you can't compare that. You can't compare that.
A week after a quadruple murder, a family is still searching for answers.
We used to have family dinners right here.
For Amy Velarde,
It's just been a blur.
they say they never heard any gunshots or anything out of the ordinary from their house just around the corner.
Over $60,000 was found in their trailer shortly after the murders, matching the exact amount Mike had reportedly stored at home. Serial numbers didn't lie. This was his money. So how did it end up in their possession? Amy said it was savings. Ross claimed it was military disability funds. But former employees from their pet grooming business told another story. Unpaid wages, overdue bills, repossessed vehicles.
Ross had made a joke and said, do you want me to... It was a joke at the time.
Right.
Then later I was like, holy, I'm glad I didn't say yeah.
It's Amy, right? What was your job there?
A bather, and I was learning in the process of grooming.
When you worked for the shop, you said they were just getting started, so they weren't very successful yet.
They appeared that they were fine.
Okay.
But then I would hear arguments of them, and a lot of it was money related. When I started working for her, I seen Kathy and Mike at the grooming shop. I was in the back grooming, so I didn't hear everything that was going on, but it was something to do with money.
Okay.
Throughout working there, she'd always tell me about how she was treated growing up and all of that.
What kind of stuff would she say about how she was treated?
She told me that she was always a daddy's girl, and she said her dad had he was working on a car and it crushed him, and he was placed in the hospital. And her mom decided to pull the plug. She always hated her mom for that.
The timeline of their financial struggles clashed violently with their supposed fortune. Still, no charges came, no arrests. The years dragged on, and the horror of that Halloween night threatened to be lost to memory. But justice, though slow, was never far. In 2023, nearly 8 years after the murders, a new detective took the case. With fresh eyes and relentless focus, they started again from scratch. And what they uncovered would reignite the fire beneath this long, cold case. A shoe print, an Asics sneaker, the same kind Ross was seen wearing on security footage the night of the murders, was found inside the house. Not just anywhere, but stamped in blood, laid down after the victims had bled out. Ross denied owning the shoes, But the footage said otherwise. And the shoes, gone, never recovered. Piece by piece, the puzzle began to form.
Your grandmother, and then obviously Mr. Scott and his mom. What do you remember? What can you help us with? Where should we look?
Yeah, me and my therapist talk about that a lot. Obviously, you got to know finding people doesn't really leave you in the right state of mind. Can do things to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then everything that ensued. I mean, honestly, I can barely remember the funerals.
Ross, tell us a little bit about like the relationship between, like, I guess y'all and the family. Something happened?
We got into it around 4th of July or something with Mike, but he wasn't a nice person at all. Because I told my mom, look, I don't like it. My kids can't come over there until we straighten some stuff out.
So at the time of the murders, you and your mom were back talking, everything was kind of getting patched up?
Me and my mom, my mother was not a horrible person. She was prickly.
She always hated her mom for that.
So can you tell us a little bit about that weekend when were you gone, when you got home and you found the bodies, or what happened?
He brought his mom's, my mother-in-law, to do Halloween. We went down there, we spent the weekend.
What day did y'all leave to go down?
Friday night.
Friday night.
I drove myself quite crazy for about a couple of years there. And I've chosen to step away, and I've got to be healthy, and I've got kids, and I've got a life to live, and if somebody else drops the ball on it, it's not on me anymore.
Okay. Well, if we just ask Ross a couple more things, and we'll be out of here.
All right.
You remember owning like a red pair of shoes? A pair of shoes? ASIC Speed Star shoes. Don't recall. These ASIC Speed Star shoes. Yeah, I remember those shoes. What happened to the shoes?
That's a good question, because I have no idea.
This is from crime scene photos, and these are confirmed to be ASIC Speed Star shoes.
Okay.
Inside, and they have blood droplets on them. And interestingly enough, you're at the Quick Trip wearing those shoes the night of the murders.
Okay.
So if you never went in the house, I'm just interested to know how they ended up in the house.
I have no idea how those shoes would have had any kind of blood on them. I mean, obviously I was wearing them at a Quick Trip on the 31st.
Well, and they never found the clothes either that you were wearing.
That hoodie?
Mm-hmm.
Let's think here.
The fact that your shoes are inside of the house in blood, that's a big problem.
Again, I don't know where the shoes are at the moment, and I don't remember whatever happened to those particular shoes. If something were to have happened that I had done, it would be stupid for me to wear them into the house and then wear them after that. Right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They were never found. So it's almost like you got rid of them.
A new theory emerged, one that connected the motive, the means, and the moment. Amy and Ross hadn't been victims. They were the architects of a family's destruction, and in December 2023, the arrest finally came. Handcuffed and charged, the couple who once lived just steps from the scene of one of the most brutal crimes in South Carolina history were now at the center of it. Amy Villard, daughter, mother, alleged mastermind. Ross Moore Villard, Marine veteran, husband, alleged executioner. After 8 long years, justice wasn't just knocking, it was breaking down the door. The arrest came swiftly, almost quietly. December 2023, 8 years after that nightmarish Halloween, Amy and Ross Villard were taken into custody at their Columbia home. No dramatic chase, no final act of defiance. Just 2 people who thought they had escaped the reach of justice, now facing its full force. They were charged with 4 counts of murder. Immediately, prosecutors moved to deny bond, citing not just the heinous nature of the crime, but the couple's financial means and the potential flight risk. Twice they applied, twice they were denied, and for the first time, the public heard it plainly. The state believed Amy Villard was the mastermind, a woman who had everything to gain: her mother's inheritance, control over the estate, and access to tens of thousands in unbanked cash. She'd allegedly used her proximity, her trust, and her role as daughter and caregiver to orchestrate the unthinkable. Ross, trained by the military and capable of carrying out violence with precision, was believed to be her weapon. The timeline, once muddled by years of speculation, now sharpened. Amy lured her parents and grandmothers into calm. She texted Ross at 8:30 p.m. on Halloween night. 10 more minutes, LOL, everyone is up now and talking. It seemed innocent, but to detectives, it was the countdown. Ross entered the home, attacked first. No forced entry, no struggle from Mike. A swift, targeted assault, 6 stab wounds to the neck. The others tried to run. Amy perhaps blocked the way, perhaps even participated. Kathy, Amy's own mother, tried to reach for her revolver. It was found near her body, empty. The final blows were not just brutal, they were methodical. The state believed Amy cleaned the scene, hid the weapons, staged a discovery, then waited over a day to call for help. By the time police arrived, the trail was cold. Evidence buried, but it wasn't over. In February 2024, just 2 months after her arrest, 2 sharpened shanks were found in Amy's jail cell. When confronted, she reportedly said, "I'm getting out of here one way or another." Whether it was a threat to others or to herself, no one knew. But it rattled everyone. Amy's lawyers pushed back. They claimed the weapons weren't hers, that the state's case was built on theories, not facts.
I would like to address the shank or whatever the weapon that was found in the cell, first of all. I've talked to my client, gotten her side of this. She was in a cell with 2 other people. There were 4 bunk beds in there. Ms. Velarde kept her belongings on top of a bunk bed that wasn't in use. This shank, knife, whatever it was found in a drawer. They said it was her drawer, but none of her belongings were in that drawer. I don't know how people knew when the bond hearing was, because I didn't even tell Amy when the bond hearing was. I talked to her last Friday. She did not know when the bond hearing was. I could also point out that she was moved, I think, last Thursday. Thursday? Yes, ma'am. So she was moved last Thursday from one cell to another cell. And if she had a shank with her, she had to obtain it in that very short amount of time, or she had to transport it with her from one cell to another, without a bag, without any, with her clothes and belongings all in her hands. This is not a small weapon. I've seen a picture Ms. Weiss provided. It's not a small weapon. It would be hard to hide this. And I would also venture to say, with the comment that is in the report, if she said, "I'm getting out of here one way or the other," if she did say that, that doesn't imply that she's a danger to other people. It implies she's a danger to herself.
That Amy and Ross had 8 years to flee if they were guilty, and never did. But prosecutors had something more powerful than an escape attempt. They had a story built on motive, opportunity, inconsistencies, and chilling circumstantial evidence. A story of betrayal, of greed, of a daughter who stood to gain everything from the deaths of those who raised her. And now the world waits for a jury to decide if that story ends in conviction, or if the ghosts of Halloween night will continue to haunt Pendleton unresolved. The upcoming trial promises to be one of the most anticipated in South Carolina's recent history, not only because of the crime's brutality, but because of its layered complexity. A murder that destroyed an entire household. A case built without direct witnesses, missing weapons, and only circumstantial evidence connecting 2 of the most unlikely suspects, a daughter and her husband. In the public eye, opinions are split. Some see Amy as a cold, calculated manipulator who used her proximity and trust to orchestrate the perfect crime. Others still hold out hope that this is all a tragic misunderstanding, that the real killer is still out there, and that Amy and Ross are simply victims of a broken investigative system. But the details are hard to ignore. The exact matching serial numbers on the cash, the missing weapons, the A6 sneakers seen in the murder house, later worn by Ross on the night of the crime, then mysteriously vanished. The long-standing tensions, the history of resentment in Amy's shifting stories over time. And then there's the most damning thread of all, the timing. In the weeks before the murders, Amy and Ross were spiraling. Their business was failing. Their car was being repossessed. They were drowning in debt. But within days of the murders, they had cash. Lots of it. Enough to silence their debts, start over, and pretend it was life savings from the military. It wasn't. It was blood money. And in December 2023, the justice system finally caught up. Still, the prosecution faces challenges. There is no DNA, no confession, no murder weapon. What they do have is a case built on a mountain of motives and inconsistencies, on the psychology of grief performed too well, and on the shadows of two elderly women who never had a chance to fight back. As the trial date approaches, one question echoes louder than all the rest. Can justice still be served nearly a decade after the crime? Or will Amy and Ross, bound by blood and marriage, slip through the cracks one more time? For now, the town of Pendleton waits, the families grieve, and the victims, Kathy, Mike, Violet, and Barbara, remain frozen in time, their story held in the silence between screams, awaiting a verdict. And when that day comes, the truth, whatever it may be, will finally speak. What began as a quiet Halloween evening ended in unspeakable tragedy. And what followed was nearly a decade of questions. Some whispered, others shouted, by a family shattered, a community haunted, and detectives who refused to let the case die. The trial will not just determine the fate of Amy and Ross Vallard. It will decide whether trust can be shattered beyond repair, whether a daughter could really orchestrate the murder of her own mother, her stepfather, and two fragile grandmothers, whether greed can override the deepest of bonds, family. The prosecutors have laid their cards on the table. This was no random act of violence. It was intimate, strategic, devastating. They believe Amy used her voice to lull her family into a false sense of safety, while Ross used his training to carry out a swift and merciless massacre. Together, they planned the attack. Together, they watched the family die. But the defense will argue otherwise. That suspicion is not proof. That a family's dysfunction doesn't equate to murder. That anyone under the microscope of a cold case for long enough can begin to look guilty. In the end, it will come down to 12 strangers, jurors who must decide whether the shadows cast by money, motive, and memory are enough to convict. And as they deliberate, they'll weigh not just evidence, but the weight of legacy. 4 lives extinguished, countless others changed forever. And so the tale of Pendleton's most horrifying night closes, for now, with a community still grappling with the unthinkable and a family left in ruins. What justice looks like in the end? Well, that's for the court to decide. Until then, the silence on Refuge Road remains. As the gavel prepares to fall, the air around Pendleton thickens with anticipation. The faces of Kathy, Mike, Violet, and Barbara linger not just in photo frames and memory, but in every courtroom moment. Their lives, their love, and their final terrifying hours cry out for justice. One last time. Whatever the verdict, this story will remain etched into the heart of South Carolina. A chilling reminder that sometimes the darkest monsters don't wear masks. They sit at the family table, and when the trial ends, whether it brings closure or more questions, one truth will endure. Not all ghosts haunt from beyond the grave. Some live next door. If you found this story compelling, heartbreaking, or eye-opening, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more true crime breakdowns just like this. Hit the bell icon so you never miss a case. Stay curious, stay safe, and take care of each other. See you in the next one.
A newly released police report tonight uncovers the motive for the murder of a Western Michigan University student named Anaya Mack.
Lewis shows these text messages from Pastor Strickland to Mack, where Strickland says he's trying to give the WMU student the best she's ever had.
He's got some in his hand. Some in his hand.
On a quiet summer night in June 2018, the Kalamazoo Police Department received what seemed like a routine call, a missing persons report. A concerned friend had reached out, worried about 24-year-old Anaya Mack, a bright and promising psychology student at Western Michigan University. She had not been seen or heard from in days, an unusual absence that raised alarms among those who knew her best.
It's unlikely to just not answer the phone, it sounds like. If anything is going on, I'm like pretty much the only person that she has here besides her family. But like me and her, we have been best friends for 24. I'm only 24, but we have been best friends our entire being, basically.
When officers arrived at Hunter Ridge Apartments, where Anaya lived, they expected to find an overworked college student who had simply taken a break from social interactions.
It's a roommate's room with the TV flashing. So it looks like somebody is home at least. Maybe not. He's working on getting a phone number for a roommate right now.
Hi, is this Cora? Cora, this is Anaya's best friend. Are you at home? Anaya has been missing for 2 days, to my understanding. I drove all the way here from Muskegon because yes, because the police are here as well.
Is she up there?
She's coming here. Okay, thank you.
But as they stepped onto the property, they noticed something strange. Inside the apartment, the unsettling discoveries continued. The bathtub was filled with water, as if someone had started a bath but never taken it. A television was left on, flickering against the walls of an empty apartment. The laundry machine was running, containing men's clothes mixed with household linens. But of Anaya herself, there was no sign.
When's the last time you were here before?
This morning I came back from work around like 6 and I went to the movies and I came back here.
When's the last time you saw her?
Not before Saturday. I left home for graduation. I graduated Saturday.
Okay.
And then this is her room right here. But someone was here today because they turned on the air and they put some clothes in the washer. So when I was gone, like I thought maybe she came. But
Have you seen her boyfriend around here?
I haven't seen anybody, honestly. But I left for the weekend, so I thought maybe she just went home.
At first glance, there were no clear signs of foul play. But as investigators would soon discover, this was no ordinary disappearance.
I think it's just a little fishy. He's the only person we even talked to.
Yeah, the wife. She's gonna end up calling in the morning.
I hope so. Where the hell's she been at though? Both of her cars are here. Boyfriend has no car. Her best friend, her parents, her god sister, her pastor. She's been at work.
And from what other people have said, has the boyfriend been around here the last couple of days?
Well, he claims he hasn't seen her since Sunday either.
What about talking with her?
Yeah, I need to get that from him.
Anaya Mack was the kind of person who lit up every room she entered. With an infectious laugh, a sharp mind, and a compassionate heart, she had spent her entire life striving for excellence. In high school, she was a star student, an athlete, and an active member of various clubs. Even in college, her passion for helping others was evident. She worked at Great Lakes Alternative Research Center, assisting children with autism. Her personal life was just as full. She had a strong support system of friends and family who adored her. She was deeply involved in her church, singing in the choir and dancing with a local performance group. Those closest to her knew she was driven, hardworking, and had big dreams for her future. But Anaya also had a secret struggle. Her relationship with Donovan Lewis, a 25-year-old former community college basketball player and YMCA lifeguard. The relationship, though seemingly normal on the surface, was riddled with conflicts, insecurities, and toxic patterns. Friends had noticed red flags. Donovan could be possessive, jealous, and prone to outbursts of anger. Anaya had confided in some friends about past incidents, but no one could have predicted just how dangerous things would become.
Do you think this is an actual? Like an actual missing person?
Well, nobody knows where she's at right now. She's missing.
Like, okay, well, I mean, like...
Do I think that she's endangered? No. Absolutely not. We've got nothing really listed to believe that she's endangered other than the fact that boyfriend was an asshole at one point.
I don't know. There's still somebody coming and going from the apartment. That's the weird part.
Yeah.
But, like, roommate hasn't seen her in almost a week. He doesn't think anything of it.
The last time anyone had spoken to Anya was on Sunday, June 24th, 2018. That evening, she and Donovan had yet another argument, this time over messages Donovan found on her phone. These messages, sent by Pastor Strickland, a respected community leader, led Donovan to believe that Anaya was cheating on him. The idea of another man in Anaya's life, especially someone with power and influence, sent him into a jealous rage. Anaya, fed up with the accusations, told Donovan she wanted him to leave for good.
Like, if she was going somewhere, she would definitely pack her makeup. That's here. This looks like what would be her purse. A bag that she do her hair stuff with. That's here. Like, I'm just like, what the f?
She began packing his belongings into a suitcase, preparing to finally end their relationship. But Donovan snapped. As tensions escalated, he punched Anaya, knocking her unconscious. Consumed by anger and betrayal, he went to the kitchen, grabbed a large butcher knife, and slit her throat before stabbing her multiple times. Realizing what he had done, he placed a garbage bag over her head, stuffed her body into the suitcase she had been using to pack his things, and zipped it shut. With her lifeless body hidden away, Donovan cleaned up the crime scene as best he could. He disposed of the mattress cover, wiped down surfaces, and removed items that could contain blood evidence. But he needed a way to permanently get rid of the body. The next day, under the cover of darkness, he carried the suitcase to a dumpster near her apartment. But as panic set in, he feared someone might find it. That night, he retrieved the suitcase, borrowed his mother's van, and drove to Comstock Creek, a secluded waterway outside the city. There, he waded into the water, sank the suitcase in the muddy depths, and left, believing his crime would never be discovered. It all began with Pastor Strickland's cryptic messages, words that ignited a dangerous spark of doubt in Donovan's mind. Now let's look into the case to find out more about the pastor's connection to Anaya Mack's tragic story. Was he just an innocent figure whose words were misunderstood, or was there something more behind them? As we uncover the clues, we might discover a truth that changes everything we thought we knew. When police first entered Anaya Mack's apartment, they were met with an unsettling combination of normalcy and strangeness. There were no obvious signs of forced entry, a struggle, or visible blood stains.
Yeah, somebody definitely came in today, for sure. Because when I left, the air wasn't on.
Does her boyfriend ever come over here and do any laundry or anything?
Yeah, they always do laundry together.
Okay.
So it's not like out of the ordinary.
Does he have a key?
I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. Like, somebody was here because I don't think he has a key. Usually, if he's coming, like, I'll leave the door unlocked. Like, if I know he's here, or like she'll leave the door unlocked. I don't even see her key.
Things officers typically looked for in missing persons or homicide cases. The apartment appeared lived in, with the television still on and the air conditioning running. But the eerie absence of Anaya herself made everything feel wrong. The more officers searched, the more bizarre details they uncovered. The bathtub was full of water, as if someone had drawn a bath but never got in. The washing machine was mid-cycle, containing men's clothing and household linens, including bath mats that were missing from the bathroom floor. It was as if someone had been cleaning up or covering their tracks, but there was no clear evidence to suggest what had happened. Outside, the mystery deepened. Anaya's white 2008 Chevy Malibu was parked in the lot, missing its license plates. Strangely, another identical white Malibu sat nearby, but this one had her plates attached, despite being registered to a man named Gustavo.
Did you hear what I found out about the plates? Her car, her Malibu over there in the corner, the plates missing off of it. I found it on another Malibu, a couple spots down. It's not registered to her, which is kind of strange.
So they swapped the plates on the cars?
Yeah. There's a white Malibu that comes back to her by the VIN. No plate. The plate that belongs on it is on another Malibu. A few spots down, another white Malibu. Somebody else's name.
Gustavo fellow?
Yeah.
Both cars had flat tires, making it clear that neither had been driven in recent days. This raised a troubling question. If Anaya had left, how did she go? Officers began speaking with Anaya's friends, family, and neighbors, piecing together the last known moments before she vanished. They learned that no one had spoken to her since Sunday, June 24th, days before she was officially reported missing. The more people they interviewed, the more it became clear that her boyfriend, Donovan Lewis, was a person of interest. Friends described a troubled relationship filled with jealousy, control, and emotional abuse. They recounted past incidents where Donovan had been physically aggressive, including an altercation where he trapped Anaya's arm in a car window and drove off with her stuck. They revealed that the couple had frequent arguments, often over Donovan's insecurities and accusations of infidelity. Despite these warning signs, there was no concrete evidence linking him to her disappearance, at least not yet. The police tried to contact Donovan, but he was nowhere to be found. Calls went unanswered, and he was not at any of his usual locations. At this point, authorities did not yet have proof of a crime, but Donovan's absence only deepened their suspicions. If he was truly worried about his missing girlfriend, why had he not reached out? Why was he avoiding law enforcement? As officers stood outside Ania's apartment discussing the strange circumstances of the case, they were blindsided by an unexpected turn of events. A man suddenly approached them from the shadows. It was Donovan Lewis. Before they could even ask him a question, he calmly looked at them and confessed, "I killed my girlfriend."
What's going on, sir?
Take me here and we'll talk about it on the way.
Just tell me now.
I killed my girlfriend.
Where is she? Where is she?
She's in the creek.
Where at? You got any weapons on you, Donovan?
I don't have anything, so.
You get pat down. All right, I gotta read some stuff to you real quick, okay?
It was a moment that stunned the officers. Most investigations take weeks or even months before a suspect confesses, if they ever do. But here was Donovan standing before them, admitting to murder without hesitation. It was as if he had already made peace with his fate, knowing there was no way out. Officers immediately placed him under arrest, but their work was far from over. They still had one major question left to answer. Where was Ania?
Is she in the trunk of one of these cars?
No. He told us that he's in creeks around the east side. I think maybe on the east side of town, is it?
In the creek?
In the creek.
Okay. Well, that took a twist.
Yeah, I'm thinking that way at all.
The moment Donovan Lewis calmly confessed to killing Ania Mack, the investigation shifted from a missing persons case to a homicide. The officers, momentarily stunned by his blunt admission, quickly sprang into action.
He chooses to spontaneously utter things after the fact. Then that's him. Okay? You've already told them twice now. And then, you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk, those kind of things. Okay? When you go back in, move his chair to the other side of the table.
Okay.
Okay? And just tell him, I don't want you in that corner. I'd like you closer to me. My sergeant's going to let you all about safety.
So stay where I'm at?
Stay where you're at. Keep him, put him over in that little corner so we can see him.
Okay.
Despite his sudden confession, police couldn't simply take his word for it. A murder confession, while significant, is only as strong as the evidence backing it up. They needed to know where Ania's body was, how he killed her, and whether he was telling the whole truth.
What's been going on?
Just had a rough week. Last week, the car had the pastor launder. Back tire went flat.
Oh, is that what happened?
It was a slow week, so you had to keep refilling it and refilling it. And then on Sunday, when we were on my family lighthouse, she wanted to go to church. She went outside, and the front tire was flat.
Think somebody's doing it? Or you think the car's just old and the tires are bad, or what?
I don't know. Whatever she got going on with the pastor.
Oh.
And when she got the car, she told me the mechanic came to pick her up, and she told me, she got a new car, we got a loaner car from the church. And recently she told me, after I kind of gave her, I told her I want to have a sit down with him because he ended up picking her up and apparently he threatened her.
The pastor threatened her? Over the car, or why?
Because she was using him. She told him she would tell. He said, "You can't do this to me."
How was he using her? Like they had a relationship or something going on, you mean?
I went to her phone.
Who's her pastor? What church she goes to?
Second Baptist, right there by the bus station.
Okay.
Across the street. And I went to her phone. She tussled with me about her phone and all this. She died on her phone. kind of got in like a fetal position with all her knees in her hands and saw that it was a pastor and saw what he said. And she kind of just gave up and gave the phone. And the whole time she laughed, grinning. When she gave the phone, she was grinning and laughing. Because you know, okay, if I do make that accusation, she could have that reaction that she had.
Donovan, however, seemed oddly cooperative. He didn't ask for a lawyer, nor did he hesitate to answer their questions. He described in detail how he had stuffed her into a suitcase, transported her in his mother's van, and sank her body in the muddy depths of the creek. Despite his admission, investigators weren't willing to take everything at face value. It was possible that he was hiding key details or leaving out elements of the crime. They also needed physical evidence to support his claims. The next step was clear: recovering Anaya's body and verifying every part of Donovan's story.
It's a little bit sloped right there. Now, Donovan, did you have her on this side of the guardrail first? In a suitcase, or did you bring her all the way down here?
All the way down.
All the way down here? Okay, so you wheel her in the suitcase all the way down here? Okay. And you park back up by where the SUV is? And how do you where the white truck is? 10 feet that way. And how do you get her in the water? You just threw her in the suitcase into the water. Okay, and this is the right spot? Okay, where do you want these guys to go? Straight. Straight down?
Switch sides. The sun's not in my
Sure,
camera.
no problem.
We're on camera, guys. Here we.
Yep, we're on camera.
Suitcase. Evidence.
All right. Would you want to get it closer?
Have you guys open confirm already?
Yeah. Which way turn around? I think all the way out, and then probably hand the rope back to someone in the back.
Yep. I'll tie you off.
All right.
The first major breakthrough came when police followed Donovan's directions to Comstock Creek. A specialized search and recovery team, equipped with boats, sonar technology, and divers, combed the area. Hours passed before they finally located a large, heavy suitcase submerged in the water, weighed down by mud and debris. Inside, they found Ania's lifeless body, just as Donovan had described. The discovery was heartbreaking, but critical. It meant they had irrefutable proof of the crime. Forensic pathologists conducted a thorough autopsy, which revealed multiple stab wounds and a deep slash across her throat, confirming homicide as the cause of death. The examination also contradicted some of Donovan's claims. While he insisted that he had attacked her in a moment of rage, the injuries suggested a prolonged, violent struggle. Some of the wounds were defensive, meaning Anaya had fought for her life. This evidence undermined any attempt at a self-defense claim and painted a picture of a premeditated killing. As the prosecution prepared for trial, a disturbing subplot emerged. Investigators uncovered that Donovan had made previous attempts to cover up the crime, including cleaning Anaya's apartment, disposing of evidence, and misleading her friends about her whereabouts. He had even tried to maintain the illusion that Anaya was still alive. In the days after her murder, he had used her phone to send messages to friends and family, possibly to buy himself time before suspicion fell on him. These details shattered any argument that this was a crime of passion committed in the heat of the moment.
Hello, I'm looking to speak with Pastor Strickland.
This is he.
Hi there, this is Sergeant Charles Trepic, Kalamazoo Public Safety. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. How about you, sir?
Not too bad, sir. I got a voicemail message from Chief Boyson saying that you had some questions about an automobile.
Yes, sir. One of the automobiles that was taken related to the Anaya Mack murder.
Yes, sir.
One of those vehicles belongs to my wife.
Okay.
And we are trying to recover it.
However, the story took another shocking turn when Pastor Strickland, the man whose messages had sparked Donovan's jealous rage, was exposed for unrelated criminal activity. Months after Anya's murder, law enforcement uncovered disturbing allegations against him, revealing that he had been involved in crimes involving minors within his congregation. While he was never directly implicated in Ania's case, The discovery of his crimes added another layer of betrayal to an already devastating story. A man who was supposed to be a leader in the community had been abusing his position of power for his own selfish, immoral desires. Strickland was later arrested and pleaded guilty in 2023 to charges related to and the exploitation of minors. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison, a sentence that many viewed as far too lenient given the nature of his crimes. His downfall, though separate from Anya's murder, only deepened the tragedy surrounding the case, one that seemed to expose corruption, betrayal, and the hidden darkness lurking beneath the surface of seemingly normal lives.
We have video of the ending of a manhunt for a suspected murderer who escaped from the Kalamazoo County Jail.
His name's Donovan Lewis. He's now back in custody. He's charged with open murder in the June death of Anaya Mack. The two had been dating. He told police that he was jealous of her relationship with a local high-profile pastor. Police say that's why he killed her and then put her body in a suitcase.
While awaiting trial in Kalamazoo County Jail, Donovan shocked authorities once again by orchestrating a daring escape attempt. During recreational time, he took advantage of a brief lapse in security, scaling 2 15-foot fences topped with razor wire. He suffered deep cuts from the razor wire but managed to reach the outer perimeter before officers caught up to him just 30 minutes later. His escape attempt not only added additional criminal charges, but also revealed his willingness to go to extreme lengths to avoid facing justice. Facing overwhelming evidence, Donovan chose to accept a plea deal. Initially charged with first-degree murder, which carried a mandatory life sentence, he instead pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, reducing his sentence to 25 to 40 years in prison. The plea deal, though controversial, spared Ania's family the agony of a lengthy trial and guaranteed that Donovan would be held accountable. During sentencing, Donovan finally spoke in court, expressing regret for his actions.
I can't imagine the hurt that I've caused. I don't even know the beginning. I just want to say sorry to the family. That's all.
When I sentenced you, Mr. Lewis, I balanced the principles of punishment, rehabilitation, protection of society, as well as deterrence. Particularly, you being cooperative, taking full responsibility, not minimizing your role in this, and expressing a level of remorse. A decent education. There are a lot of good things here that you had developed over your life, Mr. Lewis, and you threw all of that out the window back on June 24th. Anaya Mack didn't deserve any of these things. She didn't deserve to be hit to begin with. She didn't deserve to be put unconscious. She didn't deserve to be stabbed and murdered. And her body didn't deserve to be treated less than garbage. And all of that happened because of you, nobody else.
Ania's family delivered powerful victim impact statements describing the unbearable loss they suffered. The judge, while bound by the plea agreement, did not mince words. Before handing down the sentence, he told Donovan, "You took the life of a young woman who had everything ahead of her. No sentence I give you will ever undo that. But you will spend the next decades behind bars, and that is the justice you deserve." With the trial concluded, Donovan was led away in handcuffs, sentenced to decades in prison, but Ania's family would never get her back. The justice system had played its role, but the emotional scars left behind would last forever. As Donovan Lewis was led away in handcuffs, sentenced to decades behind bars, the courtroom remained filled with an overwhelming sense of loss. Justice had been served in the legal sense, but for Anya Mack's family and friends, no amount of prison time could bring her back.
How do you feel now with the sentence?
I feel good because my sister is okay with the sentence, and so I'm okay with it.
You spoke about forgiveness, not wanting to take pain for pain, but hoping that he can live with what he's done. Can you talk about that?
He have to live with it for the rest of his life. You know, whether he was sincere with what he said in the courtroom or not, he has to live with it. And I hope he can. And I meant that. I haven't forgiven him. My sister, I haven't. And in time, I'm sure I will, but not now.
The murder of Anaya Mack was more than just another crime story. It was a sobering reminder of how quickly jealousy, insecurity, and possessiveness can turn into something deadly. It was a case that highlighted the hidden dangers of toxic relationships, the warning signs that so many victims ignore or rationalize, and the devastating consequences of ignoring them. Her story became a testament to the fact that every red flag matters. Every toxic relationship has the potential to turn deadly, and every life lost to domestic violence is one too many. Ania Mack should still be here, and while justice was served in the legal sense, true justice would have been a world where Ania was still alive, still pursuing her dreams, and still spreading joy to everyone who knew her. In her absence, those who loved her continued their mission to make sure that her death was not in vain and that her story could save others from the same fate. If you found this story informative and eye-opening, please like, share, and subscribe to help spread awareness about domestic violence and toxic relationships.
Valid negative, has the DPW.
Is he in the floor? Oh, shoot. You said you see blood? Go run back. Get EMS out here. Oh boy. There's a lot of blood.
In the quiet, tree-lined town of Hudson, Ohio, where neighbors greet each other on morning walks and colonial homes sit in serene order, Todd Morgan, a 41-year-old professor and father, was never late. Never. But on April 19th, 2023, the reliable rhythm of his parental devotion skipped a beat, setting into motion an investigation that would unearth a world far removed from faculty meetings and playground visits. Todd's life at first glance was the picture of success. A business and finance professor at the prestigious Cleveland State University, he held multiple degrees and had returned to his alma mater to inspire the next generation. Known for his intellectual charm and deep love for his two children, Todd was respected in academia and adored by his family.
Hey, I was wondering if I'd be able to request a wellness check on someone.
Okay, what's going on?
So my daughter was supposed to be picked up by her father today. And I got a call from the school that she was still at the school, so I ended up picking her up. They tried to contact him. I tried to call him a couple times and haven't received anything back.
And what's his name?
Todd Morgan.
Yet as police officers stepped into his silent home that evening, the image began to fracture.
Good.
2015 Porsche, black in colors, is Todd Morgan from that address. Valid negative, has the DPW.
Is he in the floor? Oh, shoot. You said you see blood?
Much like the broken back door through which they entered. They found him lying there, alone, unmoving, dressed in a robe, blood pooled around his head.
Oh boy. There's a lot of blood. Party looks to be, I might have fell. Crap. Oh, open. Oh, wow.
Nearby, shell casings glistened like sinister breadcrumbs, but no weapon could be found. Something was off.
Hey, Sarge, you want to, are we? Say it's pretty bad in there. Yeah, there's shell casings in the house all over, but there's no weapon.
The chaos in the master bedroom, the condom wrappers, the open bottles, none of it made sense in the context of a loving father's life. And then came the piggy bank in a child's room, overturned as if someone had been looking for something or staging a scene.
You found money?
Change. Piggy bank back over.
It would take hours and then days for the picture to come into sharper focus. And what emerged was a web of secrets and shadows, of love turned transactional, of two lives intersecting through a dating app and ending in bloodshed. The tipping point came quietly. A 911 call made at 7:21 a.m. from Todd's phone. No one spoke, but the call was real, and it placed someone at the scene moments after the fatal shots rang out. An accident? Maybe.
You heard the two shots. I'm assuming. I don't know. And then I thought someone was banging on something, and then a little pause, and then four more.
As detectives peeled back the layers of Todd's private life, they discovered a trail that led not to a bitter ex-wife or vengeful colleague, but to a woman named Terriana Pacelli. Young, mysterious, with a history. Her name surfaced again and again, in Todd's phone records, on Cash App transactions, even in her own online searches. Who was she? A companion? A professional visitor? A jilted partner? She claimed not to know him, had never been to Hudson.
You ever been to Hudson before? Daddy, I don't recall. Okay. What about around here? Go to a lot of places. Okay. But you can't recall being in Hudson? No. Okay.
Had no idea why her phone dialed 911.
So, your phone, why would it dial 911 on April 19th? In the morning, at April 19th, around 7:22 in the morning. My phone? Yeah. I don't know. Okay. I don't know why my phone would call. I didn't call nobody. You didn't call 911? No, I did not. Okay.
Or why her DNA was on items in his home.
Your DNA is inside of that house. Like miles are inside of that house.
But surveillance footage said otherwise.
I don't know how to work this thing. But that,
okay, so that's the car.
yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to see anything for that or whatever.
Okay. I'll give this back to you. I'll go tell.
Okay, I'm not sure how to.
Yeah.
So did the digital footprints, the Facebook photos, the change of phone number days after the murder. There was no blood on her hands, just data, and that was enough.
We got a lot of information. We have DNA evidence, we have video, we have phone calls, we have Bumble chat messages. Okay, we have shell casings, we have shoe prints. We've got a lot of stuff that is.
But what truly haunts isn't just the methodical buildup of evidence or the tragedy of a life cut short. It's the silence of that little girl, still waiting at school, staring down the driveway long after everyone else had gone home. What did she feel at that moment? Confusion? Abandonment? Or did some part of her impossibly understand that something terrible had happened? The community that once saw Todd Morgan as a pillar would now remember him as the center of a chilling true crime story. And behind the courtroom statements and forensic facts lies the aching question that this documentary tries to unravel. How well do we ever really know the people we love and those they invite into their lives? Stay with us as we piece together the truth, one chilling clue at a time. Hudson, Ohio, a community carved out of serene ambition and suburban pride, where families buy oversized homes with wraparound porches and oversized dreams. Crime here doesn't happen, or at least it's not supposed to. So when Dr. Todd Morgan, a well-known professor and father of two, failed to collect his daughter from school one Wednesday afternoon in April 2023, it wasn't just unusual, it was unthinkable. Todd was many things to many people. At Cleveland State University, he was Dr. Morgan, the finance professor with a sharp mind and a growing reputation. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday without fail, he picked up his nearly 5-year-old daughter from school, rain or shine. But that day, the minutes stretched into hours, and the school receptionist eventually picked up the phone. She dialed Mary, Todd's ex-girlfriend and mother of his daughter. The girl was still waiting. Mary didn't panic, at first. Maybe Todd got stuck in a meeting. Maybe he forgot, unlikely as that was. She drove to the school herself, picked up their daughter, and tried calling Todd. No answer. His phone rang but went to voicemail. A wellness check was the natural next step. Hudson police responded promptly. Officers Peggy and Bowen were dispatched to Todd's home on West Streetsboro Street, a large, comfortable house he had purchased not long after his return to Ohio. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss. The porch light flicked on. His luxury SUV sat silently in the driveway. But the long gravel driveway gave way to something officers felt but didn't speak of. A quiet too quiet, the kind that wraps around a scene of unspeakable things. As they made their way around back, they spotted it. Blood. And then, through the glass door, the silhouette of a man, lying on the floor, motionless.
Oh boy. There's a lot of blood, Party looks to be, I might have fell. Crap. Oh, wow.
Inside, the sight was grim. Todd's lifeless body lay near the back entrance, dressed in only a bathrobe, his head resting in a pool of dried blood. Nearby were shell casings, one here, another there, but no gun. Was it under him? Did he fall on it?
It's a bullet casing here, which that's weird. Why is there a bullet casing here?
Had he taken his own life? At first glance, the wound near his temple hinted at, but the lack of a weapon and the positioning of the casings began to whisper a darker truth.
I don't see a weapon. That's why I'm thinking something else. A weapon or that. That's weird. Why is it? It's makes me think someone shot him. We're gonna have to call the detectives out. Hey, Sarge, you wanna? Are we? Say it's pretty bad in there. Yeah, there's shell casings in the house all over, but there's no weapon.
Keep
He's been sitting there for a while. That blood's dried up.
Okay.
I don't. Can you tell me what the person is?
What's that?
It looks weird.
The house told its own story, one detail at a time. In the master bedroom, open condom wrappers and bottles of alcohol painted a picture far removed from the scholarly, fatherly image Todd projected. In a child's bedroom, a piggy bank was overturned.
You found money?
Change. Piggy bank knocked over.
But nothing else disturbed. Odd for a break-in. Nothing was missing.
Well, if it was a robbery, the house would be more ransacked, right? Guess that one you're in now?
His laptops, tablets, even his Porsche, untouched. No forced entry at the front, but the back door appeared broken, or forced, or staged. The deeper investigators dug, the more Todd's double life emerged.
The back door looks like it was kicked from the inside. I have not gone inside the house. So he's laying on his back with a gunshot wound to the head at the back door, and it looks like the door was forced out, as in out to the door. So I'd like for somebody to come out and take a look. There's shell casings all over the place, and just to figure out exactly what's going on.
He wasn't just the doting father and learned professor. He had secrets, custody battles, a past marred by infidelity, a struggle with alcohol monitored through an interlock device in his car. He was fighting to hold it all together, even as parts of his personal life spiraled into chaos.
So he's required to do an iSober device.
What's that?
It's to, he'll breathe into it and it reads whether he's had a drink or not.
For the vehicle?
Just any.
Oh, wow, anything at all, okay.
And the last report I got was from yesterday at 7 o'clock in the morning.
You get reports from?
Yeah,
that
emails.
No kidding.
Results.
So you got a result for that test yesterday?
Yes, I can pull it up.
Does it give numbers or just say if it's positive or negative for alcohol?
It does give numbers.
Okay.
What's this test called again?
iSober device.
But even these red flags weren't enough to connect the dots, until a whisper from technology turned into a scream. A 911 call made from Todd's phone logged at exactly 7:21 a.m. that morning. No words were spoken, just the call. Investigators knew it had to mean something. Had Todd tried to call for help? Or had the killer accidentally triggered the emergency alert in a panic? That one detail cracked the case open, and then came the name, Tariana Pichelle. She had never been seen in Hudson, never publicly linked to Todd, but the evidence was already stacking against her. Digital, forensic, financial. Todd's cell phone traveled with hers in the aftermath. A $50 cash app transfer from Todd to Tariana hours before his death. Surveillance footage of a silver car parked by his Porsche, gone by 7:30 a.m. The timing, the movements, the phone data, it all lined up too perfectly. And yet Hudson wasn't ready. The town, the family, even Todd's own children, none could have imagined what lay beneath the surface of a seemingly normal day. A beloved professor was dead, a mysterious woman was on the run, and somewhere inside all that silence, someone was trying to cover their tracks. The truth was clawing its way out.
Then I saw somebody come out of the house to the car that was next to the Porsche. They were in the car. I mean, it was there.
The Porsche?
No, it was next to the Porsche.
Okay.
And it was there when I woke up this morning at 5 o'clock. You know, as I walked.
The car was already there.
The car was already there. The person was due. When I woke up.
Okay.
But at 7:15, 7:20, I heard. And then I saw someone come out of the house, go to the car, open up the car, was there for a while, and then took something back into the house, like a package or a box, it looked like.
Okay.
And then came back out, not running, but walking fast.
Quick paced?
Yeah.
And what it revealed would shake the core of this quiet town forever. The crime, when laid bare, was brutal, not only in its execution, but in its cold calculation. Dr. Todd Morgan wasn't just killed, he was hunted inside his own home, ambushed in a space where he should have felt safest. The nature of the wounds, 7 gunshots, 2 of them instantly fatal, spoke of rage or intent. This wasn't random, it wasn't impulsive, it was deliberate. The first officers on the scene could barely comprehend what they were stepping into. Blood had dried in thick, crusted streaks near the base of the back door. The house, oddly enough, wasn't ransacked. That was the first sign that this wasn't a robbery gone wrong. Flat-screen TVs remained fixed to the wall. Laptops and tablets were untouched on the kitchen counter. Even Todd's Porsche SUV, keys in the hallway, hadn't been touched. But what chilled the responding officers was the silence. No struggle, no witness. Just Todd, sprawled out, eyes open to the ceiling, a dressing gown curled slightly at his side, and bullet casings, metal echoes of whatever madness had erupted that morning. Inside the home, subtle chaos ruled. Upstairs in the master bedroom, the bed looked slept in, sheets crumpled at the edges, pillows askew. A collection of open condom wrappers littered the floor beside a bottle of tequila in a half-finished glass. A drawer hung open awkwardly, revealing lingerie and a gun holster. Yet no weapon in sight. Police scoured every inch, even prying into the closets and attic access, but the murder weapon had vanished. In the children's rooms, everything appeared untouched, except for one detail. In the corner of his daughter's room, her pink ceramic piggy bank had been knocked over. Coins and crumpled bills scattered like forgotten confetti. Not stolen, just disturbed.
Change. Piggy bank knocked over.
Well, if it was a robbery, the house would be more ransacked, right?
Okay.
It's that one you're in now?
It was as if someone had deliberately overturned it, perhaps looking for something, or maybe just creating a distraction. At the foot of the staircase, another bullet casing was found. That's when detectives began to piece it together. Whoever fired those shots had moved through the house. This wasn't a stationary execution, it was a pursuit. The killer had followed Todd, room to room, stalking him, waiting for the final shot. Most of the bullets struck his upper body, one embedded in his clavicle, another fired from extremely close range. So close the skin around the entry point showed stippling from the muzzle blast. Whoever pulled the trigger stood face to face with him. The back door told its own story. The frame had been splintered from the inside. A portion of the lock had blown out and landed several feet away on the deck outside. Blood spatter trailed from inside the doorway and down the steps to the driveway. Footprints, thick, heavy boot prints, tracked through it all. Officers checked the boots of every first responder. None matched.
Let me double check Sean's tread.
Unless when Sean walks back out, he did, but we both went over the water.
All right. Lee, just for good measure, bottom of your feet. All right, definitely. Can I see your tread on your shoes? Yeah, definitely not you. Okay. There's footprints all over in the blood, and it looks like boots. So.
I don't think it's Cassie's there because her tread's.
Yeah. Nobody. It matches nobody's.
Can I see the bottom of your boot real quick, just to see? No. Yeah. Can I see the bottom of your shoe? Please.
I try to tippy-toe around.
We just have there's.
The prints belonged to someone else. This was no suicide, no accident. This was murder. And then came the 911 call, the phantom ring from Todd's own phone, just minutes after witnesses reported hearing gunfire.
Had to be 7:20.
At 7:20.
Yeah, that it all happened within a couple
That
of
was
minutes.
what you heard the
two shots. I'm assuming. I don't know. And then I thought someone was banging on something, and then a little pause, and then 4 more.
At 7:21 a.m., dispatch received a call from his number. No one spoke. No sounds, just dead air. But it was real, and it was damning. Police now believe the killer may have unintentionally triggered the iPhone's emergency SOS feature, 5 rapid presses of the power button, and in doing so, left a trail. Back at HQ, detectives turned to Todd's digital life, his texts, his emails, his dating apps. That's when they found her, Terriana Pacello, a slim, soft-featured woman with long black hair and a social media presence that didn't match the life she claimed to lead. Terriana had met Todd on Bumble. At first, the messages seemed flirtatious, but quickly the tone shifted. Screenshots revealed negotiations, payment terms, and service windows. She wasn't just on a date, she was transactional, and she was scheduled to be there that morning. Cash App confirmed it. Todd had sent her $50 at 6:58 a.m. A second, much larger payment, $1,000, was attempted 23 minutes later, but it required facial verification. A notification pinged on his lock screen. He never authenticated it. At the same time, Ring doorbell footage from a neighbor captured a silver crossover-style vehicle pulling into Todd's driveway at approximately 6:45 a.m. It left by 7:30.
I don't know how to work this thing. But
okay, so that's the car.
yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to see anything from that or whatever.
Okay. I'll give this back to you. I'll go tell.
Okay, I'm not sure how to.
Yeah.
And then it jumps to 7:30 and it's gone.
And it's gone.
Yeah.
So what time is that? Right.
6:50.
50.
Yeah.
Okay, and then 7. It's gone.
Yeah. Well, the next spot on here is 7:30, so there's a gap.
Okay.
And then it's gone at 7:30.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay.
In that brief window, the murder happened. A light-colored vehicle, a shadowy figure, long hair, a fast walk, a box in hand.
So then I saw somebody come out of the house with long hair to the shoulders. I couldn't even tell you if it was male or female, to be honest with you. It looked like a smaller frame, not a big person. Got into a little car. I want to say the car was champagne color. He said it was bluish. So there you go for our perspective of what it was. There are cars. Todd, from what I know, he's only been here less than a year. He has 2 children from different mothers. They're coming and going all the time, dropping kids off.
Oh, sure.
And there's always like a Jeep there from somebody he knows. And I don't know if it's one of the mothers or not, but it's a newer Jeep. Okay. This was a car that I'd never seen.
You've never seen that car?
No. And that person came out, like Gene said, grabbed something from the car. I thought it was more like a package. He thought it was like a box. Again, we weren't putting anything in perspective. It's just what we walked as passing by. And then the person took something back into the house and then came back out and then just drove away.
The physical evidence inside the home was equally damning. A black and mild cigar on the kitchen counter tested positive for Terriana's DNA. So did the open condoms in the master bedroom. One of the shell casings was linked to a previous unsolved homicide in Cleveland. The murder weapon, still missing, matched a gun once associated with her. What began as a wellness check had now become a manhunt. Terriana wasn't just a name in Todd's contact list. She was now the prime suspect in his execution-style murder. And though she would claim ignorance and deny knowing him, every step she took that morning had already been recorded by satellites, by cash apps, by doorbell cameras. She thought she had slipped away, but technology never forgets. The investigation into Todd Morgan's murder took shape with an urgency that only comes when the evidence refuses to sit still. Every hour brought a new lead, and each one pointed in the same direction, toward a woman who claimed she'd never even heard of the victim. But the digital trail she left behind told a very different story. Detectives zeroed in on Tariana Pichelle. Her name surfaced not only through Cash App transactions, but through IP addresses linked to Todd's Wi-Fi network and through metadata from search queries on her phone. A search warrant revealed that in the weeks leading up to the murder, Tariana had visited multiple articles about Todd's career and home. And on the morning of April 19th, the same day Todd was killed, she searched, "Can police track your phone if you take the SIM card out?" She tried to stay invisible, but each move she made illuminated the path to her doorstep. Tracking her down, however, proved challenging. Her phone pinged last near the intersection of Interstate 271 in Macedonia, moving at over 60 miles per hour. Exactly 6 minutes after Todd's phone registered the 911 call. The two devices traveled the same route, a chilling confirmation that the killer didn't just take his life. They took his phone with them. When officers arrived at the listed address in Akron, a man answered, older, calm, and immediately dismissive. "She doesn't live here," he said. "You think I'd let some girl stay here with my grandkids upstairs?" But his answers raised more questions than they silenced.
What are we doing? Was she in trouble? Well, you talk to her. Oh, okay. I definitely let her know. You tell her to call the Hudson Police Department? Hudson Police Department, Hudson, Ohio. Okay, I sure will.
What friend she's staying with?
I don't know, man. It's some friend. I mean, she's a friend. You know, look like a little girlfriend. You know, she's a young girl. I'm an older man, and I'm just getting my grandkids upstairs in the bed. Y'all think y'all gonna just walk through my dog house? Hell no. Ain't no Tariana in here.
Apparently he's mad. She's with one of her girlfriends in Garden
She's
Valley.
getting nailed to your house.
Yeah, how far is that from here?
It's not far.
Oh, we could follow you over there.
He refused to let them search the home, said she was staying with a friend, wouldn't say where. The detectives left with nothing except suspicion. Still, they pushed forward. Phone data, pulled from cell towers and GPS logs, led them to an apartment complex in Valley. There, parked in plain sight, was a silver Ford Taurus X, matching the description given by neighbors and seen in ring footage near Todd's home. The back plate was missing. Inside, police found receipts, trace evidence, and, more damningly, signs of an attempted escape plan. Someone had packed in a hurry. When Tariana was finally taken into custody, she remained stone-faced. She denied everything. "Todd Morgan? Doesn't ring a bell," she said. "Hudson? Never been."
Okay. You ever been to Hudson before?
Maybe some. I don't recall.
Okay. What about around
I go to a lot of places.
Okay. But you can't recall being in Hudson?
No.
Okay. So your phone, why would it dial 911 on April 19th? In the morning, at April 19th, around 7:22 in the morning.
My phone?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why my phone would call. I didn't call nobody.
You didn't call 911?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I don't know. Did they say I called? I didn't call.
Yeah, we got your phone number. And we attempted to call back that morning. We didn't answer.
But the investigators were ready. They laid the evidence on the table, piece by piece. They showed her the GPS data placing her phone at Todd's address from midnight until after 7 a.m. on April 19th.
So here's what's interesting about these two photos. Right? Okay, these two photos were actually on your phone.
On my phone?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they weren't on my phone.
You actually typed in a search for this guy. And you viewed this image on your phone. You also did a search for 320 West Streetsville Street, and you viewed this image on your phone.
I don't know.
we're giving you an opportunity here to talk to us. We need to know what happened.
Okay, and I'm telling you, I don't know what's going on. What do you have? I don't know what's going on.
Who's that?
They showed the Ring doorbell video of a light-colored car pulling away. They presented images of the shoe prints found in blood, traced back to a pair of Nike sneakers she had worn in a Facebook photo posted just 2 months earlier. Then came the DNA matches.
We've got a lot of information. We have DNA evidence, we have video, we have phone calls, we have Bumble chat messages. Okay, we have shell casings, we have shoe prints. We've got a lot of stuff that is a lot of good evidence here. Okay, this is your opportunity to talk to us about it. What's that?
I really don't know what you want me to say.
I want to know what happened. We want to know what happened. We have a lot of questions. We want to know what happened.
The black and mild cigar, the condom wrappers. Both placed her inside the home, inside Todd's private, intimate space. And then came the clincher. Cash app logs showing not one, but 2 payments. The first for $50, the second an attempted transfer for $1,000 interrupted when Todd failed to verify it. Just minutes later, he was dead. The implication was staggering. Was this a transaction gone wrong? A robbery turned murder?
So, Todd Morgan sent you $50 in the morning of April 19th.
I don't.
Okay, but he did. So, what I want to ask you is, there was another payment. About 23 minutes later, there was a $1,000 payment that was sent from Todd Morgan to Black Beauty. And you confirm that Black Beauty, this Cash App is you. That's you, obviously, in that picture. So he sent you $1,000. Now, we go back to a $50 payment. You say, guys send you random $50 every now and then. Okay, you guys send you random $1,000 payments?
No.
Okay, so
But it can happen.
It could happen.
Yeah, it could happen.
Or had she come with the intent to kill all along? But even as the evidence mounted, Terriana refused to break. She questioned the legitimacy of every log, denied her own messages, and shrugged off the photos of her car, her searches, her fingerprints. Could have been anyone, she said. That's not proof.
Okay, so the morning of April 19th, here's what we have. We have this Cash App payment, right? I went through for $50. We have another Cash App payment that was 23 minutes later for $1,000. We have this vehicle leaving Todd Morgan's house at around 7:23 in the morning on April 19th. You said that's your car. Have your phone at 328 West Streetsboro Street on April 19th at 7 in the morning. Actually have your phone at that address after midnight on April 19th, which looks like it was there overnight. It's not possible. Your DNA is inside of that house. Black and Milds are inside of that house. There are shipments that are inside of the house that match shoes that you're wearing in Facebook photos.
What she didn't know, or pretended not to, was that investigators had also connected her to an earlier unsolved homicide in Cleveland. In 2012, a man was shot in his apartment. The bullet casings left behind? A perfect ballistic match to the ones found in Todd Morgan's kitchen. At the time, Terriana had blamed an ex-boyfriend, but now her name was in the center of 2 murders, not just one. Back in Hudson, as news broke of the arrest, the community stood stunned. Todd's family, already shattered, now faced a new kind of anguish. Not just grief, but betrayal. He had trusted her, let her into his home, paid her, and for that, he had been executed. Still, no confession came. Not then, not ever. Terriana remained silent, cool, unreadable, until the day of her trial. And then, as the courtroom filled with family members, friends, and cameras, she made her first and only admission. She was guilty. The courtroom was silent. Not the respectful quiet of legal decorum, but the heavy stillness of grief, of tension, of finality. On one side, the family of Dr. Todd Morgan sat in a row, eyes hollow from months of agony. On the other, Terriana Paschelle, no longer the woman in online photos with a sly smile and confident posture, but a defendant in shackles, her face unreadable, her gaze fixed ahead. It had been nearly a year since Todd's murder, but for his loved ones, the timeline stood still. Every morning still began with the same thought. He should be here. The plea deal had arrived just days before the trial was set to begin. 20 years to life for murder, an additional 3 for the firearm charge. 23 years minimum. It was a compromise that offered certainty and spared the family the torment of watching the evidence unfold all over again in front of a jury. The prosecutor detailed the state's case one last time for the record. The emergency 911 call from Todd's phone, the forensic match to shell casings from another murder, the DNA on the cigar, the $50 and failed $1,000 payments, the phone GPS trail, the attempt to wipe her presence by changing numbers and devices, all of it layered into a timeline too precise to ignore. The murder was not spontaneous, he said. It was targeted, timed, and cold. Then came the impact statements. Mary, Todd's former partner and the mother of his daughter, stood at the podium. Her voice trembled but held firm.
Todd was also a loving father. Since his murder, my daughter's life has been irrevocably altered. At just 6 years old, she is at one of the most impressionable stages of her life. She was only 4 when she waited at school for her dad to pick her up, not understanding why he never came. When I arrived, she was confused and desperately wanted to call him, but each call went unanswered. I had to explain to her that her daddy wouldn't be coming back because someone had hurt him. I watched her curl up in my arms, hiding her face as she processed this unimaginable loss.
My daughter is 6. She still asks if her daddy can come back, she began. She was 4 years old when she waited outside her school, wondering why he hadn't come. He never missed a pickup. That day I had to tell her he never would again. She paused, her throat tightening. And how do you explain that to a child? That her father's life was taken by a stranger? For what? A few $100s? A moment of anger? Then Todd's mother, Sandy, spoke. She clutched a printed photo of Todd as a boy and held it up for the court to see. This is my son. Before the degrees, before the job, before any of the mistakes, he was just my little boy. He told me just weeks before he died that he was broken. But he was trying. He was meditating. He was exercising. He was trying to live better, be better. Her voice cracked. And just when I thought he was coming back to himself, just when I thought he'd made it out of the darkness, he was taken, brutally, meaninglessly, by someone who didn't even know him. The courtroom listened, unmoving.
I'm Todd's mom. I always will be. Todd's not here to tell his story. Only God, Todd, and you know the truth of what happened on April 19. All I know, he was brutally murdered by you, and he basically died for nothing. You didn't even know him. Your actions to take my son's life changed my life forever. It's changed all of our lives. Even more so, you took a father from 2 beautiful children. They were his world, and he was theirs.
Even the judge's face was heavy with sorrow. Finally, Terriana was given the chance to speak. She rose slowly, her hands cuffed, voice low and soft.
To his family, I'm very sorry, and I hope that one day that you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. That's it.
I'm sorry, she said, barely audible. To the family, I hope someday you can forgive me. Then she sat back down. That was all. No explanation, no motive, no answers. The judge delivered the sentence with a steady voice, reiterating the plea agreement. 20 years to life for aggravated murder. 3 additional years for the use of a firearm. Served consecutively. Parole eligibility after 23 years. There is no guarantee of release, he clarified. Only the possibility should the parole board deem it just.
and not provide any unnecessary burden on state or local resources. A period of incarceration is certainly necessary due to the nature of the offense and the loss suffered by all of the victims in this matter. I'm sentencing you to a period of 20 years to life on count 1, aggravated murder and unclassified felony. In addition, that sentence will run consecutive to the 3-year firearm specification, which is attached to that count 1. That firearm specification 3-year sentence must be served first, it must be consecutive, and it is in fact mandatory. This will make you eligible for parole, which there's no guarantee of that, at the earliest at 23 years, but you could serve up to life in prison for this matter. Do you understand all of that, Ms. Paschal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Then looking directly at Tariana, he added, "You took a father from his children, a son from his mother, a man who was working to be better. Your actions didn't just end a life, they shattered many." As the gavel fell, the courtroom didn't erupt. There was no applause, no relief. Just a soft exhale from Mary as she reached down and hugged her daughter, who sat quiet beside her, holding a photo of her dad. Outside the courthouse, cameras flashed. Reporters asked questions, but the family said nothing. For them, the story wasn't over. Not really. It would live in the quiet spaces of their days, in birthdays missed and graduations unshared, in empty chairs, in bedtime stories left unfinished. Inside the prison van, Tariana was led away. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. Justice had been done. But peace? That would take far longer to arrive. The story of Dr. Todd Morgan is not just a tale of murder. It is a haunting reminder of how thin the veil can be between order and chaos, between safety and vulnerability. It shows us how quickly lives can be shattered, not only by a bullet, but by a decision, a stranger, a secret. He was a father, a teacher, a man trying to get better. He struggled, yes. He made mistakes, but he was present. He showed up for his children. He held down his job. He was climbing out of the fog when the shadows reached back and pulled him under. For Todd's family, the tragedy doesn't end with the sentencing. Grief isn't bound by court dates or legal outcomes. It stretches on. In the morning school runs now done alone, in the empty side of the bed, in the phone calls never made again. His daughter, only 4 when she waited at school for the father who would never come, will grow up with more questions than answers. The questions remain. Was it premeditated? Was it revenge, robbery, or something else entirely? We may never know. Tariana Paschal never explained, never confessed beyond a quiet, "I'm sorry." Her silence leaves a void that no evidence can fill. But this case also speaks to the quiet triumph of investigative work. A single accidental 911 call became the thread that unraveled everything. Technology, phones, GPS, digital payments, even social media, did what human memory and denial could not. It told the truth. Through methodical police work and unrelenting digital forensics, a suspect who tried to vanish in plain sight was brought to justice. The shell casings, the footprints, the metadata, each one a breadcrumb. Together, they led to conviction. The quiet neighborhood of Hudson, Ohio, will never be the same. Neighbors who once waved from porches now lock their doors tighter. The town carries the stain of the unimaginable. But they also remember Todd, the real Todd, the professor with a warm smile, the dad who danced in the living room with his kids, the man who was trying. This documentary has traced his final hours, not to glorify the darkness, but to honor the light he left behind, and to remind all of us, even in small towns and quiet homes, darkness can knock. Often it already knows the way in. Before we close, we want to thank you for walking this journey with us. True crime isn't just about what happened. It's about why it happened and what we can learn from it. If this story moved you, if it left you thinking, share it. Talk about it. Remember the name Todd Morgan. And if you want to see more stories that dig deep, that tell the truth without compromise, help us keep going. On a freezing night in Racine, Wisconsin, Saturday, January the 31st, 2004, a chilling 911 call came in. A woman trapped inside a garbage can filled with snow managed to call for help. She whispered that her ex-husband was trying to kill her. As she lay imprisoned in his truck, not knowing where he was taking her, the freezing cold snow pressed around her. She feared for her life. This woman was Terry Gendusa. Born in the mid-60s in Wisconsin, Terry had a happy childhood in a stable family. She was close to her 3 siblings, lively and full of energy. After high school, Terry attended the University of Wisconsin-Parkside. It was here, through mutual friends, that she first met David Larson in 1983. They often hung out with friends at local pubs, enjoying each other's company. However, their relationship remained purely platonic. It wasn't until 1995, 12 years later, that Terry and David reconnected. By then, Terry had just ended a long-term relationship, and David had recently left the Marine Corps. Both were looking for something serious. Having known each other for years, it felt like the perfect match on paper. They shared a history, and both were ready to settle down. However, Terry later admitted she rushed into the relationship. She felt her biological clock ticking and ignored some serious red flags. David had a bad temper and a clear disdain for women, which she overlooked. Though his anger made her uncomfortable, it was never directed at her. At first, he was more of a Karen toward hospitality workers like waiters, clerks, and cashiers. Terry was embarrassed by his behavior, but never imagined that one day she would be on the receiving end of his rage. For a while, Terry wasn't directly affected by Dave's troubling behavior, but things changed quickly after they married in April 1996. Just 4 days into their honeymoon in Hawaii, Dave hit Terry for the first time. His reason? He didn't like what she was wearing. When she refused to change, he struck her, declaring that now they were married, she had to do whatever he said. He even told her she was bought and paid for. After returning home, there were brief moments of calm, but with someone like Dave, the good times were always followed by dark ones. His behavior grew more abusive over time, both verbally and physically. Dave believed that their marriage was a contract in which Terry had agreed to follow every rule he set. To him, failing to comply meant she deserved punishment, often through extreme violence. Throughout their marriage, Terry tried to leave Dave about 5 times. She would return only when he promised to seek marriage counseling or attend anger management classes. However, once things calmed down, he refused to follow through on those promises, trapping her in a violent cycle. It's important to avoid judging Terry for her decisions. Victims of domestic violence often face complicated situations, and Terry was no exception. Dave controlled every aspect of her life. He made her leave her job, cut her off from her friends, and stripped her of any financial freedom. He forced her to surrender possession of her car, took her car, which was registered in her name, and denied her any access to financial details. Terry was given $25 a week for her expenses, and she had to balance it and show the receipts to the authorities as proof. As Terry feared that there were no ways to escape from the power of her husband, she decided to accept all his requirements, follow all his orders, and attempt to do everything he wanted as well as possible. Persistent use wears off self-esteem, and the individual feels that they are at fault for the circumstance which they are not. Terry finally came to the conclusion that it does not matter how much she tried to be the ideal wife for Dave. He would always have something wrong with her. He would use any reason to lash out, holding her responsible for his own frustrations. By the time Terry had this realization and began planning to leave, she found out she was pregnant. She was thrilled to become a mother, but knew the environment wasn't ideal for raising a child. Still, she hoped that becoming a father might change Dave for the better. While Dave did treat Terry better during her pregnancy, things quickly reverted after their daughter Amanda was born in 1997. Their second daughter, Holly, was born in 1999. But even the joy of becoming a father couldn't change Dave. Finally, during a fight in late 1999, Terry reached her breaking point. Accounts differ on what exactly happened. Either Dave screamed at their oldest daughter, Amanda, or pushed Terry while she was holding Holly. But one thing was clear: he had crossed a line by involving their children. Realizing she couldn't let her children grow up in such an environment, Terry decided to leave for good. She packed up what she could, took the girls, and went to a women's shelter while filing for divorce. But Dave wasn't going down without a fight. He stalled the proceedings, refused to provide documents, and even smeared Terry's name. He was held in contempt of court for dragging his feet, thinking he could manipulate the outcome in his favor. However, his attempts to badmouth Terry, cuss out judges, and defy his lawyer backfired. Finally, on January 31st, 2001, Terry was granted the divorce, severing her ties with Dave after 3 long and harrowing years. Even after their divorce was finalized, Dave remained in Terry's life. Despite Terry's accounts of her traumatic marriage, a judge awarded joint custody of their daughters. This meant that Terry still had to see the man who had terrorized her during court-ordered custody exchanges. Dave insisted that these exchanges take place at his home, refusing to meet in public despite Terry's pleas. It's unclear how he was able to dictate these terms, but it forced Terry to regularly confront the past she desperately wanted to escape. This constant reminder of her nightmare left Terry convinced that she would never date or marry again. She wanted to focus solely on herself and her daughters. But as they say, love finds you when you least expect it. Just before her divorce, Terry joined the Bel Canto Community Chorus, where she met Nick Nicolai. Nick was immediately drawn to Terry, but he respected her space during her divorce. Over time, their friendship blossomed into romance. Nick was kind, respectful, and empathetic to everything Terry had endured. He also embraced her daughters wholeheartedly, treating them as his own. By May 2001, Terry and Nick officially started dating, and after 2.5 years, they married in October 2003. Terry finally felt like she had the stable and loving family she had always dreamed of. But how did Dave feel about this? Not great. In his mind, despite the finalized divorce, he and Terry were still married in the eyes of God. He believed Terry had betrayed him and God's will by remarrying. This led Dave into blaming Terry for the disruption of the family and vowed to make her suffer for it. On the day they left the court after the divorce had been granted, he told her that one day she would wish that she had not divorced him. Terry, although already being afraid of her ex-husband at this point, believed she had already suffered the worst that he could bring upon her. Unknown to her, that was not the end of it, for Dave had more in store for her. All Terry wanted was to leave that life behind her, and she was doing just that. She had found a new husband who was such a nice man, she had started to try and rebuild her career. And the day before, on January 30th, 2004, she and Nick found out that they were going to have their own child. They were happy, as were Holly and Amanda, who had been longing for a new addition in the family. Terry and Nick could not wait to see the girls the next day to tell them and celebrate with them back from Dave. Saturday, January 31st, 2004, marked the 3-year anniversary of Terry and Dave's finalized divorce. It was a bitterly cold day in Wisconsin. Freezing temperatures, high winds, and snow covered the ground. People described the weather as so frigid it made breathing difficult. But the cold was the least of Terry's concerns. All she could think about was seeing her daughters and telling them about the new baby. As she prepared to pick up the girls from Dave's, Nick offered to go with her. However, Terry declined, knowing that his presence could make things even more tense with Dave. She wanted to avoid any unnecessary confrontation. On her way to his house, she called Dave to let him know when she would arrive. But when she got there around 10 a.m., Dave informed her that the girls weren't ready yet. Annoyed but not wanting to argue, she asked him to hurry, deciding to wait outside in the freezing cold. For almost 20 minutes, Terry paced the driveway, trying to keep warm. Finally, Dave opened the door, but her daughters were nowhere in sight. Instead, Dave came out and told her that the girls were hiding and wanted her to come inside to find them. Immediately, Terry felt uneasy. Dave hadn't allowed her into his house since the day she left him, so his sudden invitation was suspicious. But the bitter cold and her desire not to disappoint her daughters overcame her doubts. She brushed off her suspicions and entered the house, playfully calling out for her daughters as she made her way through. Almost instantly, her uneasy feeling turned to panic. Terry's worst fears were confirmed the moment she felt a searing blow to her head. She didn't realize it immediately, but her ex-husband, Dave, had struck her with a baseball bat. As she collapsed to the floor, Dave continued his assault, striking her repeatedly while yelling, "You always said I was abusing you. Now you can see what abuse really is." He hit her upwards of 20 times until she blacked out. When she regained consciousness, she found Dave binding her with duct tape from head to toe. Panic set in as Terry realized he had something terrible in mind. Desperate, she tried to bargain with him, promising to drop their custody battle and child support, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. Dave was instead fixated on a twisted idea. At some point while he was taping her ankles, her pants had come down, and he became irrationally convinced that Terry had done this deliberately to make him look bad, further proof of his deceived mindset. Once he'd finished binding her, he placed her bruised, bleeding body into a trash can, packed it with snow, and loaded it into the back of his truck. On one of the coldest days in Wisconsin, he left her half naked, beaten, and covered in snow, showing no mercy. Despite the horrendous situation, Terry clung to a sliver of hope. In his frenzy, Dave had overlooked one crucial detail. Terry still had her cell phone in her jacket pocket. Though her face was covered with duct tape and swollen so badly that she couldn't open her eyes, she managed to break free from the tape around her wrists. Somehow, she wiggled her phone out of her pocket and dialed 911. Knowing it would be nearly impossible to speak clearly, Terry repeatedly relayed Dave's address to the operator over and over again. Her efforts paid off, as it was enough to get the police and rescue dispatched to the scene. By the time they arrived, however, Dave had already loaded Holly and Amanda into his truck and left the house. As the police responded to Terry's call, they unknowingly drove right past Dave's truck, with Terry still bound and hidden in the back. Her vehicle was hitched to the truck, and Terry could hear the sirens fade into the distance. A feeling of defeat washed over her. It seemed they had missed their one chance to save her life. When officers arrived at Dave's home, they were under the impression that someone inside was in distress. With no answer at the door, they forced their way in, only to find the house empty. Meanwhile, neighbors started gathering, and through their questions, the police quickly learned about Dave and Terry's troubled history. It didn't take long for them to realize they were dealing with something far more serious than they had anticipated. However, they had no clear idea of what exactly had transpired. Terry, meanwhile, was fading in and out of consciousness. Despite her critical state, she managed to call her husband Nick, struggling through the duct tape that covered her face to explain what had happened. Nick was horrified but knew that the best way to help her was to quickly alert the police. So they both hung up and called 911 again. Nick reached the same Racine County dispatch center that had received Terry's first call, and the pieces began to fall into place for the police at Dave's residence. They started to see the full, grim picture of the situation. Terry's second call, however, was less successful. By this time, Dave had crossed into Milwaukee County, and the dispatcher there was unaware of the danger Terry was in. Listening to the call, it becomes clear that the severity of the situation was not fully understood by the new dispatcher. It's understandable that 911 dispatchers need to emotionally disconnect to cope with their high-stress jobs. But there is a crucial difference between emotional disconnection for self-preservation and a blatant disregard for the well-being of the caller. In this case, it was unfortunately the second, contributing to the continued risk Terry faced. Terry's second 911 call left many stunned and angered. The operator apparently thought it was a prank, an explanation that hardly justifies her dismissive and venomous tone. For anyone listening to Terry's voice on that call, it was painfully obvious that something was terribly wrong. Yet instead of compassion or urgency, Terry was met with skepticism and dismissal. Many sources covering this case choose to gloss over this call, but it remains a glaring example of a critical failure in what should have been a lifeline for Terry. Despite the horrifying situation she was enduring, Terry continued to fight for her life. When she regained consciousness and realized they were still moving, she stuck her hand out of the garbage can, waving it desperately in hopes of attracting the attention of a passing driver. Unfortunately, it was Dave who noticed. Infuriated by her attempt to save herself, he pulled over, struck her with the bat once more, and threatened to shoot her if she tried anything else. As if that weren't enough, her cell phone rang, and Dave snatched away her one link to the outside world. She was now completely isolated. Realizing her situation was terrible, Terry made the decision to play dead hoping to convince Dave that she was no longer a threat. As he unloaded the trash can from the truck, she lay motionless, faking death. Dave's plan was to leave her for dead in a storage locker. He wheeled the trash can into the unit, duct taped it shut, pushed it into a corner, and piled boxes on top of it to ensure she was completely trapped. He then left, slamming the metal roll-up door behind him, sealing Terry into what he believed would be her tomb. Meanwhile, the police were ramping up their efforts back at Dave's house. With time running out, they knew they had to act quickly despite having little to go on. They issued Amber Alerts for Holly and Amanda, put out all-points bulletins for Dave and Terry's vehicles, and attempted to ping their cell phones. They also conducted a more thorough search of Dave's home, which proved challenging due to the extreme hoarding conditions. The house was filled with old food, dirty dishes, laundry scattered on the floor, and clutter everywhere, with narrow walkways just barely allowing navigation through the space. Would the police piece together enough information in time to save Terry? Or had they already missed their only chance? During their search through Dave's chaotic house, the police made a disturbing discovery. They found Terry's pants covered in duct tape and blood, along with a massive blood stain on the carpet. The size of the stain suggested that whoever it belonged to, presumably Terry, was in critical condition. Time was clearly running out. If they didn't find her soon, they feared the worst. Despite their best efforts to stay focused on promising leads, every direction seemed to result in dead ends. By nightfall, the police expanded their search to include every place Dave had ever been, hoping something would finally break. This turned out to be a fortunate decision. As luck would have it, they spotted Dave heading to work, casually driving as if nothing had happened. They quickly pulled him over, anticipating a confrontation with a violent and unpredictable man. But when they approached, they found Dave remarkably calm, collected, and most importantly, alone. Terry and her daughters were nowhere in sight. Dave played the role of the bewildered ex-husband to perfection. He acted completely unaware of why the police were so eager to find him. The officers decided to play along, taking a non-confrontational approach. They invited him to the station, saying they had a few questions to clear up some confusion. Surprisingly, Dave agreed without resistance. In the interview room, it became clear that Dave felt untouchable. His arrogance was palpable. Within a few minutes, he told the police that Holly and Amanda were safe at his girlfriend's house. He claimed that he had dropped them off because Terry had failed to pick them up that morning. Then Dave launched into a lengthy tirade about how terrible Terry was, insisting she was the real villain in their story. He ranted about how she had put him through hell for years, completely oblivious to the gravity of his situation. The police let him talk, knowing that sometimes the best way to uncover the truth is to let someone lie until they trap themselves. As Dave tried to paint an innocent picture of his day, he began to create inconsistencies. He was setting the stage for his own downfall. Dave sat down and began recounting his day, painting a picture of a devoted father who had made breakfast for his daughters and patiently waited for Terry to pick them up. According to him, he had waited until 11:30 a.m. before finally giving up and taking the girls to his girlfriend's house. He seemed confident in his story. Unfortunately for him, that one detail would be his undoing. Terry's first 911 call had been placed at 10:57 a.m., and the police had responded to Dave's house by 11:03 a.m., a full 27 minutes before the 11:30 a.m. that Dave claimed he had left. And when the police arrived, Dave wasn't there. This contradiction was a glaring hole in his story. Once they caught him in this lie, the police didn't hold back. They confronted Dave with everything they had: the blood found in his house, Terry's pants, the 911 calls. They hammered him with the mountain of evidence, and as they did, they noticed something shocking. Dave was sitting there calmly answering their questions while wearing pants stained with Terry's blood. He hadn't even realized it. When the detectives pointed this out, Dave scrambled. He tried to change his story, attempting to backpedal as fast as he could. He created a new tale on the spot. He claimed that while packing his daughter's school bags that morning, Terry had somehow snuck into his house, dropped her pants, and attacked him with a hammer. He said that he saw her just in time and was forced to immobilize her with a baseball bat in self-defense. From there, he claimed he blacked out and had no idea what happened next or where Terry was. The detectives weren't buying it. They reminded Dave that it was bitterly cold outside and that if Terry was still alive, time was running out. They appealed to any remaining shred of humanity he might have had, asking him to think of his daughters. But Dave just smiled, yawned, and said he needed a break. He was, in essence, telling them that no matter what, he was determined to ensure that Terry would be dead by the time she was found. It was a shocking display of cold-heartedness. Despite being caught red-handed, literally, Dave showed no concern for Terry's life. His animosity toward her was so intense that he was willing to sacrifice himself just to make sure she suffered. The detectives realized they were dealing with someone who would rather go down for murder than give up his twisted sense of vengeance. Could the investigators find Terry in time despite Dave's stubborn silence? Or would Dave's twisted resolve seal her fate? During the interrogation, Dave requested a break, which due to legal protocols had to be granted to avoid the interrogation being considered coercive. While investigators were obligated to comply, this break turned out to be advantageous for them. While examining Dave's personal belongings, investigators stumbled upon a significant clue. Among the clutter of his wallet, which contained business cards and receipts from various places, they found a business card for his storage facility located in Wheeling, Illinois, nearly 60 miles from Dave's home in Wisconsin. This seemed out of place and suspicious, as it was unusual for someone to store belongings so far from home. Despite the possibility of innocent explanations, time was of the essence. Desperation led the investigators to follow up on this lead. They contacted the storage facility and learned that Dave had indeed rented a unit there and had accessed it just hours after Terry's disappearance. This discovery intensified their suspicion, and they decided to investigate further. The facility attendant was asked to check the storage unit for anything unusual. After a tense wait, the attendant reported hearing sounds that suggested someone might be inside. This was a critical moment. Investigators instructed the attendant to call local law enforcement immediately, and Racine County Police set out for Wheeling, knowing that every second counted. As the Wheeling police arrived at the facility, they were prepared with a pry bar to force their way into Dave's storage unit. The urgency was visible, with the hope that this lead was not a dead end. Upon entering the unit, their initial optimism lowered as they observed only boxes, shelves, and a trash can. It was the trash can that ultimately caught their attention. It was duct taped shut, which led them to believe that if Terry was in the storage unit, she would be inside this trash can. The officers proceeded with caution, removing the tape and opening the lid. Inside, they found Terry, bound with duct tape, bloodied, and barely alive. She was curled up in a fetal position, frostbitten, and in a state of severe hypothermia, with her body temperature having dropped to 86 degrees. Despite her terrible condition, having survived 27 hours in such horrific circumstances, Terry's survival was nothing short of miraculous. She had lost a significant amount of blood, suffered severe frostbite, and was in a critical state physically and mentally. But what wasn't immediately apparent was the full extent of her internal injuries. Her blood pressure and respiratory rate were dangerously slow, and her kidneys were failing. Despite these grave conditions, Terry was rushed to the hospital on February 1, 2004. Her medical team was initially not sure about her chances of survival, but against all odds, Terry began a slow but remarkable recovery over nearly 2 months. Although she lost all 10 toes to frostbite and tragically miscarried her and Nick's baby, her survival was proof of her strength and resilience. Dave Larson was tried and convicted on multiple charges, including attempted murder, kidnapping, obstructing child custody, and interstate domestic violence. He is currently serving a life sentence. In 2010, he attempted to appeal his conviction, claiming double jeopardy, but the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals rejected his claim. Determined, Dave tried to escape from prison using a complex plan involving a fake medical emergency, but he was unsuccessful. In addition to his prison sentence, Wisconsin ordered Dave to pay $3.4 million in restitution to Terry, as well as $300,000 to Nick, Amanda, and Holly. Dave's attempt to avoid this financial obligation by filing for bankruptcy was denied, as his debts were deemed the result of his own malicious actions. Dave continued to make legal attempts to involve himself in Terry's life, filing numerous requests for visitation with his daughters and for reductions in child support payments. These requests were consistently denied. Now, as Holly and Amanda are both in their 20s, Dave's ties to Terry are officially severed. Despite the trauma Dave inflicted on her, Terry has shown remarkable strength and forgiveness. She views Dave as the true victim of his actions, reflecting a profound glass-half-full mindset. Terry and Nick welcomed a son following her recovery. Today, Terry works as a public speaker, advocating for victims' rights and educating others on how to escape abusive relationships. She has played a significant role in drafting laws like the Wisconsin SAFE Act and Marcy's Law, and partners with Generations Against Bullying. Terry has truly become a powerful force for change and support for victims.
If their family members are watching this right now, what do you say to them? Look into the camera right now, and if they're watching, what do you say to them?
I'm sorry for their loss, and I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me. And I'm so sorry, and I never wanted this to happen.
In the serene, picturesque town of Jupiter, Florida, the rhythm of daily life was about to be upended in the most unimaginable way. The quiet coastal community was accustomed to peaceful evenings, with its sun-kissed shores and friendly residents. For Austin Harriff, a 19-year-old sophomore at Florida State University, the night of August 15, 2016, started like any other.
How's it going, guys? Nothing in life worth having is easy. Remember that, guys. You remember that? You remember that?
Known for his easygoing demeanor, Austin was a typical college student, good-natured, sociable, and always looking to enjoy life. Yet behind this persona, something darker was brewing in Austin's mind. That evening, Austin casually told his family he was going to hang out with friends, but there was a strange tension in the air.
Young man beating up a woman across the street.
Okay, are they outside or in a house?
It's in a garage.
Okay, can you tell if he has any weapons?
I think he had a knife, but I'm not positive.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to perform Hound Dog by Elvis Esquire Presley. You know, the king. All right, thank you very much, and prepare to listen.
His words seemed off, as though he were hiding something. His mother, speaking about the hours before the incident, later recalled that Austin was acting oddly, even though nothing overtly alarming had happened. After a few hours with no word from him, his family grew concerned.
You called 911 later on that night, and you said that he was missing.
It was not like him to disappear without so much as a text. A simple, "I'm okay," was something they had come to expect. But on this night, that reassurance was missing. By the time the sun had set, the Harriff family's worst nightmare was beginning to unfold.
Hello, bros. It's Austy Frosty, man, and today I want to talk about personal trainers and why you should be cautious when following a personal trainer. First off, a personal trainer doesn't have the same body as you. That's the first point, okay? Personal trainers are themselves, and they found out what worked for them. They went through the trial and error. They did their research, and a lot of them don't even look good, man. That's the funny part, man. You gotta listen to the personal trainer's advice, but you gotta find your way too, man. You gotta learn for yourself. You can't just hope and pray that someone is just gonna give you all the resources that you need, because it's just not gonna happen, man.
Austin Harriff, a 19-year-old former Florida State University student, had been experiencing a downward spiral in his life. Once described as a gentle and well-behaved young man with good grades, Harriff's behavior had become increasingly erratic in the weeks leading up to that fateful night.
I'm not a scientist, bro. But I know how stuff works. I mean, you can call me God if you want to. The God of fitness.
His parents, Mina and Wade Harriff, had grown concerned about his mental state and were in the process of arranging a mental health evaluation for him.
Well, how's life?
It's tough on us, Austin. We're not used to this.
Am I going to be okay?
Yeah, you're gonna be okay.
How's
Are they
Jupiter?
taking care? Are you taking your medicines?
Yeah, I'm taking my medicine.
You need to get a Bible, Austin.
I know. I asked for one.
Do you have one?
Are you getting me a therapist or anything?
Yes, I plan on it.
Little did they know, their son was on the brink of committing a heinous crime that would leave a community in shock and forever change the lives of those involved. At 9 p.m., as Austin's family began to worry about his whereabouts, an entirely different nightmare was taking place just down the street. John Stevens and his fiancée, Michelle Miskin, were preparing for bed. It was a typical Tuesday night for the couple, who lived in a modest, comfortable home in a quiet neighborhood. They had no reason to suspect that this peaceful evening would be their last. The night was warm, and the sound of crickets and rustling leaves filled the air. But that calm atmosphere was shattered when, at precisely 9 p.m., a neighbor out walking his dog made a disturbing discovery. As he strolled past the Stevens home, he glanced through the bushes and saw what he first thought was a bizarre and grotesque scene. A young man, hunched over a person on the ground, seemingly engaged in some sort of strange behavior. The more the neighbor looked, the more he realized with horror what was happening. Austin Harriff, a figure he recognized from the neighborhood, was literally gnawing on the face of another human being, Michelle Miskin. The sight of it was so shocking that, for a moment, the neighbor froze in disbelief. Was he seeing this right? Was this a nightmare come to life? This was no random attack. This was something far darker. The neighbor instinctively began rushing toward the scene, his heart pounding in his chest. But as he moved closer, Austin suddenly looked up. His eyes were wide, glazed over in a vacant, almost primal manner. His expression lacked any sign of humanity, replaced instead by an eerie emptiness. There was no recognition, no sense of remorse, just an unfeeling stare. A chill ran down the neighbor's spine as he realized the danger he was in. Austin, now completely disconnected from any semblance of rationality, stood up slowly, his body tense and rigid. Without a word, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife. It gleamed menacingly in the dim light of the street lamp above them. "Stay back!" the neighbor shouted, trying to retreat, but it was too late. Austin moved with lightning speed, closing the distance between them. The knife came down in a swift, erratic motion. The neighbor instinctively raised his arms to protect himself, but it wasn't enough. He felt the sharp sting of the blade slice across his forearm. Blood poured from the wound, soaking his clothes, but he didn't stop. Every ounce of adrenaline in his body screamed at him to run, to escape before it was too late. "Help! Someone, please!" he yelled, his voice breaking. In his panic, the neighbor staggered backward, trying desperately to find safety. But Austin followed, his footsteps heavy and deliberate. Every time the neighbor thought he had gained distance, Austin would advance again, his eyes never leaving him. The neighbor managed to stumble backward to the corner of the street, where he collapsed into the arms of another neighbor, gasping for breath. He's eating her face," he managed to choke out. His words seemed to make no sense, yet the horror of what he had witnessed was undeniable. The brutal, senseless attack would haunt him for the rest of his life. The 911 call that followed was raw, panicked, and filled with confusion. The neighbor, his voice shaking, barely managed to explain the horror he had just witnessed.
Don't open that. Don't open that.
Fire rescue, what's your address?
Young man beating up a woman across the street.
Okay, are they outside or in a house?
It's in a garage.
Okay, can you tell if he has any weapons?
I think he had a knife, but I'm not positive.
Okay, can you tell if she's injured or he's injured?
Say again?
Are either of them injured? Can you tell from where you are?
Yes, there's a girl laying on the ground. He beat her up. I ran over there. I'm bleeding profusely here at the moment.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
All right, can you tell if she's conscious or is she unconscious?
Say again?
Can you tell if she's conscious?
No, it does not appear so, no.
Okay, and what kind of injuries do you have?
I've been stabbed in the back.
With a knife? And where is he? Is he
I think
in
he's
the area
in the garage, right across the street from my house.
"There's a man attacking a woman," he cried, barely able to catch his breath. I don't know him. He's stabbing me. His words were frantic. Each one rushed in an attempt to get help before it was too late.
Sir, what did the guy look like? Was he white, black, Hispanic?
He is white.
You know how old he is?
About 25 years old.
And what was he wearing?
Shorts and a t-shirt.
Do you know who he is?
I have no idea.
Does he live at that house, or?
No, he does not.
And you said you definitely saw a knife, and that's what he hit you with in the back?
No, I did not see it, but my wife's looking at my back, and it appears I got punctured.
Yes, bad. In the neck, in the head, three puncture wounds.
Okay, we got units en route, okay?
Okay.
All right, just call us back if anything changes, all right?
All right, I'm bleeding pretty bad. So
okay, we got an ambulance and everybody en route. Just stay right there and stay calm, okay?
Okay, thanks.
All right.
The operator, trained to stay calm in chaotic situations, tried to reassure him, but the terror in the man's voice was impossible to ignore. Stay with me, sir. I need you to tell me exactly what you saw. Is the attacker still there? The operator asked. There was a pause, a long, drawn-out silence, before the neighbor's trembling voice came through again. He's eating her face. Please, hurry, please. The operator's voice grew more urgent as they gathered as much information as possible, but there was little they could do from their end, other than dispatch officers and paramedics to the scene. As the minutes passed, the situation deteriorated further. The sounds of police sirens grew closer, but with each second that passed, the hope of saving Michelle faded. The community, which had once been a tranquil haven, was now grappling with the reality of a crime so violent and unthinkable that it felt like a scene straight out of a horror movie. In the home of John Stevens and Michelle Miskin, the scene was utterly horrific. The initial attack was brutal, but the extent of Michelle's injuries was more gruesome than anyone could have imagined. The marks left by Austin were savage. Her face, once a defining feature of her beauty, had been torn apart, torn open with unnatural force. John, who had tried to protect her, bore the brunt of the attack as well. His body was found not far from Michelle's, and the sheer violence of the assault left no room for survival. The first responders arrived at the scene to find a bloodbath. No attempt at understanding the brutality could have prepared them for the carnage they encountered. Michelle was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, but the injuries were too extensive. The doctors fought desperately to save her, but Michelle succumbed to her injuries hours later. John's death was confirmed almost immediately. Neighbors, friends, and even the police, still in shock, had difficulty processing the violent, random act that had claimed 2 lives. John and Michelle had been pillars of the community, generous, kind, and well-liked by all. They had no enemies. No one could fathom why they were chosen to be the victims of such a horrific crime. The investigation into the horrific murders of John Stevens and Michelle Miskin began immediately after the 911 call was made. What initially seemed like an ordinary case quickly spiraled into something far more sinister. When police arrived at the scene, they found John Stevens' body near the front door, brutally attacked with signs of extreme violence. Michelle Miskin's body was discovered in a nearby room, also showing similar signs of a savage assault. Both victims had been mauled beyond recognition, their injuries so severe that it was unclear at first how they had died. As investigators combed through the crime scene, the initial shock began to give way to more chilling questions. What had driven a young man, seemingly out of nowhere, to commit such a violent and senseless act? The answer came in pieces. Austin Harroff, the 19-year-old suspect, was soon identified as the person responsible for the murders. His location was quickly traced, and he was found near the scene, incoherent and covered in blood, disoriented but seemingly unaware of the magnitude of his actions. When police tried to question Austin, they were met with bizarre responses. He appeared confused and out of touch with reality, with no recollection of the events leading to the deaths of his parents' friends. He had been acting strangely in the days leading up to the murders, withdrawn, erratic, and even reportedly hearing voices. Family members told authorities that Austin had been suffering from mental health issues, but no one could have predicted that it would escalate to such violence. As the investigation unfolded, it was revealed that Austin had been using a combination of drugs, including hallucinogens like flakka, a synthetic stimulant known to cause extreme aggression and delusions in those who take it. However, the defense team later argued that Austin's mental state was significantly compromised by his underlying mental illness, not just drug use. They suggested that he might have been in the midst of a psychotic episode triggered by the drugs, but with an underlying, undiagnosed mental disorder exacerbating the situation. The evidence, including Austin's erratic behavior and incoherent statements to police, suggested a level of mental disturbance that would later become a central element in his defense. Investigators also uncovered disturbing texts and social media posts in the days before the attack, where Austin had expressed feelings of paranoia and the belief that he was being controlled by dark forces. The chilling aspect of this investigation was how Austin seemed to have disconnected from reality entirely, and it raised more questions about his mental health history. Forensic experts confirmed the brutal nature of the crime, stating that the injuries inflicted on the victims were not just random acts of violence, but appeared to be motivated by a deep-seated rage. The mutilation of the bodies was unlike anything seen in typical violent crimes. Investigators were left wondering if Austin had planned this attack or if it was a moment of uncontrollable insanity. They would later have to reconcile Austin's actions with his psychological state, as the line between murder and mental illness became increasingly blurred. The case prompted a wave of local and national attention, as the details of the investigation and the young man's mental health struggles were revealed. For the community of Jupiter, the investigation's conclusion was both heartbreaking and unsettling. How could someone so young, with so much promise, spiral into such violence? The question would linger long after the investigation ended. As Austin was escorted to the police station, his erratic behavior only deepened the mystery. His mind appeared to be miles away, lost in some unknown fog. His family, shocked and heartbroken by what their son had done, began to come forward with more information. They explained that Austin had been battling mental health issues for years, although he had never shown signs of being violent. His mother, in particular, seemed to struggle with understanding what had happened. She explained that just days before the incident, Austin had been unusually withdrawn, but had seemed perfectly normal otherwise. He had no history of criminal behavior, no signs of violence in his past.
You called 911 later on that night, and you said that he was missing.
Well, I guess when he took off the second time, they called me. I don't know when they called me and said, "Is Austin there?" And I said, "No. What happened?" Well, he took off again.
You mentioned on your 911 call that he's acting schizophrenic. Is there any history in your family of schizophrenia on your side of the family? Any sign of mental illness on your side of the family?
I mean, we always teased that my brother was,
but did he ever get treated?
No.
No medicine? What about your son? Did you ever treat him for any?
No.
No? Okay. Also in your 911 call, they asked you if he's on drugs, and you had mentioned that, yes, he has been on drugs, but you don't know if he's been on drugs lately. Do you know what kind of drugs he was on?
I mean, I know he did marijuana.
Okay. Did he do
and
an excessive amount, or was it just social, if you could even call it social? Or?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean,
Okay.
he hung out in his room.
Okay.
So
Dad said that about 2 months ago he also found him doing mushrooms. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know if anybody found him doing mushrooms.
Your son, how was he as a kid? I mean, he still is a kid, but was he always happy, joyous,
Yes.
good as far as you could tell? Never got into fights in school? Has he ever been suspended from school or anything? No, nothing. Okay.
Nothing. I mean, it's never really any anger issues. Maybe, Bud and I have our spats and stuff,
Yeah, like
but
any
he
normal
wants to
kid.
protect me, you know.
Sure. Has he ever got physical with Dad, or?
Dad?
Yeah.
No.
But as the police dug deeper into Austin's psychological history, they discovered that he had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and had been struggling with his mental health for years. Was this an act of pure madness, or had Austin been suffering from something more sinister, an external influence or mental disturbance that led him to commit the unimaginable? As the court proceedings began, the defense team argued that Austin Harif was not mentally competent to stand trial, given his history of mental illness. His attorney's case was built on the idea that Austin's actions were driven by delusions. He had believed he was under some kind of supernatural influence. He had no recollection of the attack and was unaware of the damage he had caused. The prosecution, however, had a different view.
Well, family spoke very passionately in that courtroom today of many things. They said they still do not buy it, that Austin Harif was insane despite medical professional expert opinions. They just say the result of that night, that deadly night, was a result of Austin being a drug addict. But a judge made his decision today with support from both the state and defense teams that Austin Harif did meet that state criteria to be considered insane, so he will be bypassing prison and headed for treatment.
I hate you. I hate you with every part of my being.
You both said your son acted strangely for weeks leading up to the murders, and you even set up an appointment for him to be evaluated. You should have done your job better, quicker. You should not be purchasing him knives.
The state had an evaluation of Austin, and the state's own expert opined that he was insane at the time. So I think it does a disservice to those seeking mental health treatment, for those struggling with these issues. It is real. And it is powerful. The brain is a powerful organ, and that's what this was about.
And of course, we don't know just how much time he might spend in that mental health institution, but we do know that he would never be released or discharged without staff and medical professionals there deeming him to not be a danger to society, to the public. He would also have to go before a judge before any decisions would be made. Reporting live in Mark County, I'm Megan McRoberts, WPTV, News Channel 5.
They painted Austin as someone who had premeditated his actions. They pointed to his behavior before the crime and the gruesome nature of the attack as evidence of malice, not madness. The jury would ultimately be left to decide, was Austin a victim of his mental illness, or was he a cold-blooded killer? The verdict would send shockwaves through the community, and the case would forever be a reminder of the devastating consequences of untreated mental illness. In the wake of the murders, Jupiter was left in shock. The community, so accustomed to tranquility, was now shattered. Neighbors, friends, and family members tried to understand how something so violent and senseless could happen right under their noses. There were endless questions, but no clear answers. How could a young man, once so normal, turn into a killer? How could someone with such a promising future descend into madness? Mental health advocates began to speak out, urging people to be more aware of the signs of mental illness and the importance of seeking help before tragedy strikes. Austin's case was a tragic reminder of how untreated mental disorders could spiral out of control, leading to devastating consequences. For the victims' families, life would never be the same. The Stevens and Miskin families struggled to cope with their unimaginable losses. They would never again see their loved ones, and the haunting images of that night would stay with them forever. The case of Austin Harif remains a tragic reminder of the devastating consequences of untreated mental illness, particularly when it intersects with violence. In the months and years following the horrific attack, the community of Jupiter, Florida, would slowly rebuild, but the scars of that fateful night lingered in the hearts of those who lived through it. The Stevens and Miskin families, forever changed by their losses, would never forget the two innocent lives taken so brutally. Austin Harif's journey through the legal system was long and fraught with complexities. The question of whether he should be held fully accountable for his actions continued to spark intense debate. Was he a victim of his mental illness, or was he simply a young man who lost control? The court's decision to eventually commit him to a mental health facility rather than prison underscored the central theme of this case: the struggle between justice and compassion, between accountability and understanding. For some, the verdict seemed a necessary step in recognizing the depth of Austin's suffering. For others, it felt like a failure to acknowledge the severity of his actions. In the years since the crime, mental health awareness has gained prominence in public discourse, largely as a result of tragedies like this one. The tragic case of Austin Harif brought attention to the importance of early intervention, proper treatment, and stigmatization of mental illness. It highlighted the need for more resources and understanding for individuals facing severe mental health challenges before they spiral into irreversible harm. But no amount of mental health reform could ever undo the tragedy. The Stevens and Miskin families still mourn their loved ones, and the town of Jupiter, once known for its idyllic beaches and quiet streets, will always remember the unspeakable violence that occurred there. For Austin, his future remains uncertain. He may never fully understand what happened that night, but the lives lost can never be forgotten. In the end, this case serves as a chilling example of the fine line between the fragility of the human mind and the irreversible damage it can cause. It is a stark reminder that sometimes the most innocent among us, those who are loved and cherished, can fall victim to forces beyond their control. The journey of Austin Harroff, the families of John Stevens and Michelle Miskin, and the community of Jupiter, Florida, will forever be intertwined in the tragic story of that fateful night, where innocence collided with madness in the most brutal of ways. If you found this case insightful and thought-provoking, please take a moment to like this video to show your support. Share it with friends and family who might be interested in the complexities of criminal cases like this one. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more in-depth analyses, real-life case breakdowns, and important stories that deserve to be heard. Your support helps us bring more important topics to light. Thank you for watching.
The only thing we're trying to figure out is where harm is, okay? Okay. Where's your daughter so we can check on her and make sure that she's okay?
Right now, I have nothing to say to you guys.
But that's not what I'm just asking where she is.
I have nothing to say.
If you know anything, like, if you thought you saw her, tell the police.
Did you believe she was still alive?
I did.
Why a judge would have placed Harmony in the custody of this monster.
I love my daughter unconditionally, and I did not kill her.
For more than 2 years, a little girl who was supposed to be living in Manchester, New Hampshire, had not been seen by anyone in authority who could confirm she was safe. Her name was Harmony. She was 5 years old, and the last time anyone from outside her home officially laid eyes on her was a brief interaction with police in late 2019. Her parents had already been separated for years, and in early 2019, a court had granted her father legal custody. Her mother had tried to stay in contact, asking for photos, video calls, anything, just proof that her daughter was okay. For a while, there were calls, then they stopped. Messages went unanswered, months went by, then years, with no direct contact. At first, people were told she's fine, that she was living with her father, that everything was normal. But as time passed, something didn't add up. She wasn't in school. She wasn't listed at any current address. There were no recent medical records, no new pictures anyone could verify. It was as if she had simply vanished from the systems that track a child's life. Then late one night, officers finally came face to face with her father, Adam Montgomery.
Show me your hands.
You guys want to code at all, or you guys good?
Keep your hands where I can see them. Step on out. Hey, keep your hands where I can see them.
What's going on?
What's your name, my man?
What? Adam.
Adam.
They didn't accuse him of anything. They didn't come with flashing lights or handcuffs. They just wanted to see his child, to confirm she existed, to confirm she was safe.
What's the problem right now?
All right.
Oh, wait, am I under arrest?
No, you're not. You're not. You don't have any warrants, sir.
All right, I got nothing to say.
Adam, right? Montgomery.
Yeah.
Do you remember me from the Elliott Hospital from a while back, man?
Yeah, I got nothing to say.
Right. So, hey, man, the only thing we're trying to figure out is where harm is, okay?
Okay.
So, the concern is that she hasn't seen, right? Okay. You're not in trouble. Nobody said you're losing your daughter, okay? So I want to make that clear. Okay. Just want to let you know I have my body cam on, too, just like everybody else is being on the video quick. So you just need to find out where she is. That's all I'm concerned about. You're not in any trouble right now that I know of. Okay. You have no warrants. Okay. So, where's your daughter so we can check on her and make sure that she's okay?
Right now, I have nothing to say to you guys.
But that's not what I'm just asking where she is.
I have nothing to say.
But when they asked him where she was, he didn't show concern. He didn't show panic. He didn't try to give a clear explanation.
So you don't care if your daughter's okay or not?
I do. Listen, I have nothing to say.
Is your daughter...
If I'm under arrest, you guys can arrest me.
I'm not saying you're under arrest.
Okay, I have nothing to say then.
You just don't care how your daughter...
I do. Obviously, I do. My kids. Yeah. About all my kids. Yeah, but other than that, I have nothing.
I remember you talking to me about it at the Elliott, because when you were up there, you don't remember me, John. You do?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was there to help you out then.
I know.
I want to make sure you're doing okay.
I know you do. I know you will.
And I have a job to do. Like I said, you're not in any trouble. I'm telling you dead ass right now, you're not in any trouble.
Okay.
I care about how your kids are doing. Okay. My job is to check on kids. Right?
John, I appreciate that. I told you. I remember you from up there. I don't have nothing else to say.
He just told them he had nothing to say.
So you didn't do anything wrong. If you're telling me that she's in your custody, there's paperwork that says she's supposed to be in your custody, right? She's not supposed to be in mom's custody, right?
Can't be in mom's custody.
She's not in mom's custody. Because I talked to her. And she's not accusing you of doing anything wrong, but she's worried about her daughter. So how you guys work that out in court is up to you guys. But like I said, you have custody of her. You didn't do anything wrong because you have custody of her. So I just need to know that she's okay. If she's okay, I can say, hey, DCYF, she's fine. Like, we know where she is. We check on her. Cool. Like, that's the end of it. And I don't have to bother you anymore. You and your girl can go on your way as long as I know where she is and she's safe. That's all I really care about.
I have nothing else to say, John.
Harmony, I don't know where she is. Mom's concerned. DCYF is concerned. If you can get DCYF your back, wouldn't you want to do that? Like, do you want DCYF trying to track you down?
I mean, I'll deal with DCYF, man. Like, I don't.
But they're going to ask you the same thing. Do you want to keep dealing with them?
Whatever.
And that's when investigators realized this wasn't just a worried parent situation anymore. This was a child who had quietly disappeared.
So she's alive.
What?
Your daughter's alive?
Yeah.
You're sure?
I'm positive.
You're like, swear on your life.
I swear on my life.
When's the last time you saw her alive? You know that she's fine. Like, you can assure me that she's alive.
I know she's fine. All right, look, I have nothing else to say, guys. I really don't. I have nothing else to say to you guys.
But you can tell me, like, Dad, you can look me right in the eye and tell me that she's alive.
She's alive.
Dude, if nobody has seen her in, like, 2 years, they're saying, like, alive, like, I talked to your family. Nobody's even seen her either from your family. I know they're all down in Florida. They're concerned, too, man. Like, I talked to, like, your brother, talked to your uncle, talked to your grandma. We talked to a lot of people, man. I'm not just fucking around with this, like,
all right.
So, like, you understand, like, people stopped you, like, they had us come out from the office, like, dude, if my kid was missing for 2 years, like, I'd be the first one to start kicking doors down.
Up until right now, I had no idea she was missing.
To understand how Harmony disappeared, you first have to understand how she ended up in his care. Her parents separated when she was still very young, and after years of instability and involvement from child protection agencies, a court eventually placed legal custody with her father in early 2019. At the time, that decision was meant to give Harmony stability, but behind closed doors, that stability never really existed. Harmony's life had already been filled with changes, moving between adults, different homes, and a system that struggled to provide consistency. And when she finally went to live full-time with her father in New Hampshire, many believed things might finally settle down. But inside that home, things were far from normal. By the time anyone in authority started asking serious questions, Harmony was already gone. Not officially, not on paper at first, but gone from the world around her. By the time authorities fully realized something was wrong, Harmony hadn't just been hard to locate. She had vanished from every system that normally tracks a child's life.
The search for missing 7-year-old Harmony Montgomery has led investigators to Guilford Street here in Manchester. You can see here behind me, police have blocked off this road. The search itself is happening at number 77 Guilford Street.
Back in January, we announced that then 5-year-old Harmony likely disappeared sometime between November 28th and December 10th of 2019. Since that announcement, members of my office, members of the Manchester Police Department, the U.S. Marshal Service, the FBI, and other law enforcement partners have been diligently continuing to work this case. In total, these agencies working together have devoted thousands of hours gathering evidence and pursuing numerous leads.
Quite frankly, enough is enough. It's a 7-year-old girl. Let's find her.
It was like her name had slowly been erased, so they went back to the last place she was known to live, a quiet neighborhood in Manchester, New Hampshire. Neighbors were interviewed.
Manchester, New Hampshire residents are troubled and saddened over the disappearance of 7-year-old Harmony Montgomery. On Saturday, Manchester police and other law enforcement returned to 77 Guilford Street to look for clues of her whereabouts. This is the last place where Harmony was known to live.
2 years. I mean, you know, what happened to DCYF and all this, they were supposed to be taken care of.
Some said they remembered a little girl. Some said it had been a long time since they'd seen her. Others couldn't remember her at all. And when investigators finally tracked down her father again, they gave him every chance to clear things up. They asked one simple thing: help us find her. Tell us where she is.
So that's paperwork that's saying you gotta give up custody of your kid? Harmony. I have to sign this? No, just being served it. So you're gonna have to produce where all that, you know, where your daughter's at. We're gonna be taking your phone. It's not my phone. Okay, but it's ours now. So, you know how to get a hold of me if you decide you want to come down and have a conversation with me. But I think you need to do the right thing and kind of have more of a conversation with me. So we're gonna figure this out one way or another. It's not going away. It's gonna get really big real quick, and it's not gonna be good if we get on the wrong side of it. You know what I mean? So we've gone down this road before. Yep. You know how to get a hold of me, all right? You're free to go.
But instead of giving an address, his story kept shifting. The more investigators looked into Harmony's past, the more uncomfortable the story became.
He said he dropped her off. Mom came up from Mass around Thanksgiving of 2019. Mom saying, I haven't seen her since Easter of 2019. Her girlfriend who lives here saying he brought her down there in Christmas of 2019.
This kid's dead.
Probably. That or they ditched him with a relative somewhere. They just don't want to give her up so the mom doesn't get custody. But, nobody's been concerned enough for this long besides mom, who's kind of...
2 years?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I think the fall of 2019 was the last time anybody had, eyes on this kid.
Okay.
But the kid was 5.
Right.
So barely old enough to be in school. So,
Yeah,
I mean, if you think about it, if a kid doesn't go into school, there's no way of really tracking
Right.
kids.
That's
They
what I
just
was
kinda
asking.
fall
It's
through
how
the
come
cracks.
there's no record for school for this?
Yeah.
The kid was probably right at that age where...
This is his phone. It's a Wi-Fi only phone. So
That's his phone?
probably his or the new girlfriend. So
Well, that's good.
she wanted a lawyer.
She did?
Yeah.
Oh, but everything's okay.
Right. She'll, the thing is, you hope she comes in for a proffer or something like that, if that's what she decides to do. So
He's such a scumbag, man.
School officials had no record of her attending any local school. There were no recent medical visits in her name, no confirmed current addresses, no reliable, recent sightings, just scattered memories and unanswered questions. He gave one timeline, others gave a different one. Dates shifted, details changed. At one point, he claimed she had gone to live with her mother, then with other family members. But when investigators looked into that, no one had her. No relatives, no friends, no one. It wasn't just that she was missing. It was that it seemed like an entire story had been built to cover her absence. And with every new contradiction, the truth felt further away, until investigators had to face the possibility no one wanted to think about, that Harmony hadn't just vanished recently, she'd been gone a long time. Much longer than anyone had admitted. As the timeline collapsed, the pressure started to rise, not just on investigators, but on the one person who held most of the answers, her father. At first, he tried to distance himself from the questions. Short replies, no detail, no clear explanations. But the more inconsistencies detectives uncovered, the harder it became for him to keep everything straight, because one story can only hold when no one checks the facts. And now, every fact was being checked. When he claimed she was living with family, those relatives were contacted. None of them had seen her. When he claimed she had moved out of state, that lead was followed. No records, no proof. Each answer created another dead end, another false trail, and slowly, the story he had built over years started collapsing in on itself. At the same time, public attention started to grow. Once it became clear that this child had been missing for around 2 years before anyone reported it, people were outraged. Her face was shared, her name spread, searches began, tips poured in from multiple states. not because of a detailed roadmap from authorities, but because people saw what had happened and refused to ignore it. After months of dead ends, something finally changed. Not because of a single dramatic discovery, not because of a sudden confession on day one, but because the lies started to crack. The stories that once lined up no longer did. People who had stayed quiet before started rethinking what they knew, what they'd been told, what they'd seen, and when investigators went back over their statements, details didn't match anymore. Locations didn't line up, timelines drifted, key moments were suddenly remembered differently. That's when they realized they had been relying on a version of events that was never true to begin with. And once that door opened, they didn't stop. They retraced old steps. They rechecked places that had already been cleared. They reviewed records that once seemed unimportant. Places that once looked ordinary now felt significant. Times that once seemed minor became critical. And slowly, a clearer picture started to form, not just of where Harmony might have been, but of when everything truly changed. Because there is always a point in cases like this, a moment where a child stops being present in someone's life and instead becomes part of a story meant to cover their absence. And once investigators started identifying that moment, the entire case shifted. The focus wasn't just about finding her anymore. It became about understanding what happened during the time everyone else missed. Behind the scenes, evidence and testimony would later reveal something even darker, that Harmony had been killed in December 2019 when her father repeatedly struck her in the head while they were in a car, and that her body was moved and concealed before being disposed of months later. Her remains have never been found.
Court documents released today reveal horrific new details in the case of Harmony Montgomery. The search for the missing 5-year-old from New Hampshire captured the attention of people around the country. Ultimately, Harmony was declared dead, and prosecutors accused her father, Adam Montgomery, of killing her. The new documents detail how and when Harmony allegedly died and what happened to her body. We want to warn you, the details are disturbing.
New information's been released in the death of Harmony Montgomery, and we do want to warn you, some of the details are graphic. An arrest affidavit for her father, Adam Montgomery, reveals how prosecutors believe the little girl died. Montgomery's estranged wife, Kayla, told investigators that in 2019, Adam hit his daughter after she had had an accident in the car. She also said that he put Harmony's body in bags and coolers, and over the next few months moved them to several different locations until March 2020, when he finally rented a U-Haul to dispose of the girl's remains.
Harmony Montgomery was murdered in Manchester in early December of 2019. At this point, while Harmony's remains have not yet been located, we do have multiple sources of investigative information, including just recently confirmed biological evidence, that have led us to this difficult and tragic conclusion. As a result, today I am announcing that this is now officially a homicide investigation.
Once the cracks formed, investigators pushed harder.
Secondary assault charge, what is this referring to?
Well, that's what we want to talk to you about.
Well, explain to me, if I'm being charged with it, what the hell am I being charged with it for?
Well, your daughter had some injuries that you know about when you lived on Guilford Street.
No, I do not. What are you referring to?
Well, you were there, I wasn't, right?
Well, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to her having some good marks.
What are you referring to?
Marks that were left on her by you.
Absolutely not. I have nothing else to say.
Like, we talked about how we were worried about your daughter today, right?
Okay.
You remember that conversation?
I remember that conversation, but right off the rip, but the way you're approaching the conversation, you guys are completely out of line, so.
Me?
Yeah.
Do I? In the time that you've known me, which
what you just said to me, you guys are completely out of line.
Okay, but so explain to me, how are we out of line?
I have nothing to explain.
Okay, but wouldn't you rather explain it so we can make sense of it than just have other people's side of the story? Like, you want to defend yourself and like this picture people are painting of you? Now's your chance, man. Defend.
Whose side of the story? Who's telling you these things?
People that were close to you.
Obviously not.
Well, maybe at the time, maybe not anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw that reward on the news, right?
No, I did not.
Do you know that The reward is about $40,000 to find where your daughter is right now.
Okay.
When you start throwing money around like that, people come out of the woodwork that you would never expect to do.
Okay.
So, like I said, when I talked to you a few days ago...
Can I have another cigarette?
Sure. I kind of told you this thing was going to get a lot bigger.
That's not right.
And we wanted to get ahead of it.
But you're sitting there telling me that right off the rip that there was something wrong with my daughter because of me. No, that's bullshit.
Okay.
They went back over statements, rechecked timelines, compared what was said with what could actually be proven, and that's when the story finally started to shift.
What are you referring to?
Your daughter had a mark on her face that people, multiple people, have told us was inflicted by you.
Multiple people that weren't even living with us at the time.
Well, there was enough people that had spoken about it.
Yeah.
People share knowledge of what they know.
So somebody, you telling him, and then he tells you, and then he tells you, so something that just gets passed down the line.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like a game of telephone here. I'm saying that people say a story and then the details kind of fill themselves in, like corroborate. Do you know what the word corroborate means?
Of course I do.
Okay. So what time did DCYF get involved with you guys? Like, were they over there often, or was it just like a certain period of time? Or
they were there every single day. The police showed up every single day, saying because that's what it was due. That's what it was due to. So Kevin moved out because between me and my wife and Kevin, we were supposed to like pay the bills, keep the heat on, the gas on, whatever. Well, Kevin was supposed to pay the electric bill. He didn't pay the electric bill. Me and my wife, I picked my wife from work and showed up at home. They were shutting the electricity off. So me and Kevin got into an argument about not paying the bill.
Yeah.
And he took his shit and moved out. And then so the next day, or 2 days later, something like that, I don't know, DCYF showed up and the police showed up because they said that we were unfit to have the children at the house because there was no electricity in the house.
Okay.
But we had a generator running, we had the fridge hooked up to it, there was food in the fridge, everything was fine. The police showed up, seen that the kids was fine, there was nothing wrong with them. The DCYF showed up and they left.
And was that like summer, fall? Like when was that?
I want to say maybe spring, going into summer maybe.
Oh, okay. So like, you guys hadn't been there for too long then.
6 months or so.
Okay.
People who had once repeated the same version of events began giving different answers. Small changes at first, then bigger ones. Dates that used to be certain suddenly weren't. Places that were definitely where she was could no longer be confirmed because the truth had never been properly told. It had been held together by fear, pressure, and silence.
Why is it that you refuse to talk about her every time we bring her up?
Because you guys are just sitting here beating a bush. It's over and over. You guys asked me what happened the other day. I told you what happened.
You wouldn't tell us the other day.
You guys talked to me the other day. I explained to him what happened the other day. And now it was just a charade. Yep, no, don't worry about it. You're not under arrest, and I'll come up with some bullshit.
We didn't arrest you.
No, the other day, no, but then you had SWAT team roll up on me and the D-Techs follow me around for the last 3 days.
Yeah, people are coming out of the woodwork. That's what we're trying to tell you. Like, we don't want you to be painted as a monster. We want you to maybe explain yourself a little bit and give us some side of your story. We have nothing. We have just what we're hearing from people. $40,000 can drag a lot of people out, whether you believe you're your friends or not.
No, I bet
it's a lot of money.
Yeah, I know it is. Absolutely it is.
That's what we're trying to get. Now's your time. Like, you keep locking up on us. You don't want to tell us anything about her.
No, I got nothing else to say.
I think you care
about all my kids.
Right. But the one I care the most about is your daughter, Harmony. And we have people around the clock calling into us, giving us tips from all over the country because they care too, to try to find where she is. My only goal, which I told you the other day, is to make sure that she's safe. I don't want you to get tied into something if you didn't do anything wrong. My job is not to jam somebody up for something that they didn't do wrong. And if you can tell me that you didn't do anything wrong, then I want to believe you, because, dude, I've met you now a few times. I helped you out when you were at the hospital, when you were having a meltdown. You told me about your kids. I sat there and I talked to you. Dude, I could have tased you right there, and I didn't do that because I saw deep down inside that you were hurting and that I wanted to help you. Right now, all I'm trying to do is help your daughter. I want to bring her home, and I can't do that without your help. Dude, I can't do that without your help. Help, hey, can you look at me? Help me, please. That's all I'm asking for. I can't sleep until I know that she's okay. And I know that you know where she is or what happened to her, but I can't do it without your help. And if you don't want to look like this animal, because I don't think you are. Not that I don't think you are, I know you aren't. But I can only do so much for you, man.
I know.
I'm begging you to help me. Because as much as you're hurting inside, I'm also hurting inside, and I don't know how you can sleep at night, because I'm sure it's eating the shit out of you. Am I wrong?
No, it's eating me apart. I know I'm not seeing my wife, I'm not seeing my kids. You guys are just playing games. Like, this is just...
Dude, but I'm not trying...
We're not trying to play games again, man.
Good. Like, telling my wife and kids that I'm not allowed to see my wife and kids. Like,
but dude, that was a mistake from some court paperwork that hadn't been updated. So like I said, I apologize for that.
But it was updated. DCYF told them.
No. This was some like DV paperwork I'm talking about.
But I'm talking about DCYF already told us multiple times that there was no contact order.
Maybe through DCYF, but
it could have been through DCYF.
Yeah.
So let's forget about it.
Right,
you've seen your kid.
That's it, guys.
Hey, can you make me a promise? Like, man to man? Can you tell me that she's alive?
You're gonna play the same word games that you played with me the other day?
No, it's not word games.
I got nothing.
Because we care, man. We want to know.
Does it go anywhere? Like, this isn't gonna stop. So
No, it's not.
So either get on the bus now or get run over.
I got nothing else to say.
Why is it you have so much trouble talking about Harmony?
Guys, I got nothing else to say. That's it. I want a lawyer with me.
From there, what they uncovered wasn't a mystery about where a child had simply gone. It was a story about what happens when abuse goes unnoticed and silence fills the gaps. When all the timelines were finally laid out, when every version of events had been tested, one reality became impossible to avoid.
Harmony Montgomery by her own father, Adam Montgomery, after having a bathroom accident in the car they were living in. Kayla Montgomery telling investigators they were evicted from their Guilford Street home around Thanksgiving in 2019. Adam was her over potty training regularly. Their two young boys were sitting in the back seat with Harmony on December 7th when she had one last accident.
In the end, Harmony's story wasn't resolved by luck. It wasn't solved by chance. It was moved forward because the lies eventually became too heavy to hide, too many contradictions, too many pieces that no longer fit. And when everything finally came together in court, it revealed something far more painful than a mystery.
I could have had a meaningful life, and I blew that opportunity through drugs. But I loved my daughter unconditionally, and I did not kill her.
As to charge ID 193-794-7C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second degree, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty. Not just a missing child, but a child who had been failed over and over again before she was ever officially reported gone. By the people who ignored the warning signs, by the systems that trusted the wrong voices, by everyone who should have looked closer, sooner. Harmony didn't disappear overnight. She disappeared in silence, in missed reports, in unanswered calls, in assumptions that "she's fine" was good enough, and her story stands as a reminder of one simple truth. Children don't just vanish from the world, they're lost when the world stops paying attention.
What's going on, man?
I just wanted to report a murder that I did a long time ago.
Okay, a long time ago?
Yeah.
Or today?
A long time ago.
What is that?
I buried him in his house.
911, what's the address of your emergency? Sir, tell me exactly what happened.
Well, I killed somebody.
You killed somebody?
Yes, sir.
May 1st, 2023. Police found Tony Ray Peralta sitting on a curb not far from the convenience store, sweating, taking puffs from his cigarette, a former drug addict, a former tenant, and possibly the last person to see 69-year-old William Blodgett alive.
Okay.
On 5th Street.
What's the address?
I don't know.
Don't know?
No, sir.
How'd you get up here? You walked?
Yeah.
This is a long time ago, is what he's saying.
I'm just tired of covering it up already.
You try to cover it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm tired of living with my wife, sir.
The guilt?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Peralta didn't look panicked. He didn't look scared. He looked relieved, as if he'd finally set down a burden he'd been carrying for over a decade.
Let's go.
Okay. You don't want to finish it? You're good there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just hang on, okay? You say you killed him?
Yeah.
Where at?
At his house.
At his house? What year was this at?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay.
It's been so long.
It's been a long time. Okay, we're going to go all the way around over here. Okay, my car's way over there, so we're going to walk this way.
Thank you guys for coming.
Absolutely.
Handcuffed and placed in the back of a patrol car, Tony Peralta began directing officers through Roswell's quiet streets.
So as down as it can be on the...
It's right here. The next house.
This white one? This white one here?
Yeah. I buried him in that slight place right here. I killed their dad. Here, hey, you see this side little door right here?
Uh-huh.
I buried him right there.
Okay. Like in the little building?
Yes, sir.
At the very end?
Yes, hey, why didn't anybody smell it?
I'm sorry?
Why didn't they smell his body in there?
I don't know. Hang on, okay?
His directions led them to a small, aging property off 5th Street, a quiet house, the kind you'd drive past every day without a second thought, just an ordinary home with something unthinkable buried behind it. For officers, this was the most dangerous part of the entire case. At times, the authorities asked if Peralta was making up the story and leading them on a goose chase.
We need some more details.
All right, what do you want?
To be able to prove.
Okay.
So, let's start at the beginning.
Okay.
What year do you think this was?
I don't remember.
How old do you think you were?
I don't remember.
What does the victim look like? Or what
I
did
don't
the victim
remember.
look like? What do you mean you don't remember?
I don't remember. I just know that I killed him.
Why do you know that?
Because I know that I killed him and I kept it a secret.
Okay. Why did you keep it a secret?
Because I didn't.
How long have you been keeping it a secret for?
A long time.
Like how long?
Like 7 years, maybe.
Yeah. You see how all your answers are I don't know? That's what we're having a hard time with.
Well, I said I did it.
Yeah. But we need a lot more detail than that in order to get the full picture of it, right? And if this person's dead in here and has been dead for a long time, they got a family, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the family's probably missing them.
Okay.
They probably deserve answers on what happened, right?
Yeah.
So do you want to give them that?
I was high and I didn't.
Okay. What were you high on?
Meth.
Meth? Smoke it or shoot?
I shot it.
Shot it? How much did you use a day?
A lot.
A lot. Are you still using?
No, sir.
No.
That's probably why I'm confessing.
So what was the reason that you killed him?
I don't have a reason.
You didn't have a reason? So were you guys arguing?
No, I just felt stupid one day, I guess.
You just felt dumb? What was he doing when you killed him?
Being a good man.
Was he sitting, sleeping, standing, reading, watching TV?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? But you killed him in a tub?
No.
That's what you said earlier.
I didn't say that earlier.
What did you say?
I said I killed him, that was it.
No, you said in the bathroom in a tub. How'd you kill him?
I didn't say that.
How'd you kill him?
I said I killed him, that was it.
No, you didn't. You told me how earlier.
Well, he's right there.
Well, we're gonna go see if he's in there. But how'd you kill him?
I killed him.
How? Did you shoot him?
No.
Did you hit him with a bat?
I killed him.
How'd you kill him?
I don't remember.
Did you stab him?
I don't remember.
You did earlier.
I did earlier.
You're just repeating the things that I'm saying now. You see how I don't believe you? If I just came to you and I just said all the time, I don't know, I don't remember, would you believe anything I'm saying? You said, hey sir, what's the law on this? And said, I don't know. You think you trust me? That's why I'm having a hard time trusting you.
I know. I said a guild person is in the house.
We're going to go try and find him.
Okay.
But I don't have the details on where he's at.
I told you where he was at.
Where's he at inside the house? Huh?
For 15 years, this house had just existed. Families moved through the neighborhood. Kids walked by on their way to school. Neighbors cut their lawns in summer, all while the remains of William Blodgett lay just feet away beneath the ground. Tony had led them to the house, but until they confirmed what was buried there, everything he said was still just a story.
So just a few inches, right? Shoe?
I think it is. There's the I think it's the boot, and that's the bottom sole of it.
Yep. Grab it and pull and see if a foot pulls out.
Okay.
I'm getting very excited.
Check that. Yep. Yep. Yep.
There's one.
Yep. 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 Okay. Well, let's get out.
Investigators obtained a search warrant and found, beneath plywood floorboards, in a detached room on the side of the house, a boot, bones, a skull, and dentures. The dentures were compared with William Blodgett's dental records, obtained in early 2009 after he was reported missing. Positive identification. The moment that boot came into view, this stopped being a welfare response and became a homicide scene. A 15-year-old secret just broke through the surface. They didn't dig any further. Not yet. Preserving the site was more important than curiosity. For now, the rest of the truth would stay buried. The same place he had pictured in his mind for 15 years was now crawling with investigators. With the scene secured and forensic teams moving in, Tony Ray Peralta was being transported for formal questioning. Now that the body was confirmed, his words would matter more than ever.
So what's going to happen, okay? We're going to go to the police department, okay? We're going to find out some more information, okay? The detectives are going to talk with you about more information with it, okay? And then we'll address it from there, okay? All right, so hang on, okay? Sit up for me, man.
It hurts, dude.
What hurts?
My handcuffs.
Okay, we're going to get them off here right now. We're going to go this way. Just stand right here and face this wall real quick. Okay, have a seat. Hold on.
But I didn't know how to confess to him.
Okay, have a seat real quick.
All right.
So here's what we're going to do, okay? I'm unhandcuff you from here, okay? And then I'm going to put them in the front, okay? And then I'm going to let you carry your water and we're going to take you to the detectives because they're going to talk with you more, okay? Alright, we're just going to go straight ahead, okay? Let's have a seat in that chair in the corner right there. This one. The other one. That one. Alright, hang on. They're going to be with you right now. Hold on.
For the first time, after 15 years of silence, Tony Peralta was no longer hiding. All he wanted now was to tell the truth, and what the police were about to uncover was far more disturbing than anyone was prepared for.
So, you called us, but it's kind of mixed messages. You had handcuffs in here.
I killed somebody, dude, and I buried him.
Okay. Do you feel like you're able to leave if you wanted, or do you want to be here?
Yeah, I confessed to a murder.
Okay. How much are you ready to drink today?
A lot.
A lot?
Yeah. When you find his body, dude, it'll make you feel better. It's at his house.
That'll make you feel better?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to live with him anymore.
Okay, I understand that. Did it happen at the house?
It did.
It did?
I was on meth really bad.
Okay.
And I killed him because he didn't give me no money. And I buried him in his house.
In his house? Do you remember his name?
His name was Bill.
His name was Bill.
Everybody talks about it all the time.
Okay. How long ago?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Too long. Too long, boss. Don't ever say. Don't kill nobody that you don't have to.
Okay. Now, before we do this, you understand if and when we do find his body, man.
You better find his body. It should be right there.
Okay.
Hey, I confess, man.
Mm-hmm.
I confess. I don't want to live life anymore without confessing.
Okay. Just for good measure, like you said, you got brought here in handcuffs. I know you called us. I know you want to do this because it's a strain on yourself. I just want to make it clear that
I'm not going to be that person.
Yeah, I want to make this perfectly clear that you're telling us it's good on you for doing it, but it'd be my job. I would have to prosecute this when we discover this. You understand that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and advise your rights just because it's kind of the state.
You don't have to tell me my rights. I know. I don't even care if I go to jail for forever or get the death penalty.
This wasn't just a confession anymore. Now, it was an investigation, and Tony Peralta was the only person alive who knew the full story.
What time did you call the police department?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Tell me what happened, man.
I killed somebody a long time ago.
Okay. Why? What happened?
I don't know, sir.
I've been told his name is Bill, but it's really William, right?
I don't know.
You were living with him at the time? Okay. Back then, you guys had some kind of issue. Was it about a wallet? No? Do you remember what happened? Why?
I just remember I just needed to confess. That was it.
You know, I wasn't around back then, 2009. So, you know, my own curiosity is, you know, I want to know. And, you know, I can read the reports from back then, and that's why I said the wallet thing, because that's what we were told. I know he was an older guy, and I know that you were living with him, right? You guys were roommates. He owned the place, right?
I don't know.
But he allowed you to stay there, like you were kind of renting. Did you pay him money to live there, or?
I don't remember.
He just, okay, but you guys were living together. All right.
The uniformed officers and detectives peppered him with questions about when the killing happened, how he did it, and why. Peralta kept answering that he didn't know or didn't remember. He acknowledged that he had been drinking a lot the day he called 911.
Did you use a gun?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, how about this one? Why don't you tell me why you decided to come forward?
Because my heart hurts.
It's been eating at you for a while?
Yeah.
I know this is probably a big hard decision you had to make. You've been thinking about it for a while?
Every day.
Yeah, I've never been in that position, but I can imagine how hard that decision was to step up and...
At least nobody doesn't have to worry anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine his family. You know, he was an older guy, but, you know, his family never knew what happened. And that's kind of where I stand, because I want to be able to tell them, you know, what happened.
Tell them that he was a good man and I shouldn't have did what I did. You know?
Okay. Yeah, it was... His son is the one that reported it to us back then about not being able to get a hold of his dad.
Why didn't anybody say anything after that? Why did everybody just let it slide?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Okay. The cops talked to you back then, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Give me a little details, Tony. What happened?
Do I have to speak or what?
No, you don't have to, man. I'm just talking to you. You don't have to tell me anything. You don't. You don't. I just want to know the story. I'm sure the family wants to know the story. You know, things...
He was always good to me, and I took his life for no reason. And I don't have an excuse.
What did you...
A lot of people have an excuse. I don't have one.
William Blodgett, a landlord, a resident of Roswell, a man who had vanished in December 2008. Even now, Tony Peralta struggled to explain why he did it. No clear motive, no detailed memory, just vague admissions, drowned in guilt, and years of drug abuse. Tony told an officer that Blodgett was a good man, and that he took his life for no reason while high on methamphetamine. A tearful Peralta told police he didn't know why he had killed Blodgett. At one point, police video shows him putting his head down onto a table during an interview and sobbing.
What did you use to kill him?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if it was some type of weapon or your hands?
I don't remember. All I know is that I buried him and I shouldn't have.
One of the officers told me that you had said it was some type of sharp object. Maybe like a knife or a screwdriver or something.
I don't remember.
Okay. And again, you don't have to talk to me, but please don't lie, because there's no reason to lie anymore. Right?
I killed him with a screwdriver.
Okay. And is that screwdriver around anywhere?
No.
Okay. Because it's been, I know it's been a long time.
Yeah.
You got family in town here?
Yeah. That's why I wanted to confess, for they don't, nothing happens to them. It was my fault for my sin,
No long explanation, no dramatic story, just a bitter, unfinished sentence. A screwdriver, a simple tool, an ordinary object, turned into a murder weapon. But after 15 years, it was long gone. But to understand how this could stay hidden for so long, we have to go back.
So no reason. Alright. So I kind of went back there and looked at it. There's some cross members on the floor. Were those there when you put them in there?
No.
Okay, so it was just an open space at the time?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
It was in what?
Like cross members. Like if you were to pull up the floor, there's like joists, like braces.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm talking about? Like that go diagonal that the floor sits on? Those weren't there?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you have to dismember his body to get him in there, or did you just put him in there whole?
I don't remember. I don't remember. Anyways, I already confessed, man.
No, well, see, I need to know this information because I'm going to go and dig him up, right? And
I thought they already dug him up.
No. We went over there and looked at it. We haven't even got started yet.
Are they going to take me to jail?
It's a process. I don't know, man. I don't know. We have to talk to the district attorney's office.
So I'm going to be stuck here all night or what?
No, not all night. No, but we got to talk to the DAs. They're the ones that ultimately make the decision. But those cross members, there would be no way to put him in the ground without dismembering him. That's just my curiosity is what I'm facing. Okay. All right. Is there anything that you think I should know that you want to tell me before I take off?
Everybody knows everything already.
Okay. All right. I'll come back in a little bit, Tony, and let you know what's going to happen, okay?
Okay.
All right.
To the winter of 2008, December 2008, Roswell, New Mexico, 69-year-old William C. Blodgett Jr. is last seen at his home, a quiet man, known to neighbors, known to his family, and within days, he simply vanishes. No goodbye, no packed bags, no sign of a trip, his wallet still inside, his car still parked, everything he needed, he left behind. January 3rd, 2009, after more than 10 days of silence, Blodgett's son, Greg, reports him missing. Officers search the property, they interview neighbors, they bring in cadaver dogs, but nothing, no trace, no struggle, nobody. At the time, William had a tenant living with him, a man in his early 20s, Tony Peralta. Police learned Blodgett reportedly had an issue with his tenant around that time. Blodgett had accused Peralta of stealing his wallet and tried to evict him. A detective interviewed Peralta, but no new leads came from the conversation. A cadaver dog was used on the property days after he had disappeared, but neither the police dog nor Peralta provided any leads. Police eventually said the case got cold and was closed. All leads in reference to this case have been exhausted. This case will be closed pending further leads or information, the police report stated. For 15 years, William Blodgett existed only in files, only in memories, only in unanswered questions, until one phone call changed everything. Peralta told authorities he decided to come forward because his heart hurts and that he thought about it every day. Drug addiction, long-term trauma, guilt that never faded. Tony didn't speak like someone trying to escape punishment. He spoke like someone trying to finally feel something else besides shame. Peralta said he wanted to confess because of his own family, and the detective told him he was helping Blodgett's family too. No legal strategy, No calculated answer, just a simple truth. For 15 years, William Blodgett's family lived with questions that had no answers. No funeral, no goodbye, no closure. Now, they at least had the truth. Tony's confession didn't come from evidence. It didn't come from pressure. It came from the slow destruction of carrying a murder without consequences. For some people, prison walls come from outside. For others, they live behind them long before law enforcement arrives. With the body confirmed and a weapon identified, Tony Ray Peralta was officially charged with first-degree murder. May 9, 2023, Tony appeared before a Roswell judge where he formally entered a plea of not guilty through his court-appointed public defender, Ray Conley. A judge set Peralta's trial for October 2023. His defense raised questions about his mental health, his drug history, his psychological state at the time of the crime. But the evidence didn't disappear with time. The remains, the confession, the location, the burial, all of it pointed to him. For William Blodgett, there was no early release, no parole, no second chance, just 15 years buried in silence. But sometimes the truth doesn't surface because it's found. Sometimes it surfaces because someone can't carry it anymore. And now, the man who disappeared has finally been heard. For 15 years, William Blodgett wasn't just missing. He was a question his family had no answer to, a question the town quietly forgot, a question buried so deep even the ground kept his secret. Tony Peralta lived his life like nothing happened, walked the same streets, breathed the same air, passed the same house, while the man he killed lay just a few feet beneath him. No justice, no peace, just silence. But silence doesn't last forever. It eats, it corrodes, it breaks people from the inside out. And one night, after 15 years, it finally broke him. William Blodgett didn't get to say goodbye. He didn't get justice when he deserved it, but he got the truth. And for the people who loved him, sometimes that truth is the only thing left standing between pain and healing. Some secrets stay buried, not because no one is looking, but because only one person knows where to dig. If this case stayed with you, let me know your thoughts in the comments. Do you believe guilt always wins in the end? Or do you think some people live forever with what they've done? And if you want more real cases like this one, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss what's coming next.
Oh my god. Oh, is the knife and blood over there? Yeah, it's like stuck to the ground. You can see all the blood on it.
It's bad, bro.
Yeah?
Oh yeah. Dude, like 20 feet separation from head and body.
And then the body he dragged the body and probably through the head because where they cut the head off is like
about 50
here,
feet.
And then the body's over there and the head's a little farther. Holy.
These officers just responded to what they thought was a routine welfare check at a children's park in Las Cruces, New Mexico. But what they discovered would haunt them forever. A headless body lying in the middle of the road, a severed head 20 feet away, and sitting calmly under a tree just feet from the carnage, the killer, covered in blood, waiting to be found. What happened next would reveal one of the most disturbing confessions in New Mexico history. It all started just before midnight on June 20th, 2021. A driver pulling into Apodaca Park had made a discovery that would shake this quiet New Mexico community to its core.
So I was just driving, right, and then I pulled in on the floor, and I seen the body laying on the floor, and then I think his head was on the side of him.
Okay, so Apodaca Park?
Apodaca Park, going in on Waterfront. I was pulling in, because I was only going out to park, and then I think something on the floor, and I thought it was a traffic cone, and then once the light, like once the light touched like the body, I seen the body, to the left of it, I seen his face.
Could you tell if he was breathing?
So then I no, his head was completely off of his body.
What do you mean?
Like he was decapitated.
Okay. And what was he wearing?
And then, I don't know, I want to say a white shirt, and I believe it had blood on it. Maybe.
And how long ago did you see this?
I seen this like 5 minutes ago, 5-10 minutes ago.
Okay.
And then I seen it, and I got shredded, you know. So then I got sped off, and I was going forward, and then I seen a cop at the exit on like the other side. There was a police officer standing near his car.
Okay, and for facts, he said he circled back to double check and is completely off of his body?
No, I didn't circle back. I just started getting out of the area, to be honest with you.
That's okay. Do you have it in the street? Did you see anything else suspicious around the area?
No, I seen no. There was nobody at the park. I just pulled in, and then I just seen his head off of his body, like decapitated. He was to blame, and I got scared, you know.
Multiple officers were immediately dispatched to the scene, but the 911 caller mentioned something else that would prove critical.
It's a fucking decapitated body. I was about to go get a Whataburger, bro. And it's a body laying on the ground, decapitated. Oh, is the knife and blood over there? Yeah. It's like stuck to the ground. You can see all the blood on it. So I figured this is like cartel related. I really want to walk up to the body and just check it out. Hey, Sarge, I gotta puke, and I don't want to puke in the crime scene.
As officers arrived at the park, they immediately secured the perimeter. What they found was beyond comprehension. A lifeless body in the middle of the road, completely decapitated. The victim's head was found nearly 20 feet away, but that wasn't all. As officers processed the horrific scene, one of them spotted something that made his blood run cold. Sitting beneath a tree, just feet away from the victim, was a man, and he was covered in blood.
911, make 25 with a pedestrian in the middle of the park. Sir, put your hands up. Stand up. 809. 87, everyone, Central 10-3 for right now. Come over here. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Get on your knees. Put your hands where I can see them. Stay right there, okay? 809, 87, 893, 87. Stay where you are. Keep your hands up, okay? Keep your hands where I can see them. Don't move. Contact. I got covered. You got contact. Shift. Okay, hands back. Stand up, bro. I just lost my. Just pat him down, bro. Yeah. Is it cool if I take everything out of your pocket? Put gloves on, please. Put gloves on, please. Yeah, I got gloves. Here you go.
Just get him out of here.
Hey. Over here.
You guys got him then?
We got him, Sarge.
We got a call that somebody saw a decapitated body here at the entrance off Solano. Ortiz showed up, confirmed there was a body. The guy's head is right there by his feet. We start canvassing the park. We find a guy kind of in the trees back here next to his bags and stuff. He's got bags that look like they're covered in blood. He had a knife stuck in the ground. We had him like this, hooked him up. He's right here in the unit. We canvassed the park. We didn't find anybody else. We don't know what else is in his bags, and we haven't talked to him. He hasn't said anything. I guess he's been laughing.
The man complied without resistance. His name was Joel Arciniega Saenz, a 28-year-old homeless man. Had what disturbed officers most wasn't just the blood covering his body, it was how calm he appeared.
All right, bro, go and step out right here and just hang out right here on this side, okay?
Yes, sir.
So once we get in here, just go down, you're gonna see a trash can, just hang out by that trash can.
Yes, sir.
Just hang out right there. Bro, unfortunately, as part of our policy, we have to cuff you to the bench, okay? Yes, sir. It's a little uncomfortable, but it's something we gotta do, okay? What do you got?
You have a cigarette?
Cigarette, you can't smoke in here, bro. You're good, I'll let you, but you can't in here.
As they searched him, officers made another chilling discovery. A blood-stained switchblade was found stabbed into the ground next to where Joel had been sitting.
Straight up, dude, the knife was this big.
Wow.
Dude, he was hacking away. And how do we drive by here and nobody calls that shit out? Yeah, it took a while. You know how hard it is?
My thing is people calling code 24 this, code 24 that all the time. Yeah, this motherfucker gets his head hacked off with a penknife and nobody hears a goddamn thing.
Subject was found minus a head, and we detained a subject in the middle of the park who had a bloody bag. He had a knife stuck in the ground, laughing maniacally.
While two officers escorted Joel to a patrol car, the others began processing what would become one of the most brutal crime scenes in Las Cruces history.
Which one are you going to stay with the body?
Is there not someone
Good
with
job.
it? Okay.
One of you two were supposed to be there. Jesus, Smith, stay with the body.
Body.
You?
It's bad, bro. Yeah? Oh, yeah.
There's like 20 feet separation from head and body.
And then the body and he dragged the body and probably through the head, because where they cut the head off is like
about 50
here,
feet.
And then the body's over there and the head's a little farther. I keep telling everyone, it's like Apodaca Park's such a nice place. Why do you warn people about us going here? And now I got a new one to tell them. It's a terrible place to be headed.
One of my
Nobody gets it. Never mind.
There's a camp behind the patrol officers. See it?
Oh, yeah. Right there.
Right there?
Yeah.
So that's where the suspect was at, or this guy was at, or that guy was at. Yeah.
On this tree where all the stuff is, the tree behind this one right here, the one over there, there's a chunk of hair. Yeah, it's a good amount, but I don't know if it's from there. I mean, I think that guy has long hair, so it might.
So his fingers in the where we're believing is the crime scene, and then it looks like they were just camping out. There's 2 sets of footprints over there. There's a bunch of bloody items over the little camp. So
The brutality of the scene was overwhelming even for veteran officers. An autopsy would later confirm the victim had been stabbed 84 times. His middle finger had been severed, his head completely removed, with what appeared to be a small switchblade. The evidence painted a disturbing picture. The victim had been attacked, stabbed repeatedly, then decapitated. His body was then dragged into the middle of the road. Both investigators were about to learn something even more horrifying. As officers canvassed the park, they discovered camping gear and personal belongings scattered throughout the area. Both the victim and suspect appeared to be homeless. The victim was identified as 51-year-old James Garcia. As Joel was transported to the police station, officers ran his information through their system, and what they found was deeply troubling. Just 8 weeks before this murder, Joel had gone on a violent vandalism spree in downtown Las Cruces. He smashed the windows of 2 local coffee shops, causing thousands of dollars in damage. But what officers found inside one of those businesses was even more disturbing. Walls covered in homophobic slurs, hate-filled messages written in marker and smeared with blood, and a chilling phrase written in his own blood, death. Surveillance cameras had captured Joel disappearing into the night. He was arrested days later, but released pending trial. It was a clear warning sign that went unheeded, but that wasn't all. Years earlier, Joel had been arrested for another murder. In that case, a 21-year-old man named Benjamin Montoya was found shot to death in a motel room. Joel was charged with first-degree murder, but the weapon was never found, and without conclusive evidence, the charges were eventually dropped. Joel had walked free. Now, sitting in an interrogation room with blood still on his hands, detectives knew they were dealing with someone far more dangerous than they initially thought.
What happened? What did you get on your hands? What's that? You don't know what you got on your hands? And you don't know what you were doing in Apodaca Park tonight? Obviously you know we're out here, we're investigating something, right? Sure. Okay. And this is your chance, this opportunity to give your side of the story, right? For what you were doing there. Yes. That's all we're here for. Try to get your side of the story, try to understand what happened.
So why do you think you're here, Joel?
You guys brought me here, you tell me.
I'm asking you why we brought you here.
Why did you?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
You asked me.
Huh?
I don't know. You asked me.
But you don't know why we brought you here. Did you even question why we brought you?
I don't know.
Alright, Joel, so you don't know who else was in the park?
I guess.
What about James?
What's James?
What's what?
Who's James?
The guy in the park with you. Huh?
Who's that?
He was in the park with you.
Who's in the park?
James. Okay, well, you were with him. Okay, so the guy that was in the park with you. You may not know his name, but he was there with you. He was.
For the next 30 minutes, Joel gave detectives nothing. He claimed he didn't know what happened, didn't know why he was there, didn't know whose blood was on his hands.
Is there anything that you can remember from last night?
No, sir.
No? You can tell us what happened last night?
No, sir.
Well, here's the thing, man, is we picked you up at Apodaca Park, okay? You remember that? Alright. I remember you had blood on you.
So now you have blood on your hands, on your clothes. You can tell me about that? You know how the blood got there?
This is a serious situation that we got going on right now. Okay? We really need you to talk to us and tell us what happened. I know we tried before, and I know there were some issues with wanting to talk, not wanting to talk, not remembering. Right? Okay. That's why we're back at it again. Okay, we don't want to just leave it at that. We want to try to see what you know about what happened. You can't remember? This would be a good time for you to try to start remembering. Okay. Because I'm going to tell you right now, we have somebody that's dead out there. Do you understand that? There's a man out there that's dead. And you know that. Do you understand what's going down right now? No. We're investigating the death of that gentleman that's out there. That's what's going down right now. Okay? Obviously you know that when we show up and we find somebody that's dead, and we have somebody that has blood on their hands, you can see what we're coming at, right? This is your time to explain why you have blood on your hands. Because if we got it wrong, this is the time to tell us.
It was clear Joel had done this before. His deflection tactics were practiced, almost rehearsed, so detectives tried a different approach.
Joel. So, I'm just trying to find out more information about James. So, was he your boyfriend? Were you guys dating each other? Okay. Were you guys in some kind of lover's quarrel? No? Like, because he's your boyfriend, you guys got in an argument? That's just what I'm getting. You tell me, man. I'm not calling you gay. Yeah, I'm not judging you. You're married? Who are you married to? You married to James? Are you married to James?
Are you trying to insult me?
Huh?
Are you insulting me?
No, I'm not insulting you. I'm not calling you gay.
Well, why are you calling me gay?
We're not calling you gay. We're just asking if that's what it is.
I didn't call you gay.
Just called me gay.
I said, are you married to James?
No, who told you I'm married to James? I don't know who James is.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to find out why James is dead in a park and you have his blood all over your hands.
I'm not gay, and I bet you are.
Okay.
Be quiet, I'm not gay.
So you didn't have any kind of lover's quarrel with James?
No, I do have a lover's quarrel with this cracker.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. It seems like you both do.
Okay.
All the pictures on the other.
So is that why you attacked James tonight? Because he called you gay?
That's not professional.
Is it because James is gay? I'm asking you.
Why are you getting this?
I'm not lying about anything. You're telling me I don't know that everything.
Detective, yeah, you act like a child.
I'm not acting like a child.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So then tell me about James. Tell me about James.
Show your cheeks, ass.
Is that why you're pissed off? Because James thought you were gay?
No.
Did James hit on you?
No.
Did he make some kind of advance towards you that you didn't like?
Who told you I was gay? Is that white lady that came in?
No.
Is that big girl that you clicking your hair telling you that?
Yeah.
Right. Don't call me gay, dude. Don't get over it.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's what you feel like you want to do.
That's what you got.
I'm not calling you gay. I'm asking you.
You literally just came in and called me gay.
I did not.
Don't do that shit.
I asked if James was your husband.
I asked you if that was your husband.
And I told you that's not.
Yeah, I told you the same thing. Why do you keep asking me?
Well, I'm trying to find out why your blood, or why James's blood is all over you. So, if it's because you guys had a lover's quarrel, or he made some kind of unwanted advance. You guess?
No.
So, he did.
You suck at your job.
Do I?
Yeah, you do.
Well, then help me out.
Want to fight me?
I don't want to fight you.
Well, it's my ghost.
I don't want to fight you.
Don't call me gay.
I'm not calling you gay. Okay.
They decided to use Joel's history of writing homophobic slurs against him, suggesting the victim was his boyfriend, hoping to provoke a reaction. The strategy was working. Joel was becoming increasingly agitated, and detectives pressed harder, and just like that, the confession began.
Close to the last. I want to know what happened to James. It's James. You know who James is. They happened to be covered in his blood. Do you remember when we did those swabs through your hands? Okay. What was his last name? Garcia. James Garcia. Yeah. Remember we did swabs of your hands a little while ago?
We replayed the last was part 2.
You remember when we took swabs of your hands? We rubbed those Q-tips on your hands? Remember that? We're gonna send that off to the lab. And it's gonna come back with James' blood. Right? James Garcia. Yeah, James Garcia's blood is gonna be on your hands. James Garcia's dead.
That is. Well, I've never seen that guy.
You never seen that guy?
No.
Then how is his blood on your hands?
I don't know.
You don't know? Like, that's all it said. Because you stabbed him, right? That's how it happened. Yeah. Isn't that true? Yeah.
Look, Joel, we know what you did. We just want to know why you did it.
So my name's not Joel.
It is Joel.
So my name.
What do you want to be called then?
Altair.
I'm sorry?
I gave it to the cop that arrested me.
Altair?
Altair.
Altair.
That's my version.
Okay, Altair.
My version.
So then why did you kill that guy?
It's because he my wife.
He raped your wife. When did this happen?
4 years ago.
4 years ago?
Yeah.
And then Joel revealed the most disturbing detail of all.
Those are our bags that you had to go stealing from us.
Okay. Which bags are yours?
3 backpacks belonged to my wife and her 2 friends.
Okay.
I wanted to get them back. I just tried to take them. You pulled the gun on me, you saw it. So yeah, I had a knife and I stabbed him.
And what else did you do? Okay. Because you had your bags. What knife did you use?
Some kind of knife he had in his pocket.
He had it?
Yeah, I pulled it off.
You pulled it off of him?
Yeah, because he tried to attack me. I just wanted my bags back.
Okay.
He had a gun.
What kind of gun was it?
Like a little 22 pistol.
Did you see what color it was?
It's like black with a brown handle. He tried to take that from me. And he tried to pull it on me and I took it away and then he pulled out a knife and that's what stabbed me. I don't like guns, like I don't carry a gun. I can fight. I just want to rape myself.
Okay.
And he did rape me, so yeah, I did. When he pulled the knife on me, I stabbed myself since I stabbed him. I stabbed him to death. They stabbed me because and I dragged his body down the street and played soccer with his head.
You played soccer with his head?
Yeah, I keep passing cars.
How many cars passed by you?
About 14 different cars passed by. They were all looking at me.
Really?
Yeah, I just didn't on the streets and we got some friends in over to
What time did this all happen at?
4:59.
Was it dark outside or was it light outside?
It was pitch black.
Pitch black. Did you use the same knife that you stabbed him with to cut his head off?
What?
Did the knife that you stabbed him with, is that the same knife you used to cut his head off?
Yeah. He had like a switchblade or something.
And that's what you used?
Yeah.
Joel's story was chilling. He claimed James Garcia had sexually assaulted his wife years earlier, that James pulled a gun and a knife on him, forcing him to act in self-defense. But detectives immediately began poking holes in his story. When they searched the scene, they found no weapon, no gun, no evidence of a struggle beyond the one-sided attack on James Garcia. Investigators also confirmed there was no record of Joel being married, no victim matching his wife's description, and no police report of any sexual assault. The entire story was fabricated. Joel and James were both homeless men who frequented Apodaca Park. On the night of June 20th, 2021, something triggered Joel, whether it was a dispute over belongings, a perceived slight, or simply his untreated mental illness. No one will ever truly know. What is known is that Joel brutally stabbed James Garcia 84 times, cut off his finger, decapitated him with a small switchblade, then dragged his body into the road and kicked his severed head around like a soccer ball while cars drove past, all while calmly sitting and waiting for police to arrive. Joel Arquiniega Saenz was formally charged with first-degree murder, but the case wouldn't go to trial immediately. Joel was declared mentally incompetent to stand trial and placed under psychiatric evaluation. During that time, investigators learned that Joel had suffered from schizophrenia since the age of 11. He had been off his medication for years. It wouldn't be until March of 2025, nearly 4 years after the killing, that he was finally ruled competent and brought before a jury. The trial was swift. After reviewing the overwhelming evidence, the body cam footage, the confession, the forensic analysis, the jury deliberated for less than 2 days. On March 5th, 2025, Joel Arquiniega Saenz was found guilty of first-degree murder. He now faces a mandatory life sentence in the New Mexico Department of Corrections. His sentencing hearing is scheduled for April 10th, 2025. The murder of James Garcia shocked the Las Cruces community, a brutal, senseless killing that left a man dead and a city searching for answers. For the officers who responded that night, the images of what they found in Apodaca Park will stay with them forever. Subscribe for more true crime investigations.
Man accused of killing Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. Body camera video played in court today shows the moment officers found the 22-year-old's body.
February 22nd, 2024, 8:45 a.m. A calm morning blanketed the University of Georgia campus. Students shuffled to class. Life moved as usual. No one could have predicted the darkness that was about to unfold. Laken Hope Riley, a 22-year-old nursing student, went out for her routine morning jog along the familiar wooded trails. But this morning, someone was waiting, watching, planning. By 9:28 a.m., her heart had stopped. Her smartwatch captured the exact moment, and a nightmare began. When Laken didn't return, panic set in. Calls went unanswered. Hours passed, and when police finally found her, what they uncovered was beyond anything they could have imagined. What started as a missing persons report would unravel a chilling secret, one so disturbing it would rattle the entire nation. A predator had slipped through the cracks, and his horrifying secret? It was now buried in blood and silence. But silence doesn't last forever, and secrets don't stay hidden. This is the story of a young woman stolen too soon, and the killer who realized too late that the police were closing in. Before her name became the center of a national conversation,
Laken Riley. She was murdered as she ran on UGA's campus last week.
Laken Hope Riley was simply a 22-year-old nursing student chasing her dreams with quiet determination. Raised in Woodstock, Georgia, she was the kind of person who showed up early, studied late, and checked in with her mom every morning, even if just for a 2-minute call before class. She wasn't loud or flashy. Her energy came from consistency. The color-coded planners, the early morning runs, the handwritten notes of encouragement she left for classmates before exams. She wanted to be a pediatric nurse, not for the prestige, but because she believed deeply in caring for people when they were at their most vulnerable. In early 2024, Laken moved to Athens for clinical rotations at the University of Georgia's Health Center. She settled into a new apartment, kept up her routines, and found comfort in the quiet pine-lined trails near Lake Herrick, where she jogged nearly every morning before lab. Those trails were part of her daily rhythm, a peaceful place where she could clear her head and plan the day ahead. She was cautious. She ran in daylight, shared her location, kept her phone on her arm, and followed the same paths she'd jogged dozens of times. She wasn't reckless. She was responsible. She was careful. That's what makes what happened to her so haunting. Lakin didn't put herself in danger. She did everything right, and it still wasn't enough. What was supposed to be another normal day, another run, another check mark in her planner, became her last. And with that loss, a trail that once symbolized peace would become the epicenter of grief, outrage, and questions that stretched far beyond a single campus. It was supposed to be just another part of Lakin Riley's routine. Thursday, February 22nd, 2024, began like most mornings for the 22-year-old nursing student. She woke up early, sent a quick message to her roommate, heading out for a run back before lab, and spoke briefly with her mom at 9:03 a.m. during their regular check-in call. There was no sign of worry in her voice, no hesitation. She laced up her shoes, pulled on a sweatshirt, clipped her phone into her running armband, and stepped out into the fresh Athens air. The route she took that morning was one she knew well, the Lake Herrick Trail, nestled behind the University of Georgia campus. Tree-lined, quiet, and familiar, it was a favorite among runners and students looking for a break from the buzz of campus life. Lakin had run it many times. She knew the turns, the elevation shifts, and the spots where the sunlight filtered just right through the trees. It felt safe, predictable, peaceful. But something happened at 9:11 a.m. That's when her Garmin smartwatch recorded a sudden spike in her heart rate, far beyond what would be expected for her normal jogging pace. GPS data, later retrieved by investigators, showed erratic movements. Her path veered off the trail sharply. Her pace became uneven. Then came another spike, not of speed, but of struggle. Analysts would later interpret the sensor data as movements consistent with fighting back, sharp, irregular accelerations from the wrist and body. She was trying to escape, trying to survive. At 9:25 a.m., her heart rate data became chaotic. Brief spikes, sudden drops, then flatlined completely. By 9:28 a.m., there was no more motion. Her Garmin watch had recorded her final moments with horrifying precision. The technology built to track her fitness had become an unwitting witness to her murder. When Lakin failed to show up for her pharmacology lab just after noon, something she had never done, her roommate grew concerned. After several unanswered texts and calls, she notified campus police around 12:07 p.m. Officers launched a search immediately, using her last known phone location and fitness tracker data to narrow their focus. It didn't take long. At 12:38 p.m., Lakin's body was found in a wooded area just off the trail near Lake Herrick. She had been beaten and strangled. Her face showed signs of blunt force trauma. Her clothing was torn. Her phone, damaged and partially buried in pine needles, was found a short distance away. The strap on her smartwatch had snapped. There were signs of a violent struggle. Broken branches, disturbed leaves, drag marks in the dirt. She had fought back, hard. The horror of the scene sent shockwaves through the responding officers. For many, it was the most brutal crime they had witnessed in years. What was more shocking was the location, not some isolated alley or remote field, but a well-used university trail in broad daylight on a weekday morning. As word spread, the University of Georgia's campus was thrown into fear and mourning. Students canceled plans, group chats filled with panic and speculation. For the first time since 1983, the university was dealing with a murder on its own grounds. And not just any murder, but a brutal, targeted killing of a young woman who had done everything right. Behind the scenes, the investigation was already moving quickly. Police collected evidence from the scene, secured surveillance footage from cameras around the campus, and began reviewing phone and GPS data from Lakin's devices. What they found would become critical. Her phone had triggered an emergency alert just after 9:11 a.m., possibly from a sudden jolt or fall. Although the call never connected fully, the timing aligned exactly with the moment her smartwatch data began spiking. A digital trail from her watch, her phone, and the nearby cell towers was beginning to paint a timeline of the crime. accurate down to the second. She had been attacked just minutes after entering the trail. It was a crime of opportunity, investigators believed. Someone lying in wait, watching, and then striking when the path was clear. Someone who saw a young woman running alone and decided to take advantage of that isolation. Someone who didn't expect that her technology would capture every step of the attack and eventually lead straight to his door. But that part of the story, the arrest, was still to come. For now, the campus stood still, grieving, confused, terrified. A young woman full of promise had been taken in the span of 15 minutes. A place that once symbolized peace had become a crime scene. And for the people who loved her, nothing would ever feel safe again. The scene at Lake Herrick had already delivered the first blows. A bruised body, broken branches, and silence heavy enough to suffocate. But it wasn't long before investigators realized they weren't working with a cold trail. Far from it. Laken Riley hadn't just fought her attacker physically. She'd unknowingly left behind a trail of data, etched second by second in the digital breadcrumbs of modern life. And it was this trail that would bring the truth to light with stunning speed. The investigation began with her devices.
Does this jacket have a zipper on it?
Yes, it does.
Item number 3 inside of States 90. What is this?
A section of the sports bra.
So the other section of the sports bra.
Correct. So this is a photograph of evidence marker 8, and then in the background,
what does that depict?
The cell phone.
Can you please point to the cell phone in States 81? Did you collect the cell phone?
Yes, we did.
Did you look at the cell phone?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe about the cell phone?
We noticed that there was an area of ridge detail on the phone.
When you say ridge detail, what do you mean by that?
Fingerprint ridge detail.
What does that depict?
That's a photograph of the phone and me using the flashlight to try to highlight it.
I'm gonna wait for this thing to stop moving. Okay, hold on a second. Were you able to determine, was there any reddish brown stains on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see?
It looked like there were reddish stains suspected to be blood.
Where on the phone?
Specifically the print.
States Exhibit 83, this may be really tough. I think I'm gonna have to come to you closer for it. So before I do that, did you end up taking a better photograph or more photographs of the latent print that you saw on the phone?
Yes.
States Exhibit 84, what is that?
That is a macro photo of the latent print, or in this case it would be a patent print because we could kind of see it, so, of the ridge detail.
Of the ridge detail.
Correct.
When did you take this photo?
On the scene after we collected the phone, immediately.
Was it before or after the phone was processed for prints?
This photograph, I believe this one is before. Yes, this one is before Detective Saunders used powder.
Okay, and did you see Detective Saunders process the phone?
I did.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes.
And then did he lift a latent lift card from that phone?
He did.
Laken's Garmin smartwatch, though scratched and partially detached from her wrist, was still operational. Investigators recovered it alongside her shattered iPhone, which had been thrown, or perhaps stomped on, during the attack. Both were sent to digital forensics within hours of being logged into evidence. The smartwatch's data was revealing. It provided a minute-by-minute account of her jog, including real-time heart rate, movement intensity, and GPS coordinates. At 9:11 a.m., the readings changed dramatically. Her pace shifted, her heartbeat surged from a stable aerobic rate to panic-level spikes, and her position veered sharply off the main trail. Analysts later described it as a signature of distress. It was followed by erratic stops and sudden deceleration, likely a struggle. At 9:28, the data stopped. Her heart had ceased beating. Her iPhone proved just as crucial. Investigators retrieved fragments of location history from her health app in emergency alert settings. At the exact moment of the attack, the phone attempted to auto-dial emergency services, triggered by sudden motion or a hard impact. The call never connected fully, but the attempt was logged. Laken, even as she fought for her life, had triggered a silent alarm. Police moved quickly to canvass the area. Trail surveillance footage from nearby parking lots and entry points showed Laken entering the trailhead just after 9:05 a.m., alone. No one suspicious was visible near her, but other cameras, just outside student housing, revealed a man seen loitering around female dorms earlier that same morning. Dressed in dark joggers and a hoodie, he appeared again around 9:35 a.m., power walking away from the Lake Herrick area. His gait was rushed, his head low, and he took a back entrance into a neighborhood just south of campus. That man would soon have a name, Jose Antonio Ibarra. Through geofencing warrants and cell tower pings, authorities identified an unregistered Android device that had pinged in exact proximity to Lakin's iPhone during the attack window. It wasn't just close, it was moving with her, from the trailhead to the wooded area where her body was later found. Investigators obtained subscriber data and located the phone's most frequent address. It was registered under Ibarra's brother's name, who lived in a duplex less than a mile away. Ibarra had a history, and not a clean one. He was a 26-year-old migrant from Venezuela who had entered the U.S. illegally in 2022. Initially detained at the southern border, he had been released into the country pending immigration proceedings. In 2023, he was arrested in New York on misdemeanor theft charges, but was again released. By early 2024, he had drifted to Athens, Georgia, staying with his brother and working sporadic construction gigs. There had been informal complaints about his behavior, particularly around women's dorms, but no official charges. On February 23rd, just one day after Lakin's body was found, officers paid Ibarra a visit. He didn't run.
The judge who will decide his fate watched this newly released body camera video in court, where police are seen waking up 26-year-old Jose Ibarra and questioning him about the murder in the jogging trails near his apartment. The officers are seen asking him about scratches and bruises on his arms and face.
What injuries did you observe?
I noticed on his right arm, his bicep, there was a scratch, which I identified as a potential defensive wound. On his left arm, he had a forearm scratch that was very similar, which in my mind, looked like fingernail scratches to me.
But police noticed several things right away. Fresh scratches on his face and neck, mud-caked shoes, and a torn hoodie sleeve. He claimed he had been out walking around the morning before, but couldn't remember details. His phone, the one that pinged near Lakin's, was in his pocket. Police obtained a search warrant and collected his clothing, phone, and DNA samples. Forensics began immediately. The results came back within hours. Lakin's DNA was found beneath Ibarra's fingernails. His fingerprint was lifted from her shattered phone screen. His GPS data matched hers within a margin of seconds during the time of the attack. Every piece of digital evidence, her watch, her phone, his phone, overlapped perfectly. But it didn't stop there. A search of the trash outside the duplex uncovered the torn hoodie seen on surveillance footage. On it were traces of fabric that matched Lakin's clothing, as well as blood spatter consistent with the blunt trauma injuries she sustained. In less than 36 hours, detectives had gone from a crime scene to a suspect, from a lifeless trail to a digital map leading directly to an arrest. Ibarra was taken into custody without incident. He was charged with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault with intent to rape, kidnapping, and several other counts. He said little during his interrogation. He didn't confess, but he didn't deny it either. The case was moving faster than anyone expected. What might have taken weeks in another time was now advancing hour by hour, fueled by a chilling truth. In a world wired to track everything, even death leaves a digital signature. Lakin had fought back, and in doing so, she left behind the clues that would ensure her killer couldn't hide. The trial of Jose Antonio Ibarra began in the fall of 2024, but even before the courtroom doors opened, the atmosphere around the case had turned electric. Unlike high-profile jury trials, this one would be decided by a judge alone, Judge H. Patrick Haggard. The prosecution entered the bench trial with a mountain of forensic evidence, digital data, and eyewitness accounts, all painting a chilling picture of a young woman's final moments and a man's predatory instincts turned fatal. The courtroom itself was divided, not just physically, but politically and emotionally. On one side, the Riley family sat in somber silence, bearing the weight of a loss that had shaken their entire world. On the other, the defense attempted to paint Ibarra as a man who had fallen through the cracks of a broken immigration and social system, but their efforts did little to deflect the gravity of the charges: malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault with intent to rape, kidnapping, and tampering with evidence. Prosecutors meticulously walked the court through the timeline. They presented data from Laken's Garmin smartwatch that recorded her heart stopping precisely at 9:28 a.m., corroborating the exact moment her attacker inflicted the fatal blow. They demonstrated that Ibarra's location, tracked through surveillance footage and geolocation data, matched the scene of the crime. But perhaps most disturbing were the injuries, signs of a vicious struggle indicating that Laken didn't die easily. She fought hard.
To the university, I found it. Ma'am. Oh, I need EMS immediately to the location where the phone pings. Ma'am. She's down, she's not breathing. Potentially been attacked. Starting CPR now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I'm not getting any pulse. She's stiff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. That's what you exact. 1, 2, go back through, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Take over. Looks like blunt force trauma to the head. Her shirt has been removed above her breast.
Defense wounds on her hands and arms told the story of a woman desperately trying to escape her fate. The defense team tried to question the timeline and chain of custody for some pieces of evidence, but the facts were overwhelmingly against them. There were traces of Ibarra's DNA found at the crime scene and on Laken's body. Clothing fibers matched. Even the blood spatter patterns told a consistent story, a brutal, one-sided attack in a secluded part of campus. Ibarra chose not to testify. Throughout the trial, he showed little emotion, staring blankly ahead as the prosecutor described the horrific nature of Laken's injuries. The prosecution emphasized that the attack was premeditated, not in a traditional sense, but as a calculated decision when Ibarra saw an opportunity to overpower a lone jogger. After just 4 days of trial, Judge Haggard delivered a unanimous verdict, guilty on all counts. The courtroom fell silent for a beat, then broke into quiet sobs. On November 20th, 2024, Ibarra was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. There would be no appeal, no leniency, no redemption, just the cold weight of justice served in full. The trial may have ended, but for many, the shockwaves of Laken Riley's murder had only begun. The University of Georgia community was forced to confront a new reality, one where safety on campus was no longer a given. The fact that this was the first murder on UGA's campus since 1983 made the crime all the more jarring. Students organized vigils and demanded reforms.
This campus and our sisterhood will never be the same without Laken Riley. Although the flowers in our house will fade, the visitors will slow, and we will begin classes again, our hearts will always ache without Laken. She exuded devotion with each and everything that she did. A devoted Christian, sister, student, daughter, and friend. Whether it was nursing school, being the Alpha Chi banner chair, or the incredible runner that she was, Laken showed devotion throughout every avenue of her life. Doing something halfway was just never an option. Tell your friends that you love them, and never miss an opportunity for a sweet treat, one of Laken's favorite pastimes, and scream the lyrics to your favorite song as loud as you can. Be kind. Catch up with your friends, and strive to be the type of person that Laken was. Our sisterhood is shared from far and wide, heaven and earth side. And Laken, we will love and remember you forever.
including increased campus patrols, more lighting on trails, and enhanced emergency alert systems. But beyond Athens, the murder stirred a national firestorm. The suspect's immigration status, an undocumented Venezuelan migrant who had been arrested multiple times but never detained by ICE, lit a match in an already explosive political climate. News outlets across the spectrum seized the case. Conservative pundits used Lakin's death to underscore what they viewed as failed immigration enforcement. Progressive voices countered with concerns about racial scapegoating and politicizing tragedy. But regardless of party lines, one thing became clear. This wasn't just about a murder. It was about systemic oversight. Amid the uproar, the Laken-Riley Act was introduced in Congress and swiftly passed by the U.S. House of Representatives. The act proposed mandatory federal detention of undocumented immigrants who had been arrested for certain crimes even before trial. Supporters of the bill hailed it as a necessary safeguard. Critics warned it could lead to constitutional overreach and mass incarceration. Still, Laken's name became a rallying cry, not just for justice, but for legislative change. The Riley family, though heartbroken, channeled their grief into advocacy. They spoke publicly about the importance of victim protection and systemic accountability, attending Senate hearings and urging policymakers to do better.
Thank you. Thank you, Trump. We would like to thank Senator Katie Britt for her diligent bipartisan work to get this bill through the Senate. We'd also like to thank Congressman Mike Collins for his unwavering passion and for leading on the Laken-Riley Act from the start. Our family will forever be grateful for the prayers of the people across our nation and for helping to get this legislation into law. We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Laken. And he hasn't. He's a man of his word. We trust that he will fight for the American people. Most importantly, I want to thank our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because without his sacrifices, Laken's story would have ended on that horrific day that she was taken from us. But because of him, we can continue living knowing that we will see Laken again. There's no amount of change that will ever bring back our precious Laken. Our hope moving forward is that her life saves lives. We're so thankful that her passion for helping others and her legacy for doing good in the name of Jesus Christ will carry on. Thank you.
Their strength became a symbol of resilience in the face of unimaginable loss. Meanwhile, at UGA, a scholarship fund was established in Laken's memory. Her classmates remembered her as driven, compassionate, and always the first to help others. Professors described her as someone who was destined to make a difference in the medical field. The tragic irony that a woman who was training to save lives had hers stolen in such a brutal manner wasn't lost on anyone. In online spaces, the discourse raged on. Some blamed immigration loopholes. Others blamed campus security. Still others pointed out that focusing only on immigration distracted from the deeper issue, violence against women. But regardless of where the conversation landed, Laken's story had already become part of something larger. It wasn't just a campus tragedy anymore. It was a symbol, a headline, a battle cry. In the end, the murder of Laken Hope Riley wasn't just about the crime, it was about everything it revealed. A young woman went out for a run and never came home. Her life, full of promise, was reduced to autopsy reports and legal arguments. And while the justice system may have succeeded in convicting her killer, the broader systems surrounding her death were exposed as deeply flawed. Laken's case is a haunting reminder of how quickly routine can turn into catastrophe. She wasn't doing anything reckless or dangerous, just jogging on a trail she had likely used many times before. That ordinary decision became the opening for a predator, and in that moment, we're reminded of a terrifying truth. Sometimes the most horrific crimes are those that happen in places we think are safe. What followed, the political firestorm, the new laws, the media frenzy, raised a troubling question. Are we reacting to the crime or using it? The public discourse, while vital often felt like it drowned out the human aspect. Laken was not a policy point. She was someone's daughter, friend, and classmate. She was days away from changing lives as a nurse. That personal narrative often got lost amid headlines about immigration and national security. Yet there's no denying that her death led to tangible change. Whether one agrees with the politics or not, her name now exists in legislation. The Laken-Riley Act may still face legal challenges, but it marks a moment when public tragedy became public policy. In that sense, Laken's life, though stolen, continues to make an impact. For the Riley family, justice may have brought closure, but it didn't bring peace. No sentence, no law, no media coverage can ever fill the void left behind. But perhaps what they've built in Laken's memory, the advocacy, the scholarship, the voices they've inspired, will carry forward the kind of legacy she deserved. And for the rest of us, this case is a wake-up call about safety, about how we handle immigration, about how quickly the lives of the innocent can be taken by those who fall through the cracks, about how we mourn and how we move forward. In memory of Laken Hope Riley, let us not only remember how she died, but strive to protect the countless others who still run those trails, walk those campuses, and live in that fragile space between security and vulnerability. If you found this story impactful, please like, share, and subscribe for more in-depth true crime documentaries. Your support helps us continue telling stories that matter.
The Seth Teckle murder trial.
He's accused of killing his pregnant wife in their Wapello County home last May. KCCI's Laura Nichols explained why state prosecutors say lust was his motive, but the defense says they have the wrong man.
Autopsy photos Gooden told the jury that Lisa Teckle died from a single shotgun wound to the left side of her body.
Getting 911, she's not breathing. Does she have any medical problems? She's been shot.
Seth Teckle is the one who was behind the 12-gauge shotgun.
After nearly 2 weeks of hearing all the reasons why Seth Teckle is guilty of killing his wife, the jurors will now hear the defense's theory that it was the Teckle's neighbor, Brian Tate, who most likely committed the crime.
I can't control what other people see or think they see. But I'm telling you that right now, I have to bury my wife and kid, my unborn kid, okay? Whoever did this is going to pay.
In the quiet rural town of Agency, Iowa, nestled among open fields and silos, tragedy struck a young couple that appeared to have everything going for them. Lisa Teckle was just 23, newly married, pregnant with her first child, and dreaming of a future filled with promise. Her husband Seth was a firefighter and aspiring law enforcement officer. They seemed like the all-American couple, devoted, full of ambition, and ready to start a family. But behind their white picket fence lay secrets, deception, and a motive deadly enough to shatter 2 lives and silence an unborn one. On May 26, 2012, Lisa was shot to death in her own bed. Seth claimed he heard the blast while in the shower and ran to find his pregnant wife bleeding from a shotgun wound.
Getting 911, she's not breathing. Does she have any medical problems? She's been shot. I was in the trying to get ready for work and I heard a gunshot. And I came running out and she shot in the side and
It seemed random. Could it be a home invasion? But as investigators dug deeper, the truth began to unravel. And with it came a disturbing narrative of betrayal, infidelity, and manipulation. This wasn't a robbery gone wrong. This was something darker. Lisa had no idea the man sleeping next to her held a secret that would cost her everything. This is the story of Lisa Teckle's murder, a case that went through 3 trials, a community torn by disbelief, and a husband who was willing to kill the woman carrying his child, all for another woman. Lisa Teckle grew up in southeast Iowa, where she was known for her warm personality, bright smile, and strong moral compass. She dreamed of following in her father's footsteps in law enforcement and worked as a reserve deputy and corrections officer. Friends described her as bubbly and strong, and family said she lit up every room she walked into. In October 2011, she married Seth Teckle, a volunteer firefighter with aspirations of becoming a sheriff's deputy. The couple lived in a modest mobile home on her family's rural property. To outsiders, their life seemed idyllic. Lisa was 17 weeks pregnant with a baby girl they planned to name Zoe Maria. She often posted about her pregnancy milestones and how excited she was to become a mother. But behind the cheerful posts and social appearances, Seth was growing distant. Unbeknownst to Lisa, he had rekindled a relationship with a former co-worker named Rachel McFarland. He texted Rachel daily, even while lying next to Lisa at night.
Talk about people that are in your lives and person's lives. Was there any extra marital there?
Work that I was texting, but I wasn't seeing her. It wasn't anything. It was just, hey, how was your day type of thing.
Would it be considered sexting?
No, none of that.
What are you wearing?
No, there wasn't any of that.
We have to be honest about her, okay? Because anything that you haven't told us yet.
No. And it's going to end up the way I just told you.
Rachel's DNA won't be on your clothes or...
I never had with her. No, nothing oral, nothing like that. I gave her hugs and I kissed her.
Lisa, trusting and in love, had no idea her husband was living a double life. She made nursery plans while he schemed how to end their marriage, not with divorce, but with a shotgun. It was around 5 a.m. on May 26, 2012, when a single blast from a 12-gauge shotgun echoed through the Teschel home. Seth claimed he had been in the shower and rushed out when he heard the shot. He said he found Lisa in bed, blood pooling beneath her, barely breathing.
Protected us 10 feet away from her. Why can't they still be alive? What? Why? Why couldn't I have done something to protect the woman that I love?
I turned the shower on. I wasn't in there for more than 5 minutes, and I heard this loud noise. And I will be honest, I had every intention on shooting whoever it was. I don't see anybody. I don't hear nothing. I run back inside. I run into the bedroom. And I said, Lisa, are you okay? And she's not breathing.
She was pronounced dead at the hospital. The child she carried, Zoe Maria, died with her. At first glance, the scene raised more questions than answers. The window screen was cut, suggesting a possible intruder, but nothing was stolen. Lisa had not fought back. There were no signs of forced entry. Her phone and wallet were untouched. Seth told authorities that someone must have broken in, perhaps a mentally ill neighbor he had issues with. He offered the name of a man who had allegedly made threats in the past. The story seemed plausible to some.
Who was the first person that came to your mind?
Tate, my crazy-ass neighbor who thinks that we're terrorists. Todd said that Tate the whole time was sitting on his front porch and he was rubbing a loaded shotgun.
But detectives noticed something strange. Seth showed little emotion. His answers were mechanical, and when they asked about his marriage, he glossed over any problems. A break came quickly. Investigators searched Seth's phone and found a trove of messages to Rachel McFarland. The texts weren't just friendly, they were intimate, romantic, and laced with urgency. Just 2 days before Lisa was murdered, Seth had written, "Just give me 2 more weeks." In another message, he said, "I want to be with you more than anything." The timeline unraveled quickly. It turned out Seth had access to a Mossberg 500 shotgun, a weapon consistent with the one that killed Lisa. It had been reported missing until it was discovered hidden in the weeds behind the trailer. This wasn't a random break-in. This was an execution, carried out while Lisa slept. Seth had plotted it meticulously, staging the scene and even selecting a scapegoat, but his digital footprint gave him away. He had used Lisa's death as a means to clear the path to a new life, one that didn't include his wife or unborn child.
Here's the deal, okay? Facts, right now, these case facts. Kill us. You're responsible for killing your wife.
No. No. I can't kill my wife. I can't do it. What facts do you have that I killed her?
Listen, I've seen Rachel. Okay? I know what guys see when they see her. Guys do the same thing, okay?
I'm telling you, if I wanted to be with Rachel, I would get a divorce. I would not kill my wife over something that small. You know what? Right now, I guess I don't give a what happens to me, okay? I know what happened. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me upset, and it's working. Congratulations. I can't control what other people see or think they see.
Right.
I'm telling you that right now, I have to bury my wife and kid, my unborn kid, okay? Whoever did this is going to pay.
From the moment law enforcement arrived on the scene, something about Seth Teschel's story didn't sit right. He claimed he was in the shower when the fatal shot rang out, but the timeline didn't line up. The window screen appeared to have been slashed from the inside, not the outside. There was no trace of forced entry, no muddy footprints, no signs of a struggle, no stolen items. And the shotgun shell left behind? It matched ammunition that could be traced back to the same type of firearm Seth had easy access to. Detectives initially followed up on Seth's claims about a local neighbor, a mentally ill man with whom the couple had allegedly had disagreements. But that lead fell apart quickly.
I went to bed about 8:30.
Right after I did.
After Mom did.
Did you hear anything in the middle of the night last night?
I was in bed, and normally I would have been up doing guard duty with all this that happened, but I'm schizophrenic paranoid.
You said earlier, Brian, that you'd sit outside here
at night.
At night, yeah. When's the last time you did that?
Oh, it's been a good week or so. They don't want me to do guard duty anymore. They want me to get sleep, take more medications.
You were such a calm, quiet guy until this vandalism started, and then you're just like a different person.
I was Mr. Nice Guy for a long time. It done me no good. People took advantage of me, so I'm kind of taking a different approach to life right now, being more serious and more not such a nice guy.
Then came the biggest red flag, Seth's phone. A forensic examination uncovered hundreds of messages between him and Rachel McFarland, the co-worker he had been secretly seeing. The tone of those texts turned the investigation on its head.
Teckle says his wife Lisa, a Wapello County Sheriff's deputy, was murdered while he was in the shower that morning. Well, today prosecutors used cell phone records and testimony from Teckle's alleged mistress to try and prove their case.
He added me on Facebook and asked for my telephone number, and just text messages from there started becoming more than just co-workers. It went from just normal conversations to flirtatious text messages. I think it became more asking me to send pictures or, I don't know, just showing off my body.
They weren't casual chats. They were emotional, intimate exchanges. One text, sent just days before Lisa's murder, read, "Can't wait to start our life." Another, "I hate living this lie." Investigators learned that Seth had promised Rachel he'd fix things and would be with her soon. Meanwhile, Lisa, unaware of her husband's double life, had been planning baby showers and browsing baby names. The most damning piece of digital evidence? A message where Seth told Rachel everything will be different after this weekend. The shotgun believed to have killed Lisa, a 12-gauge Mossberg, was eventually found discarded near the Teschel trailer. It hadn't been reported as missing, and it wasn't mentioned by Seth when he listed household weapons. Ballistics confirmed it was the murder weapon. That discovery shifted the case from suspicion to certainty.
John, the day's testimony got off to a disturbing start this morning when the state called Iowa Chief Medical Examiner Julia Goodvin to the stand. With the aid of autopsy photos, Goodvin told the jury that Lisa Teckle died from a single shotgun wound to the left side of her body. Goodvin also told jurors that at the time of her death, Teckle was pregnant with a perfectly healthy female child about 20 weeks old. Wapello County Reserve Deputy Brian Baum then took the stand. On the evening of May 27th, Baum was staking out the area where the murder weapon had been found. Police were hoping that the suspect might return for the weapon. While camouflaged and hidden in a nearby wooded area, Baum saw Seth Teckle and his father, Doug, approach the area. Baum testified that he heard the elder Teckle admonish his son.
What did you hear Seth Teckle say whenever he got near the tree?
When he was near the tree, he stated that they sure seemed to walk around a lot.
Did Doug Teckle respond to that?
Yes, he responded. That's their job, buddy. Come on now, you know that. If you were on the other side of it, what would you do? If you were wearing the badge, what would you do? You would do your job.
The court also heard from Teckle's former roommate, Lucas Howell. Howell told the court that the gun prosecutors believe was the murder weapon was a 12-gauge shotgun he left at the Teckle house roughly a week before the death of Lisa Teckle.
Seth's demeanor during questioning remained unnervingly calm, but friends and family began to turn. Even those who once vouched for his character started to doubt him. Lisa's father, who had once trusted Seth like a son, grew cold. Lisa's mother described her heartbreak.
He sat at our dinner table, and all the while, he was planning to kill her.
You know, for us, this is horrible. But I think for us, too, is watching our other children go through this, too. You know, and feeling that sense of, you can't fix it. As a parent, you want to fix their pain and stuff like that. So I think for our other kids, it's hard, too, you know, for us to sit there and watch them. And, you know, we deal with our pain, you know, because we're the parent, but, you know, we're supposed to fix the boo-boos, and we, you know, so I think that's hard for us.
When police confronted Seth with the evidence, phone records, shotgun ballistics, timelines, he denied everything. He insisted he loved Lisa. He insisted the neighbor was responsible. But the more he spoke, the more holes appeared in his story.
Seth Andrew Teckle, 21 years old, of 8723 Fox Hills Road, Agency, Iowa, was arrested and charged in connection with the murder of Lisa Marie Teckle and her unborn child in the early morning hours of May 26, 2012. Criminal investigation was a cooperative effort between the Wapello County Sheriff's Office, the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, and the State Medical Examiner's Office. And right now I would really like to thank the agents from the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation for all the hard work they put in on this case. Also, my officers who were assigned to the investigation of this case, and to all of the first responders that responded initially on the call when it came in.
A grand jury indicted Seth Teschel on charges of first-degree murder and non-consensual termination of a human pregnancy. The prosecution's theory was clear. Seth wanted out of the marriage, but he didn't want the responsibility, shame, or financial strain of divorce and fatherhood. His solution? Kill his pregnant wife in her sleep and start fresh with another woman.
The district courtroom at the Wapello County Courthouse was packed Thursday morning as family members, friends, and members of the media came to hear opening arguments in the trial of Seth Teckle. The state presented their arguments to the jury in under an hour, focusing more on Seth's relationships with his co-worker at Job Corps and how events in that relationship led up to the death of Lisa Teckle and her unborn child. On the other side, the defense took most of the morning not to talk about Seth's relationships, but rather talk more about the scene of the crime and how the crime was investigated by the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation and also the Wapello County Sheriff's Office.
Seth Teschel's trial would turn into one of Iowa's most watched murder cases, not only because of the shocking nature of the crime, but because it took 3 separate trials to reach a verdict. The first trial, held in Wapello County in early 2013, ended in a hung jury. The defense argued there was still reasonable doubt. They claimed the neighbor Seth had originally named could still be responsible. Jurors couldn't agree.
Of course, we're disappointed in what happened, but I think the whole family's confident moving forward that justice will be served.
Seth Teckle is the one who shot and killed his wife and terminated her pregnancy. Seth Teckle is the one who was behind the 12-gauge shotgun. Seth Teckle is the one who was behind the shotgun, who pulled the trigger, who caused the deer slug to slam into his wife and kill her.
After nearly 2 weeks of hearing all the reasons why Seth Teckle is guilty of killing his wife, the jurors will now hear the defense's theory that it was the Teckle's neighbor, Brian Tate, who most likely committed the crime. The defense doesn't need to prove that Tate is guilty, they just need to make it plausible enough to create enough doubt in jurors' minds.
The second trial, moved to Henry County on October 2013, also resulted in a mistrial due to a deadlocked jury. Despite strong circumstantial evidence, like the texts and the hidden shotgun, the defense painted Seth as a grieving husband being railroaded.
We know the end result, 2 trials, 2 mistrials. But what happened between the men and women who deliberated in this courthouse? One juror says they were split from the start and they were never going to get a verdict.
I just kind of look around, kind of look at people's expressions and emotions and stuff. You know, I deal a lot. I base a lot of my decisions on the way people act and what, you know, how they present themselves.
Coleman describes the deliberation process as frustrating, but in the end, there was nothing he as a juror could do to bring closure to 2 families who desperately want it.
I feel sorry for the families, both sides, because neither one of them's got a closure. You know, they can't really go on with their lives, and it's, you know, it's just got to be total chaos for them, especially for it to last this long.
But during the third trial, held in Scott County in July 2014, prosecutors sharpened their case. They brought Rachel McFarland to the stand, where she testified about the affair, Seth's promises, and his increasingly desperate desire to be with her.
He started asking if, when he got a divorce to his wife, I'd move in with him. And I said no.
They also walked jurors through the chilling timeline of texts and showed how Seth had slowly orchestrated the murder. Ballistics, digital forensics, and behavioral evidence overwhelmed the defense's theory. Jurors learned that Lisa had been shot at close range while she slept, a deliberate, precise act. Experts testified that there was no way Seth wouldn't have heard an intruder entering or exiting such a small trailer. His timeline was impossible. The jury deliberated just a few hours before finding Seth Teschel guilty of first-degree murder and non-consensual termination of a pregnancy. On September 12, 2014, inside the Scott County Courthouse, Seth Teschel stood before a judge to receive his sentence, life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 25 years for the death of his unborn daughter, Zoe Maria. He showed little reaction, no visible emotion, no apology, no acknowledgement of the destruction he had caused. It was as if the verdict had no real weight.
With this verdict, Mr. Teschel, I required under Chapter 8 several items. We'll need to set a date for sentencing. September 15.
A murder in the first degree, and it's signed by the head juror. Count 2, non-consensual termination.
A Davenport jury finds Seth Teschel guilty on all counts in the murder of his pregnant wife. Jurors agreed 23-year-old Teschel was guilty of first-degree murder and non-consensual termination of a human pregnancy. He faces a mandatory sentence of life in prison without parole.
But for Lisa's family, the courtroom was a mix of sorrow, rage, and bittersweet relief. Lisa's father, Todd Caldwell, took the stand during the victim impact statements. His voice trembled as he looked directly at the man he once considered a son. "You murdered our daughter. You stole her dreams. You murdered your own child. You lied to our faces. You sat with us in grief and cried crocodile tears while hiding the truth." His words echoed in the courtroom, drawing tears from jurors, attorneys, and even seasoned journalists covering the trial. Lisa's mother, Tracy, recounted the moment she found out her daughter had been shot. "It felt like the world stopped. One minute I was planning her baby shower, the next I was planning her funeral." She described Lisa as someone who always put others first, someone who dreamed of being a mother since childhood. And she would have been a great one, she said, her voice breaking. But Seth robbed us of that, robbed the world of that. After the trial, Rachel McFarland, Seth's former lover and a key figure in the case, went into seclusion. She had testified truthfully, providing the prosecution with critical insight into Seth's mindset before the murder. She told the jury she never knew he was planning something so horrific. "I thought he was just trying to leave her," she told investigators in a statement. "I didn't think he'd kill her. I never would have been involved if I'd known." Although Rachel was not charged with any crime, public backlash followed her for months. The community of Agency, Iowa was shaken to its core. Small towns like this are built on trust, familiarity, and long-standing relationships. The idea that a local firefighter, someone many people respected, could commit such a brutal, calculated murder sent shockwaves throughout the region. Seth was transported to the Anamosa State Penitentiary, a maximum security facility in Iowa. He was placed in protective custody for a time due to the high-profile nature of the case and the fact that he once aspired to become a law enforcement officer. According to prison records, he has not spoken publicly about the case since sentencing and has filed no appeals. But for Lisa's family, the pain never left. Every May 26th is marked not only by memories of her death, but of what could have been: Zoe's birth, Lisa's career, family milestones. All of it stolen in a single act of cowardice, covered up with a lie and exposed only through persistence and evidence. Justice may have been served in court, but for those who loved Lisa, the sentence felt like only a fragment of what was lost. Lisa Teschel's murder is not just a tragic tale of love gone wrong. It's a chilling reminder that danger doesn't always come from the shadows. It can live inside the very person we trust most. Her killer didn't wear a mask or break through a window. He wore a wedding band and kissed her goodnight. He wasn't a stranger. He was her husband. Seth Teschel had the world fooled. To friends, he was a devoted partner. To family, he was a charming, motivated young man with a bright future. But beneath that polished surface, he harbored a dark, selfish desire to rid himself of responsibility, commitment, and the life he no longer wanted. And he was willing to murder to make that happen. What makes this case so haunting is how ordinary it seemed. There were no police calls, no documented fights, no outward signs of abuse. Lisa believed she was safe. She believed her husband loved her. In reality, she was sleeping beside a man who had already chosen her fate. That false sense of security is what terrifies us the most. The true horror of this story isn't just the murder, it's manipulation, the lies, the way Seth sat through his wife's funeral, comforted her grieving family, and even posted loving tributes, knowing all along that he had pulled the trigger. That kind of calculated deception is something most people can't comprehend, but it's real, and in Lisa's case, it cost 2 lives. The legal system worked. After 3 grueling trials, a jury finally saw through the smoke and mirrors. But justice doesn't bring closure. It doesn't bring Lisa back. It doesn't allow her to raise her daughter, graduate from the academy, or grow old with a man who truly loved her. Those dreams were buried the day Seth pulled that trigger. In the years following the verdict, Lisa's story has been featured in multiple true crime documentaries, podcasts, and news specials, not just because of the shocking betrayal, but because of the warning it carries. Relationships that seem healthy on the outside can hide rot beneath. Infidelity, manipulation, emotional control. These aren't just red flags. They can be precursors to something far more sinister. If Lisa's story can save just one life, her mother once said, then her death won't be in vain. The Teschel case teaches us that not all murderers wear their intentions on their sleeves. Some smile, make breakfast, and kiss you goodbye, then plan your funeral behind your back. That's the kind of evil that shatters not just lives, but communities. Lisa Teschel was more than a victim. She was a dreamer, a future mother, a daughter, a woman who worked hard and loved deeply. She should have been telling her daughter bedtime stories, not becoming the subject of one. Her voice was stolen, her life was extinguished, but her legacy lives on. In remembering Lisa, we remember all the silent victims, those with partners turned predators, whose homes became cages, and whose trust became a death sentence. This story doesn't end in a prison cell. It ends with a call to action, to recognize the warning signs, to listen to your gut, and to never assume that love can't turn lethal. The murder of Lisa Teschel wasn't the result of passion, accident, or spontaneous rage. It was premeditated, cold, calculated. A man who vowed to protect his wife and unborn daughter instead chose to end their lives in pursuit of a new beginning, one that never came. Behind Seth's quiet demeanor was a storm of selfish desire. He didn't want divorce, didn't want accountability. He wanted freedom. And in that pursuit, he stole 2 lives that had done nothing but trust and love him. Lisa Teschel was more than a victim. She was a daughter, a wife, a future mother, and a woman who deserved so much more. Her story is a chilling reminder that the people we love the most can sometimes harbor the darkest intentions.
The target of the attack, Madeline Shemitz, had already been rushed to the hospital. 19-year-old Spencer Pearson is charged with multiple counts of attempted murder and aggravated battery. He didn't speak in court today, the scars on his neck telling the story of how he tried to slash his own throat after stabbing others.
It's the day 17-year-old Madison Shemitz was stabbed outside of the restaurant more than a dozen times.
It was her ex-boyfriend who police say attacked her.
According to investigators, it was at the hands of her ex-boyfriend and left her paralyzed from the chest down.
Tonight on the 10 o'clock news, a closer look at the moments leading up to a stabbing that left the local teen paralyzed from the chest down.
Kennedy Armstrong and James Stepp running towards the attack. Armstrong jumps in to break it up while Stepp, who's in the black shorts, calls police.
That was a little chilling to see.
June 3rd, 2023, a warm Florida evening. Laughter spills from a popular restaurant in Ponte Vedra Beach. Families dine, kids chatter, and nothing seems out of place. until a piercing scream cuts through the calm. In seconds, chaos replaces comfort. A young girl is lying on the pavement, bleeding out. Her mother is screaming. A bystander rushes in, only to be pulled into the violence himself. And amid the carnage stands a figure holding the blade, someone the girl once trusted. This wasn't a random act of violence. It wasn't a robbery gone wrong or a misunderstanding turned deadly. What unfolded in that parking lot was the result of weeks of obsession, stalking, and silent warnings no one could have predicted would lead to this. The victim? Madison Shemitz, just 17 years old, full of promise, and a rising athlete with her eyes set on college life. But that future was nearly stolen from her by someone who couldn't let her go. A person who believed that if he couldn't have her, no one could.
This is video from Mr. Chubby's Wings in Ponte Vedra from June 3rd. It's the day 17-year-old Madison Shemitz was stabbed outside of the restaurant more than a dozen times. According to investigators, it was at the hands of her ex-boyfriend and left her paralyzed from the chest down. According to a witness of the attack, this is her ex-boyfriend, Spencer Pearson, who's facing attempted murder charges walking in. You can see him walking around the restaurant. At one point, he walks not too far from where the 17-year-old and her mother are seated. Then you see him sit down. A few minutes later, Madison and her mother get up and leave. You see Pearson look towards the direction of the door, wait a bit, then exit too. This camera from outside of the restaurant shows the moments Pearson runs up to the 17-year-old and her mother. A struggle then happens in front of the vehicle.
What happened to Madison would leave a community shaken, a courtroom silenced, and a young woman fighting for her life in more ways than one. This is not just a story about a brutal attack. It's about survival, strength, and the terrifying truth that danger sometimes wears a familiar face. Madison Shemitz was like many all-American teens, vibrant, ambitious, and determined. A senior at Ponte Vedra High School, she was known for her athleticism, especially her love for softball. On the field, she was fierce and focused. Off the field, she was kind-hearted and well-loved by her peers and teachers. College scouts had already taken notice, and her future looked bright. Madison had dreams of playing college softball and making a name for herself beyond her hometown. But life wasn't just about accolades and athletic goals. Like most teenagers, she was navigating the complexities of young love, heartbreak, and self-discovery. She had dated a fellow student, Spencer Pearson, but their relationship had ended months before the attack. To most, it seemed like a typical high school breakup. Emotional, yes, but something both would eventually move past. What many didn't know was that after the breakup, Spencer's behavior began to spiral. He reportedly grew more controlling and erratic, sending unsettling messages and appearing at places Madison frequented. Friends and family noticed, and Madison herself became uneasy. She had even discussed her fears with loved ones, sensing that something about Spencer's fixation wasn't just typical post-breakup heartbreak. It felt dangerous.
My trauma truly starts from within my relationship with the defendant, even prior to June 3rd, 2023. Throughout the barely 6 months I was in a relationship with him, I had felt stripped of everything I knew I truly deserved. I knew not only did I not feel happy, I felt suffocated, trapped, manipulated, and controlled. I knew that the relationship was giving me far less than what I deserved. As someone who truly takes pride in the human they know they are, I knew I had every right to put myself first and leave a relationship. Yet what no 16-year-old girl deserves is to experience fear while ending a relationship. But once again, I was that 16-year-old girl who was forced to experience that fear.
Despite her growing concerns, Madison tried to move on. She focused on her upcoming graduation, spent time with her supportive family, and looked ahead to her future with hope. Her mother, Jacqueline Roger, was always nearby, protective, present, and proud. On that fateful day in June, the two decided to grab lunch together at a familiar spot. It was meant to be a simple outing, a break from the usual routine. What they didn't know was that Spencer Pearson had been watching and waiting. Behind what seemed like a normal teenage breakup, something much darker was building. And Madison, despite all her intuition and courage, was about to come face to face with the nightmare she had feared all along.
That was a a little chilling to see when he rushed out the door and then eventually ended up attacking her.
Stepp says he saw the surveillance video Wednesday. He says the video is infuriating, but also helps him get a better understanding of the situation.
In the moment, it's based off so much adrenaline and action. So actually getting a chance to see it from the outside perspective was definitely a little different.
Madison's mom and Armstrong were also injured during the attack. And Stepp says the one thing he wants people to take away from this attack is to always help if you can.
If anyone saw something like this happen, I would just pray that they would step up and do the right thing.
It was around 4:30 p.m. when Madison and her mother arrived at Mr. Chubby's Wings, a casual restaurant nestled in a shopping plaza. They were there to enjoy a relaxing meal, laugh a little, and spend some quiet time together. But as they settled in, an ominous presence lurked nearby. Spencer Pearson. He wasn't there by chance. He had followed Madison, and this time he came armed with a knife and a plan. When Madison and her mom stepped out of the restaurant after lunch, the warm Florida sun bathed the parking lot in light. What should have been an ordinary walk to the car turned into a nightmare in seconds. Without warning, Spencer charged toward them. Witnesses later described the scene as surreal.
Oh my God, he's sliced open. Oh my God, there's more people injured. Okay, ma'am, don't hang up. His hand is completely just, somebody put a tourniquet on him and somebody else is on the ground and his whole hand is completely sliced open. He needs ambulance right away.
This was when, at 4:30 p.m. on June 3rd, 2023, I turned around and saw the defendant running towards me faster than I had ever seen him run before. Not knowing what was coming next, I turned and attempted to go in the opposite direction. This was when the defendant had grabbed me. I hit the ground and began feeling the attack. On that day, the defendant chose to try and take my life. He chose to try and take my mother's life, and he chose to severely harm a good and innocent stranger. Your Honor, on June 3rd, 2023, I was given my own life sentence by the defendant, and I plead with you that the defendant receives the same justified sentence and deserved punishment. Thank you.
Please quiet down. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. Please sit down.
Like something out of a horror film, he grabbed Madison, tackled her to the ground, and began stabbing her, over and over, 17 times. Her mother screamed, throwing herself between them, trying to pull him off. But Spencer's rage was unrelenting. As Jacqueline fought to save her daughter, he turned the knife on her too, stabbing her as she struggled. At that moment, a 23-year-old man named Kennedy Armstrong, who had just finished his meal inside, ran out to help. But bravery came at a cost. Spencer slashed and wounded him as well. Blood stained the pavement. People fled in panic, and still Spencer wasn't done. After unleashing the brutal attack, Spencer turned the knife on himself. He stabbed his own neck and tried to end his life, collapsing just feet from the girl he'd tried to destroy. First responders arrived quickly, and the chaos was nearly impossible to process. Madison was rushed to the hospital, her injuries so severe that doctors feared she might never walk again. Her spinal cord had been damaged, her lungs collapsed, but somehow she survived. Spencer also survived. And when he opened his eyes in that hospital bed days later, he wasn't met with the warmth of family or the concern of friends. He was met with shackles and the beginning of a long road through the criminal justice system. But for Madison, the hardest journey was just beginning.
911, what's the evidence of the emergency? Somebody just got stabbed right in front of Tubby. The boy has just stabbed the girl.
You guys need to come quick.
We need an ambulance. You don't have to be scared.
The target of the attack, Madeline Shemitz, had already been rushed to the hospital. 19-year-old Spencer Pearson is charged with multiple counts of attempted murder and aggravated battery.
According to investigators, it was at the hands of her ex-boyfriend and left her paralyzed from the chest down.
The investigation into the attack on Madison Shemitz unfolded rapidly, but its details painted a chilling picture of premeditation and obsession. Law enforcement arrived at the crime scene within minutes of the 911 calls. Witnesses were shaken, many still in disbelief at what they had seen. A young woman nearly murdered in broad daylight by someone who once claimed to love her. Police found the knife at the scene stained with blood and immediately took Spencer Pearson into custody after he was stabilized. As detectives pieced together the timeline, it became clear that this was no spontaneous outburst. Spencer had been stalking Madison in the days leading up to the attack. Cell phone data and eyewitness accounts revealed he had been watching her movements, following her, and harboring growing resentment after their breakup. He had even made disturbing statements to friends and classmates, comments about hurting himself and others, laced with anger and desperation. Yet no one imagined he would act on them with such brutal finality. Madison's injuries were catastrophic. In interviews with police, her family recounted how she had expressed fear about Spencer's behavior weeks prior. Messages showed a pattern of harassment and mental instability, something investigators quickly identified as key evidence of intent. Prosecutors began building a case for attempted first-degree murder, noting that Spencer had brought the knife with him to the restaurant, had waited for Madison to appear, and then carried out the attack in front of numerous witnesses. There was no doubt this had been planned. The media soon picked up the story, and the community responded with shock and horror. A GoFundMe page was set up to help Madison's family cover her extensive medical expenses. Vigils were held. Support poured in from across the country, especially from women who saw their own experiences reflected in Madison's story. Stories of partners who turned violent when told no. Meanwhile, Spencer remained in custody, charged with multiple felonies, 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 1 count of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Despite his claim of wanting to end his own life, the state was clear. He would be held accountable. As court proceedings began, the evidence continued to mount. Surveillance footage, witness testimonies, and medical reports all pointed to one thing. This wasn't a moment of madness. It was a calculated attempt to destroy a life he could no longer control. And through it all, Madison remained silent, fighting for her recovery, learning how to breathe on her own again, how to move, how to speak. The legal battle was just beginning, but for Madison and her family, the war had already been waged in blood. The trial of Spencer Pearson became one of the most closely watched legal proceedings in St. Johns County. The courtroom was tense, packed with reporters, supporters of Madison, and members of the local community who had followed the case from the beginning. But before the trial could fully unfold, an unexpected development changed the course of the legal battle.
As to counts 1 and 3 of the information, you are adjudicated guilty. You are sentenced to serve the remainder of your life in prison.
Spencer Pearson entered a guilty plea. There would be no drawn-out trial, no jury deliberation, and no chance for him to escape responsibility. Instead, he admitted to everything, every stab, every scream, every calculated moment of violence. By pleading guilty to 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder and 1 count of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, Pearson faced the maximum penalties under Florida law. The state didn't hold back during the sentencing hearing. Prosecutors laid out the brutal nature of the attack, arguing that it was cold, premeditated, and sadistically executed in a public place, showing complete disregard for human life. They emphasized how Madison, a bright and promising teenager, was left with life-altering injuries, physically and emotionally scarred forever. Madison herself, now 18, stood before the court during sentencing. Her voice trembled but never broke. She described the terror of being attacked by someone she once cared about, the pain of fighting for every breath, and the long road she had walked since that day in June. Her mother, Jacqueline Roger, also gave an emotional statement, recounting how she watched her daughter bleed out in front of her and how she still wakes up at night, haunted by the image of Spencer lunging at them with a knife. Both women showed immense strength, refusing to let fear or trauma silence them. The courtroom was silent as the judge handed down the sentence. Life in prison without the possibility of parole. Spencer Pearson showed little emotion, no apology, no remorse. For Madison and her family, it wasn't closure, but it was justice. The judge's words were firm. This was an act of pure evil, and society could not risk letting someone like Pearson walk free again. Outside the courtroom, the public response was one of support and solidarity. The courage shown by Madison and her family resonated far beyond Florida. Advocacy groups began using her story to raise awareness about teen dating violence, stalking, and the importance of early intervention. But even as the legal chapter came to a close, another battle continued. The fight for recovery, for normalcy, for healing. The trial had ended, but for Madison Shemitz, the scars of that day would remain long after the headlines faded. In the months following Spencer Pearson's sentencing, the world didn't go back to normal for Madison Shemitz. It was transformed into something entirely new. Recovery wasn't just physical, it was mental, emotional, and deeply personal. Madison had been left temporarily paralyzed from the chest down. Doctors weren't sure if she'd ever walk again. She had to relearn the most basic functions, breathing without machines, sitting up, lifting her arms. Each step forward was painful, each small victory monumental. But Madison was never alone. Her mother, Jacqueline, remained at her side throughout every hospital stay, physical therapy session, and emotional breakdown. The community rallied too. Local fundraisers, awareness walks, and a powerful outpouring of support from around the country helped fuel her recovery. And then, in a moment that stunned everyone, less than a year after the attack, Madison walked across the stage at her high school graduation. Slowly, deliberately, with braces and assistance, she proved that the man who tried to steal her future would never define it. While Madison was healing, her family was still fighting. In late 2024, they filed a civil lawsuit against Spencer Pearson, his parents, and Mr. Chubby's Wings, the restaurant where the attack occurred. The suit alleged that Pearson's parents had enabled his dangerous behavior by ignoring red flags and even providing him with a knife. The restaurant was accused of failing to maintain a safe environment despite visible warning signs of Pearson's presence that day. The legal team argued that Madison's suffering was preventable, that someone should have intervened before it reached that level of violence. Simultaneously, national organizations began to use Madison's story as a case study in what happens when teen dating violence escalates without intervention. Her name became a symbol, not of victimhood, but of survival. She started speaking out, not just about what happened to her, but what could happen to anyone if early signs of obsession and control are dismissed. And in a powerful recognition of heroism, the Carnegie Hero Fund awarded both Jacqueline Roget and bystander Kennedy Armstrong with the Carnegie Medal, an honor reserved for civilians who risked their lives to save others.
Kennedy Armstrong hero. This court has no quarrel with that assessment. Kennedy Armstrong is most certainly a hero. And but for his actions and the actions of Madison's mother, this defendant would have successfully killed Madison Shemitz.
It was a tribute to the bravery that stopped Spencer from doing even more damage, and a reminder that in darkness, there are always those who step up. Still, trauma doesn't vanish with justice. For Madison, there are scars that no surgery can fix, but in every step she takes, every story she shares, she's reclaiming what was nearly stolen. Her strength, her story, her life. The story of Madison Shemitz is not just a case in a courtroom or a headline in the news. It's a haunting reminder of how love can turn into obsession, how danger can hide in plain sight, and how resilience can rise from the depths of unimaginable pain. What happened in that Florida parking lot wasn't just an act of violence. It was a declaration of control, an attempt to silence a voice that had chosen to move on. But instead of silence, Madison's voice grew louder. She survived 17 stab wounds, a collapsed lung, and paralysis. She survived betrayal from someone she once trusted, and she survived a moment that was meant to end her story, only to begin a new one, written in her own strength. Madison's journey has become a beacon for countless others, young women who've been followed, manipulated, or controlled but didn't know how to speak out. Her survival gives them permission to act, to speak, and to demand safety.
Any of the mitigation that this court has considered, there are just certain crimes that are committed that merit the maximum possible sentence. And this court finds that this is one of them. Spencer Pearson, you have entered a plea of guilty to 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a weapon. As to counts 1 and 3 of the information, you are adjudicated guilty. You are sentenced to serve the remainder of your life in prison. As to count 5, you are adjudicated guilty. You are sentenced to serve 30 years in Florida State Prison.
Justice came in the form of a life sentence, but true justice lies in the life Madison continues to build, one that refuses to be defined by trauma. Her walk across the graduation stage wasn't just a personal milestone, it was a statement that she is here, that she is healing, that she is unbreakable. And while the legal system may have closed its chapter on Spencer Pearson, the impact of his actions will linger in the lives he tried to destroy. But in the face of that shadow, Madison stands defiantly in the light, reminding us all that monsters don't win, and that survival is sometimes the most powerful kind of justice. If you or someone you know is experiencing signs of dating violence or obsessive behavior, don't wait. Speak up. Seek help. Because one voice can save a life, and one life, like Madison's, can change the world.
It's like to make an official missing persons here. Because I've talked to so many officers, everybody she knows, her friends, family, none of them has seen her face or talked to her in over a month. What's your concern? That he killed her.
This is Kim, a daughter who's been searching for her mother for weeks. She knocked on every door, called every hospital, begged every officer she could find, but no one has seen her mother, Martha Robin, since midsummer. And today, Kim has brought the police back one last time because deep down she knows something is very wrong.
She asked me to report her missing last week, so she convinced somebody to report her missing.
You want to take all your stuff off?
Oh, we have the dog? Do you see him?
Hey, buddy.
Inside, everything appears untouched.
Ask the police! He's always been here, because the bell's ticking in.
Oh, he's been here. The question is what he did to her. Not a single pair of her shoes anywhere around here.
If I were you, I'm not telling you how to feel, but this would be a relief. She's not here, but it doesn't look like there's any sign of distress or, all of her stuff's not thrown around.
No signs of a struggle, no forced entry, just a quiet, lifeless home. To the officers, it's one more welfare check in a long week. But to Kim, it's the moment she's dreaded most. Because if her mother isn't here, then where is she? Akron, Ohio. It's the kind of place where most people know their neighbors, where routine feels safe, and where nothing truly shocking ever seems to happen. But for 62-year-old Martha Robin Freitag, life had never really been peaceful. Martha lived alone in a small single-story home on the east side of town. On paper, it was hers. The house in her name, the bills paid, the dog named Sammy always waiting by the door. But in reality, she shared the space with a man named David Callahan, her on-again, off-again boyfriend of nearly 16 years. Their relationship had always been rocky. Police knew the address. Neighbors often heard shouting, and friends quietly wondered how long it would take before something truly bad happened. Martha had battled mental health challenges for years, including schizophrenia, and at times she drifted in and out of hospital. David used that instability to his advantage. He convinced outsiders that Martha was unpredictable, unreliable, and often confused. So when she stopped answering calls, it was easy for him to shrug and say she'd gone off somewhere again. But those who knew her best, especially her daughter Kim, knew that wasn't Martha's pattern. Yes, she struggled. Yes, she could disappear for a few days, but never for weeks. Never without telling anyone, and certainly not without her medication or her beloved dog left behind. Kim and her mother had always shared a complicated bond, scarred by years of tension with David in the picture. He resented Kim, called her meddlesome, said she filled Martha's head with paranoia. But Kim knew her mother was afraid of him. She remembered the late-night phone calls, her mother's whispering voice saying, "He's angry again." And then one night, those calls just stopped. So Kim went to the police, again and again, pleading for them to take her mother's disappearance seriously. At first, they didn't. Officers believed Martha had chosen to cut off contact, maybe gone off her medication, maybe just wanted distance. But as days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the silence grew heavier.
I don't know if he's...
Do you have a key to the house?
No.
Does anybody have a key? No. Because that's the problem. We've been out here. We were out here earlier. There's no mail. The trash was taken out. The neighbor said there's a lady that lives there by herself. The guy that was going to the yard. He said the guy doesn't live here anymore.
Well, I've watched him walk out yesterday. No, he shouldn't be. Okay. There was a big dispute over this house.
But the issue is we were pounding on the door earlier and no one answered. And we didn't have enough to kick the door in and go look for her. But
well, it's been long enough. He should not be here. She owns this property. If I need to break in here with you guys here, and if you think she'll press charges on me, that's fine. I want to know what happened to her. She's not going to press charges on me. That's not a problem.
She has a mental illness.
Yes, she does. But she is.
You know if she's taking her meds?
No, I don't know. And now he's got her phone, back minutes on it or whatever, and he can use Facebook from it, but get on her account, and he can send messages, but nobody can answer the phone. Can't hear her voice though. I mean,
what would you like to do today? I guess
I'd like to get in there and see if, because he was selling her stuff on the front lawn.
So let me ask you this: is it schizophrenia?
Yes.
Does anybody have like power of attorney over her or anything like that?
And down at CSS, they said the last, release of information stuff she did for me was in 2016. So that was too long ago.
So they can't give you any information?
No. But the social worker did sit there right in front of me, call every single hospital there was. I went down to Summit County Jail and asked if she was there. Every hospital... No, that was last week I went to Summit County Jail.
No, yesterday when they called all the hospitals?
No, that was last week too. I went down there because yesterday when I went down there, they wouldn't speak to me at all. But she's not angry at all these people, everybody she knows. My ex-babysitter, she's saying these messages, which I know are from him, saying that she is with Jehovah's Witnesses and whatnot. I know a mutual witness that she says too. She absolutely all communication stopped whatsoever.
What's your concern?
That he killed her.
When she begged officers to check the house, she hoped to find a clue, a note, a suitcase, something to prove her mother had simply walked away. But that's not what she found. The lights were off, the bed unmade, her mother's purse on the counter. Everything frozen in time, except for one chilling detail. The trash outside hadn't been taken out in weeks. In small towns, disappearances can blur into rumors. Some say she ran away. Others say she relapsed. But what really happened to Martha Robin would soon prove that this was no missing person case at all. It was the beginning of a nightmare buried in her own backyard. It's the first week of September 2018, and Kim's desperation is reaching its breaking point. Her mother has been missing for nearly 2 months. Every night she drives past the house, hoping to see the lights on, but the windows stay dark, the curtains unmoved, and the yard overgrown. She can't shake the feeling that Martha never left. So, once again, Kim calls the police and insists they check the property. This time, the officers agree.
You don't have a key to her place? What was that? Did you hear that?
Yeah, earlier the air conditioner was on, but now it's not.
Akron Police!
Their body cams record as they approach the quiet house.
Akron Police!
Somebody's been here, because the bell's taken in, Oh, he's been here. The question is what he did to her. Not a single pair of her shoes anywhere around here.
If I were you, I'm not telling you how to feel, but this will be a relief. She's not here, but it doesn't look like there's any sign of distress or, all of her stuff's not thrown around.
First sign of distress, really, is the fact that there's no Pepsi in that refrigerator.
So that means she hasn't been staying?
No, she has not been here. I'm telling you, he has done something to her. I know it.
They leave that day with no answers. But Kim doesn't stop. A week later, police return. This time because something new has appeared in the driveway, a truck that wasn't there before.
How you doing? Is Martha here?
She's probably at her boyfriend's house.
What's your name, bud?
David.
David Callahan? All right, come on down here for me. Just have a seat if you would. Why do you think she's at her boyfriend's house?
Oh, that's where she stays most of the time.
Where's that at?
I don't know. I don't even know who it is, really.
Are you the only one here?
Me and the dog.
You and the dog?
She's here maybe a couple times a week anymore. We've actually been split up for a year. We've been separate bedrooms for the last year. You know what I mean?
Let me get your social real quick.
She's schizophrenic. She's been on and off her medication. I don't know how many times. You know what I mean? Everything's top secret. I guess her and her daughter's fighting again.
604 to computer. Well, that's part of the reason we're out here, because no one in her family's talked to her since July.
I don't know how. I know she's texted her.
No, she hasn't.
Times. She has another phone besides that. It's nice.
Well, who are you getting text from?
Huh?
Who are you getting text from?
Her? She has a. I mean, I see her very randomly here. You know, the house is in her name. We got the house 8 years ago.
Right.
I mean, I'm making arrangements to move off slow but sure. I just don't have the money. You know what I mean? I'm trying to. But, like I said, I know she's seeing somebody else. I've dated.
What's his name?
I don't even know. I've never met him.
Where does he live at?
I don't know. I have no idea.
What, does he live in Akron?
I would think so.
You would think so. But you don't know.
No, I don't.
Is she in Ohio?
Yeah, as far as I know, yes.
When's the last time you talked to her?
I don't know, probably say 5-6 days ago, maybe.
Where was that at?
I was here.
After that visit, Kim tells the detectives something chilling. Her mother's social media accounts have suddenly become active. Messages are being sent, but the words, the phrasing, the way she types, it's all wrong. Someone's pretending to be Martha.
There's messages yesterday. A message was sent to her brother saying, oh, her phone can get messages, no calls though. It won't load minutes. Okay. So I was sending her messages from her mother's phone saying, this is your daughter. I want to know where you're at. Oh, I'm at the Kingdom Hall in Kent with friends. I said, okay, stay there. I'm coming right now. Oh, I'm not there. You don't know where I am. Well, you just said you were there. Where are you? Oh, I'm eating now. Then there's a post on the Messenger. All of her, the way she types is completely different.
It's enough to convince detectives they've been played. And all signs point back to David. When they confront him again, his story changes over and over.
So you have no idea what this boyfriend's name is?
No.
You have no idea where he lives?
No, I've never met him.
Does she get Social Security?
Yeah.
Who's cashing her checks?
She handles her.
Okay, well, who's cashing her checks?
Her 37 not verified, 166 North.
So you don't cash her checks?
District 1.
You don't cash her Social Security checks?
No, she doesn't get an actual check.
What'd she get?
Pretty sure it's like mom.
You have access to her accounts? You haven't been using her accounts, have you?
She pays the house note, which is it's only $250. I pay the utilities, and we split taxes when they come in. Because my sister just put it in her name.
You just told him that you split utilities.
Well, basically, it depends on how much utilities are, whatever happens.
So if she hasn't been here, how is she giving you half the money?
For the signal 37, two females on scene.
She's here randomly a couple times a week. I mean, she's staying with whoever he is. You know, I don't. It's not an issue with us. Like I said, we've been in separate bedrooms for the last year. So, you know, just
8:15.
We've been together for 16 years now. Started having problems last year. Just trying to be adult about it, you know, and split.
So she decided to move out, but she's...
No, she's not moved out.
When's the last time she lived here?
She still lives here.
When was the last time she stayed here?
I don't know. I want to say 5 or 6 days ago. But I've seen it one time. What's today? Friday? It was Monday or Tuesday.
Whose truck is this?
It's my buddy's truck.
By the end of that week, the unease around the house grows unbearable. Neighbors start to talk about strange smells at night, the sight of smoke drifting from the backyard. And when one neighbor tells police about a fire that burned for 2 days straight in mid-August, the officers know it's time to dig deeper.
We had a fire pit back there of some sort.
Right.
But, I didn't even know she was missing until a few days ago.
Okay.
I talked to some policeman named McConnell.
Okay,
Gave
I know.
me information about what he said.
Okay.
And
I mean, had you noticed any activity by anybody back there in that car recently?
just the guy who lived there.
What was he doing?
In the middle of the night was burning things because I could smell it. And it wasn't unusual because they had fire with it all the time.
What was the last time you saw it, you heard it smelling burning
The
something?
last time I saw her was August 6th.
Right.
And like 2 or 3 days later, we spent 2 days burning something back there. I thought it was a lot closer to the house because I noticed that I could smell the fire.
Okay.
And there was one day in the middle of the heat wave, I came walking down the street, and as soon as I hit that empty lot next door, she also owned that.
Yeah.
The horrible stench coming from everywhere. And I thought, that's great. It's not even a trash day, so,
Yeah, that was, how long ago was that?
Middle of August.
The camera shakes as the flashlight beam catches something in the dirt. A piece of fabric, charred black, buried halfway in the soil. That's when the realization hits. Martha never left the property. She's been here all along. What they find confirms the unthinkable.
Gentlemen? You tell me.
Well, here's the deal. Highly suspicious. Seems like a body part, but we didn't want to dig it out anymore till you guys got here.
Yeah.
I think, all of us would want it dug out a little bit more before you guys can say.
41.
Yeah, let's check. Was it dug out when you guys got here?
That guy.
What made him, did he say what made him start digging?
Yeah, he gave the whole story to the other officer and us. But she got an anonymous text saying if this guy who you guys have arrested recently, that if he wanted to get rid of somebody, he would bury it back here by the fence.
Oh.
So she came back and saw this loose dirt, some ash.
And they say
that guy to come over and help her.
And they say this gentleman is already arrested.
Yeah, that's what both of those two people are telling.
All right. This is the wife.
Missing person that they think it is. And that guy's arrested was a suspect.
Was this her husband? Did they say?
I don't know if they were husband wife.
Because I know she had a protection order against him.
Okay, copy.
Okay. He was staying here.
Yeah.
She went missing. He was staying here.
They've been on and off. I've been out here a couple times where she had a protection order, but it goes back and forth because then she invites him back over and stuff like that. So, let me go talk to these guys real quick, and then we'll let you know what.
Yeah, just let's go.
Find a person.
Well, we don't know yet. Okay, so we're not saying yes and we're not saying no. Okay, we don't know.
Have you been on scenes like this before? How do you not know? I can't wait to know.
Listen, well, we don't want to. What we're saying is we don't want to contaminate anything. If it is, we're going to work slow right now and make sure if any evidence is there that we don't ruin it. Okay, we want to give the best chance to somebody.
Are the crime scene people on their way?
Yeah, well, our sergeant's back there talking to EMS, and we'll get everything going. All right, and I know it's your mom, right? So I mean, we'll let you guys know, and then we can get you people to talk to as well. Like I said, with victim assistance, they are phenomenal. They deal with stuff like this, and they'll talk to you, and they'll help you out if it is. Okay.
Can you tell if it's her?
Not now. No. I don't even think they don't even have the person back there that's going to be digging it up yet. So right now it's a time game, and we gotta wait and see. Just play the waiting game.
While investigators wait for DNA confirmation, they already know who their prime suspect is. Inside the station, David Callahan sits alone in an interrogation room. A grey-walled box with nothing but a table, 2 chairs, and a camera pointed directly at him. At first, the detectives keep it casual.
So, Robin, were you guys like boyfriend, girlfriend?
Yeah, we've been together since 2002.
Okay, a long time. It is a long time.
I mean, we planned on getting married 2 years ago, and just started arguing over little stuff. She's schizophrenic.
Okay.
She goes on and off her medication. It's like one of them things. I don't know if you've ever dealt with schizophrenic.
Well, through work.
Once they get something set in their mind, that's how it is. And, I would have to leave numerous times, just to diffuse the situation.
She was diagnosed and had a doctor and everything?
Yeah, she was on disability long before I ever met her.
Oh, okay.
2002.
Did she go to like CSS or anything, or?
Not as much as she probably should.
Okay.
I know she was years ago. Now I think it's every few months.
Okay. So when was the last time you actually talked to her?
Just beginning of last month.
August?
I want to say, yeah.
Beginning of August, do you think?
3rd or the 4th.
Do you remember where that was?
I was at the house.
Okay. So,
I mean, she told me she was going to Florida for a couple weeks. I wasn't home. I mean, she called me. I was working that day. I mean, I worked very limited, maybe a couple days a month.
What kind of work do you do?
I help a plumber.
Okay.
The plumbers and everything. Like I said, so
I wish I could do one.
Couple days a month.
He paints himself as the patient boyfriend who just couldn't keep up. But every word he speaks raises another red flag. He says he last saw her in early August, that she went to Florida to see her dying father. Then he says she came back. Then she was dating someone new. By the 5th version of his story, even he can't remember which lie he told first.
She had a restraining order against you? A TPO or a CPO?
It's a temporary one.
TPO?
But it lasted like 6 months, I think.
Did you get arrested? Because you...
No, here's the thing.
Yeah,
I mean, she's called the cops on me a half a dozen times, and I've never raised a hand to her. She's never had a scratch on her. Any report you would read will tell you the same thing. You know, she gets mad and I leave. She thinks I'm out humping everything with a pulse out there that's female. You know, that's just, you know, why she originally got mad at me. You know, she just want to argue all the time, and I just, you know, I just felt, you know, leaving for a day or two at a time, you know, would just calm everything down, and it normally did. I mean, we've always worked things out, but I don't understand why she's not back around. I really don't. You know, they said she didn't go to Florida. I mean, I'm sick.
Well, who said that?
Her daughter.
Oh, okay.
I believe she's relapsed on, you know, back to smoke crack again. Because, you know, I found paraphernalia at the house. I mean, tomorrow's her birthday.
Is it?
I tried, I don't know, 3 or 4 times over the last couple of years to get her the 3-day evaluation or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
You know, the police would come out, the paramedics. She'd be standing on the porch, you know, screaming at them, screaming at me. They tell me she don't fit the criteria for the evaluation. Well, what does?
It can be homicidal.
So she have to stab me in my sleep or do something, you know, really crazy?
Yeah.
And they say, well, she's an adult, we can't take her medication, so why don't you leave?
Though it didn't sound like her and Kim had some problems too.
Absolutely. I mean, they would go months on end without speaking to each other. It was at one point, you know, Robin didn't even have a phone number to talk to her mom and dad or her for periods of time.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely true. I sensed they had some hard times now and then, and it sounded like she communicated with her a lot through her Facebook Messenger.
David freezes. He doesn't answer. Detectives shift strategy. They push paperwork across the table, a money order receipt for Martha's mortgage, signed and dated weeks after she disappeared.
There's some pieces missing to your story, Dave. And this, why we had you write this out, is the key. So, because that's your handwriting. And that's just that you just wrote your sister's name 20.
I brought her back.
The problem, Dave. The problem is this is August. And as you know, that is your girlfriend, the love of your life, Robin's handwriting.
I said August. That was last month.
That is September, where you paid the rent. So we can keep up this farce that Robin is still around. Correct?
Okay, I've done this numerous times before.
Well, you told me earlier you'd never done it.
So
you've never asked me if I've gotten a money order for her.
He did ask you that.
I did ask you if you ever made the payment. Yeah.
So Dave,
I did make the payment. I went and got the money order and gave it back to her.
Here's the question. Here's the
You were
question.
saying you didn't even know how much it was.
Here's the question.
You were saying you didn't even know how much it cost.
You did say. Are you a heartless, no good bastard? Are you a heartless,
you never asked me if I went and did
bastard?
that.
He did ask you.
If I made the payment to my sister, I never made the payment to my sister. I walked down to Speedway and got this for Robin. I've done it for numerous times.
That's not what happened, Dave.
Okay.
You paid it, so we keep up this mirage that Robin is still around. And the answer is, do you want to be a heartless bastard, or do you want some clothes? You want people to claw on with their lives?
I'm telling you what I did.
Tell us what you did.
You're not telling us what you did.
Tell us what you really did.
That's what I did. Because for whatever reason, she didn't like walking down there or whatever from time to time. And I walked down there and got the money order at Speedway. Okay, they're from Speedway. I know where it's from.
Dave, that is complete bullshit, dude.
Oh, okay.
That is complete bullshit. You said you'd never done that. You did that to keep up the farce that Robin is still alive.
I never made the payment to my sister.
You did. That's your handwriting.
His breathing changes, slow at first, then shallow. Huckle. He tries to laugh it off, claiming he was just helping her pay bills, that she asked him to. But the officers don't buy it. They've already pulled surveillance footage from the store where the money order was purchased. It's him on camera, alone. Detectives press harder, circling him like sharks. They mention the backyard fire, the smell, the neighbor who saw smoke for 2 nights straight, the charred soil that's now sealed in evidence bags. David leans forward, hands on his head.
Oh, you tell us what's going on.
You tell us what's going on, Dave, so we know you're not a heartless bastard, and I promise you can smoke all you want, all right?
Not all you want. Not all you want.
Well,
don't be boys.
Get it off your chest, Dave. You feel better.
You guys feel a little bit better already, just knowing that you're going to make that decision.
I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean for it to end up like that.
No, it's not a very...
I didn't. I'm not a vicious person like that.
It's not a very respectful way for a person to end up.
I know it's not. I got scared, man. I'm really scared.
All right.
Just... Oh, God, man.
I understand being scared, no doubt about that. So what was it, Dave? An argument or something, or what?
She called the police on me again for no reason. I mean, really no reason at all. And I just snapped, man. Snap.
He tells them that on a humid night in early August, he and Martha were arguing in the bedroom. She'd accused him of cheating again and threatened to call the police. He says he lost control, grabbed the half of an old axe handle she kept beside the bed and struck her again and again until she fell silent.
Because we had argued the day before, and I had left just to try and keep the peace. She just kept accusing me of cheating on her, and I wasn't doing it. She just...
The day before, and then the day she called the cops on you?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
I don't even know what the argument was even about. I don't even know what it was about.
All right.
I didn't mean to do this or I didn't, man. I love Robin.
I believe that. 16 years is a long time. Why did you just...
Oh, God, man.
You just got scared, that's why you put her in the fire pit? And
I dug it out. I didn't burn her up.
What happened, Dave? What happened between you and Robin?
She just kept yelling at me and getting in my face. And I hit her. She had...
Where were you guys at?
It was upstairs.
In the bedroom or in the hallway right there?
In the bedroom.
And you said you hit her?
Yeah.
Did you hit her with your fist or was it something else?
She had It's like half an axe handle or something beside the bed. She had it there for a long time, just thinking to protect herself. I don't know, just snapped. I don't know why.
So you struck her with the half an axe handle?
Yeah, I don't even know how many times.
Okay. After you struck her,
I choked her.
Choked?
It was over within 2 minutes.
Did you use something to choke her, or did you use your hands?
It's a piece of... I got so scared I knew she was gone. I thought. I got a piece of rope. Put a stick on it and try to make sure she was dead. God.
The room goes completely still. You can hear the hum of the fluorescent light above them.
What happened after Robin was dead?
I took her out back and I dug it out. I don't know, a couple feet. I threw her down in there and covered her back up.
The confession is enough. David Callahan is arrested on the spot for murder, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a corpse. By the time the medical examiner confirms the DNA as Martha Robin, every piece of his story has fallen apart. What began as a missing person search has become one of Akron's most disturbing homicide cases, and a chilling reminder of how easily a victim's voice can be silenced behind closed doors. Martha had even filed for a restraining order once, begging officers to protect her.
Hi.
What's going on?
Did you call us? Yes, I did. Okay.
What's going on?
I'm going to reinstate something that happened 14 months ago. Statute of limitation, I think, is 10 years, right? Is it not?
Wait,
10 years? It's 10 years for statute of limitations. They know downtown about it. Some people already know about it.
Okay.
I called 911 that night, but 2 nights before I called 911, and he didn't come out, but he acted like a madman, right? And then the third night, I called again after it was already from 1 o'clock on, his axe, okay? And then I got a restraining order against him. And then he was, I don't know, what are you doing over there?
I'm talking to you.
Hey, why are you over there like that?
Because I want to be.
Okay. Well, I talked to the guy downtown.
Okay.
But over time, like so many victims of domestic control, she began to believe the lies he fed her, that she was safe with him. And that's what made this crime so cruel. David didn't kill a strained, he killed the one person who trusted him the most. Detectives sat across from him, silent, as he finished his story. When he was done, one of them finally spoke.
Hey, just to let you know, they talked to the prosecutor. But right now you're going to be charged with murder, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with evidence.
What began as a missing person call from a desperate daughter ended with the discovery of a secret buried just steps from her mother's door. For weeks, Kim pleaded with officers to search again, and when they finally did, they uncovered the truth that had been hiding in plain sight. Martha never left her home. She had been there all along, silenced by the man who couldn't stand to let her go. Evil doesn't always hide in the dark. Sometimes it sits across the dinner table, pretending to care. Martha's story is a reminder that silence can be deadly, and that sometimes the people we fear the least are the ones we should fear the most. If you found this case disturbing, make sure to like, share, and subscribe, so more stories like Martha's are never forgotten.
He yelled something like, "Oh my God," or something like that. And there was no evidence of any breathing or anything, and I was like, I'm pretty sure she's dead.
The trembling voice belonged to Scott Bozier, the landlord, polite, shaken, and certain of one thing. Whatever was behind that bathroom door had been there too long. Minutes after this call, patrol cars rolled toward a quiet Waynesfield apartment.
That evening, and she was in the shower then.
Okay.
and when nobody saw her.
Nobody talked to her?
When I came in today, before remodeling that one.
Okay, yeah.
I heard the water running, and I looked underneath the floor, and water was running out.
Running out?
That should have had nothing more serious than a leaky pipe, and instead carries the weight of a town's first homicide in decades.
Hey, Brent. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's, if you don't mind, if we come over here, and we're going to be in the shade so the sun isn't beating down on our heads.
Get my dad over here too.
It's up to you. Yeah.
This is Brent Williams, and the woman behind that door is his wife, Erin Mulcahy. By the time police arrived, Erin had been dead for days.
And so she's here?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Her body lay in the shower, the water still pouring over her, as if the apartment itself refused to go quiet. Brent told officers he'd moved out just days earlier, that he only came back to collect a few things.
She just said, get your stuff and go?
I did. My dad came with me.
Okay.
Got my clothes. Pulled out.
Okay.
Let her stay that night.
Okay. All right. And did she say anything to you when you left, or nothing at all?
No. I just said I was very quiet about it. My dad was with me. He'll vouch that I got my clothes, didn't say a word to her.
Sure.
And got out.
Okay.
His father later came with a spare key when the landlord couldn't reach Brent.
The guy that owns the place calls me.
Okay.
He said that he had to get in there.
Okay.
So I said, well, would I be able to tell you okay? He said, as long as you guys are here and go in with me.
Sure.
He told me about the water running, so he shut it off.
Okay. Before you guys made entry, he shut the water off? Okay.
So when I go in there, the bathroom doors are closed. I beat on it. I opened it up, and I thought I seen her laying on the floor there through the glass door.
Okay.
And then Jim called you guys.
At first glance, it looked like a tragic accident. A seizure, maybe alcohol, maybe fate. But Waynesfield, Ohio hadn't seen a homicide in nearly 60 years, and this one was about to rewrite that record. Because the water wasn't the only thing that had been running. So was the clock, counting down to a secret that would soon surface and tear their story apart. Did Brent really leave before Erin's final moments, or was he the one who stopped the clock? It starts just a few days before Erin's death. The tension inside that apartment had been building for weeks. Arguments, long silences, and one final move that would change everything.
Yeah, there hasn't been any other than verbal argument. That's all.
Been an argument.
No, hasn't been an argument. Okay.
That's why you're here. That's why you're here before something happens.
Okay. Well, I can't. I can't stay here all night and wait until. So what's the plan then?
I'm going to get my stuff, and I'm going out.
Okay. Are you doing that now, or? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right.
Brent said he was leaving. He packed his things and walked out, claiming he was done with the chaos. But sometimes walking away doesn't mean you're gone. Sometimes it just means you're waiting for the right moment to come back. Neighbors remember hearing the shower running that weekend. No one thought much of it. It was just background noise, until it wasn't. Because on July 8th, when the landlord finally opened Erin's door, the air inside was heavy and wet. The water had been running for days, and behind that thin shower curtain was the truth. Waynesfield wasn't ready to face. What happened in those missing hours between Brent leaving and Erin's final moments? Was this the accident everyone wanted to believe, or something far colder hiding behind that constant flow of water? The morning of July 8th began with a call no one wanted to make.
901, all the way, 901.
901, go ahead.
When you responded to 200 Karen, they just made entry in the bathroom. They're not sure if this is a 16 or not.
Affirm. I just cleared this 57. I'm en route right now. It's going to be the name of the female.
Erin Mulcahy.
Okay.
Erin's neighbors had noticed something strange, water flooding into an adjacent unit, the faint hum of a shower that never stopped.
So when you entered the apartment, explain how you went ahead and made entry on that.
I know I grabbed the knob just, make sure it was locked. The doorknob was locked, so I would have unlocked it, and it still didn't open. Bathroom door was closed, so I know we beat on the door, yelled her name, no reply.
At first, they thought she'd left it on by mistake. but by the second day, the smell coming from inside made it clear. Something wasn't right. When the landlord arrived, he tried calling Erin. No answer. Then he tried Brent, the man who'd just moved out a few days earlier. But Brent didn't pick up either. So the landlord reached out to Brent's father, who came with a spare key.
So we went in, and that's when we seen her in the shower then. Which as soon as he seen her, he yelled something like, "Oh my God," or something like that. And there was no evidence of any breathing or anything, and I was like, I'm pretty sure she's dead.
The bathroom door was shut. Steam still lingered in the air. When it opened, the truth was immediate. Erin was lying motionless in the shower, water still pouring over her, the drain long clogged, the floor flooded. Rigor mortis had already set in. At first glance, there were no bruises, no blood, no signs of a struggle. To the untrained eye, it looked like a tragic accident. A woman alone, perhaps drinking, perhaps dizzy, slipping in the shower.
I'm not sure what it is. I've got to get...
Actually, you know what? I do know what that is. That's a nose hair from me.
Oh, okay.
But detectives noticed details that didn't fit. The untouched towels, the position of her body, and the water still running, as if someone wanted to make sure no one heard what happened.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Rigor mortis has already set in. Okay, I'll have you guys step out here because I'm going to have to get some pictures and things like that. So she's in the shower. Rigor's set in. Last time anybody saw her was a few days ago. Still getting some additional information on all that. Brent was here, her ex-boyfriend or whatever was here a couple days ago. And
Got your footprint on there?
no, that might be one of the guys coming from one of the landlords. They were coming in and redoing the apartment next door. They heard water running. And when Brent was here, supposedly the other day, he said that he heard water running, but they said there was water all the way. It was flooded all the way out here. So
We're not even going to approach because I can see
right,
from there.
right, yeah, exactly. So
We'll preserve the same for you. And
okay, all right. Well, I appreciate that.
footprints too. So my footprints
Right.
right there.
Yeah, your footprints right here. I'm going to talk to these guys and make sure they came in and shut the water off, but they're the ones that found her, so I would presume that.
The guesswork ended at the autopsy table. Cause of death, strangulation. No slip, no seizure. Force. With that, detectives reclassified the case to homicide and rebuilt the timeline from data, not memories. They started with the phones. Erin's activity stops on July 5th. No calls, no texts, no app pings after that evening. Whatever happened likely happened then. Brent's messages to her that night go unanswered. His account to officers that he'd moved out days earlier and only returned briefly to grab checks now sits against a hard digital cutoff.
When's the last time that you actually talked to Erin?
Sunday.
Sunday?
I moved out Sunday.
You moved out on Sunday? Okay.
Yeah.
Was it kind of a heated argument or just she just said get your stuff and
Nope,
go?
I
And
did.
you just did you guys have any conversation after you hadn't talked to her at all since
Text
Sunday?
her. Yeah, you want to read the text? You're more than welcome.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, that's fine.
Really they don't bother me.
Okay.
Remember when I said don't volunteer, answer questions, okay?
Okay.
Detectives widened the circle. Erin had recent activity on a dating app before she died. The man she met cooperated immediately, provided DNA, and was cleared.
This is why I wanted to come and talk to you real quick. And like I said, I'm not going to take up too much of your time. But throughout the investigation, I am extremely confident that you are the last guy that she spoke with. I mean, anybody. Anybody that she talked with. Okay.
You know, she was a bad alcoholic, I'm sure you know.
Right.
She drank every day. And that's how I met her, through Alcoholics Anonymous. I've been clean for 27 years, and I met her there. And I take her to a few meetings at times. I tried to help her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and last time I seen her, I was trying to think, man. It's been at least probably a couple of years, but I've talked to her regularly.
Let me ask you this. What about the guy that she confided into you about the guy from Tiffin?
Right. She had said that some guy, she had sex with some dude. She felt a little bad, but she went ahead and had sex, met some guy on...
Plenty of Fish?
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm probably 90% sure that's the one. Does that make me a suspect?
It does not make you a suspect.
I mean, it don't bother me because,
No, you're not a suspect.
I mean,
okay?
if I am, so be it, because I know better.
Right.
You know.
But like I said, I want to be honest with you. I want you to be honest with me.
I want to be honest with you. I want to help you find the truth.
Right.
If somebody killed her.
As well as what I want to find the truth. And I think that we're going to find out what happened. What happened or didn't happen. But I need some more answers. Because, you know, I just...
Right.
Absolutely. I need some more answers. And like I said, I need you to shed some light on some stuff.
Yeah.
On her with.
Yeah. Man, it's just too weird.
Right.
For her to tell me with that stuff and then to turn up dead, it just too bizarrely ironic. You know? And yeah, as a friend, I'm gonna miss her. Right. We talked a lot.
Right.
You know, even when she was drinking or whatever.
That detour mattered. It ruled out an easy scapegoat and kept the lens on the marriage. Brent agreed to talk. He offered a voluntary DNA swab without argument, but grew tense when the request turned to his phone.
One other thing that I would like to do, and here again, this is just to eliminate you from any wrongdoing, is I was wondering if you would be willing to give a voluntary DNA sample. Like
For my
swab,
mom,
yeah,
let's do it.
swab,
I'm
yeah.
willing to do that.
Yeah, okay, all right, perfectly. Now the other thing that we would like to have, if it's okay with you, is your cell phone, just to go through it to make sure there wasn't any calls or anything.
He did that.
Yeah, I already showed you my cell phone.
I saw the text message, right?
I saw the text message. So are you saying that you really don't want to give up your phone at this time then?
Well, I don't want to give my phone. I have no reason to give up my phone. You've seen all the information I got on my phone.
Okay.
He allowed photos of texts, yet resisted handing over the device. Hesitation isn't proof, but it's a pause investigators don't ignore. They documented it and kept digging. The break came from a new voice, a woman who met Brent after Erin's death.
How long have you guys been?
He wanted to meet up with me last weekend, and I kept telling him I had to work.
Okay.
Well, then he kept texting me and calling me, so I finally got back a hold of him, and then we were just texting. So we met yesterday over at Shawnee Reed Road, but he started talking about his wife dying. I'm like, okay, I thought maybe it happened, a while ago. But then the more and more talk, I said, so how long did it happen? Oh, it's not been 2 weeks yet. My first reactions are, you serious? I mean, if my husband died, and I'm a widow, I wouldn't be worried about being on these chat lines and doing this whatever, So we're just making comments. I was like, talking about the world. I was just playing along with him, just with them, like, how you text on people and stuff.
Right.
And he said something about her dying. But the way he said it was weird as hell.
What did he say?
We were just sitting there, and he was talking about, he's got to get this on in his life. And I said, well, when's the thing you got to do tomorrow about, putting her in the mausoleum? And he said, well, it's tomorrow sometime. I got to call her dad, Jim. I think that's what he said. And I said, we don't have to rush this. Even though I wasn't trying to be, I was just talking. I said, we don't have to rush this. I said, because you need to grieve for your dead wife. I said, most people are. He goes, well, I was done, I already grieved. He goes, I didn't even care before she died. I've been okay with it. He's like, I'm ready to move on. And then he's all happy about getting a check in the mail for her death. The way he said it, he was like, weird. He said, well, I'm waiting for a check in the mail. I said, for what? And he said, life insurance. And I said, well, you took one? He's like, yeah, I took one out on her. He's like, I knew she was going to die. I said, well,
Did he say how much?
$25,000?
In her account, Brent spoke less like a widower and more like a man already planning next steps. And he mentioned a life insurance policy taken out on Erin weeks before she died. $25,000. The number wasn't large, but the timing was loud. Paperwork confirmed it existed and that it was recent. Motive doesn't solve a case, but it sharpens the edges of a timeline. Detectives secured a warrant for Brent's device. No confession lived inside, but nothing there contradicted the emerging pattern. A marriage in collapse, a phone that goes dark on July 5th, a staged-looking scene built around water and silence, and money set to move if Erin didn't live. They layered the evidence, the forensic finding of strangulation, the digital silence, the post-death behavior, the insurance policy, and the cleared third party. Individually, each piece could be explained away. Together, they formed a corridor that led in one direction. When the file closed on this phase, the question wasn't whether a crime happened. It was who had the access, the opportunity, and a reason that predated the discovery. Detectives believed they had their answer, and they were ready to test it in court. On paper, Brent Williams looked ordinary. Steady routines, small-town roots, a marriage that had frayed long before the bathroom door swung open. Up close, detectives noted a pattern. Withdraw, control, distance. The kind that often hides in plain sight until stress and opportunity collide. There was also family insulation. Brent's father often fielded calls, opened doors, and buffered interactions.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Super. Are you looking for Brent?
Living the dream. We are. Is he here?
No, he's in lineman.
Okay.
Is he?
Okay.
Okay. Is there any way you could get a hold of him or have him come back down here? Because I'd like to talk to him again, if that's okay, real quick.
Well, yeah, but it's not going to be real quick. He's in lineman.
No, I understand that.
Why are you wanting to talk to him again?
Right.
There's just a few more things that we'd like to talk to him about from, Saturday night when we talked and whatnot.
Okay, you got me on edge now.
Okay.
You got his mother on edge.
Okay.
You better come across with something, buddy, because I'm thinking my son's going to jail, and you better help me out on this one. And I'm damn serious.
Okay. He's not going to jail.
Okay. You sure of that?
No, he's not going to jail.
Okay. Then I'm going to call him.
Yeah, no.
Is he going to be charged with something?
No.
Is he going to be charged with something?
No, we're still trying to figure out exactly what's going on.
Get this figured out, okay? Because there are some loopholes that we're trying to get those loopholes filled up. That's what we're trying to do.
I'm about ready to pass out here.
Okay.
I am
Because
too.
you're working me up. And I know you're not doing this intentionally and all this.
How am I working you up, sir?
Because my son is in on this and you're asking more questions about him.
And she's
Wouldn't you
dead.
be concerned about him?
Right.
You wouldn't be concerned about your son? Wouldn't you?
We've been a mess.
Protective, understandable. But to detectives, it looked like a human shield. One more layer between Brent and direct scrutiny.
You guys are pissing me off.
No,
You both give me the idea. Because I stood there. Saturday night up there. No big deal. We're just crossing our teeth. And now you come back.
That's all we're doing, though. That's.
I don't understand why you're upset.
I do. You're acting like you're going to try and put my son in jail. That's what I'm thinking. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You're not. You're wrong. I am not. I have no intention on putting your son in jail, but
I'm scared to death you are.
We have an obligation to figure out what took place as well. And there's a couple more questions that we have for him. And the reason we came here is because this is where he is living.
That's right.
If he wasn't living here, we would go to where he lives. We wouldn't come here and bother you guys.
I'm going to ask another question. Does Brent have anything to worry about?
I already asked them that. They said they are not taking him to jail.
We are not
Absolutely
taking
not.
him to jail.
Absolutely not.
And are you arresting him?
And right now, there's not going to be
No, arresting would mean taking to jail.
Now,
So,
there's going to be no charges, he said.
right.
Until there could be charges.
I'm not going to say. I can't look. There are questions that I can't answer right now, and that's why we are trying to get everything taken care of. Okay, and we would rather, like I told you on Saturday, we want to cross our T's and dot our I's and eliminate everybody that could potentially be involved with this, and make sure we come to the conclusion. So when this is all said and done, we know what happened and why it happened. That is our goal here, and that is due justice for you guys, it's due justice for Brent, and it's due justice for Erin and her family. That's what we are trying, that's why we are trying to do everything and do everything the right way. If we were doing this, we wouldn't be standing here right now, okay? We wouldn't be standing here right now, but we want to do this as thorough as we can. We want to make sure that we're doing everything the right way. So down the road, whether it be a month down the road, 6 months down the road, a year down from the road, 5 years down the road, people can't come back and start questioning us that we didn't do our investigation the right way.
Again, not evidence of guilt on its own, but as with the running water and the silent phone, it fits. When investigators stacked these traits, access, opportunity, pre-death policy, post-death demeanor, and selective cooperation, Brent no longer read as a bystander to tragedy. He read as a center of gravity in a story that began before July 5th and ended in a shower that never turned itself off.
So how you doing this morning?
Great.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Hey, I know that last night I went up to Bear Barrel, and I know yesterday was kind of a long day. And
Yeah.
So, like you and I had talked, we figured we'd meet this morning, you know, a little bit easier to talk and things like that. So, as long as that's okay with you.
That's fine. Today's fine. Today's fine. I've got my.
Is this being recorded?
Do what?
Is this being recorded? Is this conversation being recorded?
All conversations I have are recorded. Yeah.
So, okay.
Why weren't we told that?
Because
it's not an obligation to let you guys. No, we're not keeping anything from you guys.
Okay. We're getting legal counsel. Here is for you.
Okay.
Here's his number.
You're
Call
scaring
him
us,
today.
man.
I'm calling him today.
Okay. We don't. We've got his number. We don't need his
Yeah,
number.
you didn't tell us. This is it. I'm done.
You're scaring us.
Yeah, you're scaring us. When I saw his phone, I knew.
Actually, I was checking the time. I was actually checking the time.
I mean, no, that's fine. You know, this is how we do everything.
You should have told us.
Okay. We're not obligated to let you know. I mean,
Been nice if you would have said that.
Just like if you get pulled over on the side of the road, you're being recorded always. The cruiser cam and everything else.
We're getting legal counsel, all three of us.
That's absolutely not a problem.
Today.
No problem.
That's not a problem.
You should have let us know that.
Okay.
No, you're not being fair.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
You're not being
You
fair.
want to stay? I'm gonna call Pete real quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Why are you calling Pete? Hey,
yes, sir.
Why are you calling Pete?
Calling.
Who you calling?
I'm calling the other detective.
Why?
He's got some paperwork to give to Brent real quick. Okay.
No, I'm not gonna fill it out with that legal.
No. That's
No, it's not about filling it
not
out.
a problem. We'll be right back.
The autopsy confirming strangulation, Erin's phone going dark on July 5th, and the recent $25,000 policy, detectives secured warrants, arrested Brent Williams, and presented the case.
Hey, Con, take it easy. He doesn't know about side and get arrested too, all right?
What the hell?
I don't care what he's got. You're better. I'll tell you something right now, sir. All right, good.
I did not do this.
Correct.
He did not.
Yeah.
Stop this! Come on, put me on your. First of all, you're arresting me when I didn't do nothing wrong. That's fine. Let's go. Let's go to jail.
He was later convicted of murder and sentenced to 15 years to life. In the end, the water never lied. It ran, steady and indifferent, while everything around it tried to pass for ordinary. An unlocked door, untouched towels, a phone that simply stopped speaking. Accidents leave different echoes. This scene echoed intent. Small towns teach you to ignore background noise, fans, showers, neighbors. But it was just the shower that held the truth. Time was being masked, not wasted. A marriage in collapse, a device gone silent, and a policy written weeks too soon. None of it was loud alone. Together, it was a pattern you could hear even under running water. What single detail flipped this story for you? From tragedy to homicide? Comment your guess before the reveal. And if you want more cases where the small sounds matter, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss the next one.
On the evening of September 17, 2023, the quiet suburban town of Romoville, Illinois, became the scene of a deeply disturbing crime that shattered the sense of safety within the community. What began as a routine welfare check by local authorities quickly escalated into the discovery of a shocking act of violence that sent ripples of fear and disbelief throughout the nation.
Hey, I got a TV knocked over and a coffee table knocked over.
Nothing in this room.
I'm saying the lights are off. It's 9 o'clock on a Sunday.
And no, there's lights on in the back room. You can see it through that second.
Let's go in the backyard real quick.
This one's open.
See if you can speak in the back. There's a window, right?
Yeah, 2 windows.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go answer that. This window, no.
Oh God.
I need more units here. Hold this. Yep. I got 2 dead dogs, TV's knocked over, and a cocktail knocked over in the front room.
Inside a modest home on Concord Avenue, 31-year-old Zoraida Bartolome, her husband Alberto Roland, and their 2 young sons, 10-year-old Adriel and 7-year-old Diego, were found lifeless. It was an unimaginable tragedy that would leave investigators and the public searching for answers. What initially seemed to be an inexplicable event soon unraveled into a complex web of deception, manipulation, and premeditated harm.
Units from 367, I'm waiting for at least 1 more to make entry. From a position of cover, please. I don't know if anybody's in there or not.
You got another door right here.
Hey, you know what? Hey, one of you guys holding this one of you guys holding the front.
There were no other side doors, right?
No, not that I know of. Hey, Ron.
Yep.
Here's what we're gonna do, okay? I'm gonna boot it. We're gonna go nice and slow, all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You guys stay right on me?
Yep. I'm going over your right shoulder.
You watch our 6 as we move through the house, okay? Corey, come up here, cover this door, this window. Fuck, this lights is dead, god damn it.
Christian, here.
Door's open. Alright. Hold on.
Dispatch from your little 315. From 33 traffic.
Make that a very good driver, please. Alright, Ron.
Right.
Alright.
Yep.
I'm with you, Ron. Romeo, please, anybody here? Move on.
Go.
Romeo, please, anybody here?
The investigation revealed a chilling psychological game at play, one that involved an intricate scheme of lies, mind control, and emotional coercion. The deeper authorities dug, the more horrifying the truth became. This was not a random crime. It was the calculated result of an insidious plot fueled by jealousy, paranoia, and manipulation. The unsettling sequence of events began when concerned family members noticed something was off. Calls and text messages to Zoraida and Alberto went unanswered for hours, an unusual and troubling sign. Zoraida's mother and sister grew increasingly anxious as the silence stretched on, knowing that the couple was always quick to respond. Even more alarming was the fact that Alberto had failed to show up for his shift at work, a highly uncharacteristic absence that further fueled their growing fear. Unable to shake their dread, the family contacted the Romeoville Police Department, urging them to check on the household.
I'm calling for my daughter, Zoraida Bartolome. She lives on Concord Avenue, Romeoville, Illinois, and we haven't heard from her or her husband or her children during the whole day. No answering the phone. If somebody can go by the house and check them, because the husband, they called from his work that he didn't show up to work. And he never, he's always at work.
Okay, give me 1 second. Did you last hear from your daughter?
All day today, I haven't heard from her.
But when did you last talk to her? Yeah,
last night.
Last night? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to send officers over to check on her, and somebody will give you a call back, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. That's what we're here for.
Officers arrived at the family's residence on Concord Avenue that evening, expecting to conduct a simple wellness check. But as they approached the house, an unsettling silence engulfed the property. The home, usually bustling with life, was eerily still. The absence of movement inside the house sent a shiver down their spines. Peering through the windows, officers immediately noticed signs of disorder. Furniture was overturned, a television lay broken on the floor, and various objects were scattered in disarray. Something was very wrong. The officers decided to enter the home, not knowing that what they were about to witness would haunt them forever. Inside, they were met with an unspeakable tragedy. 2 dogs, the family's beloved pets, lay motionless near the entryway, a grim prelude to the scene that awaited them. As they ventured deeper into the house, The true extent of what had occurred became painfully clear. The scene was one of unimaginable sadness and despair. Alberto was found in the hallway, his body showing multiple wounds, with his phone lying just inches from his hand, as if he had been trying to call for help in his final moments. Investigators later determined that he had been harmed first, leaving him no time to react or defend himself. The manner in which he was targeted suggested that whoever was responsible had planned this act meticulously, ensuring that he would not be able to escape or fight back. In the bedroom, Zoraida's lifeless body was discovered, her hands covering her face, an instinctive reaction to an unimaginable horror. The position of her body, along with forensic analysis, indicated that she had witnessed what had happened to her husband before she, too, became a victim. The psychological toll of her final moments was unfathomable. She had been a mother, a wife, a daughter, and a sister, and in those moments, she had been powerless to protect herself or her children. But perhaps the most heartbreaking discovery was that of the children, Adriel and Diego. The two young boys had been found in their beds, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Their room, which should have been a place of warmth, safety, and laughter, was now a heartbreaking testament to an unthinkable act. Their toys lay untouched, their blankets still neatly covering their bodies as if they had been peacefully asleep, unaware of the danger lurking in their home. The innocence of had been shattered in an instant, leaving the community reeling with grief. Shell casings littered the floor, over 24 in total. The calculated nature of the act, the lack of forced entry, and the deliberate attempt to stage the scene as a burglary quickly led investigators to dismiss the notion of a random home invasion. This was a targeted attack, one that had been executed with precision and without hesitation. But who would want this family harmed, and why?
Preliminary investigation leads police to believe this happened between 9 p.m. on Saturday and 5 a.m. on Sunday morning.
We are not asking anybody to shelter in place. We are not actively looking for anybody in the area. But we do always ask our residents to have a good sense of self-awareness and to report anything that they might see as suspicious.
As authorities began their investigation, they uncovered a chilling pattern of threats leading up to the incident. Zoraida had confided in a co-worker that she had been receiving ominous messages in the weeks before her passing. Messages warning her to stay away from someone. These messages were anonymous, filled with cryptic wording, and conveyed a sense of imminent danger. The co-worker had urged her to report them, but she had downplayed their severity, never imagining that they would escalate into something so devastating. Alberto, too, had received a terrifying message just days before the incident. An anonymous sender warned him, "This will be the last time I say this, Alberto. This situation will cost you your family." The wording was deliberate, as if it had been designed to instill fear and compliance. He had shared his concerns with a close friend, questioning whether these were just empty threats or something more sinister. He had no idea that his life and the lives of his family were already in grave danger. It was now clear the family had been marked. But the most pressing question remained: who was behind these threats, and what had driven them to such extremes? With this information, investigators turned their focus to Nathaniel Nate Huey Jr., a local security company owner. He had a past that was more complicated than it seemed.
What can you tell us?
I know about a relationship that stemmed from here.
Mm-hmm. So when you guys, are you married?
Like, more like, yeah, but not paper. Like, I mean, like, I don't know how to explain it, but like, yes, but like, we're not didn't go to court, they're like, you know, official.
So like church married, but not paper married?
Yeah.
Okay.
Despite running a business focused on protection, Nate was legally barred from owning firearms due to a prior conviction. His background, which included legal troubles and allegations of controlling behavior, painted a picture of a man with a complex and troubling history. When questioned by police, Nate admitted to having an affair with Zoraida, but denied any involvement in the incident. He described her as his angel and insisted he would never have harmed her. However, his demeanor was inconsistent, shifting from defensiveness to visible agitation whenever investigators pressed him on his whereabouts during the night of the crime.
I gotta ask, did you have anything to do with this? Okay. You know I have to ask, and you know that your number is going to be in her phone, and we're going to find your text messages, and we're going to find that stuff, and I want to get a surprise later on that you guys are fighting, or that there was something going on between you two, or the three of you that I don't know about, you know? Nothing like that.
Nobody was threatening anybody. We weren't fighting. Like, really, she's like fucking angel, you know what I'm saying? Like a sweet girl, so like.
I don't know. I mean, did she ever tell you, like, you know, I'm worried, I'm scared of my husband, or I'm worried, I'm scared of a neighbor?
He didn't seem like threatening. The reason like we were like really like taking everything like really slow is because like he just seemed like he was just a pretty nice, easygoing guy, but like just kind of one of those things of like, you know, she's not happy, you know, so it's, but like he was good to the kids and shit, so you know, sort of like that.
When you say you guys were gonna like move forward, so were you guys like actively looking to try to get a place together or something?
Yeah, but like, you know, it was slow, just kind of like, it's only a couple of months kind of thing, so
yeah.
like, you know, just I don't know how to explain it.
No, I get it.
A woman could explain it better.
Yeah, no, I get it.
His statements lacked clarity, and his attempt to provide an alibi fell apart under scrutiny. But his story quickly unraveled. His alibi was weak, and surveillance footage placed his vehicle near the crime scene during the estimated time of the events. Further investigation into his phone records showed suspicious activity, including deleted messages and multiple calls made in the early hours of the morning.
What we're asking for is consent to get the text messages off your phone between you and her, to Snapchat or whatever it is between you, so we have both sides of it. We're trying to eliminate you as a suspect, but...
It's on the computer, or you can get it out of the computer.
No, we have to take the phone, we plug it in, we take it out, and then we give your phone back.
Oh, I didn't have anything in there.
That's even better. No, I believe you, but, well, yeah, I mean, just let me see it. And why I asked is the bosses called right away. They were like, well, they're like, we'd like to see if we can get the stuff, you know, from your end back that way, and see if maybe your husband got wind of it and pulled it off or something. So we was going to take a look. I mean, on our side of it, we can get a search warrant, you know, to go through the phone, and it's take a little longer. But on the fastest way would be consent, pull it off, and give your phone back. Than it would be to, and again, I explained to you earlier, I'm trying to eliminate you.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a deceased girl, and her last fling or boyfriend or whatever is you. And I'm sure that you know, if you're an outsider looking in, who's your suspect? I mean, and so I'd like to eliminate that. I'd like to say, well, no, we looked through stuff. He didn't have nothing to do with it. We're done with it.
I'd rather you guys just go on the computer.
I agree with you, but again, there's it would take us, you know, a couple hours to pull information off the phone that could eliminate you as a suspect, like right from the start. It's up to you.
It feels like you're pretty suspect enough, man. Well, how about this? How about I come see you guys later today after work or something like that? Because I got fucking other shit in there that I don't necessarily want you to be like looking at. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. But again,
I promise you, I don't care what you look at.
No, it's not like fucking like freak shit like that or anything like that.
One last thing, before we drive out of the parking lot, will you give us consent to look in your Denali just for like blood or something?
There's no blood in my car that I haven't done anything.
I believe you,
believe
but
you.
it's
100% believe you.
so now we're at the point where we just got to check off everything off our list so that there's, you know, like I said, you're in a relationship with her, and that's what we're going off of, okay?
Yeah.
And we want to be as thorough as possible, and part of being thorough is that we just want to take a look inside because.
That's just the route that I would rather go, guys. I don't mean any disrespect. I promise you that. I'm just saying, like, I think it's just better if, at this point, not speak to a lawyer. This is insane.
It's crazy. Yeah, I get you. I get you.
It's not. I don't doubt that you're gonna do your homework. And I want you to do your homework. But I'm just telling you, like,
yeah.
Like you just had this fucking 4 people who have been fucking hurt.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that I'm not fucking like I don't know walking myself into some shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Like it's like it's kind of alarming just because you guys have come back so many times.
I know. And trust me, we didn't want to do that. The bosses told us to do it. We weren't looking forward to doing that. We just unfortunately, we got stuck doing it. So we're going to go. Like I said, you got my card. If you could really stop by today, we'll help out a lot. It'll get you off our list so we can be done with that.
I'll bring the fucking car. I'm not going to watch it.
Yeah.
There's nothing like you can swab and shit and everything. You'll see.
I believe in that.
There's nothing in my car.
I believe you, dude.
Like, I want to.
I believe you, man.
Yeah.
We want to solve this more than anybody, dude.
No, but I mean, it's not even, really, I'm not even, not saying, oh, I need you to say I believe you. I'm just telling you.
As authorities examined his past, they discovered something even more alarming. He was not acting alone. There was another individual who had been playing a far more sinister role in orchestrating the events that led to this tragedy. Investigators initially suspected that Nathaniel Nate Huey Jr. had acted alone. However, as they delved deeper, they uncovered an even more sinister presence behind the entire ordeal. Hermelinda Palomo, Nate's fiancée.
Hello. Hi, Hermelinda. My name is Detective Garcia.
Hello.
From the Romeo Police Department. This is Detective Wagner.
Hello.
I know you know what's going on and why you were here. Okay? I know you were talking on the phone with your husband right now.
Husband
Okay.
or boyfriend?
He's just a
Okay. Does he live here with you? How long have you guys been together?
2015.
Okay. We're investigating a murder. Okay? So, we have in our possession some phones, okay? And in those phones, what it's called a phone dump. So anybody's talking on a text app that you can download, for example, Text Now, we can retrieve those messages.
Okay.
We have retrieved those messages, all right? We've read them. They're pretty clear that somebody's pretty upset at the victim, okay? Is there any way that these text messages are going to come back to you? Or your name or your phone or anything associated with that? Okay.
So we'd like to speak with you without him present. Are you okay with that? I'm not saying go in the house, but we can talk with you out over here. If you're okay with that, we can go over by my car if you'd like.
Let me get my jacket.
Okay.
For over a year, Hermelinda had manipulated Nate into believing he was the target of an international crime syndicate. Through a network of fake phone numbers, anonymous messages, and fabricated online personas, she convinced him that dangerous individuals were surveilling him and that Zoraida was a traitor who had put him in danger. She meticulously planted the seed of paranoia in his mind, feeding him lies until he felt he had no other option but to act.
Why are you scared of him?
Oh, I'm not scared. Why?
Okay. Why are you scared right now?
Because when I called him, because I was scared, I didn't know where he was.
Okay.
He said, someone's following me.
Okay.
So I called. And then I heard him say, why are you following me? Do you want to search the car? And then someone said to him, there are messages from you, and it's because her husband found out you were having an affair. And I didn't know that.
You didn't know what?
That he was having an affair.
Okay.
When did you find that out? Right now?
Just right now.
Okay. When's the last time that he had an affair? Because I know this is not the first time.
No, it's not.
Okay. When's the last time you knew he had an affair?
When we first started dating.
2015?
2015 to maybe 17.
You believe he's had multiple or many affairs while you two have been together?
I was hoping that they were done because I was hoping to trust, because you have to.
When you find out about him, like what happens? You guys get into arguments? Do you talk to the women that he's having affairs with?
No, for what?
I don't know.
No.
Leave your man alone kind of thing?
No, I'm too old for that. I'm 50 years old. There's no reason for me to, no. And quite honestly, it's not the female's fault. It's his fault.
Right.
So, no.
Text message records and social media interactions revealed a calculated effort by Hermelinda to maintain complete control over Nate's perception of reality.
What about a man by the name of Alberto Rolón?
Have I ever heard of a man?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Have you ever met Zoraida?
No.
I seen a picture of her.
No.
So that name comes up to you because you saw it.
Well, really, that name stuck in my head because that night I thought, are you cheating on me?
Was the person calling?
They're calling in.
Okay.
More than once. And it was a long name. I thought it was Bartholomew, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It was a long name, but...
So when we asked your husband if he knew this person, Zoraida, he said, I've never heard that name. Why would he be lying to us?
I don't know.
Should I believe him?
I don't know. Please don't tell him I said
We're not
this.
going to tell him anything.
I thought that you guys said to him he was having an affair. Somebody said he's having an affair.
Okay. Well, that is probably very accurate.
You guys are here for something else and I'm making it about cheating and it's not.
Well, I mean, it could be.
So are you guys saying that you're trying to find out if he killed the husband?
We're trying to find out who was involved. So we're talking to everyone. We're talking to you. We're talking to him. We're talking to other people because, as you may be aware, people lie to the police, right? So we don't know who's lying.
Gotcha.
What I would like to ask you is, on either Friday or Saturday night, did he go out with his friends?
No.
Did he work?
Friday night? No, he was with me.
Saturday night?
No.
She convinced him that he was constantly being watched, that Zoraida had betrayed him, and that if he did not act soon, his own life would be in jeopardy. Investigators later discovered that she had gone as far as using burner phones to send threatening messages to Nate, pretending to be members of a fictitious criminal organization.
So...
Did you go anywhere Saturday night then?
No, I was home. Well, it wasn't night, it was afternoon. No, I did not. I was here. I understand this is not about an affair, but for me, it's about an affair. I don't know what day you guys are looking at, but for me, he was home all weekend. Thursday to today. He goes to work, he comes home.
Do you think he's capable of taking someone's life?
No. I'm sorry. I know.
How sure are you of that?
You know, Nate is a lot of things, but what he tries to do is to calm people down and stop them from fighting. So for him to just actually fight with someone, no.
Remember when we first met you at the door, I told you that we had some text messages?
Yes.
With phone numbers, and we're going to find out who those phone numbers belong to. Is there any reason why those numbers will come back to you?
Are you sure?
Are those my numbers?
I don't know that yet. We're looking into it, but what I'm saying is there any reason why they would come back to you?
No.
As the walls closed in, Nate and Hermelinda realized they could no longer evade capture. Instead of surrendering, they chose to flee. They were tracked to Oklahoma, where they were seen purchasing burner phones, hair dye, and other items intended to alter their appearance. The evidence indicated that they were making desperate attempts to avoid detection. Authorities quickly closed in on them, leading to a dramatic high-speed pursuit on Interstate 44. Nate, behind the wheel, recklessly maneuvered through traffic in a last-ditch effort to escape. The chase ended in a catastrophic crash, rendering their vehicle disabled. As law enforcement officers approached, they made a devastating discovery. Nate and Hermelinda had taken drastic actions to avoid capture. Even though the primary suspects were no longer a threat, investigators continued unraveling the deeply unsettling layers of the case. What they found was nothing short of haunting. Hermelinda's psychological manipulation had turned Nate into a pawn in her elaborate scheme. She fabricated threats, created an illusion of danger, and led him to believe that eliminating Zoraida and her family was his only chance for survival. Hermelinda's influence over Nate was profound, revealing how deep psychological control can lead to devastating consequences. She orchestrated events from the shadows, weaponizing paranoia and deception to manipulate him into carrying out actions he might never have considered on his own. This tragic case stands as a grim reminder of how dangerous psychological coercion can be when left unchecked. The Romeoville case left a deep scar on the community. A family was lost, not to random violence, but to a meticulously planned web of lies and deceit. The heartbreak lingers, and for the town of Romeoville, the impact of this tragedy will never be forgotten. This case serves as a powerful reminder of how psychological manipulation can drive individuals to commit unthinkable acts. It underscores the importance of recognizing signs of control and coercion before they escalate into tragedy. Communities must remain vigilant, supporting those who may be vulnerable to such influences and ensuring that justice prevails. Thank you for watching. If you found this story compelling, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more in-depth crime investigations and analysis. Your support helps us continue to bring these important stories to light. Stay safe, and we'll see you in the next video.
If their family members are watching this right now, what do you say to them? Look into the camera right now, and if they're watching, what do you say to them?
I'm sorry for their loss, and I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me. And I'm so sorry, and I never wanted this to happen.
In the serene, picturesque town of Jupiter, Florida, the rhythm of daily life was about to be upended in the most unimaginable way. The quiet coastal community was accustomed to peaceful evenings, with its sun-kissed shores and friendly residents. For Austin Harriff, a 19-year-old sophomore at Florida State University, the night of August 15, 2016, started like any other.
How's it going, guys? Nothing in life worth having is easy. Remember that, guys. You remember that? You remember that?
Known for his easygoing demeanor, Austin was a typical college student, good-natured, sociable, and always looking to enjoy life. Yet behind this persona, something darker was brewing in Austin's mind. That evening, Austin casually told his family he was going to hang out with friends, but there was a strange tension in the air.
Young man beating up a woman across the street.
Okay, are they outside or in a house?
It's in a garage.
Okay, can you tell if he has any weapons?
I think he had a knife, but I'm not positive.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to perform Hound Dog by Elvis Esquire Presley. You know, the king. All right, thank you very much, and prepare to listen.
His words seemed off, as though he were hiding something. His mother, speaking about the hours before the incident, later recalled that Austin was acting oddly, even though nothing overtly alarming had happened. After a few hours with no word from him, his family grew concerned.
You called 911 later on that night, and you said that he was missing.
It was not like him to disappear without so much as a text. A simple, "I'm okay," was something they had come to expect. But on this night, that reassurance was missing. By the time the sun had set, the Harriff family's worst nightmare was beginning to unfold.
Hello, bros. It's Austy Frosty, man, and today I want to talk about personal trainers and why you should be cautious when following a personal trainer. First off, a personal trainer doesn't have the same body as you. That's the first point, okay? Personal trainers are themselves, and they found out what worked for them. They went through the trial and error. They did their research. And a lot of them don't even look good, man. That's the funny part, man. You gotta listen to the personal trainer's advice. But you gotta find your way too, man. You gotta learn for yourself. You can't just hope and pray that someone is just gonna give you all the resources that you need, because it's just not gonna happen, man.
Austin Harroff, a 19-year-old former Florida State University student, had been experiencing a downward spiral in his life. Once described as a gentle and well-behaved young man with good grades, Harroff's behavior had become increasingly erratic in the weeks leading up to that fateful night.
I'm not a scientist, bro. But I know how stuff works. I mean, you can call me God if you want to. The God of fitness.
His parents, Mina and Wade Harroff, had grown concerned about his mental state and were in the process of arranging a mental health evaluation for him.
Well, how's life?
It's tough on us, Austin. We're not used to this.
Am I going to be okay?
Yeah, you're going to be okay.
How's
Are they
Jupiter?
taking care? Are you taking your medicines?
Yeah, I'm taking my medicine.
You need to get a Bible, Austin.
I know. I asked for one.
Do you have one?
Are you getting me a therapist or anything?
Yes, I plan on it.
Little did they know, their son was on the brink of committing a heinous crime that would leave a community in shock and forever change the lives of those involved. At 9 p.m., as Austin's family began to worry about his whereabouts, an entirely different nightmare was taking place just down the street. John Stevens and his fiancée, Michelle Miskin, were preparing for bed. It was a typical Tuesday night for the couple, who lived in a modest, comfortable home in a quiet neighborhood. They had no reason to suspect that this peaceful evening would be their last. The night was warm, and the sound of crickets and rustling leaves filled the air. But that calm atmosphere was shattered when, at precisely 9 p.m., a neighbor out walking his dog made a disturbing discovery. As he strolled past the Stevens home, he glanced through the bushes and saw what he first thought was a bizarre and grotesque scene. A young man, hunched over a person on the ground, seemingly engaged in some sort of strange behavior. The more the neighbor looked, the more he realized with horror what was happening. Austin Harroff, a figure he recognized from the neighborhood, was literally gnawing on the face of another human being, Michelle Miskin. The sight of it was so shocking that, for a moment, the neighbor froze in disbelief. Was he seeing this right? Was this a nightmare come to life? This was no random attack. This was something far darker. The neighbor instinctively began rushing toward the scene, his heart pounding in his chest. But as he moved closer, Austin suddenly looked up. His eyes were wide, glazed over in a vacant, almost primal manner. His expression lacked any sign of humanity, replaced instead by an eerie emptiness. There was no recognition, no sense of remorse, just an unfeeling stare. A chill ran down the neighbor's spine as he realized the danger he was in. Austin, now completely disconnected from any semblance of rationality, stood up slowly, his body tense and rigid. Without a word, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife. It gleamed menacingly in the dim light of the street lamp above them. "Stay back!" the neighbor shouted, trying to retreat, but it was too late. Austin moved with lightning speed, closing the distance between them. The knife came down in a swift, erratic motion. The neighbor instinctively raised his arms to protect himself, but it wasn't enough. He felt the sharp sting of the blade slice across his forearm. Blood poured from the wound, soaking his clothes, but he didn't stop. Every ounce of adrenaline in his body screamed at him to run, to escape before it was too late. "Help! Someone, please!" he yelled, his voice breaking. In his panic, the neighbor staggered backward, trying desperately to find safety. But Austin followed, his footsteps heavy and deliberate. Every time the neighbor thought he had gained distance, Austin would advance again, his eyes never leaving him. The neighbor managed to stumble backward to the corner of the street, where he collapsed into the arms of another neighbor, gasping for breath. He's eating her face, he managed to choke out. His words seemed to make no sense, yet the horror of what he had witnessed was undeniable. The brutal, senseless attack would haunt him for the rest of his life. The 911 call that followed was raw, panicked, and filled with confusion. The neighbor, his voice shaking, barely managed to explain the horror he had just witnessed.
Don't open that. Don't open that.
Fire rescue, what's your address?
Young man beating up a woman across the street.
Okay, are they outside or in a house?
It's in a garage.
Okay, can you tell if he has any weapons?
I think he had a knife, but I'm not positive.
Okay, can you tell if she's injured or he's injured?
Say again?
Are either of them injured? Can you tell from where you are?
Yes, there's a girl laying on the ground. He beat her up. I ran over there. I'm bleeding profusely here at the moment.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
All right, and can you tell if she's conscious or is she unconscious?
Say again?
Can you tell if she's conscious?
No, it does not appear so, no.
Okay, and what kind of injuries do you have?
I've been stabbed in the back.
With a knife? And where is he? Is he
I think
in the area
in the garage, right across the street from my house.
There's a man attacking a woman, he cried, barely able to catch his breath. I don't know him. He's stabbing me. His words were frantic. Each one rushed in an attempt to get help before it was too late.
Sir, what did the guy look like? Was he white, black, Hispanic?
He is white.
You know how old he is?
About 25 years old.
And what was he wearing?
Shorts and a T-shirt.
Do you know who he is?
I have no idea.
Does he live at that house, or?
No, he does not.
And you said you definitely saw a knife, and that's what he hit you with in the back?
No, I did not see it, but my wife's looking at my back, and it appears I got punctured.
Yes, Dad. In the neck, in the head, three puncture wounds.
Okay, we got units en route, okay?
Okay.
All right, just call us back if anything changes, all right?
All right, I'm bleeding pretty bad. So
okay, we got an ambulance and everybody en route. Just stay right there and stay calm, okay?
Okay, thanks.
All right.
The operator, trained to stay calm in chaotic situations, tried to reassure him, but the terror in the man's voice was impossible to ignore. Stay with me, sir. I need you to tell me exactly what you saw. Is the attacker still there? The operator asked. There was a pause, a long, drawn-out silence, before the neighbor's trembling voice came through again. He's eating her face. Please, hurry, please. The operator's voice grew more urgent as they gathered as much information as possible, but there was little they could do from their end, other than dispatch officers and paramedics to the scene. As the minutes passed, the situation deteriorated further. The sounds of police sirens grew closer, but with each second that passed, the hope of saving Michelle faded. The community, which had once been a tranquil haven, was now grappling with the reality of a crime so violent and unthinkable that it felt like a scene straight out of a horror movie. In the home of John Stevens and Michelle Miskin, the scene was utterly horrific. The initial attack was brutal, but the extent of Michelle's injuries was more gruesome than anyone could have imagined. The marks left by Austin were savage. Her face, once a defining feature of her beauty, had been torn apart, torn open with unnatural force. John, who had tried to protect her, bore the brunt of the attack as well. His body was found not far from Michelle's, and the sheer violence of the assault left no room for survival. The first responders arrived at the scene to find a bloodbath. No attempt at understanding the brutality could have prepared them for the carnage they encountered. Michelle was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, but the injuries were too extensive. The doctors fought desperately to save her, but Michelle succumbed to her injuries hours later. John's death was confirmed almost immediately. Neighbors, friends, and even the police, still in shock, had difficulty processing the violent, random act that had claimed 2 lives. John and Michelle had been pillars of the community, generous, kind, and well-liked by all. They had no enemies. No one could fathom why they were chosen to be the victims of such a horrific crime. The investigation into the horrific murders of John Stevens and Michelle Miskin began immediately after the 911 call was made. What initially seemed like an ordinary case quickly spiraled into something far more sinister. When police arrived at the scene, they found John Stevens' body near the front door, brutally attacked with signs of extreme violence. Michelle Miskin's body was discovered in a nearby room, also showing similar signs of a savage assault. Both victims had been mauled beyond recognition, their injuries so severe that it was unclear at first how they had died. As they had home through the crime scene, the initial shock began to give way to more chilling questions. What had driven a young man, seemingly out of nowhere, to commit such a violent and senseless act? The answer came in pieces. Austin Harroff, the 19-year-old suspect, was soon identified as the person responsible for the murders. His location was quickly traced, and he was found near the scene, incoherent and covered in blood, disoriented but seemingly unaware of the magnitude of his actions. When police tried to question Austin, they were met with bizarre responses. He appeared confused and out of touch with reality, with no recollection of the events leading to the deaths of his parents' friends. He had been acting strangely in the days leading up to the murders, withdrawn, erratic, and even reportedly hearing voices. Family members told authorities that Austin had been suffering from mental health issues, but no one could have predicted that it would escalate to such violence. As the investigation unfolded, it was revealed that Austin had been using a combination of drugs, including hallucinogens like flakka, a synthetic stimulant known to cause extreme aggression and delusions in those who take it. However, the defense team later argued that Austin's mental state was significantly compromised by his underlying mental illness, not just drug use. They suggested that he might have been in the midst of a psychotic episode triggered by the drugs, but with an underlying, undiagnosed mental disorder exacerbating the situation. The evidence, including Austin's erratic behavior and incoherent statements to police, suggested a level of mental disturbance that would later become a central element in his defense. Investigators also uncovered disturbing texts and social media posts in the days before the attack, where Austin had expressed feelings of paranoia and the belief that he was being controlled by dark forces. The chilling aspect of this investigation was how Austin seemed to have disconnected from reality entirely, and it raised more questions about his mental health history. Forensic experts confirmed the brutal nature of the crime, stating that the injuries inflicted on the victims were not just random acts of violence, but appeared to be motivated by a deep-seated rage. The mutilation of the bodies was unlike anything seen in typical violent crimes. Investigators were left wondering if Austin had planned this attack or if it was a moment of uncontrollable insanity. They would later have to reconcile Austin's actions with his psychological state, as the line between murder and mental illness became increasingly blurred. The case prompted a wave of local and national attention, as the details of the investigation and the young man's mental health struggles were revealed. For the community of Jupiter, the investigation's conclusion was both heartbreaking and unsettling. How could someone so young, with so much promise, spiral into such violence? The question would linger long after the investigation ended. As Austin was escorted to the police station, his erratic behavior only deepened the mystery. His mind appeared to be miles away, lost in some unknown fog. His family, shocked and heartbroken by what their son had done, began to come forward with more information. They explained that Austin had been battling mental health issues for years, although he had never shown signs of being violent. His mother, in particular, seemed to struggle with understanding what had happened. She explained that just days before the incident, Austin had been unusually withdrawn, but had seemed perfectly normal otherwise. He had no history of criminal behavior, no signs of violence in his past.
You called 911 later on that night, and you said that he was missing.
Well, I guess when he took off the second time, they called me. I don't know when they called me and said, "Is Austin there?" And I said, "No. What happened?" Well, he took off again.
You mentioned on your 911 call that he's acting schizophrenic. Is there any history in your family of schizophrenia on your side of the family? Any sign of mental illness on your side of the family?
I mean, we always teased that my brother was,
but did he ever get treated?
No.
No medicine? What about your son? Did you ever treat him for any?
No.
No? Okay. Also, in your 911 call, they asked you if he's on drugs, and you had mentioned that, yes, he has been on drugs, but you don't know if he's been on drugs lately. Do you know what kind of drugs he was on?
I mean, I know he did marijuana.
Okay. Did he do an excessive amount, or was it just social, if you could even call it social?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean,
Okay.
he hung out in his room.
Okay.
So
Dad said that about 2 months ago he also found him doing mushrooms. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know if anybody found him doing mushrooms.
Your son, how was he as a kid? I mean, he still is a kid, but was he always happy, joyous,
Yes.
good as far as you could tell? Never got into fights in school? Has he ever been suspended from school or anything? No, nothing. Okay.
Nothing. I mean, it's never really any anger issues. Maybe, you know, Bud and I have our spats and stuff,
Not like
but
any
and he
normal
wants to
kid.
protect me, you
Right.
know.
Sure. Has he ever got physical with Dad or?
Dad?
Yeah.
No.
No.
But as the police dug deeper into Austin's psychological history, they discovered that he had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and had been struggling with his mental health for years. Was this an act of pure madness, or had Austin been suffering from something more sinister, an external influence or mental disturbance that led him to commit the unimaginable? As the court proceedings began, the defense team argued that Austin Harif was not mentally competent to stand trial, given his history of mental illness. His attorney's case was built on the idea that Austin's actions were driven by delusions. He had believed he was under some kind of supernatural influence. He had no recollection of the attack and was unaware of the damage he had caused. The prosecution, however, had a different view.
Well, family spoke very passionately in that courtroom today of many things. They said they still do not buy it, that Austin Harif was insane despite medical professional expert opinions. They just say the result of that night, that deadly night, was the result of Austin being a drug addict. But a judge made his decision today with support from both the state and defense teams that Austin Harif did meet that state criteria to be considered insane, so he will be bypassing prison and headed for treatment.
I hate you. I hate you with every part of my being.
You both said your son acted strangely for weeks leading up to the murders, and you even set up an appointment for him to be evaluated. You should have done your job better, quicker. You should not be purchasing him knives.
The state had an evaluation of Austin, and the state's own expert opined that he was insane at the time. So I think it does a disservice to those seeking mental health treatment, for those struggling with these issues. It is real and it is powerful. The brain is a powerful organ, and that's what this was about.
And of course, we don't know just how much time he might spend in that mental health institution, but we do know that he would never be released or discharged without staff and medical professionals there deeming him to not be a danger to society, to the public. He would also have to go before a judge before any decisions would be made. Reporting live in Martin County, I'm Megan McRoberts, WPTV, News Channel 5.
They painted Austin as someone who had premeditated his actions. They pointed to his behavior before the crime and the gruesome nature of the attack as evidence of malice, not madness. The jury would ultimately be left to decide, was Austin a victim of his mental illness, or was he a cold-blooded killer? The verdict would send shockwaves through the community, and the case would forever be a reminder of the devastating consequences of untreated mental illness. In the wake of the murders, Jupiter was left in shock. The community, so accustomed to tranquility, was now shattered. Neighbors, friends, and family members tried to understand how something so violent and senseless could happen right under their noses. There were endless questions, but no clear answers. How could a young man, once so normal, turn into a killer? How could someone with such a promising future descend into madness? Mental health advocates began to speak out, urging people to be more aware of the signs of mental illness and the importance of seeking help before tragedy strikes. Austin's case was a tragic reminder of how untreated mental disorders could spiral out of control, leading to devastating consequences. For the victims' families, life would never be the same. The Stevens and Miskin families struggled to cope with their unimaginable losses. They would never again see their loved ones, and the haunting images of that night would stay with them forever. The case of Austin Harif remains a tragic reminder of the devastating consequences of untreated mental illness, particularly when it intersects with violence. In the months and years following the horrific attack, the community of Jupiter, Florida, would slowly rebuild. but the scars of that fateful night lingered in the hearts of those who lived through it. The Stevens and Miskin families, forever changed by their losses, would never forget the two innocent lives taken so brutally. Austin Hariff's journey through the legal system was long and fraught with complexities. The question of whether he should be held fully accountable for his actions continued to spark intense debate. Was he a victim of his mental illness, or was he simply a young man who lost control? The court's decision to eventually commit him to a mental health facility rather than prison underscored the central theme of this case: the struggle between justice and compassion, between accountability and understanding. For some, the verdict seemed a necessary step in recognizing the depth of Austin's suffering. For others, it felt like a failure to acknowledge the severity of his actions. In the years since the crime, mental health awareness has gained prominence in public discourse, largely as a result of tragedies like this one. The tragic case of Austin Hariff brought attention to the importance of early intervention, proper treatment, and stigmatization of mental illness. It highlighted the need for more resources and understanding for individuals facing severe mental health challenges before they spiral into irreversible harm. But no amount of mental health reform could ever undo the tragedy. The Stevens and Miskin families still mourn their loved ones, and the town of Jupiter, once known for its idyllic beaches and quiet streets, will always remember the unspeakable violence that occurred there. For Austin, his future remains uncertain. He may never fully understand what happened that night, but the lives lost can never be forgotten. In the end, this case serves as a chilling example of the fine line between the fragility of the human mind and the irreversible damage it can cause. It is a stark reminder that sometimes the most innocent among us, those who are loved and cherished, can fall victim to forces beyond their control. The journey of Austin Hariff, the families of John Stevens and Michelle Miskin, and the community of Jupiter, Florida, will forever be intertwined in the tragic story of that fateful night, where innocence collided with madness in the most brutal of ways. If you found this case insightful and thought-provoking, please take a moment to like this video to show your support. Share it with friends and family who might be interested in the complexities of criminal cases like this one. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more in-depth analyses, real-life case breakdowns, and important stories that deserve to be heard. Your support helps us bring more important topics to light. Thank you for watching.
There's really no easy way to say this, sir. So apparently last night she passed away.
Austin 911.
I need EMS.
Tell me exactly what happened.
My friend is staying with me, and I just walked in, and she's laying on the bathroom floor. There's blood all over her face and all on the back of her head.
The caller is Caitlin Cash. The friend is Mariah Mo Wilson, a rising star in pro cycling who landed in Austin for a weekend race and never made it to the start line. Detectives arrive expecting a burglary gone wrong, but the scene talks back.
Austin police!
Do I stop? I don't know what happened. I just walked in on her.
A bike dumped in an alley like a prop, shell casings placed by someone who didn't expect to be seen, and a timeline that keeps circling one name: Colin Strickland, Mo's friend, training partner, and ex. Security cameras pick up a dark SUV gliding through the neighborhood. A doorbell mic records the seconds before everything goes quiet, and phone pings sketch a shadow that follows Mo and Colin from a swim to a bar to a quiet house on Maple Avenue, then vanishes. May 11th, 2022. Austin is hot and quiet. After a training swim, Mo Wilson and Colin Strickland stop at Pool Burger, just a normal end to the day. Near sunset, Colin drops Mo at the Maple Avenue house where she's staying with her friend. The porch light is on, the street is calm. Inside, Mo settles in, a quick shower, getting ready for race weekend. Down the back alley, a dark SUV rolls by, slow and steady, like the driver knows the area. A phone that had been busy all day suddenly goes silent. A door opens, fast steps, a short, sharp moment, and then the house goes still. Colin's phone data shows he's already driving away by this time. When help arrives, the place doesn't look torn apart. No broken door, no big mess. One thing stands out: Mo's expensive race bike is gone. Minutes later, police find it dumped nearby. That tells them this wasn't a real theft. It was meant to look like one. Someone came with a plan, used a small window of time, and left a story they wanted everyone to believe.
Boston 911.
I need EMS.
Tell me exactly what happened.
My friend is staying with me, and I just walked in, and she's laying on the bathroom floor, and I don't know what happened. I can't tell what happened.
Is she awake?
She's not awake. There's blood all over her face and all on the back of her head.
Is she breathing?
No, she's not
Okay.
breathing.
I'm going to tell you how to do chest compressions. Count out loud so I can count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Good.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Keep going, kid. There's a lot of help coming as fast as they can. Keep going. There might be a police officer coming in soon. That's okay. Don't leave her alone and don't stop.
I hear them.
Okay, that's good. Keep going. Don't leave her alone. They'll come to you. Just keep going.
Austin, please.
Do I stop? I don't know what happened. I just walked in on her.
As the first responding patrol officers arrived and emergency medical services, they quickly realized that the victim was deceased and they pronounced her dead on scene.
10 p.m. Officers arrive at 1708 Maple Avenue. Caitlin Cash is outside, panicked, telling them what she found.
There's a shell casing right here next to my right knee.
There's another one right here. We got 3 shell casings.
Over medication.
At least.
All right, pause just a second, Mike. Yeah, headshot. Nobody heard any shots? We don't know how long she's been down? No.
Is your friend on boyfriend? No. She doesn't live here.
What's her name?
Her name is Mariah. Mariah is her middle name. Her first name is Anna.
She said she's from San Francisco?
Well, she's from Vermont, but she's living in San Francisco.
And she came to visit you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's here for a bike race this weekend.
You know if she's talking to anyone or any friends. I know you say you doesn't live here.
Yeah, I knew she was with her friend Colin. Colin Strickland. I left to go have dinner with my friends, and then I came back. And this is my house.
That's your house.
This is my house. She's staying with
Did you see a gun or anything like that in there when you were in there?
There a bullet casing.
When was the last time you saw her? You had eyes on
I left
her.
for dinner at 5:30.
So you left for dinner at 5:30. What time did you come back?
Right 2 minutes before I called 911.
Mo Wilson is on the floor, blood pooled around her head and torso. Paramedics call it immediately. 3 gunshot wounds. 2 to the head, 1 through the chest that punched clean through and left a divot in the floor. Cerebral spinal fluid leaks onto the tile. The bullet pierced her skull. She died instantly. The scene is tight. No forced entry, no ransacked drawers, nothing taken except that bike. That rules out burglary. This was personal. Officers locate 3 9mm shell casings near the body. One by the detective's knee, another near the doorway. The bathroom is narrow. Whoever fired had to be close, standing in the threshold, blocking any escape. 10:15 p.m. Outside, officers canvass the alley behind Maple Avenue.
That's her bike. Cover, yeah.
So where was the bike? Where would she keep her bike?
I mean, it would be right inside the door.
Is there a bike?
1708.
Give me one. You see a bike? She said she would put it right by the door. No bike. Hey, come here. Somebody might be in here. This might be the bike, okay? Over there. At 432, I located the bike.
They find Mo's $14,000 racing bike tossed into the bushes, still intact. No thief dumps a bike worth that much. This was staged, a red herring to buy time. Detectives pull footage from every camera within 3 blocks. What emerges is a pattern. A black Jeep Grand Cherokee with a bike rack, circling the neighborhood for over an hour before Mo gets home. The license plate is obscured by the rack, but the silhouette is clear. 8:36 p.m. The Jeep is spotted near Maple Avenue just as Colin texts Caitlin he's leaving Mo's place. Then, the doorbell audio. Three pops. A scream cut short, then nothing. The timestamp locks the murder at 8:36 p.m. Minutes later, the same Jeep is captured leaving the area, heading south. May 12, 2022, 9 a.m. Detectives show up at Colin's door to deliver the news. He's in his garage. When they tell him Mo is dead, his face drains.
Colin? Yes, first name? Yes. Do you know Anna? Mo. Anna, Mo. Yeah, everybody calls her Mo. Last name is Wilson. Rider, she's a gravel rider. Yes, I do. There's really no reason to say this, sir. So apparently last night she passed away. How did that? Right now it's an open investigation, but it is being investigated as a homicide. Okay.
We went to Deep Eddy yesterday afternoon, and then Poolburger, and I dropped her at the apartment she's been staying at. Yeah. Friend Kat.
Colin's shock looks real, but parked in his driveway, a black Jeep Grand Cherokee with a bike rack, same model, same profile as the one on camera. It doesn't belong to him. It's registered to Caitlin Armstrong, his on and off girlfriend.
I didn't have any solid proof to indicate that Colin was the person responsible for this murder. So I told Colin that I wanted his help in investigating this crime, and I wanted to find out who was responsible. I began asking him, more about Mariah, more about their outing.
I had been in contact with Mo earlier in the day. We were thinking of coordinating a ride. Right. She sent me a photo of her on the bike. Is that Mo? Yeah, that's Mo.
He was able to show me different text messages, the plans that they were making.
Colin walks detectives through his day, swim at Deep Eddy Pool, dinner at Poolburger around 7:45 p.m., dropped Mo off at 8:30 p.m., texted Caitlin at 8:36 p.m. His phone GPS confirms he was driving away from Maple Avenue when Mo was killed. He's cleared. But then, Colin admits something. He and Mo had a month-long romantic relationship in October 2021, right after he and Caitlin broke up. When he got back with Caitlin in November, Mo stayed in the picture, just quieter. Colin changed Mo's name in his phone to hide the contact from Caitlin.
I have it saved as a different name just because I am a little... I got you. His name is Christine.
The name in Colin's phone for Mariah was Christine Wall. He indicated that he does have a girlfriend named Caitlin Armstrong. Caitlin currently lives with him, and she would tend to be jealous.
In the past, Caitlin has looked at my phone. So that would always start fights. Exactly.
Like, does she do that with, all of the girls that are in your phone, or, just with most?
Most of them. She loves me, and she wants to be,
Yeah. Basically, nobody else can have you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has Caitlin ever gotten so mad in the past that, not necessarily thinking that she would do anything, but has she ever threatened anything, or?
She's always seemed like a certain gentle person. Very disturbing.
The Jeep is hers. Okay, so that belongs to her. Okay. Do you ever drive the Outland?
No. I know for a fact that her vehicle was at the apartment.
I told Colin that Caitlin's Jeep is on camera, that it's in the neighborhood at the time that Mariah had gotten home after he had already dropped her off.
Knowing Caitlin's vehicle is there, what do you think took place?
I know both these people, and I can't imagine. It's just so far beyond the realm of reality that I live in, or I thought. So that's what I'm struggling.
I'm asking you what you think. Is she capable of doing something like this?
I wouldn't be living with a person who I think is capable of doing this. So the answer is no. I don't believe it. I really love her. I've been not convinced that I want to be like life partners with her. We'd be better business partners and friends. She's had a couple of incidents where she's been accosted or had people in parking lots feel threatening.
Jealousy, secrets, access to his texts and emails through their shared business accounts. Caitlin knew. Detectives rung Caitlin's name. She has an outstanding warrant, unpaid Botox bill, theft of service. It's minor, but it's enough to bring her in. May 12, 2022, 4 p.m. Officers arrest Caitlin at her home in front of her neighbors.
It sounds like you may have some information, may have witnessed something, so I just wanted to chat with you about some stuff. Are you familiar with what you have going on with that?
No idea.
The detective explains the warrant, then pivots. Did you hear about what happened in the last 24 hours? One of the women in the cycling community passed away. Colin brought your name up.
Can you give me any information on what you're talking about?
As far as the warrant or as far as everything else?
As far as the warrant.
Yeah, so I don't know too much. I guess it's just a theft of service. Usually that's like something like didn't pay for something pretty minor.
Can you tell me what it was that was the theft of service?
I can look. I'm not sure what it is at this point. But because you are here and because you were under arrest for that portion of it, we always have to read Miranda and stuff because I want to talk to you about some other stuff that's unrelated to that. So there's a situation that's going on. Did you hear about what's happened over the past 24 hours?
Colin walked in the house and said one of the women in the cycling community passed away.
Yes. Yeah. It sounds like maybe he went out with this girl the other day. And from what he's saying, that you were a little upset about it.
That is not accurate.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to chat with you because it's a guy. He's going to say stuff. And so we want to make sure that we get both sides of the story and everything and clear it up. So what were you doing yesterday?
I would like to leave, I think.
Then the detective drops the hammer. Your vehicle was seen next to her house.
Okay, that's totally your choice. And the door's open, you're welcome to leave. But again, that limits us to where we only have one side of the story. And your vehicle was seen next to her house.
I would like to leave if I'm free to leave.
Okay. Is there any explanation as far as why the vehicle would be over there?
I would like to leave if I'm free to leave.
Okay.
She walks, but not before they see her crack. Back at the lab, ballistics tells the rest. The 3 9mm shell casings recovered from the scene matched the class of firearm Colin bought for Caitlin in December 2021.
We were able to locate 2 handguns. Those handguns were tested against the fired cartridge cases that I found on scene near the victim. One of the handguns came back as a positive match.
Colin and Caitlin went to the range together to practice. DNA swabs from Mo's bike. Caitlin's DNA is on the handlebars and seat. She touched it. She moved it. She staged the scene. Cell tower data puts Caitlin's phone silent from 8 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. on May 11th, the exact window of the murder.
Colin's whereabouts are known for that night, but Caitlin's are not. It appeared as though her device had circled around downtown Austin and then began traveling to East Austin. Caitlin's device, it turns off. This is something that is normally seen when someone is trying to conceal their movements because they are about to commit a crime.
By May 17th, detectives have a murder warrant. But when they go to arrest her, Caitlin is gone.
The only problem was that when they went to pick Caitlin up, no one could find her.
We noticed that her social media shut down. Nobody had heard from her. So we knew, okay, something's up. She might have taken off at that point.
Caitlin sold the Jeep for cash 2 days after the interrogation. She flew to New York under her own name, then vanished.
This video shows Caitlin Armstrong in the waiting area dealing with her cell phone. There appears to be some plastic hanging off this phone. Is this a new cell phone? Is she making plans to leave the area?
Flight records show a ticket to Costa Rica booked under her sister's name. Caitlin landed in San Jose, traveled to Santa Teresa Beach, and disappeared into the surf town's yoga community. 43 days pass. U.S. Marshals post a fake ad. Hostel seeking yoga instructor. Cash, flexible hours. Caitlin responds.
She responded to the ad, but the people waiting for her was law enforcement.
Caitlin Armstrong was captured on June 29th by foreign officials in the Republic of Costa Rica, where she was detained on an immigration violation and deported back to the United States.
She'd had plastic surgery, nose job, brow lift, lip fillers, hair dyed dark. Cost $6,000. But the eyes, same. Cuffs, deportation, Texas. October 11th, 2023. While awaiting trial, Caitlin is transported to a medical appointment. She bolts from a bathroom window and sprints down the street. She makes it 10 minutes before officers tackle her on the pavement. November 2023. The trial lasts 2 weeks. Prosecutors present CCTV of the Jeep circling Maple Avenue, Ring doorbell audio of the murder.
The last thing Mo did on this earth was scream in terror. Those screams are followed by ah, ah, 2 gunshots. After that 4 or 5 seconds silence, Caitlin Armstrong stood over Mo Wilson. And for good measure, the defendant put another bullet right in the heart.
Colin's testimony about the hidden relationship, DNA on Mo's bike, ballistics matching Caitlin's gun.
There were 3 shell casings covered at the center. Caitlin's gun. The result was that those test casings were identified as being the same fired from that gun. There's 4 video surveillance cameras that captures Caitlin Armstrong circling Cash's house for about an hour before the murder. They swabbed DNA from Mo Wilson's bike that there's a very strong likelihood that the DNA on the seat of the bike included DNA from Caitlin Armstrong.
Defense argues no direct witness. Colin could have done it. She ran because she was scared.
Was Caitlin in the black Jeep? Who had access to the black Jeep? Who had access to the key fob to the black Jeep? Colin claimed he saw Caitlin Armstrong come out of a black Jeep. How amazing that the one fact that he seemed to remember with greater clarity over time was the single fact that drew attention away from him and pointed the finger at Caitlin Armstrong.
One witness saw Caitlin Armstrong allegedly commit this murder. Not one, because there isn't one. You did not hear about any direct evidence showing Caitlin Armstrong is responsible for this crime, because there isn't any.
November 16th, 2023. Jury deliberates for 2 hours. Guilty of first-degree murder. Sentence, 90 years.
The defendant will please rise. The State of Texas versus Caitlin Armstrong. Verdict of the jury. We, the jury, find the defendant, Caitlin Armstrong, guilty of the offense of murder as alleged in the indictment.
Mo Wilson was 25. She was ranked one of the top gravel cyclists in the world. Her race weekend became a memorial ride. Caitlin Cash still lives with the guilt of not getting home sooner. Colin Strickland lives with the weight of what his secrets cost. And Caitlin Armstrong? She'll be eligible for parole in 45 years. The cameras captured it all. The data filled in the rest. And a woman who thought she could rewrite the story learned that timelines don't lie.
Nestled in the heart of Indiana, Delphi was the kind of town where life moved at a relaxed pace. Families had lived there for generations. Neighbors knew one another by name. And crime, especially violent crime, was almost unheard of. It was a place where people felt safe, where kids could play outside without fear, and where parents never had to worry about letting their children explore the woods or walk to a friend's house alone. But on February 13th, 2017, that sense of security was forever shattered when 2 young girls,
Central case, 2 missing juveniles, Liberty Rose Lynn German, last seen at the High Bridge in Delphi, Indiana, at approximately 1300 hours. Second juvenile, Abigail Joyce Williams, subject was last seen wearing a gray zip-up sweatshirt and a red shirt with a red shirt under it and jeans.
Abigail Abby Williams, 13, and Liberty Libby German, 14, set out for a hike and never returned.
On the afternoon of February 13th, 2017, Abby and Libby were dropped off at the trails that lead to the Monon High Bridge. They were supposed to be picked up by Libby's father at 3 p.m. They never turned up. The search started around 5:30.
The Monon High Bridge was an old abandoned railroad bridge that had become a popular local hangout.
And just off the trail, there's an abandoned railroad bridge, the Monon High Bridge, 63 feet above Deer Creek.
The Monon High Bridge is not that serene. It's this old, rickety bridge, or it was at the time, right? The rail ties are falling apart. It's, you could look down, take a couple steps and look down and see a 100-foot drop below you.
The bridge itself was both beautiful and dangerous, a relic from the past, stretching high over Deer Creek with missing planks and a rickety structure that made crossing it an adventure.
I mean, it was a very high bridge. The name definitely applies. I grew up watching people post on their Snapchat stories, like going to the bridge to like read a book or things like that, and they'd have their feet like swinging over the edge.
That afternoon, the girls were excited to explore the trail, enjoy the crisp February air, and take some photos.
I'll never forget that day, February 13th. It was around 2 p.m. I saw the picture of Abby on the bridge on their Snapchat stories, and I immediately just knew that something was wrong.
Libby's older sister, Kelsey German, was the last known person to see them alive, dropping them off near the trailhead at approximately 1:35 p.m. They were supposed to meet their ride home at 3:15 p.m. By all accounts, it was a normal, happy day until something sinister interrupted it.
Well, upset, confused, obviously very distraught. Just worried. All I want to do is have the girls get home safe. Missing, abducted, we don't know for sure. There's a cell phone tower, but the ping was last noted about 5 or 6 hours ago. They say the phone's now dead.
Sometime between 2:07 p.m. and 3 p.m., something went terribly wrong.
All options are on the table. Did they run away? Did they go to a party? Did they fall off the bridge? Did they get injured? No one had any idea what had happened to them, but the official search was halted that night and picked up the next morning.
The carefree hike turned into a nightmare, and the small town of Delphi would never be the same again. One of the most haunting aspects of this case is that Libby German had the foresight to record a crucial piece of evidence before she and Abby were attacked. At 2:07 p.m., she posted a Snapchat image of Abby walking along the bridge. This would become the last known photograph of either girl alive. But it was what she did next that turned this case into one of the most chilling murder mysteries in modern history. At 2:13 p.m., Libby took out her phone and recorded a short, grainy video of a man walking toward them on the bridge. He was dressed in a navy blue jacket, blue jeans, and a cap. His hands were tucked into his pockets, and though his pace was unhurried, there was something unsettling about his posture. Then came the audio recording. Downhill. Just a few words, but enough to send shivers down the spines of investigators and the public alike. Guys, down the hill. The tone was firm, commanding. There was no question that this was an order. What happened after those words were spoken remains unknown, but law enforcement later confirmed that the man in the video was their prime suspect. Despite having his image and voice, his identity remained a mystery for years, as if he had vanished into thin air after committing the crime. Why did Libby start recording? Did she recognize the man? Did she sense danger before he even spoke? Or had he approached them in a way that immediately set off alarm bells? These questions have never been fully answered. But her quick thinking meant that even in her final moments, she left behind a critical clue. When Abby and Libby failed to show up at their designated pickup location at 3:15 p.m., concern quickly turned into fear. The families initially assumed the girls had lost track of time or were having too much fun to notice the hour. But as the minutes turned into hours and phone calls to them went straight to voicemail, the worry escalated.
Well, upset, confused, obviously very distraught. Just worried. All I want to do is have the girls get home safe. Missing, abducted, we don't know for sure. There's a cell phone tower, but the ping was last noted about 5 or 6 hours ago. They say the phone's now dead.
By early evening, family members, friends, and local volunteers began searching the trail and surrounding woods. Flashlights cut through the growing darkness as people called out the girls' names, hoping to hear a response.
Word spread quickly that help was needed, that these girls needed to be found. hundreds of people turned out and searched through the night. Becky Patty, Libby's grandmother, would say that you could see flashlights everywhere like stars in the sky, like fireflies. It was a full town effort.
Police were alerted and an official search was launched. The entire town mobilized, with hundreds of people scouring the trails, creek beds, and remote areas near the bridge. But the searchers' worst fears were confirmed the next day. On February 14th, 2017, at approximately 12:15 p.m., 2 bodies were discovered in a wooded area about half a mile from the Monon High Bridge.
Basically, we have identified the bodies of the 2 females that were found out yesterday. Abigail J. Williams, 13, of the Delphi area, and Liberty Rose Lynn German, 14, of the Delphi area. Family has been notified. This is considered a double homicide investigation.
Though law enforcement did not immediately confirm the identities, the families were soon given the devastating news. The bodies belonged to Abby and Libby. Authorities quickly ruled the deaths as homicides, but beyond that, they remained tight-lipped. No official cause of death was released, and few details about the crime scene were made public. This secrecy only fueled speculation. Were the girls restrained? Did they suffer before they died? Some reports suggested that the bodies had been staged in a deliberate manner, possibly as part of a ritual or a message from the killer. Others claimed that eerie symbols had been found near the scene, carved into trees or left behind as a cryptic calling card. Adding to the chilling nature of the crime was the discovery of an unspent .40 caliber bullet casing near the girls' bodies, an odd and seemingly small detail that would later become a vital piece of evidence. Despite having video and audio evidence, law enforcement struggled to identify the man on the bridge. In the days following the murders, police released a composite sketch based on eyewitness accounts. The first sketch depicted an older man with a thick beard, wearing a cap and jacket. But 2 years later, in 2019, authorities released a second sketch, a much younger man with wavy hair and striking features. The contrast between the sketches led to mass confusion. Had law enforcement changed their theory, or had they received new information that pointed them in an entirely different direction? Over the years, several potential suspects were investigated. Among them was Daniel Nations, a registered sex offender who had been arrested in Colorado for threatening hikers with a hatchet. His resemblance to the older suspect sketch made him an initial person of interest, but he was eventually ruled out. Another suspect, Charles Eldridge, was arrested for child exploitation, and his mugshot bore an eerie resemblance to the second sketch. Yet again, no solid evidence linked him to Delphi. Investigators explored numerous theories. Was this the work of an online predator, a serial killer, a local man who knew the area well? Despite thousands of tips pouring in, the case remained frustratingly cold for more than 5 years. For more than 5 years, the Delphi murders had baffled investigators. With thousands of tips pouring in, multiple suspects considered, and countless theories emerging, yet no arrests were made. The community feared the killer could still be among them.
Who may be in this room? We believe you are hiding in plain sight, and you want to know what we know. And one day, you will. The question to you: what will those closest to you think of when they find out that you brutally murdered 2 little girls? 2 children. Only a coward would do such a thing.
Blending in as an ordinary citizen, watching as the investigation continued to swirl around him. Then on October 28, 2022, in a stunning development, Indiana State Police announced the arrest of 50-year-old Richard Allen.
Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation.
A local resident who had been living in Delphi the entire time, hiding in plain sight. The revelation was as shocking as it was disturbing.
We expected to be excited and happy and overjoyed that he's arrested, but now we're dealing with understanding that there's a lot of reopening wounds that's coming with that.
Unlike many of the suspects considered over the years, men with criminal histories, connections to violent crimes, or disturbing behavioral patterns, Richard Allen was an unassuming, well-liked member of the community.
I was surprised because he seemed like a real nice guy and everything, waiting on us in the drive-thru and everything.
He worked at the local CVS pharmacy, where he often interacted with customers.
Richard Matthew Allen was 50 years old, had no criminal history, and worked as a farm tech over at the local CVS in Delphi.
Including the very families who had been mourning the loss of Abby and Libby.
I had not interacted with him, but everyone knew who he was. I mean, he worked there for so long. And when I found out who it was, I never in a million years thought that it would have been him, not someone so integral to the community and to the Delphi experience.
He even developed photos for the German and Williams families after the murders, a detail that would later send chills through those who realized just how close they had been to the man allegedly responsible. For years, he had never been on law enforcement's radar in any significant way, despite the fact that he lived just a few miles from the crime scene and had even spoken to investigators early in the case. According to police records, Allen voluntarily told authorities back in 2017 that he had been on the Monon High Bridge Trail on the day of the murders. At the time, however, this admission didn't seem suspicious. He was just another local who had been near the area. It wasn't until years later that investigators took a second look at his statement and matched it with new forensic evidence. The key breakthrough in identifying Allen came from forensic analysis of a .40 caliber unspent bullet casing found at the crime scene, near the bodies of Abby and Libby. While this casing had been known to investigators for years, advancements in forensic ballistics allowed them to link it directly to a gun owned by Richard Allen. When investigators conducted a search of Allen's home in October 2022, they recovered a Sig Sauer Model P2 26.40 caliber handgun, which was later confirmed through forensic testing to have ejected the casing found at the crime scene. Ballistics experts explained that even though the bullet itself hadn't been fired, when a round is chambered and then removed from a gun, unique markings are left on the casing. When Allen's gun was tested, the markings on the bullet casing left at the crime scene were an exact match, a damning piece of evidence that placed him directly at the scene of the crime. Adding to the evidence against him was the fact that Allen had no reasonable explanation for how a bullet from his gun ended up near the victims. In police interviews, he admitted that the gun was his and that he had owned it since 2001, long before the murders.
Of your house, we find a gun, your gun. You own that gun, right?
I do.
When did you buy it?
Oh my gosh. I don't even remember.
2001. I'll check for you. I know a lot of the answers to the question I'm going to ask you, but I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to be honest. That's why I asked the question. So you bought it in 2001 in Peru.
Okay.
But when pressed, he denied any involvement in the crime and could not explain why an unspent casing from his firearm was present at the location where Abby and Libby were killed.
And I asked you if you ever loaned anything out. I gave you scenarios. No. So that's your gun. Either you had that gun or somebody had that gun. There's no way that round gets on that property where these two girls were killed without that gun being there. And you're there, your car's there, witnesses say
there is no way a round from my gun was anywhere near the girls, the bridge. It just didn't happen.
Beyond the ballistics evidence, investigators began to take a closer look at Allen's 2017 police interview, where he had originally stated that he had been at the trail on the day of the murders, but had not seen the girls.
It could have been a little before noon or a little afternoon. Walked down, back an hour, so probably 1:30, 1:45, depending on exactly what time it was that I got there that day. I just remember walking down the trail, and I had told him that when I was approaching the trailhead, I guess is what I'd call it, there was 3 girls walking off the trail, and I just remember it looking like one of them was probably watching, babysitting, but watching the other 2 because they looked a little younger, and they looked very similar. I don't know if they were sisters or whatever, but the other one didn't necessarily But I remember seeing them walking off the trailhead, and I didn't really see anybody.
At the time, there was nothing inherently suspicious about this. Many people had been in the area that day, and Alan had voluntarily come forward to share his whereabouts. But after the bullet casing match, his own statement placed him at the scene of the crime, reinforcing the belief that he had been lying about his level of involvement.
Well,
this doesn't just go away.
I know.
Exactly.
The only person I think can explain all this is you, and you're not explaining it to me.
I don't know what it is you want me to explain.
What were you doing on the bridge? How did your round get there? And why did you kill these 2 girls? Or why were you involved in this? What was your involvement?
I had no involvement.
I don't think, listen, Rick, I don't think you're the one that killed them. I don't think you're the one that stuck the knife in them. Are you?
Are
you that guy?
Really?
Are you?
No. Anybody that knows me knows I could never, even if I wanted to, do something like that. That's not who I am.
Then what happened?
I can't tell you. How do you expect me to tell you? You want me to make up a story and...
No, the truth. The truth is simple. You don't have to make that up. You just go back and tell me the truth. You can't tell me that this event has not been weighing on you for years and years and years. You're out there.
I've told you that. I don't know what you want me to do at this point.
Following his arrest, disturbing details about Richard Allen began to emerge. Though he had lived a seemingly normal life with a wife and a steady job, investigators began uncovering indications that he may have been leading a double life. Neighbors and acquaintances recalled that his behavior had changed after the murders. Some described him as becoming more withdrawn, while others noted that he had continued going about his daily life as though nothing had happened. An eerie thought, given that he had likely been watching news reports and seeing the sketches of a suspect that looked very much like him. Even more disturbing was the revelation that Allen had allegedly posed as a law enforcement officer at one point, and some witnesses claimed he had exhibited controlling or intimidating behavior. While these allegations are still being investigated, they add to the growing theory that he may not have been as ordinary as he appeared. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of Allen's arrest was the suggestion that he may not have acted alone. Some court documents suggest that the crime scene had a ritualistic or symbolic element, with eerie markings found near the bodies. There have been unconfirmed reports that strange symbols were found carved into nearby trees, and some investigators have speculated that the crime may have been part of a larger, more sinister plot. One of the most widely discussed theories is the possibility that the Delphi murders were linked to a larger online predator network. In the years following the killings, investigators uncovered a disturbing pattern of online catfishing accounts targeting young girls in the area. In particular, a man named Keegan Klein, a known child predator, was found to have been communicating with Libby German through a fake social media profile under the name Anthony Shots.
Friends on social media with the Anthony Shots profile, and that he at least liked or commented on some of her posts. Keegan Klein from Peru, Indiana, about 40 minutes away, admitted he created that fake profile, and I spoke to him from jail.
Klein was arrested in 2020 on multiple counts of child exploitation and possession of child pornography.
Are you aware whether you may have talked to Libby on the 13th?
That's what they said. That's what the police told me.
That you did?
Yeah.
And do you have any recollection of that?
No, not at all.
Did you have anything to do with the murders of Abby or Libby?
Not at all. And I gave up my DNA, a hair follicle test. I've done everything they wanted me to.
While police have never directly linked Klein to Allen, some theorists believe the possibility of an online grooming connection cannot be ruled out. Did Allen know Klein? Was he part of a larger network of predators? Was the meeting between Allen and the girls premeditated, or was it a crime of opportunity? These questions remain unanswered. Richard Allen remains in custody, facing 2 counts of murder. His trial is expected to be one of the most closely watched legal proceedings in recent history, as the public and the families of Abby and Libby seek long-awaited justice. However, there is still significant mystery surrounding the case. Law enforcement has hinted at the possibility of more arrests in the future, leading to speculation that Allen was not the only person involved. For the people of Delphi, The arrest of Richard Allen provided some relief, but not full closure. Until every detail is brought to light and every person involved is held accountable, the town remains haunted by the tragedy that stole 2 young lives and forever changed their sense of safety. The biggest question still remains, was Richard Allen truly the only killer? Or is there someone else out there who still holds the final, terrifying truth? Richard Allen remains in custody, awaiting trial on 2 counts of murder in connection with the deaths of Abigail Abby Williams and Liberty Libby German. The upcoming court proceedings are expected to provide long-awaited answers, but they may also raise even more troubling questions about what truly happened on February 13, 2017. For the past 7 years, law enforcement has kept many details of the case under tight wraps, leading to intense speculation and frustration among the public. Even after Allen's arrest, investigators have continued to remain cautious about releasing certain evidence, fueling theories that the case is far more complex than it initially seemed. Was Richard Allen truly the sole perpetrator, or could there be others involved who have yet to be identified? Did he plan the attack in advance, or was it a crime of opportunity? If Allen acted alone, why did the crime scene reportedly contain unusual elements, including the possible staging of the victims' bodies? Could there be someone else out there, still free, who knows the full, horrifying truth? The small town of Delphi, once known for its friendly community and scenic trails, has become synonymous with one of the most chilling murder mysteries in modern American history. Before that fateful day, Delphi was the kind of place where doors were left unlocked, children rode their bikes without fear, and families gathered at the local park without a second thought. Now it is a town burdened by grief, suspicion, and a lingering sense of unease. For more than 5 years, the identity of the man on the bridge, captured in the infamous Snapchat video, was unknown. Delphi residents feared that he could be living among them, blending into the community, hiding in plain sight. The eventual arrest of Richard Allen only deepened that fear, as many realized they had interacted with him regularly at the local CVS pharmacy.
People who have talked to who shopped at the CVS and dealt with Richard Allen described him as friendly. In fact, after the murders, Libby's aunt went in there to have some pictures printed for Libby's memorial. She said Richard Allen helped her, and at the time, she thought he was helpful and kind.
Parents who once trusted their neighbors now found themselves questioning who else in their town might be capable of such horror. Even with a suspect in custody, Delphi has not found true peace. The unanswered questions surrounding the case continue to weigh heavily on the community. Until every detail is brought to light and every individual responsible is held accountable, the town will remain haunted by the darkness that descended upon it in 2017. One of the most chilling aspects of this case is the persistent belief that Richard Allen may not have acted alone. Law enforcement has not ruled out the possibility of additional arrests, and unsealed court documents have hinted at disturbing details that suggest a broader conspiracy. The crime scene, according to some leaked reports, allegedly displayed ritualistic elements. Some sources claim that symbols were found near the bodies, possibly carved into trees or left as some kind of cryptic message. If true, this raises terrifying questions. Was this crime part of a larger, more sinister plan? Adding to the mystery is the connection to Keegan Kline, the Indiana man behind the Anthony Shots catfishing account that had communicated with Libby German before her murder. Kline, a known child predator, was arrested in 2020 on charges unrelated to the Delphi case, but investigators have questioned him extensively about his potential involvement. Phone records show that Kline's device was used to contact Libby in the days leading up to her death. Some evidence even suggests that someone using Kline's account may have attempted to lure her to the Monon High Bridge. Could Richard Allen have been the person Kline was communicating with? Was the meeting between Allen and the girls premeditated? Did Kline or others know about the attack before it happened?
We learn that the evidence shows that Abby and Libby are dropped off at the trails at 1:49 p.m. And we already knew that Libby's video recording that man on the bridge happened at 2:13, just 24 minutes later.
Law enforcement has remained tight-lipped on whether there is a direct link between Kline and Allen, but many believe that this connection could hold the key to unlocking the full truth. If more people were involved, were they part of an underground predator network? Did Abby and Libby unknowingly stumble into a situation far more dangerous than anyone could have imagined? The upcoming trial will be one of the most closely watched in recent history as prosecutors prepare to lay out the full case against Richard Allen. For years, the public has been left in the dark about crucial details, but in the courtroom, forensic evidence, witness testimony, and potentially shocking new revelations may finally shed light on what truly happened on that tragic day.
Probable cause reveals at least 4 witnesses. 3 teenage girls and 1 adult woman saw someone generally matching the description of the person in Libby's video between 1:26 p.m. and 2:13 p.m., the time that Abby and Libby were encountering that man on the bridge.
Those witnesses is seen on surveillance video arriving around 1:46 p.m. And she says she parked her car and then walked out to the bridge where she saw a man standing on the bridge about 50 feet away. She didn't walk onto the bridge. She turned around and walked back in the direction she came. And when she did that, she passed 2 young girls who were walking towards the bridge. And she believes that was Abby and Libby.
Was driving north of the trails that day, and about 2 hours after the abduction, she saw a man in a blue jacket walking in the opposite direction, quote, muddy and bloody.
One of the most pressing questions is whether Allen lured the girls to the Monon High Bridge or if the encounter was purely coincidental. Investigators have long suspected that the crime scene was staged in some manner, raising disturbing questions about the killer's motive and whether there were deeper, more sinister elements at play. The unspent bullet casing found near the bodies, directly linked to Allen's firearm, remains one of the most damning pieces of evidence against him.
The most damaging piece of evidence that the state of Indiana has against Richard Allen is the unspent round that cycled through his gun, found just 2 feet away from Libby German. He's either the unluckiest guy in the world, or he was there at the scene when those 2 girls were murdered.
But how it ended up there and what role it played in the crime will likely be examined in court. Another major focus of the trial will be whether Allen had any connection to Keegan Kline and the infamous Anthony Schatz catfishing account, which had been used to communicate with Libby in the days leading up to the murders. Investigators have remained tight-lipped about whether this link is significant, but if evidence suggests that Allen and Kline were connected, it could point to a much larger and more complex crime than previously thought. The possibility of additional suspects remains an unsettling factor in the case, with law enforcement refusing to rule out further arrests. If new evidence emerges that others were involved, the trial could take a shocking turn, unraveling a conspiracy far beyond what anyone initially imagined. For the families of Abby and Libby, the trial represents a long overdue moment of reckoning. They have fought tirelessly for justice, enduring years of uncertainty, false leads, and agonizing silence. A conviction would finally bring a sense of accountability, ensuring that at least one person responsible for their daughter's deaths is held to answer for the horrific crime. However, the lingering possibility that other perpetrators remain at large means that even a guilty verdict may not be the final chapter in this case. The truth behind what happened on the bridge that day is still not fully known, and as the trial unfolds, the world will be watching, waiting for the full story to finally come to light. For the families of Abby and Libby, the pain of losing their daughters has been compounded by the long and agonizing search for answers. Kelsey German, Libby's older sister, has been one of the most vocal advocates for justice.
She was so smart. I think that video and audio definitely keeps people's attention. I think that helps us a lot. I think people see it and they're like, oh my gosh, this 14-year-old girl thought about taking a video of this, and we have this video and we have this audio and we don't have answers. That's crazy. Feeling like no answers are coming, and I'm feeling defeated. I say that. I say today is the day, it's coming. It'll get here. We're going to have answers, and just reaffirm myself and say, you know, it's hard, it's frustrating, it's been 5 years, but we're going to have answers eventually, and it's coming.
Tirelessly keeping the case in the public eye. She, along with the families of both victims, has fought to ensure that the investigation remains a priority and that their loved ones are never forgotten. The people of Delphi, too, have endured years of uncertainty and fear. Many residents participated in searches, donated to reward funds, and helped spread awareness about the case. Their town, once a quiet and unassuming place, has become a symbol of both tragedy and resilience. Even now, as the trial approaches, there is an unshakable feeling that this case is not yet over. Until every responsible party is identified and held accountable, true closure will remain out of reach. The haunting image of the man on the bridge, captured forever in Libby's video, has loomed over this case since the beginning. Soon the world may finally learn whether Richard Allen was indeed that man, or if there is an even more sinister truth lurking beneath the surface. Until then, Delphi waits. The families wait. The truth remains just beyond reach. But one thing is certain, Abby and Libby will never be forgotten, and justice must come, no matter how long it takes. The arrest of Richard Allen marked a turning point in a case that had haunted the small town of Delphi for over 5 years. But even with a suspect in custody, many questions remain unanswered. What exactly happened on that bridge in February 2017? Was Allen truly the only one responsible, or did others play a role in the horrific crime? Is there more evidence yet to be uncovered that could provide the full, horrifying picture of what happened to Abby and Libby in their final moments? For the families of the victims, justice is long overdue. They have fought tirelessly to keep the case in the public eye, ensuring that Abby and Libby are never forgotten. But closure still feels distant. Until every detail is exposed in court and every individual responsible is held accountable, Delphi will remain a town burdened by its darkest day. The once quiet and peaceful community now carries a legacy of tragedy, one that has forever altered the way its residents see their home. As the trial approaches, the world will be watching. The truth behind the Delphi murders will soon come to light, and with it, the hope that justice will finally be served. But for now, the biggest question still lingers. Did law enforcement catch the only monster involved, or is there someone else still out there, holding the final, terrifying secret of what really happened to Abby and Libby? If you found this deep dive into the Delphi murders case insightful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more true crime investigations, theories, and updates. Your support helps keep these cases alive and ensures that the voices of the victims are never forgotten. Let's continue the conversation in the comments. What do you think really happened that day? Could there be more suspects involved? Let us know your thoughts below.
Get out of the car! Get out of the car right now! Let me see your hands! Walk to me! Where is he? Where is he? Walk back to me! Walk back to me now! I got the female coming back to me right now. There's probably one outstanding in the car. Come back to me. Let me see your hands. Come back. Where is he? He went that way. What is he? Is he in the car? No, he went that way. Come here. Get down. Get down. Let me check you. Get in the car. Okay. Get in the car. Get in the car. Let me see. I need to check you. I need to check you for weapons. Okay. Where's he at? Who is it? His name is Mark. He's my boyfriend. Does he have any weapons? Yes, he does. What does he have? He has a gun. Where is he at? He ran? Yes, he did.
The sun rose over the vast New Mexico desert, casting long shadows over the quiet highways outside Santa Fe. It was a seemingly normal morning until the silence was shattered by the blaring of sirens and the roar of engines. A white Chevy Malibu was speeding recklessly down the interstate, pursued by multiple police cruisers. Officers, desperate to stop the vehicle, were unaware that within minutes, 2 lives would be lost, another permanently changed, and an entire town left in shock. The driver, a woman in distress, was allegedly being held hostage by a dangerous man. She had begged a witness to call 911, claiming her kidnapper was armed and threatening to kill her.
Lady out in my parking lot here at the Vizcaya Apartments, she asked me to call the police. Somebody's in her car, won't get out. She says he has a knife held on her. She's now leaving. She's in a white Malibu.
Police responded immediately, believing they were in a race against time to save her life. But what followed was something far more sinister than anyone could have expected. As the chase escalated into chaos, a fatal collision left a veteran police officer and a retired firefighter dead on impact. The wreckage stretched across the highway, the result of one of the most reckless pursuits in Santa Fe's history. Yet when the dust settled, something wasn't right. The story the woman told about her violent abduction, the armed man, the threats on her life began to fall apart.
And how was it? With the hand, with the weapon?
He punched me. He was punching me with his fist. He was.
So it's a closed fist like this? Okay.
And I was trying to put my head down so he could stop hitting me. And I seen him that he had the knife in his hand and everything, but it was like closed. But I seen it.
So when you say closed, was it a folded knife? Yeah? And then the blade was closed.
Yeah.
But he was still holding it against your neck and your chest.
Yeah, and he was telling me that I'm not going to leave and he was going to kill me.
The supposed kidnapper she accused didn't even know who she was. Police, initially determined to track down a dangerous fugitive, instead found themselves questioning if the real criminal had been in their custody the whole time. This is the true story of deception, destruction, and a desperate escape gone terribly wrong.
Police spotted the car minutes later. The suspect led police on a chase down I-25 going the wrong way. That chase led to a deadly crash involving at least 4 cars. A Santa Fe police officer died in the crash, along with the driver who was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
A case that began with a rescue mission, but ended with a web of lies unraveled. And at the center of it all?
Armed with a knife and was taking a vehicle occupied by a woman. We're still working on his involvement and the totality of the investigation. We do plan to release his information once we get everything locked down and his identity.
A woman who had played the victim before, but this time, the consequences were deadly. Janine Yarrow was no stranger to law enforcement. Her criminal record stretched back to 2005 when she was first arrested for shoplifting. What began as small-scale thefts soon escalated into a pattern of more serious offenses, each one revealing a reckless disregard for the law. Over the years, her rap sheet grew to include auto theft, resisting arrest, assaulting an officer, and handling stolen property. Despite multiple encounters with the justice system, Janine managed to evade long-term consequences, often receiving probation, reduced sentences, or having cases dismissed due to lack of witnesses. By 2013, Janine had shifted from petty crimes to high-risk offenses. She was arrested for stealing vehicles, a crime that carried harsher penalties than shoplifting. In 2014, she was caught breaking into cars but avoided serious punishment when the case was dismissed. The pattern repeated itself multiple times. She would commit a crime, get caught, tell an elaborate story, and somehow avoid major jail time. Law enforcement officials saw her as a career criminal, someone who had learned how to manipulate the system to her advantage. But what made Janine Yarrow especially dangerous wasn't just her willingness to steal and run from the police. It was her habit of lying to cover up her crimes. In 2 separate incidents in 2021, she had fled from law enforcement in stolen vehicles, crashed, and then claimed she had been kidnapped. She told police on both occasions that she had been forced to drive against her will, hoping to shift the blame onto a non-existent assailant. Investigators later discovered that her so-called kidnapper didn't exist, and the crimes had been entirely her doing. Her repeated ability to escape punishment only seemed to embolden her. She had no fear of consequences, believing that she could talk her way out of anything. In her mind, the more dramatic the lie, the more believable it would be. But in March of 2022, her biggest lie yet would result in a devastating tragedy, one that no fabricated story could ever erase. On the morning of the chase, Janine Yarrow was seen in a Santa Fe apartment complex where a resident, Richard Muser, witnessed her pleading for help. She told him that a man, her boyfriend, Mark Lopez, was holding her hostage in a white Chevy Malibu. According to Yarrow, Lopez was armed with a knife and a gun, threatening to kill her. Muser, alarmed by the scene, immediately called 911.
Lady out in my parking lot here at the Vizcaya Apartments. She asked me to call the police. Somebody's in her car, won't get out. She says he has a knife held on her. She's now leaving. She's in a white Malibu.
Within minutes, Officer Romo located the white Malibu, but when he tried to stop it, the driver refused to comply. Instead of pulling over, the car sped off, leading officers on a dangerous high-speed pursuit through Santa Fe. The situation escalated dramatically when the Malibu crossed into oncoming traffic on Interstate 25, endangering dozens of lives. Vehicles swerved, trying to avoid a collision, but Officer Robert Duran and retired firefighter Frank Lovato were not so lucky. At nearly 90 miles per hour, Duran's police cruiser collided head-on with Lovato's truck, killing both men instantly.
We believe Jaramillo led officers on a chase, driving the suspect car and causing the fatal crash that killed Officer Duran and Mr. Lovato.
The impact was so severe that Duran's vehicle was nearly disintegrated.
On I-25, coming from El Dorado, there was a head-on. There's 4 cars involved. Well, I know they're dead.
As chaos unfolded, Officer Montano crashed into another civilian car, permanently injuring a woman named Alexis Jenkins.
Are you okay? I mean, I know you were involved in the crash, but is there any sort of like entrapment or anything like that?
Yeah, 286 is entrapped in his vehicle right now.
286 is entrapped?
Yes.
Okay, are you out of your vehicle?
I just got out of my vehicle now.
Meanwhile, the white Malibu continued its escape attempt, colliding with yet another truck before finally coming to a halt. Officers immediately surrounded the wreckage, expecting to find an armed and dangerous fugitive inside. But instead, a terrified woman emerged, screaming for help. Janine Yarrow collapsed into the arms of police officers, claiming she had barely survived a kidnapping attempt.
Get out of the car right now! Let me see your hands! Walk to me! Where is he? Where is he? Walk back to me! Walk back to me now! I got the female coming back to me right now. There's probably one outstanding in the car. Come back to me. Let me see your hands. Come back. Where is he?
He went that way.
What is he? Is he in the car?
No, he went that way.
Come here. Get down. Get down. Let me check you. Get in the car.
Okay. Oh, God.
Get in the car. Get in the car. Let me see. I need to check you. I need to check you for weapons.
Okay.
Where's he at? Who is it?
His name is Mark. He's my boyfriend.
Does he have any weapons?
Yes, he does.
What does he have?
He has a gun.
Where is he at?
He
ran?
Yes, he did.
Okay, stand by. So I have the victim right now in the back of my car. She's saying it's her boyfriend. Unknown on the name yet. He's got 1080 with a gun. Went into these bushes right here.
Okay, let's get some clarification on exactly where we're at, and we need to establish a perimeter on that, please.
Okay. What is his name?
His name is Mark.
Mark what?
Lopez.
Okay. Where, he ran off or what?
Yes, he did.
Are you sure he's not in the vehicle?
I'm sure, sir.
You're positive?
I'm positive, sir. He hit me and he ran.
Okay. We need to clear this vehicle as well. I don't know if there's anybody else in here.
He was gonna burn me.
Did he stab you at all? Did he hurt you at all?
I don't know.
Okay. What kind of gun does he have?
He had a knife to me too.
He has a gun or no?
A gun and a knife.
Okay. What's his last name?
Lopez.
Lopez? What's his date of birth?
I'm not too sure because I haven't been going out with him very long.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. He went this way or what?
I don't know, sir.
Somebody trying to
He hit me.
Okay, any units that are coming up, what I want you guys to do is start diverting I-25 down, I-25 northbound traffic off of the highway.
When did he get out of the car? Were you driving?
No.
I know it's take a breath. We're trying to help you get information.
I was not driving. He got out.
He was driving?
He said that he was gonna kill me and light me on fire. There's gas in the car.
Mark Lopez?
Yes. Tell him be careful. There's gas in there.
Okay, so the victim is saying that the suspect is a Mark Lopez. no date of birth. Apparently there's gas and fire in the car. I didn't see anybody exit besides her, so he may still be in the vehicle. Okay, stay in the car, okay? Keep your head down. He has a gun.
She insisted that her boyfriend, Mark Lopez, had escaped into the desert and was armed and dangerous. Officers launched an immediate manhunt, believing they were searching for a violent criminal who had just caused the deaths of 2 men. But as police began checking records, something wasn't right. When they searched for Mark Lopez, they discovered that he had been at work all day, with multiple alibis and surveillance footage proving his whereabouts. Even more baffling, Lopez had never met Janine Yarrow in his life.
I feel very violated, and my character, my job finding, just everybody in my professional, my friends, this is very, very embarrassing.
The woman they had rushed to save was suddenly becoming the prime suspect. Further investigation revealed no evidence of gasoline on Yarrow or inside the Malibu, contradicting her claim that her captor had tried to set her on fire.
He woke me up in this so terrible way, pouring some gas on me. I smelled it, and then I felt like the cold. When my clothes and everything, he told me he was gonna burn me.
Okay.
He said he was gonna set me on fire, and I was gonna die, but he was gonna kill me.
The knife and gun she said he had were never found.
I seen him, he had the knife in his hand and everything, but it was closed. But I seen it.
So when you say closed, was it a folding knife? Yeah? And then the blade was closed.
Yeah.
But you were still holding it against your neck and your chest.
Yeah, and he was telling me that I'm not gonna leave and he was gonna kill me.
And then came the most damning evidence. Witnesses who saw the Malibu at the beginning of the chase confirmed that Janine Yarrow herself had been the driver the entire time. It was becoming painfully clear that there had never been a kidnapping. Janine Yarrow had simply stolen a car, fled police, and fabricated a lie to avoid getting caught. But this time, her deception had cost lives. As the investigation unfolded, the evidence against Janine Yarrow became undeniable. Every aspect of her story began to fall apart under scrutiny. The so-called kidnapper, Mark Lopez, was proven to be entirely uninvolved, with a solid alibi backed by security footage, phone records, and multiple witnesses. There was no physical evidence to support her claim that she had been doused in gasoline, nor was there any sign of the weapons she insisted her abductor had used to threaten her. The final and most damning piece of evidence came from eyewitness accounts and police reports that confirmed what detectives had already begun to suspect. Janine Yarrow had been the driver of the white Chevy Malibu all along. With her web of lies collapsing, authorities had no choice but to place Janine Yarrow under arrest. She was charged with vehicular homicide for the deaths of Officer Robert Duran and retired firefighter Frank Lovato, as well as reckless driving, causing serious injury for the crash that left Alexis Jenkins permanently disabled. Additionally, she faced charges of auto theft, as the Chevy Malibu had been reported stolen, and false reporting, as her entire story about being kidnapped was fabricated from the start. Even as she was taken into custody, Janine refused to admit the truth. She continued to insist that she had been a victim, repeating her story with unwavering conviction, despite the overwhelming proof that she had orchestrated the entire event. Detectives confronted her with the evidence, yet she remained defiant, attempting to twist the narrative to her advantage. However, this time, her usual strategy of deception would not work. Unlike in her past run-ins with the law, there was no technicality to save her, no missing witness to make the case disappear, and no sympathy left to exploit. This time, Janine Yarrow's lies had gone too far, resulting in real deaths, real suffering, and irreversible destruction. The justice system was no longer willing to grant her the second chances she had so often manipulated. She was officially booked into jail, awaiting trial for the most serious crimes of her life. Janine Yarrow's trial became one of the most closely watched cases in Santa Fe's history, not just because of the tragic loss of life, but because of the shocking nature of her deception.
And after you've been found out, what do you say?
I'm not a murderer. I am not.
I am going
I'm not a murderer.
Stop talking.
You have taken the life of two outstanding members of our community, a police officer and a retired emergency responder. And you did so in the most egregious, deplorable way. Their families, friends, and fellow officers' lives have been changed forever.
What had initially been believed to be a desperate escape from a violent kidnapper had instead been an elaborate and reckless lie, one that resulted in 2 innocent people losing their lives and a third suffering permanent injuries. Prosecutors were determined to ensure that this time, Yarrow would face the full weight of justice. As the trial began, the courtroom was filled with emotion. On one side sat the families of Officer Robert Duran and retired firefighter Frank Lovato, still grieving the senseless loss of their loved ones. On the other side sat Janine Yarrow, the woman responsible for their deaths, still refusing to take accountability. The prosecution wasted no time painting a clear picture of what had happened. This was not an unfortunate accident, nor was Yarrow a helpless victim. Instead, she was a career criminal who had spent years manipulating the system, and this time, her recklessness had claimed lives. The evidence against her was overwhelming. Surveillance footage and witness testimonies confirmed that Janine was the driver of the white Chevy Malibu. Phone records and work logs proved that Mark Lopez, the man she had blamed, wasn't even near the scene. The crash reconstruction experts detailed the severity of the high-speed impact, explaining how Yarrow's reckless driving led directly to the deaths of Officer Duran and Frank Lovato. Medical professionals testified about the severe and life-altering injuries suffered by Alexis Jenkins, emphasizing how Yarrow's decisions had destroyed multiple lives in mere moments. Despite the mountain of irrefutable evidence, Yarrow pleaded not guilty and stuck to her fabricated story, claiming that she had been a victim of kidnapping and had no control over what had happened. But her cold and emotionless demeanor in court only made things worse for her. Prosecutors highlighted her lack of remorse, pointing out that she had never expressed sympathy for the lives lost and had only tried to save herself. The defense attempted to argue that Yarrow had suffered trauma and may have been mentally unstable, but the prosecution countered with her long history of criminal activity, particularly her previous fake kidnapping claims. The jury, hearing about her repeated lies to avoid punishment, saw through her act. It took them only a few hours of deliberation to reach a unanimous guilty verdict on all charges.
With respect to count 1, first-degree murder, Frank Lovato, I'm sentencing you to life imprisonment. With respect to count 2, first-degree murder, Robert Duran, I'm sentencing you to life imprisonment.
When the verdict was read aloud, the families of the victims broke down in tears, finally receiving the justice they had been waiting for. The judge, in his sentencing remarks, did not hold back. He called Janine Yarrow's actions selfish, manipulative, and completely devoid of regard for human life. He condemned her history of deception and made it clear that she would never again have the opportunity to harm another innocent person. Janine Yarrow was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For the first time in her long history of avoiding consequences, there was no escape, no loophole, and no more lies to tell. The courtroom, though still filled with grief, finally saw justice served for the lives that had been taken. Janine Yarrow had spent nearly 2 decades manipulating the system, escaping serious consequences through a web of deception and fabricated victimhood. But in the end, her own lies had sealed her fate. What started as yet another reckless attempt to flee police ended in devastation, death, and a life sentence. Unlike the times before, where technicalities or sympathetic leniency had allowed her to walk free, this time there were real lives lost, real families shattered, and undeniable proof of her guilt.
I'm sorry. To the family, with all my heart. If I could take back that day, I would. I made bad choices. I was on drugs and I was drinking, but I also have my family that I'm hurting. Putting me away many years is not going to bring them back. God knows. I deserve a second chance, Your Honor, please. or my family and myself. I would never do that. I would never cause harm. I'm sorry.
The justice system had finally caught up with her, and there would be no more second chances. For the families of Officer Robert Duran and retired firefighter Frank Lovato, the trial had brought some closure, but the pain of losing their loved ones would never fully heal. Duran, a dedicated police officer, had given his life in the line of duty, trying to stop what he believed was a kidnapping in progress. Lovato, a firefighter who had spent his career saving lives, was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. The tragedy of their deaths was amplified by the fact that it never needed to happen in the first place. If not for Janine Yarrow's selfishness and recklessness, both men would still be alive today.
My brother died trying to save her life. Her sorry but not sorry letter, it was also very hurtful and upsetting to hear the details of her accounts when my brother gave the ultimate sacrifice. 2 beautiful lives were lost, 2 families that will never be the same.
Alexis Jenkins, the civilian who had been severely injured in the pursuit, would never fully recover. The crash had left her with permanent injuries, altering the course of her life forever. She had been a bystander, an innocent driver on the highway, completely unaware that she was about to become collateral damage in one woman's desperate attempt to escape accountability. No matter what sentence Janine Yarrow received, it could never undo the irreversible damage she had caused. This case serves as a chilling reminder of how a single lie can spiral out of control, leading to unimaginable consequences. Janine Yarrow thought she could lie her way out of trouble like she had so many times before. But this time, the cost was far too great. The legal system had given her chance after chance. But instead of learning from her past mistakes, she pushed her luck until it ran out. Now she will spend the rest of her life behind bars with no possibility of parole, left to sit alone with the weight of the destruction she caused. The days of manipulating the truth, evading justice, and creating false narratives are over. In the end, the one thing she could never escape was the truth itself, and the truth had finally caught up with her.
What can I help you with? Trust me out.
Can I talk to you?
What do you need?
Okay, I'm investigating a homicide involving a person that stayed here.
Tell me it's not Jade.
Yes, it is. And that's why I need to talk to her.
She died?
She was murdered.
This is Alice Castillo, the mother of Jade's best friend Julia, and the woman who had opened her home to a young mother in need. She's about to hear the words no one should ever hear about someone they've welcomed into their family.
Is it making sense right now? I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I need to know what happened to her, and I know that she was staying here.
I kicked her out 2 weeks ago because she brought a man in my house.
The victim is 22-year-old Jade Alyssa Alvarez, a young mother to a little boy named Jeremiah Rodriguez. Jade's life had not been easy. She had recently fallen on hard times, drifting between homes, carrying the weight of unemployment, strained family ties, and uncertainty. Yet despite the struggle, Jade was determined to turn things around. She was making plans to return to school, rebuild her life, and give her son the stability she never had. Those dreams ended in the early hours of April 6th, 2023, when Jade's body was discovered beside a suitcase on the side of a San Antonio road.
She was on her phone.
She's got a bag. I think this is her husband.
Okay.
So she's moving out.
This house?
I don't know. But she's leaving.
She had been shot multiple times, her phone still clenched in her hand. But the real story was only beginning. Who would want Jade dead? Why was her best friend suddenly refusing to talk to detectives?
I meet you and talk to you in person?
I cannot right now. You're really throwing me off. What is this about?
And how did this trail of silence, fear, and betrayal lead police to a man whose obsession would prove deadly? On the night before her death, Jade Alvarez was staying with her best friend Julia. Life had been rough. Arguments at home, nowhere steady to live, and a constant search for stability. Still, Jade was trying to hold things together. That evening, she borrowed Julia's phone to make a call. Whoever she spoke to, Jade was insistent. She wanted to be dropped off on Capitol Avenue. Julia agreed, driving her part of the way. On April 6, 2023 at 3:45 a.m., a San Antonio patrol officer cruises along Ridgewood Drive. Rain still slicks the pavement, his headlights catching something unusual, a large suitcase sitting by the curb. He pulls over, body cam humming, expecting a case of dumped belongings. But just a few feet away lies a young woman. She's been shot multiple times, her shirt torn, her arms scratched, her phone still clutched in her hand, as if she tried to call for help but never had the chance. The officer's voice trembles into the radio. She's got blood coming out of her leg, bullet wound to the stomach.
I said, she's got blood coming out of her leg. She's got a bullet shot in her stomach. Then her shirt is torn. So she's got a torn shirt. Which makes me wonder if she got into a fight with somebody.
Yeah. That's like a burn mark, huh? Maybe. Maybe you fucking hit her. Run over, hit her or something, go by her.
Looks like she was run over or something. This is bad. At 4:20 a.m., backup units arrive. Officers circle the scene, flashlights cutting across the soaked grass. The open suitcase, clothing scattered around, suggests she was leaving somewhere, moving out in a rush. One officer mutters what others are already thinking. Looks personal. Last-minute breakup. She had her stuff. He didn't like it.
Telling John was probably, she was getting out of the car and bam, hits her. She gets out, she comes over. He gets out, grabs the fucking luggage, throws it, goes behind her, boom, boom, on the back of the head.
I think what's giving me like the heebie-jeebies is that it's somewhere she knows, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
This was a little personal.
Yep.
Yeah.
But the storm had masked everything. No neighbors reported hearing shots. No one saw a car fleeing. The night had given the killer perfect cover.
Yeah, I see any disturbances, but I didn't see anything in the 240s. Yeah. Nothing. No alarm.
It was raining. This is the perfect time to do it.
Yeah. I think we got showcased. I think she got shot in the back of the head.
Yeah. No problem.
I said she was running. She was moving from somebody.
Headshot.
I see. It was like, cause she's got a suitcase with a wheel. So I'm trying to see if maybe she was, dragging it through here, and no one called it in.
At 7 a.m., daylight bleeds into the neighborhood as detectives begin canvassing doors. A name surfaces quickly. 22-year-old Jade Alyssa Alvarez, a young mother, a daughter, someone who had been drifting between homes, trying to rebuild. Alice Castillo, who had been housing Jade at her daughter Julia's request, is told the devastating truth. Jade is gone, murdered on the roadside. Later that morning, detectives trace Jade's last known movements to the home of her best friend, Julia Castillo.
Hi, Detective Tudor with the San Antonio PD homicide.
Say again, I'm sorry?
Hi, Detective Tudor with SAPD homicide.
Okay.
I was trying to see if I could. Do you live at 718?
Yes.
I'm trying to find. Sorry to start with you. I'm trying to find Julie.
Julia?
Yeah.
Let me see if she's here. I'm not sure if she's here. I'll be right back.
What was her name?
Noelle. So she's not here right now. She actually went out with her homie.
Who's that?
I don't know. Some guy picked her up earlier, like a couple hours ago, you know?
You don't know his name?
No. She chills with a lot of people. I don't know. I don't really talk to her.
Has a girl named Jade ever been staying here?
No, she comes over, you know, like, not like recently, but that's like one of Julia's friends. That's all I know. You know what I mean? I don't talk to none of them, or, you know what I mean?
Okay.
It's like,
Was Jade ever staying here?
Not that I could say, like, she was, like, staying here, you know, like, yeah, like, she stayed the night, you know, a couple times, whatever, you know?
Yeah.
But, like, not like that, like, she, like lived here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when they call, Julia refuses to meet in person. The refusal shocks investigators.
Can I meet you and talk to you in person?
I cannot right now. You're really throwing me off. What is this about?
It's what I just said. It's a murder investigation, and I need to speak with you about it.
You're speaking to me right now.
I need to speak with you in person.
If you need to talk to me, you can contact my attorney.
Excuse me?
What's your one?
Why do I need to talk to your attorney?
I don't know. This is crazy.
Well, Julie, I need to talk to you.
Okay, my attorney's number is...
You realize that I don't need to speak to your attorney.
I talked to him, and he said if you want to talk to me, you can talk to him.
You've already talked to your attorney?
I mean, he told me to not talk to anybody ever. He told me I'm not talking to the detective about anything.
So you talked to him today, and he said that for me to call him?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying if you want to talk to me, you need to contact my attorney.
Why would Jade's closest friend lawyer up before even answering a single question? Was she protecting herself or protecting someone else? At 8:15 a.m., crime scene tape flutters in the damp morning air as forensics arrive. The road is blocked off, the suitcase zips shut again, and a white tent goes up over Jade's body. The storm has washed much of the evidence away, but investigators know they have to salvage every detail left behind. Detectives crouch near the pavement. They see the spent shell casings glinting faintly in the grass. The placement tells a story. The shooter stood close, just feet away, when the first round hit. Her torn shirt and bruised arms suggest a struggle, not a random execution. She fought back, but the suitcase nearby hints at something else. She was leaving someone. Whatever happened here, it was sudden, emotional, and personal. Photographers move in. Every angle is captured. The position of Jade's body, the phone clenched in her hand, the trail of scattered belongings.
She's got her phone in her hand.
Investigators note that the phone might hold the key. If she was still gripping it at death, perhaps she was calling or texting when she was attacked. Officers search the immediate area. Trash bins, tall grass, the shallow creek nearby. No weapon, no footprints preserved in the mud. But then one detail jolts them. A cell phone found just feet from the body, one that doesn't belong to Jade. It's cracked, weathered from the rain, but still powered. That phone, they realize, could be the thread that pulls the entire case together. The coroner wheels Jade's body into the van. Detectives linger, replaying the scene in their minds. The struggle, the close-range shots, the suitcase, and now a second phone tying someone else to this lonely stretch of road. Who did Jade meet here in the dead of night? Who was desperate enough to silence her, then careless enough to leave their phone behind? Investigators swarm the evidence, knowing this single item could decide the direction of the entire case. Phones rarely lie. They capture everything: calls, texts, locations, even the last desperate moments before someone pulls a trigger. If the killer dropped it here, then this isn't just a clue. It's a signature left in plain sight. The phone is bagged and rushed back to headquarters. Detectives can only speculate. Was it dropped in panic? Was it Jade's killer, careless in the aftermath? Or was it someone close to her, hiding in plain sight? One thing is certain: whoever owned that device was standing over Jade when the bullets tore her life away. Then at 1 p.m., detectives regroup at headquarters. The cracked phone recovered at the scene is logged into evidence. Within hours, tech analysts start combing through it. Contacts, recent calls, and messages paint a troubling picture. The phone belongs to Adam Bird, a known felon with a history of violence. Investigators return to Julia Castillo's home. She again resists cooperation, speaking through curt replies and shielding herself behind her attorney. Her evasiveness only deepens suspicion. But her mother, Alice, pressed by detectives, admits the truth.
What can I help you with?
Sorry to scare you. I tried to talk to...
What can I help you with? You're stressing me out.
Okay, well, I called your daughter. I'm trying to talk to her.
Okay.
Okay,
She already told you to talk to her attorney, right?
Okay, can I talk to you?
What do you need?
Okay, I'm investigating a homicide involving a person that stayed here.
Tell me it's not Jade.
Yes, it is. And that's why I need to talk to her.
She died?
She was murdered. Is it making sense right now? I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I need to her, and I know that she was staying here.
I kicked her out 2 weeks ago because she brought a man in my house.
What's in the car?
No, I won't say.
All right.
She was a good
How long
girl.
did she stay here?
She stayed here for about a month.
Okay. Is this your house?
This is my house. She got kicked out by her dad. Her dad was very at her house
with her grandma.
She was a very abusive man. When she left two weeks ago, she left with that guy.
Did they have a car?
Oh,
like a car?
They were walking. They were like with backpacks, like homeless people down the street. He looked horrific. They both looked horrific that day when I opened the door.
Was she using? Like, what was she doing?
I think she was like doing like Xanax and stuff.
Yeah.
He looked scary.
Like, what did he look like?
He was skinny, tall, real light, and then he wanted to cut my dress.
Jade had been staying there after a fight with her father until she was kicked out 2 weeks earlier. The last time Alice saw Jade, she wasn't alone. She was walking away with a tall, thin man Alice describes as scary. On the next day, detectives bring Julia back in, this time under formal questioning.
I don't know much about Jade. I'm trying to get as much info about her and what was going on with her life leading up to when we found her. So whatever you're comfortable with telling me, I'll just let you just talk to me. I guess, when did she move out?
She moved out like 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, because my mom found her with some guy in my room when I wasn't there.
Okay.
And then that was it. And I left, and then she had been with that guy in the streets. She had nowhere to go. So
was he homeless?
Yeah, kind of. Like, they were just
Had
walking
you ever
the
seen
streets.
him before?
I had seen him before because of her.
Okay.
At first, she denies knowing the man. She shrugs, stammers, says Jade hung out with a lot of people.
I'm completely understanding that your house, your rules. I am truly sorry for stepping over boundaries. I just wanted to say thank you for taking care of me for the rough time I had and go through this past month. I'll be by to pick up the rest of my clothes tomorrow. Thank you. I will get. Yes.
Was the cousin?
The cousin of my daughter's friend, I think. Not her friend, the cousin. I'll call my daughter and find out what's going on.
It sounded like she said Julia's boyfriend. Julia's boyfriend's cousin.
That's what it sounded like. Let me see what
I don't have a boyfriend.
Why would she say that?
I have a friend. And
Who is the
that's
friend?
who she was hanging out with. The guy that she's referring to, his name was Adam.
Adam what?
I don't know his last name. That's why I don't
But
know.
who is the?
He was just my friend that I would hang out with. That was it. And
But do we both agree that it sounds like we know who she was hanging out with?
But when confronted with photos, her guard slips. She finally admits the man Jade left with was her friend Adam.
I know you're probably scared, and I don't know if there's somebody you're worried that someone's coming after you, or you guys know something, but I feel like you at least know who she's leaving with from the house.
his name was Adam.
Does he have social media?
No. No. He doesn't.
What's Adam look like?
He's tall, he's white, very tall, very scrawny, like streetwalker. Looks like he goes from store to store, sleeps under there. I don't know.
What'd she see with him?
I don't know. That's what the thing is. I don't know. She just like longed for him. Like, I don't know. They were walking with all their stuff. He had all his stuff. She had all her stuff. And he was carrying all the bags.
Do you know, was he like making her like, was he doing anything to like, kind of like, hey,
really?
like try to get money, like, hey, sleep with, anything like crazy like that?
No, like he just seemed like he had morals, and like he just seemed like he was gonna protect her. And I think that's what she thought was gonna happen. Like, she just felt safe with him. And I don't know what happened.
Adam Bird, the same name tied to the phone at the murder scene. Background checks confirm what detectives already feared.
This is important. What ended up happening? Did she split with this guy? What can you tell me?
She wanted to go with him.
Did he come showing up?
She wanted to go. No, I didn't see him anywhere.
What was she saying?
She wanted to go.
Are you scared of this guy? It's okay to be, there's dangerous people all over the place, and it's okay to be scared, and I can tell you know more about this guy than what you
I really don't know. I really don't know him.
The night before, what was she saying? What can you tell me about the night
She
before?
was with me. We were with my sister. We were drinking.
Where were you guys drinking?
My sister's house.
Did you guys go anywhere?
The Lincoln Courts.
Okay. Did you guys go anywhere or just stay there?
After that, we left her house. I left my sister's house
Okay.
with her.
With
Jade.
with Jade. So you left with Jade.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you guys go?
Went to the store and I met someone there.
Okay.
It was a new person. We had nobody to hang out with, right?
Okay.
And then she said, I'm gonna call him. And I said, okay, call him. She calls him. He's like,
Call who?
Adam.
Okay. And this is at
Adam.
10:30 at night.
Yes.
Okay. And where do you remember vaguely when you're driving back? Where are you driving back to when she's calling?
Towards my house.
Okay.
That's my area. So I just go towards that area. And then from there, we find out what we're going to do.
Okay.
So we go. She's like, oh, he said to go. He said to drop me off. I'm like, where? She says, Capitol.
Okay.
Capitol. That street.
Julia, this is huge.
Yes.
This guy, do you recognize this person?
Is that him? Is that him?
This is who you're telling me. This is who I believe this person
That's
is.
Matthew.
Yeah.
Right?
That's who I believe it is.
I think it is too.
Okay. I'm going to show you one more photo. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
Who is this?
That's Adam.
Okay.
Adam isn't just a drifter. His record stretches back years. Aggravated assault, drug charges, gun violations, even terroristic threats. And just 5 days before Jade's murder, he was wanted for an armed robbery at a corner store. Now the puzzle begins to take shape. Jade was last seen alive with Adam. His phone was found next to her body, and the gun from that robbery could very well be the same weapon that ended her life. With the pieces falling into place, detectives shift the focus from Jade's circle of friends to the man at the center of her final hours. Every trail, every conversation, every lead now points to one name: Adam Bird. Detectives close in on Adam Bird at a friend's house. He doesn't resist. He knows why they're there, even if the officers only mention the armed robbery that put him on their radar. Inside the interrogation room, they start with the robbery. The clerk, the gun, the stolen cash. Adam admits it without much hesitation.
And once I raised I just told him I needed everything.
And what'd you have with you? The knife?
Believe it or not, it was one of those fake Glocks, like the BB pistol ones. Mm-hmm. You know the ones that sound metal?
Yeah. No real bullets?
No.
Just, was it even loaded with the BBs?
No. I didn't even have an air tank in it.
You no air tank, no nothing?
No.
Okay. So just, what did you do? You just pointed at them and asked for like, give me everything?
Yeah.
How was that? How much money did they give you?
$100-something.
Not much. Nobody got hurt, right? Yeah. You didn't fire off any rounds or anything like that?
What do you mean fire off a round?
No, like there was, like I'm telling you, you didn't fire rounds, you didn't fire the BB gun, you didn't hurt nobody.
No.
Yeah, you just took the money. Yeah. Took off, okay.
But the real reason he's sitting there hasn't even been mentioned yet. A second detective walks in, shifting the conversation.
To get this straight, you want to talk to me about a murder investigation. And I'm wanting to talk to you, okay? Are you okay? I know this isn't normal to have someone come out and tell you that, okay? But I'm wanting to speak with you and explain to you about a murder, okay?
A murder?
Yes.
He slides a laptop across the table and plays body cam footage.
This is the last time that this girl's ever on police body cam, okay? I just want you to hear some of the things she's saying, okay?
So whose house is this?
This is my friend.
Okay, so you don't.
My best friend.
You don't like live here full time. You just had to come here because.
This isn't like I just got out of jail. She's like, hey, you can stay
here. I said, I don't know where I'm going. I'm probably have to sleep at Haven for home. She goes, you're not going to sleep at Haven for home. Like, you're crazy. Like, you're my best friend. You can sleep right here. Even if it's on the floor, I'll give you a blanket.
It feels like your life has been like turned upside down since Friday.
And my 3-year-old son's there.
Oh my God.
And like, so, you know, it's just like, it's a lot. Like, but he's what I live for. I'm all he has. He doesn't have a dad. He's incarcerated. Just got locked up. I thought I was gonna do time, but thank God I didn't. So I'm just thanking God. You know, I love life right now. And I'm out. You know.
You hear that? She loves life. She's got a kid. Listen. Look at me.
Where's my baby?
Listen to me. There's no babies. Look at me. That's the last time this girl is.
That's
alive.
my baby.
Who?
The baby. Where's she?
Jade?
Where's she at?
Look at me.
Look at me.
No, I told you what I'm here for.
Where is she?
She's dead. Okay? And I need to know what happened to her.
How long ago? How long ago?
Recent. Real recent.
God.
Jade alive, nervous but hopeful, talking about her son and her plans to get her life back. Adam, we need to talk about Jade Alvarez, the detective says quietly. Adam's demeanor changes instantly. His hands start shaking.
The last time you said you spoke with her, when did you say it was?
I don't know, man.
You don't know? Do you remember the last time you saw her?
No. It was like she was supposed to pull up to this one dude's house that we would always chill at, and he, like, my last girlfriend, we would always go there and like chill in the back house.
Okay.
But
that, like, what area are we talking?
Right there on Beacon Hill.
Beacon Hill?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then I ended up just leaving. You know.
But when was the last time you saw her?
I was seeing her like every day, every other day.
Where was she staying if she wasn't with you?
I don't know. I'd always just leave her.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure she was staying at her friend's house.
Her name's Julia. Is that the one you're thinking?
Yeah, I think so.
I want to show you one more video.
Man, please, I won't.
I'm not showing you anything gruesome, but it's a video that I want to show you. Okay? Do you remember her?
1210.
No. No. You never seen her?
Hello, Alice. This is Jade. I'm truly sorry for what I have done to disrupt the peace in your home. I truly mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm very sorry. I just want you to know, if you give me a second chance, it will never happen again. You have my word. I also have the rent money. When it's due, if you allow me a second chance, please, I'm begging you.
Just listen to what she says, okay?
Okay, I'll get my things and move around. I'm very sorry at making you feel this way. I didn't mean to. I just thought since Julia had her BFF boyfriend over that I could too. And was her boyfriend cousin. And all we did was smoke. But I'm completely understanding that your house, your rules, I am truly sorry for stepping over boundaries. I just wanted to say thank you for taking care of me for the...
So she's texting that lady after she basically got kicked out of the house, okay? Are you alright? I feel like your mind's racing a mile a minute. All I'm trying to figure out is what happened to Jade.
I don't know, I'd always leave.
You'd always leave?
Yeah.
When did you see her last? You know what date it is right now?
No, I don't.
It's the 12th. So tomorrow is the 13th. Tomorrow's 1 week. 1 week, look at me. 1 week since we found Jade. She was killed Thursday, April 6th. We're meeting each other not by chance, okay? So she's describing that she kicked Jade out of that house on Hollywood because you were there hanging out with Jade. Jade said she was sorry, she thought it was okay to have you over because Julia had Matt over. How do you know Matt?
I don't.
Just through the streets, or does he sell bars? Does he?
No.
How did you? Because she said that you guys are like referred to each other as his cousins.
I did it, he blurts out, his voice barely above a whisper. I did it with that same gun that you see me in the photo with the robbery. That's the gun that killed Jade.
I did it. I did it.
You did what? Look at me. What did you do?
I did it.
What did you do? Look at me. This is it. Talk to me.
With that same gun that you see me in the photo with the robbery?
Okay.
That's the gun that killed Jade. I did it.
Why? Look at me, dude.
Can I go to jail now?
Listen.
Please.
Let's keep talking. We
No.
Jade, listen, look at me. Jade's family deserves it.
No.
And you are gonna know, and it's gonna eat you alive. You need to talk to me why this happened. You just said the gun used in that robbery was the gun used to kill her.
Yeah.
But what happened? What did she do? You have the answer. I wasn't there. You know what happened. Let's talk about it.
I don't want to talk about nothing. I'm tired.
The room falls silent. After just 17 minutes of questioning, Adam Bird has confessed to murder. She didn't want to have my baby, man, he continues.
What got you to the point to pull a gun on her?
Man, she just didn't want to have my baby, man. And it was just like a crime of passion or something. Like, she didn't, it was like she wasn't trying to have my baby.
You wanted to have a kid?
Yeah.
You wanted to have...
I don't have any children, man.
Okay. You wanted to have a kid with her, and she
just kept on telling me to punch her in the stomach. She just kept on drinking and taking drugs. And...
Tears streaming down his face. I don't have any children, man. I've been wanting children forever. The detective leans forward. What happened that night, Adam? It was just like a crime of passion, Adam says, his voice breaking. She just kept on telling me to punch her in the stomach. I wanted her to have my baby and she didn't want to. The confession is on record. For investigators, the truth is finally out. For Jade's family, it's the beginning of a different kind of pain. The wait for justice. Adam Bird never went to trial. Instead, he took a plea deal.
Today, I follow your plea agreement and assess your punishment at 40 years.
On paper, it was straightforward. 40 years for murder, 2 15-year terms for aggravated robbery, and a smaller sentence for drug possession. The catch? All of it runs concurrently. In practice, that means Bird will be eligible for parole after serving just half, 20 years. For Jade's family, that revelation felt like betrayal. In court on March the 24th, 2025, her grandmother Rita Camacho delivered a victim impact statement that cut through the silence.
40 years may be the punishment that was handed down, but to us it's a slap in the face. It could never truly reflect the magnitude of our loss.
40 years may be the punishment that was handed down, but to us it's a slap in the face. It could never truly reflect the magnitude of our loss. Rita also spoke about Jade's son. Her son was left without a mother and wants to take flowers to Mama every week.
Her son was left without a mother. and wants to take flowers to Mama every week. We will continue to honor Jade's memory, and we hope that during your time of incarceration, you will reflect on the devastating consequences of your actions.
They watched a man who stole Jade's future walk away with a sentence that, to them, seemed softer than the truth deserved. Jade was 22, a daughter, a sister, a mother to a little boy who will grow up without her. The courtroom doors closed, but the questions lingered. How does 40 years measure a life stolen? How does parole erase the screams of a family who had to be told their daughter was gone? For the court, the case is over. Adam Bird is locked away, serving a 40-year sentence that could be cut in half by parole. But for Jade's family, the wound never closes. Her son, Jeremiah Rodriguez, is growing up without his mother. He'll only know her through photographs, stories, and the aching silence she left behind. Alice Castillo, who opened her home to Jade, still remembers the moment the body cam captured, when her world shattered at the words, "She died. She was murdered." That memory will never fade. Jade was more than a victim on the roadside. She was a young woman fighting to rebuild her life, dreaming of school, determined to be there for her child. Her future was stolen because one man decided his obsession mattered more than her choice. And so the questions linger, heavy and unanswerable. What drives someone to kill the very person they claim to love? How does a justice system weigh a human life in years on paper? And for Jade's son, what will it mean to grow up knowing his mother was taken not by chance, but by choice? The answers may never come. But the story of Jade Alvarez will always stand as a reminder. Behind every case file is a family still living the sentence.
I feel like someone put something upon my house or me or something. Like, I just don't feel right. I don't do this. I love my kids.
The chilling words belong to 32-year-old Tiffany Lucas. Moments before police uncovered the unimaginable inside her home.
Bullitt County 911, Dispatcher Coots, what is the address of your emergency?
Hello? My wife's on the phone. The kid, I just went there at our neighbor's house. The kid, he's on the bed. He's all bloody.
There's a kid on the bed all bloody?
Yeah, in the neighbor's house. She told us that he's okay. He's breathing. But he's okay. He's good.
So, 233.
Yes. It's okay, buddy. You okay? I don't know. He's probably sick. There's blood all over the bed. There's a gun. Okay, there's two of them. They're both here. They're breathing.
There's two children?
Yes, ma'am. You all right, bud?
Is he awake?
Responsive. He's breathing now.
Inside, the chaos was overwhelming. 6-year-old Morris lay motionless on a bed, his tiny chest heaving through blood-soaked clothes. 9-year-old Jaden was beside him, barely clinging to life.
Get on that chest. I can't ever do that. There you go. Where's...
Getting your work on stuff, buddy.
Where's the tooth?
Pulse compression.
Hi, is he still breathing?
Okay. Needle.
4 shell casings scattered across sheets that looked like they belonged to a crime scene, not a child's bedroom.
Fired at least 3 that I can see, but 4.
Yeah, it looks like both of them had
Several.
The one had a double tap.
Okay.
The one I had, I only seen one look like it went in the back and out the front.
Okay, well, she's got, there's 4 shots for sure that I can see.
For officers, the puzzle seemed simple at first. Maybe a burglary gone wrong, a violent intruder who slipped in unnoticed. But then a neighbor stepped forward with a memory from the night before.
So yesterday, maybe it was about 3:15, 3 o'clock-ish. Can't tell you exactly. And I'm sitting in the garage just hanging out. I have a TV and I see the shadow because my truck I parked it usually on the right side of the driveway. And I'm like, well, who's that? But I couldn't see because he was in the way. And she came from the side of my truck. She's like, hello. And I'm like, hey, literally like, hey, what's going on? She's like, can I borrow your phone? My phone's not working. And I said, absolutely. And she said, I just need my neighbors.
Those strange behaviors painted a darker picture. Tiffany wasn't just a grieving mother. She was the common thread in every story, every witness statement, every detail that made less and less sense.
All right, step off the side of the street.
Step back off. You're going to get back in my car.
And when officers finally placed her in the back of a cruiser, they noticed the disturbing truth. She wasn't asking about her children. She wasn't panicking or begging for updates. She just sat there, detached, mumbling about Wi-Fi signals and voices in her head. What happened inside that house was not the work of a stranger. It was the unraveling of a paranoid mother whose grip on reality had slipped so far that even her own children weren't safe. It was just after 11 a.m. on Wednesday, November 8, 2023, when Bullitt County dispatchers answered the frantic call from Shepherdsville.
County 911, where's your emergency?
My neighbor just came up to my door and just passed out, and I can't get her to wake up. She just started screaming that her kids are dying. 502-689. She is coming in and out of consciousness. She's laying in my driveway right now. I'm with her.
Who was that was screaming?
Her.
Okay, what's your name?
My husband is going in there. My name is Sarah.
A neighbor reported a young mother had collapsed in their driveway, incoherent and begging for help, saying her children were dying. When deputies and EMS arrived, the scene was chaotic. Tiffany Lucas lay slumped on the pavement, half conscious, mumbling about not feeling right.
She conscious? She conscious? Yeah. Ma'am, what's your name? Huh?
Tiffany.
I can't hear you.
Tiffany.
Tiffany?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Tiffany, I'm going to change these handcuffs out, okay? And then I'm going to roll you over and I'm going to sit you up, all right? Take this leg, fold it in, make that foot touch your knee. No, to the side, on the ground. Now, we're going to roll again this way and I'm going to assist you up on your feet, okay? Mm-hmm. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Have you taken anything? Have you been drinking? Then why can't you stand up? You just don't feel like it, huh?
I said I don't feel right.
Don't feel right? Okay.
About her mind being manipulated. Her words made little sense, but what officers found inside her home did. The first responders pushed through the clutter and disorder of the bedroom, where two boys, Jaden, age 9, and Morris, age 6, lay side by side on the bed. Both had been shot multiple times at close range. Their tiny chests struggled with shallow breaths, blood pooling beneath them, while shell casings glinted under the dim light. It was clear this wasn't a random attack.
Inspector.
Right outside the door.
There were no broken windows, no forced doors, no missing valuables. And the gun, still warm, was tucked beneath the pillows where the boys slept. Whoever had pulled the trigger hadn't come from outside. Back outside, neighbors tried to explain the mother's bizarre behavior in the hours leading up to the shootings. One man recalled her wandering over in the middle of the night, borrowing his phone, calling random numbers that never answered.
And she's like, well, I need to use your phone. I said, okay. I can tell you the number. She called 2 numbers from my phone. No, none of the numbers seemed like answered, but she then handed me my phone back. So then she said, thank you. Turned around, started walking away, and I'm like, right at the end of my driveway, I looked up, literally looked up in the sky, and maybe thought what I said, I don't know, and then just went, sat in her yard. And me and Mickey looked at each other. I said, Mickey, get Dee Dee to go over there and talk to her. I kind of let the lady, try to see if the ladies could handle that situation, being female. So she seemed okay, but I thought something was off. I felt like something was clearly off.
Another described her sitting in her yard afterward, staring blankly at the sky as if she was listening to something no one else could hear. To the deputies, it looked less like a home invasion and more like a psychotic break. And standing at the center of it all was the boy's own mother, rambling about Wi-Fi, PlayStation games, and a mysterious man she claimed was controlling her mind.
Earlier you said something about PlayStation games or something?
Yeah.
What about it?
It's like those games manipulate the children, the YouTube, and just, haven't you ever heard anything like that before?
I mean, yeah.
Like, I really feel like it is. just manipulating for the children, and they get into the children's homes and, you know, break the families up. That's what I feel.
I mean, you could be right.
I am right.
Yeah.
And I know I'm right.
Yeah.
And you do too.
Yeah.
You do.
I mean,
You just know.
the stuff that's on the internet that you have access to now is
It's
terrible.
It's terrible for the kids, and they need to stop. Like, my kids are beautiful angels, you know? And
Well, you said something about the PlayStation and YouTube and all that, which makes sense and I understand.
I feel like someone tried to manipulate me through my phone, you know, manipulate me through my house, doing stuff to me.
What are they doing to you?
Manipulating my mind. Parker Borders. His name is Parker Borders.
What about him?
He lives in Bardstown, and I'm pretty sure he's been manipulating my mind for like 3 years.
That morning in Shepherdsville, tragedy wasn't delivered by a stranger lurking in the dark. It was delivered from inside the house, by the very person sworn to protect them. Inside the Lucas home, the air was thick with the stench of blood and disarray. The bedroom where the boys lay told a story no mother should ever write. Clothes and trash were scattered across the floor, the walls marked by grime, and the bedsheets soaked through with red. On the mattress, 4 shell casings sat in plain sight, positioned near the pillows like silent witnesses to the violence. The positioning was crucial. Investigators noted that the boys were likely shot while sleeping or just waking. The attack swift and deliberate. There were no defensive wounds, no signs of a struggle. The evidence suggested they never even had a chance to move. Both Jaden and Morris clung to life, their small bodies barely responding as paramedics worked frantically. But the room itself told detectives that the odds were against them. The rest of the house offered no clues of a break-in. Windows were locked. The doors were intact. There were no footprints or pry marks. Nothing to suggest an outsider had entered. The weapon was registered to no one inside the household, but bore fresh fingerprints, all belonging to Tiffany Lucas. Meanwhile, outside the crime scene tape, neighbors huddled together, shaken by what they had witnessed that morning.
Pat her down real quick, I'll wander. That's fine, she's locked in there though.
One recalled Lucas appearing at his garage just hours before, asking to borrow his phone. She dialed 2 numbers in silence, no answers, before walking off and staring up at the sky. Another neighbor recounted how she collapsed in his driveway, screaming about her kids dying, but not making sense of how or why. For detectives, the pieces of the puzzle started to align. There was no intruder, no unknown suspect fleeing into the woods. The threat came from within. And the woman responsible was already in their custody, strapped into the back of a patrol car, mumbling that someone had put something upon her house and that she didn't feel right. Her strange detachment was impossible to ignore. Most mothers in her position would be hysterical, begging medics to save their children, demanding answers from police. But Tiffany remained distant, almost absent, muttering about video games, YouTube, and shadowy figures manipulating her mind through Wi-Fi.
I know I seem ugly, but I'm not. I feel like I can manipulate the game systems and everything, then manipulate my children, manipulating my mind.
Really?
All them game systems and, you know, just everything.
The games?
Yeah, like PlayStations, all the games the kids play.
Yeah.
It manipulates their minds and then they get to your mind.
The crime scene was secured. The boys were rushed to the hospital, and suspicion had shifted fully to their mother. The next step was clear. Investigators needed to sit her down, look her in the eye, and ask the question no one wanted to say out loud. Did you shoot your children?
How did your sons get shot then, huh?
I just don't know.
You don't know?
I have no word.
But do you think it was an accident today, or did you mean to shoot him?
Detectives needed answers, and fast. At the sheriff's office, Lucas was barely coherent. She wavered between paranoia and indifference, slumping over one moment and then snapping into nervous chatter the next.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. deep breath. Take a deep breath. Come on up. Sit up, sit up, sit up, sit up, sit up. You all right? Sit up, sit up,
What's
sit
going
up.
on? What's going on?
Just sit up, sit still. Take a deep breath.
Just stop.
Stop.
Move your fingers.
That's me.
I'm watching you on camera. Move your fingers.
You're
Several
watching me?
times. Yeah.
Move my fingers how?
Every time, go. You keep moving them. Stop.
You mean changing my hand positions and
Yeah.
stuff? That's just me.
No, you're doing it. Boo, 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 boo. Don't do that.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, you are. I'm watching.
So what is that doing for you?
It's not right. Stop.
What's not right?
You.
When a deputy waved a metal detector across her, she calmly stated, "I shot myself in the ear."
Just the handcuffs. Yeah. They're just picking up the handcuffs and ankle bracelet. Okay. You got a necklace on? Earrings?
I shot myself.
Huh?
I shot myself in the head.
You what?
Shot myself in my ear.
You shot yourself in the ear? What's ear?
This one.
I don't see anything.
Medics rushed to check, but there was nothing. No wound, no blood, no evidence she had harmed herself at all. Her words were a window into a mind unraveling. She spoke of video games corrupting children, of YouTube manipulating families, of Wi-Fi signals and cell phones warping her thoughts. When asked to explain, she said, "I'm a woman of God. I love my boys. I would never hurt them. But someone put something on my house. Someone's manipulating me."
I feel like someone tried to manipulate me through my phone, manipulate me through my house, doing stuff to me.
What are they doing to you?
Manipulating my mind.
Really?
Through my phone, putting up things in my house, like real evil, dark, weird stuff, like trying to...
Like trying to get you to do things?
Yeah, like alter my mind, like completely like flip me, like I'm a woman of God. I don't do...
Yeah.
You don't hurt your children, you protect them, and I feel like I have to protect my children.
Right.
The more she spoke, the stranger her story became. She named a man, Parker Borders, claiming he had been controlling her for years, implanting thoughts in her head, even giving her the gun that killed her children. She insisted Parker was behind everything, even suggesting he had been tied to the mysterious death of a friend in a car crash years earlier.
He actually tell you in person?
No,
or is it...
but he controls my phone, all my bills are in his name, like he has too much access to me,
Right. Right.
So I feel like he manipulated my mind, I would never hurt my children.
Who is this Parker guy to you? Just a friend, or?
Like a sugar daddy type thing. I feel like it was portrayed off of revenge or something like that.
Right.
Before, I had a friend who was with him, and she mysteriously passed away in a car wreck. And then now, in my house, you'll see there's like things like my car is gonna get blown up, all these weird little, like how stuff is all set up funny, in my house like that. So I just feel uncomfortable. I don't know. I feel like it's him. It's not me. It's not me. I'm right with God, so I know it's not me. I know. It's not in my mind.
Yeah.
It's not me. It just isn't.
Provide you with a firearm, with a gun?
Yes, it was his.
So that gun that was, I guess, in the house, in the bedroom or whatever, that's his gun?
Yes.
Why'd he give it to you?
I don't know.
How long ago did he give it to you? You remember? Like years, months, days, what?
I don't know.
But when investigators searched for Parker Borders, they found nothing. No records, no ties, no living person by that name connected to Lucas. The friend she claimed had died in a car crash didn't exist either. To detectives, it was clear these weren't real people. They were fabrications of a paranoid, deteriorating mind. Minutes stretched on in silence. Then, in a whisper, she muttered that if it happened, maybe it was an accident. She quickly shut down again, refusing to say more. Meanwhile, the physical evidence told a different story. Fingerprint analysis showed her prints, and only hers, on the weapon. 4 shell casings were recovered from the blood-soaked bed. There was no forced entry, no stolen valuables, no evidence of anyone else inside the house. Every path pointed back to Tiffany Lucas. Digging into her past, detectives found a troubling history. In 2016, she briefly ran a business, but it collapsed into bankruptcy within a year. By 2018, she had lost custody of her children because of heavy drug use. In 2019, her husband was murdered in a still unsolved case. And for the last decade, she had battled opioid addiction, escalating to fentanyl. Just 10 days before the shootings, she had reportedly stopped using, a withdrawal that left her paranoid and unstable. Neighbors later confirmed they had seen her spiral. She had told friends she was being watched, stalked, and targeted by traffickers. She begged for help but never sought treatment. For detectives, the picture was finally clear. This wasn't a story of Wi-Fi mind control or shadowy strangers. It was the story of a mother in the grip of paranoia, psychosis, and addiction. And in that haze, she turned a gun on the very children she claimed she was trying to protect. By the time the case reached court, the evidence against Tiffany Lucas was overwhelming. The shell casings matched the weapon found under her own pillow. Her fingerprints were the only ones on the gun. Neighbors testified to her bizarre behavior in the days leading up to the murders, and detectives replayed the interrogation footage. Wi-Fi, video games, and unseen forces manipulating her every thought. Her defense team floated the idea of an insanity plea, arguing that she was delusional, paranoid, and incapable of understanding her actions. They pointed to her long history of addiction, nearly a decade of opioid abuse that had spiraled into fentanyl use, and claimed she was suffering drug-induced psychosis after trying to detox. She wasn't evil, they argued. She was broken. But prosecutors painted a different picture. They described a mother unraveling under paranoia, convinced her family was being stalked, her home infiltrated, her children targeted. They showed the jury that instead of seeking help, she loaded a gun, walked into her children's bedroom, and pulled the trigger, again and again. Whatever her reasons, whatever voices she thought she heard, the result was the same: 2 young lives taken by the one person they trusted most. On October 23, 2024, Lucas stunned the courtroom by entering a guilty plea to 2 counts of murder.
Are you under the influence of alcohol or any other type of drug?
No, sir.
You understand what's happening in court at this time?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, the indictment in this case charges in count 1, on or about the 8th day of November of 2023 in Bullitt County, Kentucky. The above-named defendant, Tiffany Lucas, committed the offense of capital murder when she intentionally caused the death of J.H. by shooting him with a gun. Count 2 charges that on or about the 8th day of November of 2023 in Bullitt County, the above defendant, Tiffany A. Lucas, committed the offense of capital murder when she intentionally caused the death of M.B. by shooting him with a gun. Now, ma'am, do you admit that you are the person named in that indictment?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the facts that you are charged with in that indictment?
Yes, sir.
Has your attorney explained to you the nature of the charges against you, their penalty, and any possible defense that you might have?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't a negotiated deal. It was an open plea, leaving the decision entirely in the hands of the judge. 1 month later, on November 22, 2024, the verdict came down.
The court will adjudge the defendant guilty of the offense of murder and fix her sentence at life in prison.
The judge sentenced Lucas to 2 consecutive life terms in prison, with no chance of parole. As the sentence was read aloud, the courtroom erupted in applause. Family members of Jaden and Morris wept openly.
You took him from me, and I hurt every day. Every second of the day, I hurt.
Often see these court shows where the defendants are forgiven by the victim's family, but not today, not by me. I will never forgive you.
Some shouting at Lucas, others thanking the court for finally delivering justice. Lucas sat motionless, her eyes empty, as if she still couldn't accept the reality of what she had done. The same detachment she showed in her driveway, in the back of the cruiser, in the interrogation room, it followed her all the way to sentencing. The case was closed. The community of Shepherdsville would never forget the day 2 little boys were silenced in their own home, and the chilling words their mother spoke before it all unraveled. "I don't feel right. I don't do this. I don't care." The case of Tiffany Lucas will forever stand as one of the most haunting tragedies in Shepherdsville, Kentucky. What began as a chaotic 911 call quickly unfolded into a story of paranoia, delusion, and unimaginable betrayal, a mother turning on her own children. From the start, investigators faced a puzzle that seemed almost too bizarre to believe. Tiffany insisted she was manipulated by phones, Wi-Fi, and video games. She pointed to a man who didn't exist, accused technology of twisting her mind, and spoke of shadowy forces trying to flip her. But the hard evidence cut through the fog. Her fingerprints on the gun, the weapon hidden under her pillow. No signs of intrusion, no second suspect. Her past only deepened the tragedy. Years of opioid abuse, a family history marked by loss, a husband's murder that remains unsolved. Friends and neighbors who had seen her slip into paranoia but didn't realize just how dangerous her unraveling had become. All of it leading to one November morning where 2 young boys, Jaden, age 9, and Morris, age 6, paid the ultimate price. In court, her defense team tried to frame her as a woman undone by addiction and psychosis, someone who didn't understand her actions. But for the families of Jaden and Maurice, the damage was beyond explanation. Their final moments were spent not in safety, not in love, but in terror, at the hands of the one person they trusted most. When Lucas pled guilty to 2 counts of murder and received 2 consecutive life sentences with no parole, the courtroom erupted in applause. It wasn't a celebration, it was a relief. Relief that justice, however imperfect, had been delivered. Relief that the lives of 2 children were recognized in the eyes of the law. But no sentence, no verdict, no judge's ruling can erase the reality of what happened. 2 boys with bright futures are gone, a community is left scarred, and the image of a mother, blank-faced and rambling about voices and manipulation, sits as a chilling reminder of how fragile the line is between paranoia and violence. For many, the Lucas case is a cautionary tale, not only about the dangers of untreated addiction and mental illness, but about how quickly delusion can twist into tragedy. And for the family left behind, the wound is one that no court or conviction will ever truly heal. 2 young boys silenced, a mother consumed by her own demons, and a community left to ask the same haunting question over and over. How could this happen?
I'll tell you.
Put your hands up, do it now! Both hands! Keep your hands on your head! If they come off your head, maybe shot. Do you understand me?
This is Wayne Maha, 76 years old, Vietnam veteran, former cop, standing on his porch while his neighbor lies motionless next door.
Sir!
Sir, are you okay?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir? What do we need? Victim, suspect. So.
Is there a pulse?
No.
Husband?
Yes. Just husband.
I understand, sir. So,
Just husband. Understood.
that's fine.
Is there a chair?
He says it was self-defense, but listen closely, the details keep slipping, the story keeps changing, and the part he remembers best is the shotgun. Neighbors whisper about years of threats.
What's your name?
Sandra.
Sandra, and you're Wayne's wife? Okay, same last name?
Yes, everything.
Okay.
My husband told me that he came up on the deck and threatened him.
And this is Vincent that came up on the deck? Did he say what Vincent said to him?
I'm going to kill him and stuff.
Okay.
He's been doing that for the last, how many years?
Okay.
His wife mentions PTSD, strokes, seizures.
I've told everybody, he has PTSD.
Okay.
He's had a stroke. He's had 2 seizures, and I think he had another stroke.
Yet the body is found 30 feet away. Porch versus lawn. Threat versus choice.
Let me grab some personal information from you here, and I'll just talk to you real briefly. So, just kind of give me a rundown of what happened here this afternoon.
I came home just as everybody showed up, and the neighbor lady's daughter said she heard a gunshot, and I saw him over there. And my husband told me that he came up on the deck and threatened him.
Split-second decision, or something set in motion a long time ago. Wayne praises the gun, admits he'd wanted to kill him for a while.
Do you remember what happened today?
Yeah, he was attacking me and I shot him.
Okay. And can you describe how he was attacking you?
He was trying to, the car and everything else. It was just being a pain in the ass. Okay. And, you know, I was really upset. So I got my 12 gauge, which is very beautiful.
Okay.
It's a 1912.
Okay.
It's a piece of work.
Okay.
You know, you can look down the barrel. It's a beautiful shotgun. And then he came and he just attacked him. You know.
Then drifts, guitars, columns, old cases, like the past is bleeding into the present.
When he attacked you, how did he attack you, sir?
Oh, just, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And there's my column there that I built myself. The column, you saw that column? He just tries to push it over, you know, and just be an irritation, one thing after another.
Okay.
You know, I'm a very nice guy, you know. You guys would hang out with me, we'd play guitar, Telecaster.
Detectives try to anchor him today. He slips. They press harder. He boasts, "I'm a badass."
You've been sitting there talking about what a badass you are.
Oh, I am a badass.
Right.
Want to see a badass?
I see it.
So, man.
I see it.
Come on.
So which truth holds? The fearful husband on a porch? The angry neighbor fed up after years? Or a failing mind that can't tell yesterday's war from today's argument? Was this self-defense or distance and resentment disguised as fear? If a damaged memory sees danger where there is none, who should be held responsible? And when the shooter can't fully grasp the wrongness, what does justice even look like? Blaine, Washington, Sunrise Village Mobile Home Park. Small lawns, low porches. Everyone is close enough to hear everyone else breathe. 2 doors apart live the same story told in 2 different tempers. Wayne Maha, 76, Vietnam veteran, former police officer. A man shaped by training to act fast, then slowed by time.
I'm an ex-police officer.
Okay, that's nice. I like that. Go ahead, have a step.
Let's see how I can do that.
Yep, let's go.
PTSD, past strokes, seizures. The kind of injuries you can't see until they start speaking for you. And down the row, 66-year-old Vincent Reese lived alone, carried a history neighbors whispered about. Fights, booze, drugs. A rap sheet that made people lock doors a little earlier. The space between their homes is only a few strides, but for years it stretched into a fault line. Rocks tossed at dawn, profanity over fences, a homeless acquaintance knocking once, warning that someone was going to get killed. Sandra, the woman in the middle of it all, Wayne's wife, learned to read the day by noise level. When the voices rose, she braced for the knock.
What's the beef between Vincent and Wayne?
Wayne stands up to him and he doesn't like that. He tells him to go away.
Okay.
I go outside and he comes out on this deck. I don't know how he knows I'm out there. And he goes, "Hello, Sandra. I'm going to watch porn." I'm like, "Go away and shut up."
Wayne's stories began looping, Georgia patrol days surfacing in Washington afternoons, old muscle memory meeting new confusion. Was that a neighbor on a deck, or an intruder in a memory?
He attacks us. Yeah. This guy.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. 50 years ago, I was a police officer.
Okay, where at?
Americus, Georgia.
Americus, Georgia, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I remember Jimmy Carter had to go to me and a black police officer.
Okay.
because they didn't want the black police officer. So when he pulled him over, I got out of the car and said, "Hey, here's the black police officer." And I got out. Yeah, you would not believe this. You know, it was back in those days.
Whole different world.
Oh my God, it was so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. The people on the church and Jimmy Carter's and his people wanted to come to the people that was the church.
Yeah.
And they didn't want him in there. They didn't want them in there. So it was a Sunday, and what I had to do is arrest those people and bring them over to the. It's really bad. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's racist.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I look back to it.
Well, it was a different time back then.
Did a shouted threat happen today or 3 decades ago? To Wayne, the boundaries blurred. To Vincent, the boundaries didn't matter.
This guy is attacking us.
I see.
You know,
what's his name?
Vincent.
Vincent.
And he keeps attacking. He keeps attacking.
Yeah.
And he's always attacking us. And the fact that I shot him, he's attacking us.
Yeah.
He kept coming back, loud, needling, daring someone to push back. All of it adds up. A veteran trained to move, a mind that misfiles danger, a neighbor who won't de-escalate, and a porch that feels like a last defensible line.
He just irritates us in the way.
Yeah. I see.
He has been doing this for a long time.
Yeah. What did he say after you shot him? Did he say anything or do anything afterwards?
Well, he was attacking me. He said, "You fucking," you know, and I shot him.
And then silent?
I guess I thought so.
Oh.
But he's
In neighborhoods like this, the law expects clean answers. Who crossed which threshold? Who held what? Who moved first? But on October 4th, those answers would live in the grey, somewhere between a porch light and a patch of grass 30 feet away. Before the gunshot, there were years of friction. Before self-defense, there was fear mixed with resentment. And before any officer said, "Scene secure," 2 stories had already collided, one written by a criminal past, the other by a damaged mind ready to act on a shadow that looked like danger. The call hits dispatch just after midday. Gunfire at Sunrise Village. Patrol sweeps the lane, counting addresses aloud. A hand jabs toward a porch, 2 doors over.
There it is. They're there. Got him. Moving on him. Put your hands up.
Go ahead and get behind me.
Got it. Keep your hands up. Where's your husband? Where's your husband? Next one over? 2 over. Okay, come to me. Hi. Stay over here. Are they outside?
I think they went back in the house.
Okay.
And it's on the side, I think. The door?
2 over?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a guy laying on the ground.
Right here. 13, there he is. He's right there. Put your hands up. Do it now. Both hands. Keep your hands on your head. If they come off your head, maybe shot. Do you understand me? I understand that. Keep your hands on your head. You can hang up the phone. Put your hands on your head, ma'am. Got it. Hey, we have him over here. Yes, he's right there. No, he's on the ground on the other side of this. Get these guys here. Do not move. Okay, stop right there. Turn around.
Sir, I'm just put you in handcuffs real quick so we can all figure it out, okay? Yeah. Okay, appreciate it. Right, hands behind your back for me. Get aided.
273 Wacom, send aid in, scene secure. And what's your name, sir?
I'm Wayne.
Wayne. All right, nice to meet you, Wayne.
Two images lock in at once, Wayne on his steps, hands visible, and a body face down in the grass nearer to the next lot. Wayne complies, almost courteous. Appreciate that, he says as steel touches wrists. Like this is procedure, not aftermath. Compression cadence starts. Medics roll in. The math of the scene doesn't change. Lawn, sky, silence, and distance, roughly 30 feet from Wayne's steps to where the man lies. Distance is the first argument the crime scene makes. Self-defense prefers doorways. This one lives in the open air. They sit Wayne down. He volunteers the headline, "He attacked us." Asked how, his words slide. He was on the attack, going to do this, going to do that.
Attacked me.
Okay.
He came through our house and he was actually going to do stuff to us.
Okay.
Yeah, and I didn't feel like I was going to start a shot.
Okay.
I got my gun.
Okay.
This is my old shotgun.
Your shotgun?
This
Okay.
old shotgun. He's attacked us more than one.
Where was he at when you shot him?
Huh?
Where was he at when you shot him?
He was over there. He was right there. And he was telling me he's going to do this, he's going to do that.
Did you remember exactly what he said he was going to do?
Yeah, he didn't like us. He gives me and my wife a lot of trouble.
Okay.
And then he admires the tool that ended it. It's a 1912, beautiful shotgun. Sandra arrives mid-chaos, voice thin but steady. Years of threats, rocks at dawn, a homeless acquaintance warning someone would kill someone.
Okay.
He's come up on the deck and thrown rocks off the deck at the van, probably. I don't know what he was throwing them at.
Okay. And then, any idea what prompted Vince to come
He's
up on the
nuts.
porch today?
He's
okay.
crazy.
Has he done that before?
He's been he was up there one day throwing, 5 o'clock in the morning, throwing rocks off of it.
Okay.
Wayne got up and chased him off.
Okay.
He's been over bugging the people behind us at night, banging on their door.
Okay. And then, did Wayne say where he was standing at when he shot?
He was there, and he just got up on the deck.
And then Vince was obviously there.
No, Vince probably ran away.
Okay, so Wayne didn't say exactly where Vince was when he shot him?
He said he was standing there. Vince was up on the deck yelling about it. He's going to do something to him. So he came out, and he said he shot them.
So as far as you know, he was shot on the deck. And then Vince wound up over there.
She says Vincent was up on the porch when Wayne fired. The body, still cooling in the grass, disagrees. By the time the tape goes up, the scene has drawn its own map. Porch, gap, grass. And a single question hanging in it. Was the danger at the threshold, or only in Wayne's mind? Detectives start where the story should be simple. Angles, distances, footprints.
You fucking asshole. Boom. Right. They just went 12 gauge.
Okay. Where were you standing when you shot?
I was right here.
Okay. Oh, don't want you to fall. Oh, just right here. Okay.
No, it's right here.
Okay.
He was over here. He's coming up and he's doing all kinds of weird shit.
Gotcha. Where was he standing? Did he? You can go ahead and have a seat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
right here's good.
See, look at this.
Yeah. Nope. No, I can't have you touch anything. Oh. Go ahead.
They flag scuffs in the grass near the body, a faint heel turn on the porch, and one clean arc from Wayne's rail toward Vincent's yard. No shell casings. 12 gauge doesn't leave them. But wad and pellet spread tell their own tale. A shot launched traveling open air, landing roughly 30 feet out. Distance isn't a suggestion, it's a measurement.
He's always attacked us. He comes in our window,
in
our bedroom, and the lights are on. So I your lights are on. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't hate the guy. He just keeps attacking us.
Yeah.
He's always attacking us.
Interesting. That's odd.
If Vincent was at the door, there should be fibers, marks, blood spatter at the threshold. There isn't. Sandra repeats the porch claim, then adds context that does fit. Years of threats, a 5 a.m. rock throwing, a homeless acquaintance warning that violence was coming.
And then this guy that was here, Matt Ruff, the homeless guy, he come up to the door one day and asked if he had guns. And I says, I don't know why. He goes, because he's threatened to kill you and your husband and anybody around here.
So Matt came and told you that today?
No, it was last week.
Okay, last week that Matt did
Somewhere in there, because he's gone. I don't know where he went to.
Okay, do you know where Matt hangs out at?
He was staying here in his car.
Okay. And when you say Matt Ruff, are we talking like R-O-U-G-H or
R-U-F-F or something?
R-U-F-F, okay. Does that name sound familiar to you?
Very common.
Okay.
We know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so that was sometime last week. Did you guys call the sheriff's office to report it?
He keeps doing stuff like that.
Okay.
He's been doing that ever since he moved here.
How long has Vince been here?
I don't know, he's been here at least 6 years.
6 years, okay, so a while.
Yeah, he's vandalized their van.
Okay.
She also lists Wayne's medical history and how lately he replays old police stories like they just happened.
And all he's been doing lately is talking about his past. It's when he was a police officer in Georgia.
Okay.
And all the stuff he did back then.
And is he on any type of medications?
Yeah, they just gave him some.
For what is that medication for? Okay.
The facts split. History supports fear. Forensics deny immediacy. Neighbors confirm the feud, the volume, the rhythm. Shout, pause, insult, bang. No one saw Vincent breach the porch. Several place him in his yard, near his steps, not on Wayne's deck. Claims versus surfaces. The column shows no new break, no scrape bright enough to be today.
There's my column there that I built myself. That column, you saw that column? Mm-hmm. Just tries to push it over, you know, and just be an irritation, one thing after another.
Okay. The porch boards, unmarred. The rail, dust settled, not smeared. On scene, Wayne's answers drift. He came through our house, he came up on the deck, beautiful shotgun.
He attacked me today.
Okay.
And,
can you tell me about that?
Huh?
Can you please tell me about that, Wayne, so I can understand it? I wasn't up at the scene at all, so I don't have any of the background.
He was coming at me.
Okay.
And I had my shotgun.
Okay.
Which is a 1920. You guys ought to see this thing. It's so beautiful. And he attacked me, so I shot back.
Okay.
I killed him.
Okay. When he attacked you, how did he attack you, sir?
Oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and he's.
When questions chase specifics, what words, what move, his memory fogs, then fixates on the gun. It's not the behavior of a calculating liar, it's the rhythm of a mind losing the thread.
The call came in about 4 o'clock, right around 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
so what happened before 4?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay. What do you remember? What do you remember?
That he was attacking us.
Okay, and how was that?
He was going to do this, going to do that. His lights come on. He just irritating the shit out of us. That's what he was doing.
I want to understand and I want to help you, Wayne, but you're going to have to give me some more detail. You're going to have to make me understand. That doesn't. I can't understand what that means. Even being irritating and harassing you and your wife. Can you please? Again, I wasn't there, so just kind of walk me through it. How it happened, the first interaction with you and Vince.
Well,
today.
Today?
Yeah.
He was harassing, and he was going to go through all this stuff, and he's going to do something with my column and everything, and that was he was on the attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what did he say specifically to you? Do you remember?
Yeah. He was just making noise. That he was going to do stuff to us. Yeah.
Do you remember what it was that he said?
I don't want this, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And it's just, I can't deal with it anymore.
Detectives change environments to change clarity. Room, table, recorder. They expect a timeline. What they get is a pendulum, pride, confusion, anger, and a sentence that will haunt the case file.
I don't know what to tell you guys anymore. I shot him. He's dead.
You feel badly that you shot him?
Do I feel bad?
Yeah.
Not really.
Okay.
No, no. He,
sounds like you deserved it in your mind.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I do.
How long have you wanted to kill this guy? Long, quite a while.
How long have you wanted to kill this guy?
How long do I want to kill this guy?
Yeah. How long have you felt this way? What?
He punctured our tires. He's fucked up our car.
Yep.
And yeah.
By dusk, the investigation has two pillars that won't stand together. A measurable gap that undercuts immediate threat, and a medical history that explains why Wayne might have seen one anyway. Which pillar holds? The next section decides. Inside the room, Wayne isn't one person. He's a rotation. Contrite, defensive, proud, lost. Detectives try to pin the clock. What happened today?
Tell me about today, specifically, if you would.
Today?
Yeah, today. What you said that today is the straw that broke the camel's back. What happened today?
Wayne answered yesterday, or Georgia, or a guitar. He praises the weapon again. A 1912 beautiful shotgun. Like the beauty explains the bullet.
So what made you go get that shotgun?
I just had it up to here.
Okay. Where do you keep your shotgun?
In my house. It's right against the wall. It's a 1912 Ivor Johnson, which is a very beautiful shotgun.
Okay.
I keep it very, very polished. That's all it is. It's just a 12 gauge shotgun.
They test specifics. What did Vincent say? What did he do? Wayne's threat words are placeholders. He's gonna do this, gonna do that. Then he swings hard. Meth, pervert, dark girls.
I don't know what else I can tell you guys. The guy's a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
You know,
methamphetamine.
Huh?
Methamphetamine.
Methamphetamines.
He's got lots of women over there.
Yeah.
He's causing problems. He has for several years.
Yeah, but he has these young girls.
Yep.
You know, dark girls. And he brings them into his house. The guy is a fucking pervert. Okay, we got that straight?
Yeah.
When the detective asks why he didn't just fight Vincent, Wayne snaps, "He's dead." Okay, now you get it.
He's on the attack.
Yeah.
The guy got shot.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Okay.
Now you get it?
I get it.
All right.
Then he sags, "I just want to go to bed."
I'm tired.
Right.
I feel dead.
Two truths back to back. The fighter and the frailty. Forensics speak first. Pellets spread and trajectory match a shot from the porch, landing about 30 feet out, near where Vincent falls. Threshold threat fades, distance grows teeth, then medicine speaks louder. Evaluators chart PTSD flashpoints, vascular hits and dementia, time sense slipping, judgment fraying, threat detection misfiring.
I'm not really clear about it, so
okay.
I'm telling you the truth. I don't feel very good.
Right.
The law prefers inches and thresholds. This case lives in yards and grey areas, so I'll leave it with you. If fear feels real to the shooter, but isn't real to the scene, is it self-defense, or something our courts can't punish the usual way? Should a victim's violent history weigh against a shooter's broken cognition? And when the gavel never falls, who carries the sentence? The family, the neighborhood, or the next officer running toward the words, "Shots fired"?
To realize, Elizabeth, that somebody took your baby's dad's life, and now that baby is not gonna have a father. And as much as you love your family, they still took your baby's dad.
Is your mom gonna be here? Was she driving? Was she driving down here?
No, she was talking to one of the people that was there at the house.
Oh, at the house?
Yes.
I was at the office. Sorry, I was no longer at the house. Do you know who she was talking to?
He reaches out to you, asks you to ask your mom, so then you ask your mom and your mom sets it up. You helped him set it up.
No, I didn't. I did not. Because I would not want them to fight.
Then your mom sets up the fight.
They did. Both of them. Not me or my mom.
It started like any other Friday evening in downtown Albuquerque. The neon lights buzzed over Central Avenue. A warm March breeze drifted through the streets, and just behind Lindy's Diner, two teenage boys stepped into a quiet alleyway. One of them wouldn't walk out alive. Witnesses nearby heard shouting, then a single gunshot. Moments later, 16-year-old Josue J. Ruiz lay dying on the cold pavement, his blood pooling beneath him as his killer vanished into the night. At first glance, it looked like a tragic fight gone wrong. A scuffle between teenage boys over a girl. But as detectives began digging into what really happened that night, a chilling plot unraveled. Within hours, police arrested 16-year-old Angelo Baldonado, Josue's girlfriend's brother. He was charged with first-degree murder and locked up in juvenile detention. Case closed, or so it seemed. But as weeks turned into months, the cracks in the story began to show. The pieces didn't fit. Witnesses were quiet. Surveillance footage was missing key frames. And someone older, someone closer, was hiding a sinister secret. But the most disturbing twist of all wasn't just who committed the crime, it was who took the fall. In a shocking betrayal, Ortiz Chavez allowed her own son to be charged with murder, believing he'd receive a lighter sentence because he was a juvenile. She said nothing. She let him sit behind bars. She watched the court hearings, all while knowing the truth. Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez, a 49-year-old mother of multiple children, had long been a dominating force in her household. She didn't approve of Josue, not because of any particular incident, but because she felt he was taking her daughter away from her. To her, Josue was a threat, and she didn't handle threats well. The Ruiz family, on the other hand, had always tried to keep their son grounded. Josue was described as respectful, funny, and incredibly loyal. His mother spoke of his willingness to help around the house and his devotion to his girlfriend. At the same time, Josue's relationship with Ortiz Chavez's daughter had started to draw tensions within the family. Rumors of arguments, heated texts, and jealousy began to surface. Adding to the already combustible environment was Angelo Baldonado, Ortiz Chavez's 16-year-old son. Angelo had always lived in his mother's shadow. Those who knew him described him as quiet and reserved, a kid who followed orders and didn't ask questions. He idolized his older brother and was often seen trailing behind his mother, doing what he was told. That loyalty would become his undoing.
Is my mom gonna be here sometime?
Is your mom gonna be here? Was she driving? Was she driving down here?
No, she was talking to one of the people that was there at the house.
Oh, at the house?
Yes.
I was at the office. Sorry, I was no longer at the house. Do you know who she was talking to?
No, just what happened was when I went to look at my mom so she would come back home. And then I was getting arrested for a warrant. I don't even know what the warrant's for. So then my mom started talking to him. I'm pretty sure she said she was going to be down here, like she was going to have one of them take him or something like that. So she should be coming.
So she should be coming. Angelo, because you are a minor, I am going to read you your rights. And we're
That's why I want my mom here. That's me. Like, I had questions or something. If I wasn't like going to talk to my mom without.
So you want your mom here while I read you your rights as well?
Yeah, I want her for the whole thing.
Behind closed doors, Ortiz Chavez began spinning a narrative. She allegedly told Angelo that Josue had hit his sister, that he had disrespected the family, that something had to be done. And when Angelo hesitated, she pushed harder. She talked about honor, about protecting his sister, and about being a man. She convinced him that confronting Josue was the only way to make things right. But the confrontation she had in mind wasn't a conversation, it was a trap. In the days leading up to March 4th, Ortiz Chavez began making preparations. She allegedly arranged for Josue to meet Angelo behind Lindy's Diner, a place Josue was familiar with, a place he wouldn't be suspicious of. She gave Angelo the gun. After the shooting, Ortiz Chavez wasted no time. She coached Angelo on what to say. She told the police it was a fight between boys that went too far. She played the grieving mother, concerned for her son, devastated for her daughter, and horrified by the violence. And for a time, the police believed her. Angelo was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Ortiz Chavez walked free. But the truth has a way of clawing its way to the surface. Over the months that followed, Ortiz Chavez's story would begin to unravel, and soon those who had once stood beside her would start to speak out, exposing a dark web of lies, betrayal, and manipulation that no one saw coming. The night of March 4th, 2022, began like any other for 16-year-old Josue Ruiz. He was told to meet up behind Lindy's Diner in downtown Albuquerque, a familiar location and not an unusual place for local teens to hang out. Josue thought he was walking into a one-on-one confrontation with his girlfriend's brother, Angelo Baldonado, over recent tension involving his pregnant girlfriend. But what Josue didn't know was that he wasn't just walking into a fight, he was walking into an ambush. As Josue entered the dimly lit alley, Angelo stood waiting. Tension immediately filled the air. Words were exchanged. Some witnesses nearby claimed they heard raised voices, maybe even shouting.
Did you hear anything? No, so I was walking back and I got food like a few blocks over that way at Joe's, I think it's called. And, yeah, I didn't hear anything, but I saw people running.
Okay, so you saw, kind of start from the beginning.
Okay, so I'm walking down Central towards my residence here.
So you're heading east on Central?
Yep.
Okay.
I get to the corner right there. There's about 5 or 6 people running. One of them is in a high school graduation gown.
Kids, or a kid wearing a graduation cap and gown. It was blue, and then a group of people over here out of a car. I saw another guy backed in. Like, I just saw strange cars that aren't usually here, and I was driving in circles because this is a rental car and I can't park it back here, and I'm looking for parking on the street, so I've just been circling, and I noticed some weird activity, and I just had this gut-wrenching feeling that someone was about to get shot because there were just weird people back here. And I saw this kid, this guy right here who shot, he was over here talking to some girl, and last minute I saw him over there. I turned the corner, and then all of a sudden I went back this way and I heard a gunshot when I was on this side of the road, so then I came back over here and parked and he was down.
Okay.
Just real quickly, I kind of spoke to that other officer, so my understanding is you guys didn't actually witness anything, but you do have some information on our victim here, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I just, he was at work. He was at work, and then he hadn't been around for, 20 minutes, a half an hour and stuff, and I went looking for him. Like, where is he? Because he'll, sometimes he sends them to the store or to go make a delivery someplace and stuff, so I thought, did he go make a delivery? Like, we were ready to open back here, and he's supposed to be going back and forth. He does dishes, but we're trying to train him to do some of this stuff back here. And it was like, that's his MO. He always just disappeared.
No one reported seeing Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez there in the moment, but she had allegedly driven both boys to the scene and was close by. Then, a gunshot echoed through the alley. Josue was shot in the upper chest. The bullet tore through him, collapsing a lung and severing major arteries. He collapsed almost instantly. When first responders arrived, they found Josue unresponsive, lying face up on the pavement. Blood stained the ground beneath him. Despite attempts to resuscitate him at the scene, he was pronounced dead shortly after at a nearby hospital. Angelo didn't run. He stayed at the scene and appeared shaken. Police took him into custody within minutes. Ortiz Chavez arrived shortly afterward, putting on the performance of a panicked mother, distraught that her son had been involved in such violence. She claimed it had all happened so fast, that Josue had attacked Angelo, that her son had no choice. But it wasn't that simple. Investigators began piecing together the events of that night.
Elizabeth, so I'm going to read you your rights, okay? Why? Just because I have some more detailed questions on it, and I want to make sure that you understand your rights.
I may not want to answer no questions I don't understand.
So I have more questions about your car.
Okay.
But I can't ask them without reading you your rights, okay? So you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? Okay. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand that? You have the right to consult an attorney before speaking to the police and to have an attorney present during questioning now or in the future. You understand that? If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. Do you understand that? If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you'll still have the right to stop answering until you talk to an attorney. Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. I have some more questions about your car, okay? Because the car is not where you're saying you left it at. Okay?
Somebody stole my car.
That's why I'm talking to you. I want to know.
So I have to call my car was stolen.
So here's the thing, okay? So I believe your car was used in today's homicide. Okay?
You're lying to me.
No, I am not. Okay, so if you don't tell me who had your car,
I don't know.
It's your car.
I left my car at the side of the road.
Okay.
I didn't lend my car to nobody.
And did you leave it on the side of the road right next to your house?
No, I live quite a ways from, what's it called, Wyoming, and Moon is where my house is, in between those streets.
Okay.
And Pennsylvania's a ways.
Okay, so it's not right by your house.
No.
Okay. So talking to your daughter, talking to mom,
okay.
Nobody has a problem with Jay other than...
But my son said he wouldn't.
At this point, investigators began to suspect that Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez was hiding something, possibly to protect her son, Angelo, who was supposed to fight Jay the same day he was killed. Her answers seemed carefully chosen, and the pieces just weren't adding up.
They were too far, and I was with them today.
Okay. So you were with them all day?
Yes.
They went to the laundromat with you?
They did not go to the laundromat with me. During that time, they were all at home.
But you wouldn't know because you weren't home. Correct?
Between the hours of 1:37 and 2:20, I was gone at the laundromat alone. I got dropped off from Big Sabina. My children, all the boys, they were all still at home. None of them left.
Okay.
They're not allowed to leave the house unless their permission, because I need to know where they're going.
Okay. So then if they were home, because you said you were on your way over here, right? When your car broke down. That was what you told me.
Yes, between 9 and 10 in the morning.
You were on your way over here?
Mm-hmm.
By yourself?
I'm by myself, yes.
Okay.
And
so then
still at the house.
Okay. So then when I find video surveillance from the incident.
Okay. But you have to give me a moment.
Okay.
My son had an interview at 9 o'clock, and we were over at the Water River over there, Cottonwood or whatever. So it had to have been after 10, between 10 and 10:30 perhaps. I left the house shortly after I had spoke to Elizabeth. And I never made it.
Let's backtrack now. So you're saying it broke down, I left my car there, we've been driving up and down. I know, we've been driving up and down trying to find your car. We've called in, checked to see if it was towed. It has not been towed. And again.
So then where's my car?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Okay? So, did you shoot Jay?
No, I didn't. No. He's a kid. He's a baby.
I know, but somebody did.
But no. I have no reason to do anything.
Okay, so then you leave your car, right? You leave your car, you walk back home, and then at 1:37, it takes you to the laundromat. At 2:20, you come back, and then obviously all this is going on, right?
I'm sorry, I just completely zoned out on you because I'm just a little afraid.
Okay. So, and again, I am recording. I am going to remind you that there is video surveillance footage in that alley.
I heard you.
I'm going to find out.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for, and I mean, it might be ready. I don't know because I've been here interviewing everybody, but I do have officers there trying to pull the video surveillance. So I am going to find out what happened, being that you bring up your car and it matches the description that I was given.
What do you mean?
There was witnesses.
Okay.
Okay, there's witnesses in the area. There's there's a school there. I don't know if you know that.
I was not there.
Okay, but I'm telling you, your car was. So again, right now, because you're telling me you left the house around this time, and between 9:58, that phone call, until 1:37, hear me out, between...
I was home though, after that. I was home by 10:30. I made it home. I walked home.
Okay, again, I can't confirm that yet.
This is craziness.
Because again, I'm telling you, based on your demeanor, I think you know what happened. And I know it's your car. And I am going to confirm it on video surveillance.
I hope you do, because I'm like lost right now.
Surveillance footage from nearby buildings captured Josue walking calmly into the alley. His body language showed no signs of aggression or hostility. Witnesses told police that they had seen Josue in the hours before the shooting and that he had seemed relaxed, unaware of any danger. One even said Josue had been texting someone on his way there, likely Ortiz Chavez or her daughter, confirming the meetup spot. The most chilling part? The gun. The weapon used in the murder was traced back to someone close to the family, and it became clear that Angelo hadn't obtained it on his own. According to later court documents, Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez had given him the gun, and in doing so, she not only put a deadly weapon in her son's hand, she handed him a burden that would change both their lives forever. After the shooting, Ortiz Chavez doubled down. She coached Angelo through his police interview, telling him to claim self-defense. She insisted to officers that Josue had been violent with her daughter, that her son had merely tried to protect his sister. The story seemed to fit. A teen scuffle gone wrong. Angelo, young and quiet, didn't push back. But the lie couldn't last forever. As Josue's family grieved, inconsistencies in the narrative began to surface. Why had Josue agreed to meet if he knew it could turn violent? Why had Angelo brought a gun? And why was Elizabeth, the adult in this situation, the one who coordinated the meeting? Josue's mother began asking questions, and the answers were terrifying. This wasn't a random act of teen violence. It was a planned execution set in motion by a woman who saw Josue as a threat to her control over her daughter. Ortiz Chavez manipulated her own son into committing a crime he couldn't fully understand, all while sitting safely on the sidelines. And while Angelo sat behind bars charged with first-degree murder, the real mastermind behind Josue Ruiz's death continued living her life, free, unscathed, and convinced she had gotten away with it. But the truth was inching closer, and soon the weight of her deception would begin to crumble under the light of justice. In the immediate aftermath of the shooting, Albuquerque police moved swiftly. With Angelo Baldonado at the scene, visibly shaken but compliant, and his mother Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez already spinning a narrative of self-defense, detectives initially believed they had a tragic but straightforward case: a teenage dispute, a violent altercation, a fatal misjudgment. But as investigators dug deeper, they began to sense something wasn't quite right. Angelo told police that he had only brought the gun for protection. According to his initial statement, he said Josue rushed him, forcing him to pull the trigger. Elizabeth backed her son's version completely, painting Joshua as aggressive and abusive toward her pregnant daughter. She even claimed Joshua had hit her daughter days prior, a claim that no one else corroborated. The only real evidence of prior tension came from text messages between the teens, showing some emotional arguments, but nothing close to the physical abuse Elizabeth alleged. Detectives weren't ready to rule out self-defense, but several red flags began to emerge. Surveillance footage from nearby buildings captured Josue calmly approaching the alley. His posture showed no signs of aggression. There were no signs of a struggle on Angelo. No bruises, cuts, or defensive wounds. The single gunshot wound on Josue's body also didn't match the story of a scuffle. The trajectory and close-range nature suggested the shot had been deliberate, not reactionary. Then there was the weapon itself, a registered firearm that belonged to an associate of Ortiz Chavez. Investigators learned that Angelo did not have access to the gun on his own. When pressed, he initially hesitated, then claimed his mother had given it to him for protection. This revelation shifted the entire trajectory of the case. Why would a mother give her 16-year-old son a gun to confront another teen? Why didn't she stop the altercation or notify authorities if she believed there was real danger? As weeks passed, more inconsistencies emerged. Ortiz Chavez had deleted text messages from the night of the shooting.
Are you still gonna fight them?
Yes, that's not changing. I prefer not tomorrow because my hands are up and I have to work. But oh well, they're gonna act all cocky right now, and that's gonna f them over.
I know.
They better not jump me because I'm having Darnie come and watch, just in case. It's one of the only people I'm with that can beat my too.
I don't know who that is.
Donovan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so better hope they don't pull no.
I'll be there too.
Why?
Because I don't want anything like they pull a gun out.
That's why he's there.
I don't care. I'm going.
Angelo's statements began to vary in minor but telling ways. Then came the turning point. A Facebook message from Ortiz Chavez's older son to a distant relative. In it, he described the guilt he felt over what happened and hinted that his brother wasn't the shooter. He said their mother had done something bad and that she let Angelo take the fall. Detectives reopened their interviews with the family. This time, they approached the older son directly. He was reluctant at first, but eventually agreed to share what he knew. According to him, Elizabeth had bragged about orchestrating the situation. She claimed she didn't shoot Joshua herself, but she made sure it happened. The older son also revealed a critical piece of evidence: voice messages and texts that had been saved in an old group chat. These communications placed Ortiz Chavez at the center of the planning, coaching Angelo, choosing the location, and ensuring the confrontation would happen when no adults were around. Armed with this new evidence, police began to reconstruct the full sequence of events. It became clear that the confrontation wasn't spontaneous. It was arranged. Ortiz Chavez had lured Joshua to the alley under the guise of making peace. Knowing there would be a gun waiting, she had emotionally manipulated Angelo into believing he was defending his sister's honor. A classic example of parental coercion taken to a criminal extreme. By late 2022, prosecutors were re-evaluating the case. While Angelo remained in juvenile detention awaiting trial, questions about his level of culpability dominated legal discussions. Was he a killer or a pawn? Then in early 2023, a grand jury reviewed the new evidence. The result? Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez was arrested and charged with second-degree murder, evidence tampering, and child abuse. In her initial hearings, she pled not guilty, but the tone had shifted. For the first time, she was no longer seen as a distressed mother. She was the accused mastermind behind a teen's death. In parallel, Angelo's legal team began pushing for a plea deal, hoping the court would recognize that he had been manipulated by his mother. Prosecutors agreed to reduce the charges in exchange for Angelo's full cooperation and testimony. The public reaction was one of horror. The idea that a mother could set up a child, not only someone else's child, but her own son, was almost unthinkable, but the evidence was undeniable. Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez had engineered a murder and then allowed her teenage son to face the consequences. And now justice was coming for her. The courtroom fell silent as Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez entered in handcuffs, her once confident demeanor now replaced with a hardened stare. By the time her trial began in late 2024, she was no longer just the mother of a teenage suspect. She was the accused puppet master in a murder plot that had left a young boy dead and nearly destroyed two families. Prosecutors argued that she had deliberately orchestrated the killing of Josue Ruiz, then manipulated her own son to take the blame, a strategy they described as one of the most cold-blooded acts of maternal betrayal the state had ever seen. The prosecution opened with a powerful narrative. Elizabeth had controlled the circumstances from the beginning. She had armed Angelo. She had chosen the location. She had lured Joshua under the pretense of peace. And after the fatal shooting, she watched silently as her son, a 16-year-old, was arrested for a crime he didn't commit alone. This was not a spontaneous act, the district attorney stated in his opening remarks. This was a planned execution, engineered by a mother who weaponized her child. Key evidence came in the form of digital messages, some retrieved through forensic recovery from Elizabeth's deleted chats. They revealed communications in which she not only discussed Joshua's whereabouts and movements, but also gave clear guidance to her son about how to handle the confrontation. One message read, "You need to stand up and show him you're not scared. Don't let him walk over us." Another message, more cryptic, said, "Just make sure it's done. Be strong." The most damning testimony came from Elizabeth's older son, who had originally tipped off authorities. He told the court that his mother had privately admitted to setting everything up. She had claimed that Joshua was poisoning her daughter and ruining the family. He described her emotional manipulation of Angelo, her callous disregard after the shooting, and her disturbing ability to maintain a calm front while her son sat in juvenile detention. "She told me it was better that Angelo did it," he testified, "because he's a kid. They go easier on him." She actually believed that. The defense attempted to spin a different narrative. They claimed Elizabeth was a protective mother who had been overwhelmed by a volatile situation involving her pregnant teenage daughter. They argued that she had indeed provided emotional support to her son, but never gave him a gun or instructed him to shoot Josue. Her defense attorney painted her as a flawed but caring woman whose only mistake was failing to intervene in time. But the weight of the evidence in her own family's testimony made that narrative hard to sell. Angelo Baldonado, now 18, testified as well. Visibly shaken and remorseful, he confirmed that his mother had told him what to do, handed him the weapon, and stayed nearby during the shooting. "I didn't want to hurt anyone," he said. "She made it seem like I had to, like if I didn't, I was weak, that I wasn't protecting my sister." His testimony painted a picture of a teenager who had been deeply manipulated, acting under psychological pressure more than his own volition. Ultimately, Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez saw the walls closing in. Just before the jury was to deliberate, she took a plea deal, pleading guilty to second-degree murder with a firearm enhancement. The prosecution agreed to drop the first-degree murder charge in exchange for a full admission of guilt. The courtroom was stunned. After 2 years of denial, she finally acknowledged her role in orchestrating Josue Ruiz's death. The plea deal meant she would avoid a lengthy trial and the possibility of life in prison. Instead, she faced a sentence of up to 18 years behind bars. The judge, while accepting the plea, made it clear during her statement, "This court recognizes the weight of your crime. You abused your role as a mother in a way few can comprehend. Your actions destroyed lives, including your own sons." Angelo, in a separate juvenile court proceeding, had earlier accepted a plea deal for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and aggravated assault. He was sentenced to remain in detention until the age of 21. The judge ordered counseling, psychiatric evaluations, and mandatory rehabilitation services, acknowledging that while he was involved in the act, he had also been a victim of manipulation. The Ruiz family, while relieved to see justice moving forward, expressed a mixture of grief and frustration. "We will never get Josue back," his mother said outside the courtroom, "but at least the truth is out. At least now people know what really happened." The courtroom had emptied, the headlines had started to fade, but for the families involved, especially the Ruiz family, the aftermath of Josue's murder was just beginning. The truth had finally emerged, but no conviction, no sentence, no admission of guilt could bring back the bright, hopeful 16-year-old who was supposed to become a father in a few short months. Instead of celebrating a new chapter of life, Josue's loved ones were left to mourn a life stolen by manipulation, betrayal, and senseless violence. The community of Albuquerque was rocked by the details of the case. It wasn't just that a teenager had been murdered. It was how it had happened. A mother weaponizing her son. A false narrative spun with such precision it fooled police, prosecutors, even the public. It exposed flaws in the justice system's handling of juvenile offenders and brought attention to how family dynamics can obscure the truth during criminal investigations. Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez, now in prison, has shown little public remorse beyond what was required in court. Those who knew her before the crime were divided in their reactions. Some were shocked, unable to reconcile the woman they once knew with the cold strategist described in court. Others weren't surprised, recalling her controlling personality and long history of toxic behavior within her own household. Her daughter, Josue's pregnant girlfriend at the time of the murder, has remained largely out of the public eye. According to reports, she gave birth months after Josue's death and has since moved away from New Mexico with relatives, raising the child far from the public spotlight. Angelo Baldonado, meanwhile, remains incarcerated at a juvenile detention center. He is set to be released when he turns 21, provided he completes rehabilitation programs and demonstrates progress. His involvement in the murder remains a subject of debate. While many sympathize with the immense psychological pressure he was under, others question how much he truly understood and how willingly he participated in the crime. He's a victim, yes, one local attorney said, but he's also someone who pulled a trigger. Accountability and empathy must coexist. The ripple effects of the case spread far beyond the courtroom. Schools in the area implemented new peer mediation and mental health resources. Youth organizations began hosting talks about manipulation, emotional abuse, and how to recognize dangerous patterns in family and romantic relationships. Local law enforcement launched a new task force focused on juvenile crime and family-based violence, acknowledging that the system had missed key signs in Josue's case. The Ruiz family, despite their grief, has tried to turn tragedy into purpose. They launched a foundation in Josue's name, dedicated to supporting teen parents, mentoring at-risk youth, and advocating for justice reform. "We couldn't save our son," Joshua's mother said in a more event, "but we can fight to protect others like him. Kids who are just trying to survive, to love, to live." In interviews, friends described Joshua as funny, loyal, and full of energy. He loved music, spent hours on video games, and dreamed of becoming a mechanic. The day he died, he had told his mom he'd be home by 8 p.m. Instead, he became the center of a criminal tragedy that would expose the worst kind of betrayal, the kind that comes from the very person who's supposed to protect you. Josue's story is no longer just about a murder. It's a cautionary tale about control, manipulation, and the devastating consequences of unchecked power within families. And it's a reminder that behind every courtroom headline is a family torn apart, a future erased, and a young life that never got the chance to truly begin. In the annals of American true crime, the story of Josue Ruiz stands out not because of who he was, a 16-year-old boy from Albuquerque with a girlfriend, a baby on the way, and a life full of promise, but because of how brutally, senselessly, and deceptively that life was taken. His murder wasn't the result of gang violence, drugs, or random conflict. It was far more insidious. Josue was killed not by a stranger, but by a family twisted in on itself. A family led by a mother who weaponized her children to serve her own fractured sense of control. When Josue agreed to meet behind Lindy's diner that night, he likely expected a fistfight, some yelling, maybe a few threats. Teenagers, after all, are no strangers to high emotion. But what he never expected was that the mother of the girl he loved would be the one to orchestrate his death. And worse, that she would then sit back, watch her own son take the fall, and go on living her life as if nothing had happened. Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez's betrayal went beyond murder. She violated the sacred trust of motherhood, not only toward her own children, but toward Josue as well. She pretended to care, to mediate, to protect. But behind the curtain, she was calculating every move, manipulating every interaction, and fueling the confrontation that ended in death. Her cold, clinical orchestration of the crime and her attempt to hide behind her son was what ultimately sealed her fate. What makes this case so haunting is not just the act itself, but the motivations behind it. At its core, the crime wasn't about a specific fight or a single moment of rage. It was about power. Ortiz Chavez couldn't control her daughter's growing independence. She resented Josue for taking her daughter away. She feared losing control over her family unit. And in that fear, she turned to the most extreme form of control, elimination. And to do it, she used the very people who trusted her the most. Even after the dust settled, with Ortiz Chavez behind bars and Angelo in juvenile custody, the emotional wreckage remained. A child was left fatherless. Two families were shattered. A community questioned how something so horrific could unfold right under their noses. But in the rubble of that devastation, hard truths came to light about coercive parenting, systemic blind spots in law enforcement, and the vulnerability of youth caught in adult schemes. In many ways, Angelo Baldonado became the second victim in this tragedy. Yes, he pulled the trigger. Yes, he stood in the alley holding a gun. But he was also a child manipulated by the one person he trusted most, his mother. His actions were wrong, but they were shaped by fear, by pressure, and by a lack of understanding of the full consequences. His sentence reflects that nuance. Accountability tempered by recognition of his manipulated state of mind. The legal outcomes, Ortiz Chavez's 18-year sentence, Angelo's juvenile detention until age 21, offer some sense of justice, but not closure. Josue's death is permanent. No prison term can undo that. No courtroom testimony can resurrect his life. But what has emerged from this darkness is a collective awareness, a warning to parents, to teens, to investigators, and to the justice system. Not all violence looks the same. Not all manipulation is visible. And sometimes the person pulling the strings is the last one you'd suspect. His story, while steeped in tragedy, has become a catalyst for change. As true crime viewers, we often seek answers. Who did it? Why? Could it have been prevented? In Josue's case, the answers are both clear and painful. A mother did it. She did it out of control, ego, and fear. And yes, it could have been prevented if someone had questioned her sooner, if someone had seen the manipulation at play. This was not just the story of a murder. It was the story of a boy who trusted the wrong people, of a mother who chose control over compassion, and of a system that took too long to see the truth. And now all that's left is the memory of Josue Ruiz, a teenager whose life should have been just beginning. May his story never be forgotten. And like, share, and subscribe to support this channel and help bring more awareness to the stories that matter.
Hey, how you doing?
My wife's missing.
Okay, so what's going on?
She's uncharacteristically missing.
Okay.
I have her wallet's here. She carries a wallet. Her ID's in it. With some money. Her phone's here. Car's in the garage.
This is 50-year-old Matthew Moore. On May 25th, 2020, Westerville police answered his 911 call about a missing wife.
So my wife, Alan Noble, has been missing all day. Her purse is here with her ID, her car is here with her car keys, and her phone's here. I don't know what you always identify to call you. It's very uncharacteristic for the
52-year-old Emily Noble. Her phone, wallet, and car were still at the house, yet Matthew spoke as if he already knew the worst. Within hours, he compared her disappearance to the tragic death of their son the year before, hinting at a grim fate no one else had imagined.
And she just hasn't been here. I sleep in this room. I get up in the middle of the night sometimes to go to the bathroom. And I don't go back in with her because I don't want to wake her up. So
Officers note his calmness, his oddly specific details, and the way he volunteers theories nobody asked for. Every word, every gesture begins to feel less like grief and more like a performance.
I end up in this bedroom, our second bedroom. When I got up this morning, all I did was look on my phone, find my phone, and it said she was here. So everything was fine. I just figured she was in the other room. Eventually I got up, I walked around, she wasn't here.
What made
no
you?
Big deal.
What made you? You lost me a little bit. You said you got up, went to the restroom, and you went back to this room.
Yeah.
And then you looked on your phone to see if she was here.
No, this morning I looked on the phone. Last night I didn't. That's
okay.
And then because my prostate, I don't know if you're that age, you pee in the middle of the night.
No.
So I get up in the middle of the night and I can pee. Instead of going back into bed with her, so I wake her up, I just fall asleep on this couch.
Did you go to sleep with her?
Prior to that, yeah.
Okay.
4 months later, Emily would be found exactly as Matthew had once described.
It's a real short walk, 15 minutes at the most. A lot of the time I was like, well, maybe she's just out doing that.
Staged under a tree with a cord and a water bottle.
Yeah, back out. Hey! Hey! Get them out of here. Set up crime scene tape. Yep.
Details he'd mentioned long before anyone knew she was dead. How could a husband predict a scene no one else had seen? Was it chilling intuition? Or a carefully rehearsed confession? And what really happened inside that house the morning Emily Noble disappeared? It was a quiet Monday morning in Westerville when Matthew Moore dialed 911. He told dispatchers his wife Emily had gone out for her usual 15-minute foraging walk and hadn't come back.
Okay, so did you guys go to bed last night and then you just woke up and she's gone? I went to bed. I get up in the middle of the night and I feel hungry, I can't tell you exactly how, but I end up just going to sleep in another room. I don't wake her up. Okay, so when you woke up in the middle of the night, though, she was still there? I don't know. Yes, everything was so normal, Okay.
Her phone, wallet, and car were still inside the house, yet he'd waited nearly 7 hours before calling police. Officers arriving at the home were struck by his composure.
I don't want to say definitely. We were together last night. We spent the day. We came home. We slept together in our bed. I got up. I'm guessing it was early because usually I make it to like 3 before I have to get up and go to the bathroom. Last night was like, I'm saying 12:31. I got up, went to the bathroom, went into this room, fell back to sleep. Took a while to get back to sleep, and I woke up late, like 10:30, which is unusual. I usually get up around 6, and I got up and she's not here. She's not here.
Rather than searching the trails himself, Matthew guided them room to room, pointing out items he thought might matter.
Has she ever threatened to harm herself? Ever done this before?
No.
Okay. Is y'all's relationship healthy? She never threatened to leave you or anything like that?
No more than any other relationship.
All right. So I see that the bed was made. Did you do that or she did that?
That is I just noticed that. You're right. I didn't make the bed. She did. That bed was made when I got up today. I didn't make it. So she was, I'm guessing, here this morning.
Where was her cell phone? Was it with her wallet?
Yes.
Okay.
A made bed, a text message from Emily's sister. He even speculated aloud about self-harm, comparing her absence to the way their son had died the year before.
I have a gut feeling right here. It's when my son died, same thing. It's a great fucking year. It's awful. This is so unusual. I'm dying.
I'm afraid something happens.
This is not normal.
Yeah, this is
A connection no one else was making that day. For investigators, what should have been a routine welfare check was already starting to feel like something darker. Why husband wait so long to call? And why did every detail he offered hint at a grim ending no one had yet imagined? As officers moved through the Moore home, their body cams captured a husband who seemed more like a tour guide than a frantic spouse. Matthew pointed at small details nobody had asked about. A made bed, a flashlight on a box, a USB cord he said didn't belong there.
What do you mean it doesn't belong here?
It doesn't belong here. That's where it belongs. Right there. I've never seen it. I just noticed it. Someone took it and put it there.
Now, can she reach that? Because she's very short.
I don't know.
He noted how short Emily was, how she might have reached the beam, how she liked to forage in the woods.
I would hate to think, I don't know, man. It's just weird that it's here. And I don't know if there was more than one thing on here. I don't. All I know is this is. We went to that spring and filled up bottles yesterday. This is the spring water.
That's the spring water.
When I got home.
Your phone's ringing.
I just brought it home and put it there.
Each observation sounded less like a clue and more like a script. Police would later recall that within hours of Emily's disappearance, Matthew had offered explanations. Self-harm, a walk gone wrong, that neatly matched the scene where she would eventually be found. But on that day, there was still no body, no sign of struggle, no clear evidence of foul play. Just a missing woman, a calm husband, and a house full of objects that suddenly felt like props. Detectives left the home with more questions than answers.
I'm gonna go talk to my supervisor real quick. He's gonna help start circulating the area you told me about. Just give me just a second, and I also want to contact St. Anne's and see maybe if she's over there. Okay? Give me just a second, sir. Thank you.
Unaware that 4 months later, they would be staring at a scene in the woods, eerily similar to the one Matthew had painted for them that morning. 4 months passed with no sign of Emily Noble. Search teams combed local parks, bike trails, and wooded areas, including the same park where Matthew and Emily's son had died the year before. Each sweep ended the same way, empty-handed. Then, on a cool September morning, a group of women walking along a wooded trail less than a mile from the Moore home stumbled on something horrifying. Under the base of a tree lay human remains, partially concealed by brush, with a USB cord looped overhead. Nearby sat a black water bottle containing an alcoholic drink and a set of rings placed neatly on the ground. Police rushed to the scene and quickly sealed it off. The coroner confirmed what everyone feared. It was 52-year-old Emily Noble. Even more chilling, prosecutors later said the scene mirrored details Matthew had volunteered months earlier. A cord, a secluded spot, items arranged just so. How could a husband describe so precisely the place where his wife would be found? Was it coincidence or proof of something far darker? After Emily's body was discovered,
Yeah, lock it down. Lock this woods down for now. Make it as big as we can.
So the big thing now is setting up a perimeter. You know who this likely is.
Yes.
And getting a car over to that house.
investigators focused squarely on Matthew Moore, brought him in for what they called a voluntary interview. From the start, he questioned whether he was really free to leave.
Like I told you when we were out there, you were not under arrest. You were handcuffed coming in, is that correct? Correct. Okay. And that door has a lock. This is a voluntary interview. Okay. Obviously, we need to do the best we can to get the full story. You can find your wife and you can get back to normal. Obviously, part of that involves talking with you. So, again, this is a voluntary thing. Like I told you out there, I haven't lied to you, I'm not going to start now. We could have done it from my house? No. This part we can't do because it's not voluntary. No, it's completely voluntary. I can see. Yeah.
A nervous move that detectives noticed immediately.
I don't want to. I'm just... Yeah, you try that over right now. At some point, could we, I want to help you. I want to get this going because I didn't do it, and I want you to find whatever the hell I can do it. I want it to happen.
Throughout hours of questioning, Matthew spoke of Emily in the past tense.
I know I did not hurt her. I didn't do it. So the other thing that I think of is that she did something. Guys, I did not hurt her. I did not hurt her. I loved her.
He told us that he loved his wife and said it in the past tense.
So not love, but loved.
Loved.
I loved my wife.
She loved me. I would be very surprised if there was
was the defendant just there talking about Emily's feelings towards him?
Yes, he was.
And what did he say?
He said, no, she loved me. Again, past tense.
Loved, not love.
Correct.
He contradicted himself about timelines, about when she'd left, and about the neighbor who supposedly saw her that morning.
So we found a little bit of information. We still don't know where she is yet, okay? Your neighbor saw her in the garage about between 9 and 10 a.m. this morning. Said she was just standing in the garage.
Awesome.
When he was leaving, he saw her. She was just standing there. He said hello. She said hello.
This morning?
This morning.
10 in the morning?
Yeah, around 9, 10
awesome.
o'clock. He went about his business.
Yes, John.
51.
John.
Okay. So we know
she's around.
Somewhere around. Okay.
He even speculated on how she might have harmed herself, despite police finding no history of mental illness or suicidal behavior in her past. Detectives also revisited their own body cam footage from the first day, noting how Matthew had highlighted a cord and flashlight in his garage, details eerily similar to the scene in the woods. Messages between Emily and her friends surfaced, raising concerns about bruises and possible abuse.
Matt was already intoxicated when they got to my house. I observed bruises on her arms.
When offered a lie detection exam, Matthew eagerly accepted.
As I said, there are no tricks. I have not lied to you since I first went up to your house yesterday. I'm not going to start now. Now, when I ask you the questions, I just want you to answer yes or no. Is your name Matthew Moore?
Yes.
Are the lights on in this room?
Yes.
Do you know where Emily is?
No.
Is this the month of May?
Yes.
Did you kill Emily?
No.
Are we in the city of Westerville?
Yes.
How do you think it went? You comfortable with it?
Yeah.
Does it make sense and everything like that?
I said maybe no, something that was a little awkward.
Okay.
But the CVSA test flagged deception when he was asked if he knew where Emily was. While not admissible in court, it pushed investigators further toward treating him as their prime suspect. Was this the portrait of a grieving husband misunderstood by police, or of a man whose own words and actions were betraying him? In 2021, a Franklin County grand jury indicted Matthew Moore on 2 counts of murder and 1 of felonious assault. Prosecutors argued that he killed his wife and staged the scene to look like a suicide.
And we had bilateral fractures of the hyoid bone, which is a bone further up in the neck area. There was trauma to the left maxilla, the nasal bones, the left side of her face, up by her nose, top of her lip area.
They pointed to his behavior after she vanished, not joining searches, speaking of her in the past tense, and volunteering suspicious details as evidence he already knew she was dead. The defense countered that there was no physical evidence tying him to Emily's death. No eyewitnesses, no DNA.
Law enforcement extensively searched the area. DI&I, the house, the cars, the attic, the clothes. The evidence will show you that there's nothing. There's no blood, there's no tissue, there's no fibers. The theory is that Matt Moore killed his wife. Don't know when, but Matt Moore kills his wife and then somehow gets her body into the wooded area where you walked yesterday and stages her death. And then I heard the state go on to say that their evidence will show how not just was he that sophisticated to figure out those 2 things, but he then also took great efforts to control the situation after May 24th and May 25th of 2020.
They highlighted investigative mistakes, mishandled evidence, and the tragic fact that Emily's first husband and the couple's son had both died by suicide, making self-inflicted death a real possibility. Expert testimony clashed. A forensic anthropologist said the fractures were consistent with strangulation or staging. Other experts said the injuries could also match a self-hanging with the USB cord found at the scene. After less than 3 hours of deliberation, the jury reached its decision. Matthew Moore was acquitted on all charges.
Verdict on count 1. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matthew L. Moore not guilty of murder as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment dated the 26th of August 2022, signed by all 12 members of the panel. Verdict on count 2. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matthew L. Moore not guilty of murder as he stands charged in count 2 of the indictment dated 26 August 2022 and signed in ink by all 12 members of the panel. Verdict on count 3. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matthew Moore not guilty of felonious assault as he stands charged in count 3 of the indictment dated August 26, 2022, signed by all 12 members of the panel.
He broke down in tears as the verdict was read, walking out of court a free man while Emily Noble's family sat stunned. Did a jury just protect an innocent man from a wrongful conviction, or let a killer walk free? Matthew Moore left the courthouse in August 2022, a free man. The charges were gone, but the questions were not. To this day, no one else has been charged in connection with Emily Noble's death. For Emily's friends and family, the trial didn't bring closure. Prosecutors had painted a picture of a husband staging his wife's death. The defense had painted a picture of a man devastated by tragedy and falsely accused. The jury believed there was reasonable doubt. Online, armchair detectives still debate the case. Was it coincidence that Matthew spoke of cords, rings, and locations months before Emily's body was found? Or was it evidence of something much darker that the jury couldn't quite see? All that remains is a cold case file, a family still grieving, and a community still haunted by what happened in Westerville. Did Emily Noble take her own life? Or did someone else decide how it would end? And if so, will the truth about that morning ever be known?
Tina, come on. There's nobody mad at you. My arms are open.
Gardaí at Middleton Garda Station are investigating the disappearance of Tina Satchwell from Youghal in County Cork, who was last seen in March of 2017.
And she asked me if I'd drop over to Dungarvan, which is only like 20 minutes drive away. And when I returned, something like 2 hours later, she just wasn't there.
Yesterday evening, the Garda Technical Bureau team discovered what are believed to be human remains.
On March 20th, 2017, the Irish seaside town of Youghal was enveloped in a modest serenity on a Monday afternoon. Tina Satchwell, a lively 45-year-old who loved dogs and had a sense of style, was last seen in her home on Grattan Street, which used to be a warm and inviting place. According to her husband Richard, Tina was left behind when he left for a shopping trip. The house was strangely silent when he got back. Tina had left. Only 2 empty suitcases, like silent sentinels in a mystery that would haunt Ireland for years, were left behind. No note, no trace, no indication that she had left. Richard Satchwell, her husband, told the Gardaí that she had just left their house after packing 2 suitcases and taking an enormous amount of cash. He claimed that she needed space, that she was upset, and that their marriage was failing. However, there was something off about his story. There were no footprints marked on the path Tina might have taken, no sighting, no phone call, and no hint as to what happened to her. Questions now pulsed through Youghal. What had happened in that house? Why did Tina disappear silently? Ireland held its breath, waiting for the truth to emerge from the silence as the mystery grew deeper and darker, casting a shadow across Grattan Street.
Give her back on the lips. I said, I'll see you in a couple of hours, love. The last thing I said to her. A couple of hours. And that was 3 months.
In today's video, we're diving into one of Ireland's most baffling mysteries, the disappearance of Tina Satchwell. We'll trace her final days from her husband's shifting accounts to the chilling discoveries that turned a missing person case into something far darker. Was Tina running from her life? Did she meet foul play? Or is the truth buried nearer to home? As we unravel the clues, deceptions, and suspicions surrounding this case, tune in. This is Tina Satchwell's story.
I just can't go on not knowing. Even if you just ring the guards, let people know that you're all right.
Who was Tina Satchwell? How did Richard and Tina met? Why would she simply disappear without explanation? And what was being kept hidden behind the doors of the home she shared with others? Let's go back where it all began. The year is 1989. Tina Dingavan, a 17-year-old from Fermoy, County Cork, Ireland, recently moved to Colville to live with her grandmother, Florence. Richard Satchwell, a quiet Englishman, is 21 years old and lives next door with his brother. Only a few months after they first met in October 1989, Richard proposed to Tina to marry him at Mount Pleasant. She accepted, and they were married in Oldham, England on November 30th, 1991, Tina's 20th birthday. But here is a twist. Her grandmother, Florence Dingavan, raised her, and Tina grew up believing they were mother and daughter. However, when she went looking for her birth certificate at her confirmation age, Tina found out the truth that Florence was actually her grandmother, and a woman she believed was her sister was in fact her mother. Tina and Richard appeared to be an ordinary couple, but something was odd between them. Tina's family noticed her growing distant. When Tina disappeared, Richard claimed that she was stressed.
My original thoughts is she got up to have a break, get her head straight, because she's been very upset in recent months. She's had a few crises within the family over the last few years. You know, I think it took its toll, and that's why I think she got up and walked out.
Even reported that she had taken approximately 26,000 euros from the couple's savings that were hidden in a money box in the attic. Then on March 20th, 2017, she vanished into the mist of that seaside town. What was going on in Tina's life that nobody anticipated? Were there fault lines in her marriage that foreshadowed disaster? After discussing Tina's need for space, Richard Satchwell made a call to Fermoy Garda Station, which is more than 40 kilometers from Youghal, on March 24th, 2017. He told the officers that his wife had left the house 4 days before, but he wasn't concerned about her well-being or safety. He said she would come home sooner rather than later because he believed their relationship had gotten worse. Recalling the day his wife disappeared, Satchwell said Tina had asked him to get a few things in Aldi in Dungarvan, but when he got home, she was gone. House keys were on the ground and her phone on the kitchen table. He said their dogs were in the sitting room, which he thought was strange as she never left the house without them.
And she asked me if I'd drop over to Dungarvan, which is only like 20 minutes drive away. And when I returned, something like 2 hours later, she just wasn't there. I found her keys on the ground as I went through the front door. So I just said she's gone out for a walk. And when she didn't come back, naturally you get a bit sickly feeling, I suppose.
When there was no sign of Tina coming home after an hour, Satchwell said he started to get worried and went upstairs to discover 2 suitcases missing and the 26,000 euros gone. He told Gardaí he felt like the ground had opened up beneath him. Gardaí came to the Richards home. The Gardaí started digging, and the community held its breath, hoping for answers. What dark secrets were hidden beneath his carefully planned story?
An incident room is established in Middleton Garda Station, and a team of detectives are working on Tina's disappearance. To date, there have been 220 separate lines of inquiry conducted. This has included liaison with Interpol, and today we are conducting a search here at Mitchell's Wood, Bridgetown, Castlemartyr in County Cork. We are looking for evidence in relation to Tina's disappearance, and we have, for the purposes of this search, restricted access to this area.
Now Superintendent Anne-Marie Toomey was appointed Senior Investigation Officer in the case. She also included Dr. Niamh McCullough, who is a specialist in the search and recovery of human remains in the case. Toomey reviewed the case and, on reasonable grounds, she believed that Tina was not missing. She died with unlawful means. The trial ordered her to conduct a review of the pieces of evidence and submit the report. After this, she told the trial that the majority of homicides happen in Ireland involving concealment after the event, indicating that the female victims are disposed of closer to their home within a range of 1 kilometer from their house. She said there is a possibility that Tina had been killed at her home and her body concealed there. Dr. McCullough recommended Gardaí that a more invasive search take place at Miss Satchwell's home, as there had been structural changes to Grattan Street, which was a major red flag. The changes include specifically the plasterboard, stairs, and ground floor of the sitting room. She also recommended that the search include a cadaver dog to determine the possibility of buried remains. The search for Tina's body was started and led by a cadaver dog who indicated the presence of human remains. On October 10, 2023 at 5 p.m., Satchwell was taken into custody for his wife's murder and sent to Cove Garda Station. Meanwhile, the intrusive Grattan Street search was in progress. Satchwell repeatedly stated in his interviews with the Gardaí that evening that when he got home, his wife, 2 suitcases, and 26,000 euros were gone. Satchwell described another incident of suspected violence, claiming Tina would bite him, throw a plate at him, and strike him. Then she'd calm down and there would be tears and she'd apologize for it. "I didn't hit her back," he said. "I'd hide in the attic when my family came to visit, and there were times I had to take time off work because I couldn't show up looking the way I did," he added, referring to the few hundred conflicts that had occurred between them over the course of 30 years. "After hitting me repeatedly, she possessed black bruises on her hands. When someone told her, 'Your arms are black,' she vowed not to attack me again." However, this statement contradicts the interview he gave to the media. He also claimed that he thought Tina had an undiagnosed psychiatric condition and that she occasionally threw violent outbursts at him. Satchwell claimed that Tina was too vain and in love with herself, and that he did not believe she posed a threat to herself. He said he loved Tina for these reasons. He suffered her abuse. Starting on the top floor and proceeding down through the home, the dog had been utilized to conduct a methodical search. The dog got very active when the stairs were searched. Ultimately, the revelation was made in a flash. Under the stairs, the builder's lights were bright. On the floor was an isolated piece of vintage 70s-style lino. When the lino pulled back, there was a different color of concrete. It was a fresh pour of concrete, which was very suspicious and unusual. Soon after they cracked through the concrete, everyone could see the black-gray plastic. When the dog saw the black plastic, it entered full freeze mode, which indicates the presence of human remains. The excavation of the site was then taken up by 2 forensic archaeologists, who discovered a grave that measured roughly 3 feet by 6 feet. According to testimony given during the trial, the archaeologists kept working until a hand was revealed. In 2017, an initial search of the Satchwell home was undertaken, but officers did not intrusively examine an area where construction work had been carried out. 6 years and 7 months after her passing, Tina Satchwell's bones were eventually discovered.
Yesterday evening, the Garda Technical Bureau team discovered what are believed to be human remains.
Tina's remains were taken from the secret cemetery and placed in a body bag the following day, according to testimony given during the trial. Richard was rearrested and admitted to being involved in the death of his wife. He also accepted that he kept Tina's body in a chest freezer before burying her beneath their home. There were horrific secrets lay hidden behind the Grattan Street house, waiting to be revealed. Following a 2021 examination of phones and laptops found during the original search of Satchwell's house in 2017, the Gardaí identified a number of issues with his account. Around 10:46 a.m. on March 20th, 2017, around the time his wife vanished, Satchwell texted about difficulties he was having buying 2 marmoset monkeys named Thelma and Terry. "I am in a mess right now because my wife has said she is leaving me over this," one of the messages claimed. The International Monkey Organization, from which the couple had been attempting to purchase the 2 animals, received a similar email from Satchwell at 10:42 a.m. in very close proximity to the killing. The message stated, "I put an awful lot of work into this, and my wife is saying she will leave me over this." At 9:08 p.m. on March 24th, 2017, 4 days after Satchwell informed Gardaí that Tina had left their house, a laptop stolen from Grattan Street was also used to look for quicklime, a material poured on top of bodies to aid in the decomposition process. The quicklime and water reaction YouTube video was also watched twice, seconds later. According to the trial, the Gardaí also hired a forensic accountant to do a financial analysis of the couple's earnings and determine whether Tina had taken 26,000 euros out of their funds, as the accused alleged. According to the accountant, there was no sign that the Satchwells had gotten a significant cash windfall to give them this kind of money. CCTV footage taken at 11:13 a.m. on March 20th, 2017, from the U-Haul post office revealed a serious discrepancy. Satchwell was seen claiming the dole. His claim that he had been in Dungarvan that morning when Tina was purportedly stealing money and packing suitcases was in direct contradiction to this.
And she asked me if I'd go over to Dungarvan for her. Yeah, I went to Dungarvan, got the bit of food that she asked me to get from Aldi over there. And then I returned to Youghal. And I opened the front door. And I went through. Normally she'd been in the front room with the pets, watching MTV or something, and she wasn't there. But the dogs were. So I thought, she was just upstairs or something. I went up, she wasn't there. So naturally I thought, she's gone out for a walk on her own. But time passed, she didn't come back.
Tina's absence plagued U-Haul for years. During this, Richard swore his innocence, he participated in public appeals, and gave tearful interviews. However, an unexpected discovery made beneath their house in 2023 would alter his narrative and expose a horrifying reality. He made a new story to defend himself in court. What did he claim in court? According to Richard, he woke early around 5:30 a.m. to deliver some tea and toast his wife. Then he fixed some plumbing in the shed before returning to the house around 9 a.m. He saw Tina was at the bottom of the stairs with a chisel in her hand, scraping the plasterboard which he had recently put up. When he asked him what she was doing, she had attacked him with a chisel and died during a battle in which he was either acting in self-defense or did not intend to murder her. When her remains were finally discovered, they were skeletonized, making it impossible to ascertain what caused her death.
The remains have been removed to Cork University Hospital, where they will be subject to further examination, including DNA analysis. The family of Tina Satchwell continue to be updated on the progress of this investigation.
After Tina's body was taken from their house, Satchwell was arrested again on the suspicion of her murder. He told the Gardaí that his wife flew at him with a chisel, that he fell back onto the floor, and that he recounted her death after he claimed to have held her off by the bathrobe belt at her neck. In her closing remarks, Geraldine Small SC, the Director of Public Prosecutions, said that Richard had perpetuated his fabricated narrative and weaved a web of lies over the years. Counsel claimed that since Satchwell had killed Tina, his goal had been always to put everyone off the scent from the beginning. On 4th June 2025, the Central Criminal Court sentenced the defendant to life imprisonment. Satchwell had treated his wife's body with such disrespect. Everyone gets chills from the horrible way she was buried, wrapped in plastic and buried under concrete and dirt. A home in Youghal, County Cork, at number 3 Grattan Street, which was once a place where Tina Satchwell's laughter was warm, now stands as a somber memorial to loss. Her body was buried in the house where she used to take care of her cherished dogs for 6.5 years, hidden beneath the stairs. The close-knit community has been devastated by the news of her fate, and their sorrow hangs over the cobblestone streets like a thick fog. Once waving to Tina on her walks, the locals now shudder at the thought of her silent suffering, betrayed in her home. The home is feared by locals in Youghal, County Cork, to turn into a gruesome tourism attraction for true crime fans. For those who knew Tina, the thought of strangers swarming to the scene to stare at the place where her life was taken feels like a new wound. They worry that people drawn to the shadows will trample under the sanctity of her memory, transforming a site of personal tragedy into an attraction. Youghall's heart causes pain for Tina because of the years she was absent and the truth that was kept hidden for too long.
Sad, they're glad that she was found, but they're very sad really, and there was an awful eerie feeling there around last night and today as well, I think,
I think people are happy that they found her and she can be laid to rest, and we're happy about that.
In addition to her passing, the community mourns the betrayal of their confidence and the stain it has placed on their sleepy town. Some pause as they pass number 3, their eyes sparkling, and they whisper prayers for Tina's soul to find peace, hoping that her story will continue to be a testament to her life, rather than the grim attraction of her death.
Tina would put a smile on anyone's face. She had a very bubbly personality and was a sociable person. She was always out and about with her babies Ruby and Heidi. She loved her fashion. She was always dressed so well. We will cherish the moments and all the great memories we spent with you.
After more than 9 hours of deliberation and nearly 5 weeks of trial, the jury returned a verdict. Tina's family, especially her sister Lorraine Howard and niece Sarah Howard, expressed their deep sorrow and indignation, highlighting the brutality of Satchwell's actions, which included keeping Tina's body in a freezer prior to burial and making that freezer available to family members.
During this trial, Tina was portrayed in a way that is not true to who she was. Tina was our precious sister, cousin, auntie, and daughter. Her presence in our life meant so much to us all. We as a family can never put into words the impact of her loss that has had on all of us. Tina was a kind, loving, gentle soul who loved her animals like they loved her, and that's the way we want her remembered. Today, as a family, we finally have justice for Tina. In this time, our family would like to ask for privacy to begin our healing.
Richard Satchwell is currently 58 years old and serving his life sentence in prison. Despite his earlier claims during the trial that Tina was violent, his legal team, led by barrister Brendan Grayhen, SC, confirmed his intention to appeal the conviction, arguing that he never intended to kill her and that she was a lovely person. His transition from petty criminality to a life sentence for murder and his 14 previous convictions for infractions like driving infractions, social welfare fraud, and larceny were insignificant in comparison. The Youghal and Fermoy communities, as well as Tina's family, have expressed relief at the justice done, but they are still dealing with the emotional toll of her passing and the trial's findings. Satchwell will have to face a future confined by prison walls, his claim of innocence overshadowed by indisputable evidence, as a result of the unanimous verdict and the judge's rejection of manslaughter arguments. May 18, 2020, the peaceful town of Pella, Iowa, known for its tulip gardens, Dutch heritage, and quiet neighborhoods, was about to witness an act of violence that would stain its reputation forever. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets remained calm, unaware of the darkness unfolding within their midst. On that spring evening, 56-year-old Michelle Boat drove through the streets with one purpose. Her mind was clouded by rage, jealousy, and betrayal. She wasn't out for a drive, she was out for revenge. Inside a parked truck sat 46-year-old Tracy Mondabo, completely unaware of the danger lurking nearby. Within minutes, her life would end in a storm of violence, stabbed to death by the estranged wife of the man she loved. This is the haunting story of Michelle Boat, a woman who let heartbreak turn into hatred and jealousy transform into murder. What drove her to commit such an unthinkable act? And how did the jury reach a decision in less than an hour? December 2019 marked the beginning of Michelle Boat's unraveling. For years, she had been married to Nick Boat. Friends described them as a normal couple. Two people who shared dreams, built a life together, and grew older side by side. But that winter, everything changed. Nick began to pull away. He became distant, cold, and silent. Michelle felt it immediately, sensing the shift that only someone who loves deeply can sense. Soon she discovered the reason behind his changed behavior. Nick had left her for another woman, 46-year-old Tracy Mondabo. Tracy was a mother and grandmother, described by friends as kind, gentle, and filled with laughter. To Michelle, however, she was simply the woman who destroyed her world. Michelle felt not only betrayal, but humiliation. The man she had loved for decades had discarded her for someone else. Her heartbreak grew into anger, her sadness turned into bitterness, and her desperation transformed into obsession. In the weeks that followed, Michelle bombarded Nick with texts and calls. Some messages pleaded for him to return, others raged with hatred. Her friends noticed the change in her demeanor. She grew distant, agitated, and obsessed, unable to focus on anything except Nick and Tracy. Michelle's mind soon shifted from desperation to planning. Her thoughts became darker each day, consumed by the idea of making Tracy pay for what she believed was the ultimate betrayal. May 18th, 2020 began like any other day for Tracy. She went about her errands completely unaware that Michelle was following her every move. That day, Michelle woke up knowing exactly what she was going to do. She dressed in dark clothes and tucked latex gloves and a knife into her bag. Her mind was focused, her heart filled with rage. This was the day she would reclaim her power, the day she would end the source of her pain. For nearly an hour, Michelle followed Tracy's truck through Pella. She drove carefully, never too close to draw attention, but never too far to lose sight of her target. Tracy eventually parked outside her apartment complex and remained seated in her truck, perhaps scrolling through her phone or gathering her bags. Michelle parked nearby, put on her gloves, grabbed her knife, and stepped out into the evening air. Her footsteps were quick and silent as she approached Tracy's truck. Without warning, Michelle lunged forward, thrusting the knife through the open window. She stabbed Tracy repeatedly in the neck, chest, and arms, with such force and fury that the attack lasted only seconds. Tracy screamed in terror and pain, trying desperately to defend herself, but she was trapped by her seatbelt. When the attack was over, Michelle fled the scene, leaving Tracy bleeding to death in her truck. Neighbors who heard the screams called 911.
Like, my heart's beating when I found how much blood was on her face.
Do you have any idea what apartment she might have went in?
No, she looks like she just got in the car and left. But the vehicle that they were in and running in was where you're going to get blood is going to be in the Navy.
Right in a sixplex.
Well, it's not my house, though.
Is male and female in a scuffle. I think female is completely blood.
Some face. And so in the back, in our driveway,
okay.
God, my heart's racing. This person has a maroon-colored truck, and I don't know what they were fighting over. The horn was honking, and I was trying to mind my own business till I saw her.
Is the maroon truck still there?
The maroon truck is still there, but the other vehicle was like a four-door, or looked like a Cadillac almost, and it looked like that woman got in the car and left, but
female may have left in possibly a Cadillac. She's advising a maroon truck is still in the back.
Oh yeah.
That would have
Which
been female, huh?
That's the vehicle that the female was in when I thought it was just, I don't know, I didn't think it was anything until I just want this place cleaned up around here.
Sure. But you don't hear any yelling or anything right now?
Well, I came in to call you guys. I'm not going to stand out there not knowing the situation. I can go out there until someone comes.
But by the time paramedics arrived, Tracy was gone. May 19th, 2020. The morning after the brutal murder, detectives in Pella, Iowa, arrived at the crime scene with urgency and precision. Yellow police tape cordoned off the area surrounding Tracy Mondebo's parked truck, now stained with blood and filled with sorrowful silence. The warm spring breeze rustled through the trees, but nothing could clear the chilling aura left behind by the violent act that took place just hours earlier. Officers began their investigation methodically, starting with the immediate physical evidence inside and around Tracy's truck. Her blood was spattered across the driver's side door, seat, steering wheel, and window, indicating the sudden and forceful nature of the attack. Defensive wounds were visible on her arms, suggesting she attempted to shield herself, even as her seatbelt trapped her in place. Detectives canvassed the area, interviewing residents and bystanders. Some reported hearing screams, short, sharp, desperate. But by the time anyone looked out their windows or stepped onto their balconies, the assailant had vanished. Others mentioned seeing a dark vehicle circling the complex earlier in the evening, describing it as suspicious, but not alarming enough to warrant a call at the time. May 19th, 2020. Surveillance footage became crucial. Investigators obtained video from multiple businesses and traffic cameras around Pella. As they pieced together the footage hour by hour, a clear pattern emerged. Michelle Boat's vehicle was captured following Tracy's truck through town for nearly an hour, maintaining distance, yet never letting her out of sight. Footage showed Michelle parking near Tracy's apartment complex moments before the attack. Though grainy, the outline of a woman exiting the vehicle matched Michelle's build and clothing, described by witnesses. Another camera showed her vehicle speeding away from the complex seconds after the assault took place. Inside Michelle's car, forensic teams discovered critical evidence: Blood droplets matching Tracy's DNA were found on the driver's side door panel and seatbelt buckle, suggesting Michelle had blood on her gloves or clothing when she re-entered the vehicle. Small strands of Tracy's hair were also recovered, stuck in the fibers of the passenger seat where the gloves had been tossed. Investigators then executed a search warrant at Michelle's residence. They found the latex gloves used during the attack hidden in her bedroom drawer. Luminol tests revealed faint traces of blood, even after an apparent attempt to wipe them clean. And in her laundry room, clothing Michelle wore that day tested positive for traces of Tracy's blood. Medical examiners performed Tracy's autopsy, cataloging every wound in detail. They noted multiple deep stab wounds to her neck and chest, injuries that would have caused rapid blood loss and almost immediate death. Defensive wounds on her forearms and hands told a tragic story of her final moments. Trapped by her seatbelt, she tried in vain to fight off her attacker. Most haunting was their discovery of blonde hair strands clenched between Tracy's fingers, later confirmed through DNA analysis to belong to Michelle Boat. Detectives questioned Nick Boat, who appeared distraught and stunned by Tracy's death. When asked about his estranged wife, Nick broke down, admitting Michelle had harassed both him and Tracy for months. He showed investigators dozens of text messages Michelle sent, some pleading with him to come home, others filled with venomous threats against Tracy. One read, "She'll pay for what she's done to me. I hope you're ready for that." Digital forensics expanded the case further. Investigators subpoenaed Michelle's cell phone records and GPS data, confirming her presence at Tracy's apartment complex at the time of the murder. Internet searches on her phone revealed chilling queries in the weeks before the killing. How to kill someone quickly with a knife, where to stab to kill instantly, and is it murder if they provoke you? Michelle was arrested without incident at her home. Body cam footage from her arrest showed her sitting calmly on her couch as officers explained why they were there. She nodded silently, not appearing surprised. During interrogation, Michelle admitted to killing Tracy but insisted she had not planned it. She claimed Tracy provoked her with insults and physical aggression, leading her to snap. Investigators, however, saw the case clearly. To them, this was a textbook example of premeditated murder driven by jealousy and obsession. The evidence, surveillance footage, forensic links, digital searches, threatening texts, and her own admission left no room for doubt. As Michelle was booked into jail awaiting trial, Pella's small community felt a wave of fear and sorrow. A woman once seen at local stores and church gatherings had become a murderer in their midst. Detectives closed the case file with confidence, knowing justice would soon be sought for Tracy Mondabo, a woman whose only crime was loving the wrong man at the wrong time. March 1st, 2021. Nearly a year after Tracy Mondabo's brutal murder, the trial of Michelle Boat began in Marion County District Court. The courthouse was filled with tension as Tracy's family sat silently in the front rows, clutching tissues, bracing themselves to relive the horrific details of her death. Behind them sat Michelle's family members and curious townspeople, all eager to see how the justice system would respond to such a chilling crime. The prosecution wasted no time painting a vivid picture of premeditated murder. They described Michelle Boat as a woman consumed by jealousy and rage, driven to kill the woman she believed had stolen her husband. Prosecuting attorney Jared Harmon stood before the jury and declared, "This was not a crime of passion. This was a calculated, deliberate act by someone who planned to end a life." March 2nd, 2021. Evidence was presented methodically. Surveillance footage showed Michelle's car following Tracy's truck for nearly an hour through Pella, capturing her careful, calculated movements. Next came the forensic evidence. Tracy's blood and hair found in Michelle's vehicle. Michelle's hair clutched in Tracy's dying grip. Latex gloves bearing blood residue hidden in Michelle's home. Digital forensic experts testified about Michelle's phone searches in the weeks leading up to the murder. How to kill someone quickly with a knife, where to stab to kill instantly, and is it murder if they provoke you? The room fell silent as each search term was read aloud, leaving jurors visibly disturbed by the cold reality of her planning. March 3rd, 2021. The prosecution called Nick Boat to testify. As he took the stand, his eyes were glassy with grief and disbelief. He described Michelle's harassing messages and calls after their separation. Some texts were desperate, begging him to come home. Others dripped with hatred and threats. In one, Michelle wrote, "She doesn't deserve you. She deserves nothing. You'll see." The defense, however, argued that Michelle had been pushed beyond her emotional limits. Her attorney, Trevor Anderson, urged the jury to see her not as a calculated killer, but as a broken woman abandoned by the man she loved. "She snapped," he told them. "Years of marriage, stability, and identity ripped away overnight, then insulted, humiliated, and provoked by the woman who replaced her." March 4th, 2021. Michelle herself took the stand. Wearing a simple blue blouse and glasses, she appeared frail and exhausted. Her voice cracked as she recounted the confrontation with Tracy. She claimed Tracy taunted her, slapped her, and called her worthless, triggering her to see red and stab without thinking. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "I never meant to kill her. I just wanted her to stop hurting me." Prosecutors quickly dismantled her narrative. They reminded the jury of the surveillance footage, showing Michelle walking calmly towards Tracy's truck before launching her attack. There were no signs of an argument, struggle, or provocation, just a silent approach and a flurry of violent strikes. March 5th, 2021. Closing arguments left the courtroom heavy with emotion. The prosecution called the murder a textbook example of premeditated homicide rooted in jealousy, obsession, and rage. The defense pleaded for mercy, arguing for a lesser charge of manslaughter due to Michelle's emotional distress. After days of emotional testimony, evidence, and psychological analysis, the jury retired to deliberate. March 5th, 2021. The deliberation was shockingly brief. Within just 45 minutes, the jury returned with their verdict: guilty of first-degree murder. As the foreperson read the verdict aloud, Tracy's family wept openly, clutching each other in relief that justice had been served. Michelle sat motionless, staring ahead blankly, her tears long dried, her eyes vacant and defeated. April 10th, 2021. On sentencing day, the courtroom was silent with anticipation. The judge addressed Michelle sternly, declaring, "This was an act of cruelty, rooted in rage and jealousy, carried out with full intent to kill. Your actions ended a life and destroyed countless others." He then sentenced her to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Michelle showed little visible reaction as the sentence was read. Her shoulders slumped slightly, and she closed her eyes for a moment as if accepting her fate, knowing she would never again taste freedom. Tracy's family addressed the court in victim impact statements. Her daughter spoke through sobs, saying, "My mother's last moments were filled with fear and pain because of you. You stole her life. You stole our peace. We will never forgive what you've done." April 2021. As Michelle Boat was led away from the courtroom in handcuffs, reporters swarmed the courthouse steps, cameras flashing as her story spread across the state. Her name became synonymous with jealous rage, a cautionary tale of love twisted into hate. May 2021. In prison, Michelle's life transformed entirely. Gone were her routines of morning coffee and evening drives. Her days became defined by the rhythm of prison life: roll calls, structured meals, and cold concrete walls. She spent her time mostly alone, reading books from the prison library and reflecting silently on what led her to that cell. Meanwhile, Tracy's family began the painful process of grieving without the distraction of court dates. Her daughter described nights waking up screaming from nightmares, haunted by the thought of her mother's final moments. Her grandchildren asked where Nana went and why she wasn't coming back to bake cookies or watch movies with them. June 2021. Pella, Iowa struggled to process the crime that shattered its reputation as a peaceful, safe town. Residents spoke of their shock, admitting they never imagined someone like Michelle, a woman they saw at grocery stores and church gatherings, could harbor such darkness in her heart. July 2021. Domestic violence counselors used Tracy's story to educate the public about obsession, stalking behaviors, and emotional abuse. They emphasized how jealousy, when left unchecked, can turn deadly. Tracy's family worked with advocacy groups to launch community workshops in her name, ensuring her death would not be in vain. August 2021. Legal analysts called the case a textbook example of premeditated murder driven by obsessive jealousy. True crime enthusiasts debated online whether Michelle's sentence was too harsh or entirely justified, but to Tracy's family, the debate meant nothing. No punishment could undo the violence that stole her from them. September 2021. In prison, Michelle remained quiet about her crime. Correctional officers noted her withdrawn demeanor and minimal interaction with other inmates. Some speculated she felt remorse. Others believed she still blamed Tracy for her actions. October 2021. On what would have been Tracy's 47th birthday, her family gathered at her grave, leaving fresh tulips, her favorite flower, and handwritten notes telling her how deeply she was missed. Her daughter read aloud, "We love you, Mom. We'll keep living bravely for you." June 30th, 2025. 5 years later, the name Michelle Boat remains etched in Iowa's true crime history as a stark reminder of what happens when heartbreak turns into hatred. In prison, Michelle lives a life of silence and routine, forever haunted by the memory of the day she chose violence over healing. For Tracy's family, grief remains a constant companion. Her absence echoes in every family dinner, birthday, and holiday. Her grandchildren, now growing older, remember her as a woman with a warm smile and loving embrace, a woman taken far too soon. This is the story of Michelle Boat, the woman who let jealousy consume her soul and murder stain her hands. A story of love twisted into rage, a life ended in terror, and a community forever scarred by a crime driven by obsession.
Albuquerque Police, how can I help you?
Yes, this is Harry Gendert. I'm at my sister's house, and she's not here. And I haven't been able to get a hold of her, and she usually gets back to me because I call her every morning and night, and she has, and the phone has been offline.
Okay. And what's your sister's name?
Marilyn Gander.
This is Albuquerque Police Department. Coming inside, need to make your presence known. Now come to the front door with their hands open and empty. Do it now.
We think we found a body out here. Somebody had put it on like a mattress or something and burned it. And it looks like it has bones in it, and you can see intestines and guts and.
It looks like it has lips and teeth in there.
Okay,
I don't know if it's real or.
I already know what happened.
Tell me what you think.
No, just don't like the way I'm being approached and questioned.
They said, "I'm too old. Will you please kill me?"
In a city where neighbors waved across fences and morning routines rarely changed, Marilyn Gander stood out not because she demanded attention, but because she was reliable, kind, and consistent. She didn't live dangerously. She didn't seek drama. She delivered the mail, smiled at strangers, fed the dogs along her route, and then, one day, she vanished. When they found her, it wasn't in her neighborhood. It wasn't in her home. It was out on a forgotten back road in Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Desert terrain, empty, silent, and waiting. A passerby noticed the smoke. At first, it could have been anything, a brush fire, a pile of debris. But as they got closer, the truth crawled into view. It was a body, burned, charred beyond recognition, left there like garbage. This wasn't a robbery. This wasn't random. This was personal. Marilyn's death wasn't an act of chaos. It was a decision, cold, calculated, and designed to send a message, make her disappear. Because when police began to pull the threads, when they traced Marilyn's final steps and opened the door to her private life, they found something most weren't ready to hear. The people who killed her weren't strangers. They weren't prowlers in the dark. They were family. This is the case of Marilyn Gander. And the fire they started to bury her truth only made it impossible to ignore. Marilyn Rose Gander lived a life that, on the surface, looked simple, quiet, normal. The kind of life you'd drive past without thinking twice, but look closer and you'd find a woman whose warmth stretched across an entire neighborhood. Born on December 19, 1952, in Las Vegas, New Mexico, Marilyn grew up in a time where family meant everything, and hard work wasn't a choice. It was a way of life. In her adult life, Marilyn settled in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The people Marilyn had tried to support were no longer just house guests. They were squatters. They didn't pay rent. They didn't respect the space. They damaged her home, drained her resources, and slowly chipped away at the peace she had worked so hard to build. And eventually, she made the hardest decision of all. She told them it was time to leave. As the situation inside Marilyn's home grew tense, those closest to her began to view her not as a protector, but as a barrier.
Hi, can you come on out a second?
Yeah.
So, what's going on?
I'm moving out.
Okay, what's your name?
Alyssa.
And the owner knows you're here getting your stuff?
She on Friday, she said, come on Saturday morning and get the key.
January 26, 2018 began like any other day in Albuquerque, New Mexico. They didn't see Marilyn Gandert. She hadn't shown up to work. She hadn't called in. Her phone rang but went unanswered. Friends and neighbors knew Marilyn well. She wasn't the type to disappear. She had a route, a rhythm, a quiet discipline to her daily life. Her animals were left unattended. There were no signs of a trip, no messages left behind. A welfare check was requested. Police visited her home. What they found wasn't chaos. It was worse. It was still, lifeless, too clean. The next day across town in Rio Rancho, a man driving down a quiet stretch of desert road saw something unexpected. Smoke drifting low and steady across the landscape. At first it looked like brush fire, but as he got closer, the smell changed. Thick, sour, unmistakable, burning flesh. He stopped his vehicle and walked cautiously toward the source. What he saw turned his stomach and sent him scrambling for his phone.
We think we found a body out here. Somebody had put it on like a mattress or something and burned it. It looks like it has bones in it, and you can see intestines and guts. And
it was a human body, badly burned, dumped carelessly in the dirt, charred beyond recognition. There were no clothes, no belongings, no markers of identity, just scorched earth and horror. Authorities quickly descended on the scene. The area was cordoned off. Crime scene investigators picked through ashes, searching for any shred of evidence the fire hadn't consumed. It was immediately clear this wasn't an accident. This was a deliberate act of destruction. Whoever had done this hadn't just wanted the person dead. They wanted them gone.
Like it looks like it has lips and teeth in there.
okay, yeah.
I don't know if it's real or.
Yeah, it's creepy.
It might be exactly what we think it is, so.
Detectives quickly began to connect the dots. A missing woman in Albuquerque, a burned body in Rio Rancho. Dental records were pulled, tissue samples tested. The confirmation came swiftly. The body in the desert was Marilyn Gandert. The realization struck like lightning. A beloved mail carrier, known for her gentleness and consistency, had not simply vanished. She had been murdered, brutally, silently, and dumped like garbage by someone who wanted the world to forget her. But fire doesn't destroy everything. Forensics revealed that accelerants had been used to ignite the blaze. The type of fire starters suggested knowledge, intentional placement to prolong the burn. Yet even in the wake of such deliberate destruction, the body still told its story. Fragments of her clothing had melted into the earth. Her jaw, left partially intact, helped confirm her identity. Back in Albuquerque, suspicion immediately turned inward. Investigators began looking closely at Marilyn's personal life. The people living under her roof, the ones she had taken in and helped, suddenly became persons of interest. Their behavior during initial questioning had already raised flags.
It just clears a few things up for us.
No, that's fine. I said I'm going to come by in about an hour for the keys. I don't have, but I told her when I am, and see, she wasn't answering me, but she doesn't always answer me.
So the last one you got from her
was at 10:35 on the 26th. That was the Friday.
Okay.
But she was here that day, and we were hanging out.
Do you know where she would be right now?
I don't, and that's
because somebody's trying to report her as missing. Because Marilyn's being entered as a missing person, they want us to do a walkthrough on this house.
Okay, that's fine. Perfectly fine. I have no problem.
I appreciate it, Alyssa. It's a box to check. Right, where are you moving to?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, no.
This one?
I had it a little close. So I was trying to.
You're getting there.
I'm getting there. You can open that door if you want. That's a closet. She didn't come yesterday, and I expected her to come by, but I didn't think anything of it. I thought, she probably just...
Right.
Sometimes she gets mad and won't even talk to me, and she's mad at me, and so, but she has been pretty cordial with me. I said, I'm just trying to get my stuff out.
But now, with the weight of this discovery, detectives started asking harder questions. Why hadn't her family reported her missing? Why were they so calm? And why did their stories not line up? The evidence began to mount. Marilyn had been last seen at home. There was no sign of a break-in, no indication of an outside threat. Whoever had harmed her had access to her home, her trust, and her routine. Investigators grew increasingly confident. This was an inside job. Police obtained surveillance footage, pored over receipts, and analyzed phone data. In time, a chilling sequence began to form. A vehicle matching the description of one owned by Marilyn's grandson was seen traveling toward Rio Rancho late the night she disappeared. Cell tower pings confirmed multiple phones near the burn site. Gasoline purchases were made. Marilyn's phone went dark. And then, the texts. Digital forensics recovered deleted messages between Marilyn's grandson and daughter-in-law. They spoke in fragments, like people trying not to say too much, but saying enough to damn themselves. References to getting her out and handling it echoed with malevolent clarity. What was once a missing person case was now a full-fledged homicide investigation. And the suspects, they weren't strangers. They were the very people Marilyn had opened her door to. The crime was no longer just about violence. It was about betrayal. With Marilyn Gander's identity confirmed and her body pulled from the ashes of the Rio Rancho desert, investigators faced one critical question. Who did this, and why? The brutality of the crime pointed to something personal. This wasn't random. This wasn't a robbery gone wrong or a stranger passing through town. This was intimate, controlled, angry. The killer, or killers, had taken time to burn her body, douse it in accelerant, and leave it in a location carefully chosen for its isolation. That level of cruelty didn't feel opportunistic. It felt calculated. Detectives returned to the one place where Marilyn's final hours might make sense, her home. Inside her North Valley residence, everything appeared still, almost untouched. Her personal belongings were neatly in place. There was no sign of forced entry, no blood, no broken furniture. But to the trained eye, that kind of stillness was unnerving. It suggested a quiet crime, something that happened without struggle or with preparation. The first thing investigators noted was who had access to the house. Marilyn had recently been living with her daughter-in-law, her grandson, and a woman connected to them. She had opened her doors to them during hard times, and according to neighbors, they'd been staying with her for months. But recently, things had soured. Marilyn had confided in a friend that she was preparing to evict them. She said they were disrespecting her property. She was tired of the mess, the damage, the lack of rent, and the growing tension inside her own walls. When police asked the trio about Marilyn's whereabouts, their answers were vague and scattered. Her grandson said he hadn't seen her since the previous day.
When's the last time you talked to your grandma?
I would say 3 or 4 days ago.
So, your grandma, we found her, but she's dead.
Where at?
Well, we believe that it's suspicious. Okay, we think someone killed her.
When?
And I'm really sorry.
Okay.
The daughter-in-law claimed she thought Marilyn had gone to run errands. The third woman shrugged, offering no information at all. None of them appeared alarmed. None of them had reported her missing. And when they spoke, something was missing. The lack of concern set off alarms for investigators. Their stories didn't match. Their timelines had gaps, and none of them seemed interested in who had murdered the woman who had housed and fed them for months. Detectives pulled phone records. Marilyn's phone had gone dark the evening of January 25th, hours before her body was found. Her grandson's phone, on the other hand, was active. So were the others. Cell tower data placed all three individuals in the vicinity of Rio Rancho late that night. The triangulation lined up almost exactly with the burn site. They hadn't reported her missing because they already knew where she was. Investigators secured search warrants for Marilyn's home and the vehicle registered to the grandson.
Okay, we actually have to secure the house.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get all my stuff out.
Okay.
Like,
All right, so unfortunately, I can't let you go back inside.
I have things in there.
Unfortunately, I can't.
So she says.
This is the Albuquerque Police Department. Make your presence known. Make your presence known now.
Inside the house, there were subtle signs of a rushed cleanup. The kitchen smelled faintly of bleach. Trash had been taken out. Bedding had been changed. Yet there was a strange tension in the air, like the walls themselves were holding their breath. The real discovery came inside the vehicle. Forensics revealed traces of gasoline on the seats. A single strand of Marilyn's hair was recovered from the trunk. And under the floor mat, partially melted into the lining, was a button from what was later confirmed to be one of Marilyn's work uniforms. That was all investigators needed to bring the suspects in for formal questioning.
Your stories are going to match. That's
Try to make sure they're not
that's
too
what's
tight,
going on. This officer's going to transport you there. You're going to meet with another detective, and we're going to sit down and have a chat, okay?
One by one, they were interviewed. One by one, they broke. The third woman cracked first. Under pressure, she admitted they had gotten rid of Marilyn.
We all were in Alyssa's room getting high. That's pretty much when Alyssa, she had brought it up before about killing Marilyn. I still didn't think we were gonna do it. I thought she was joking. Drake was like, "Can you just let us stay? Look at my mom packing." She was like, "No." Alyssa looked at me and Drake and nodded, and I looked at Drake, and he started walking behind Marilyn, and I got Marilyn and from behind and took her down.
She claimed it wasn't supposed to go that far. She said it started with an argument over rent and escalated, but her version of events quickly unraveled. The grandson followed, eventually confessing that the murder had been planned.
I'm gonna tell you the honesty.
Okay.
My grandmother said, "I'm too old. Will you please kill me?" Multiple times, drunk and sober.
Okay.
That is honestly.
He was tired of being told what to do, tired of being treated like a child. When Marilyn finally stood her ground and demanded they leave her house, they decided, together, to make sure she'd never speak again. They lured her into a vulnerable situation, overpowered her, killed her. Then they wrapped her body, placed it in the trunk, and drove her into the desert. They doused her with gasoline, they lit the fire, and they left her there, believing that the flames would cover their tracks. But what they didn't know is that fire can destroy the body, but not the truth. With the confessions, the forensic evidence, the cell records, and the text messages pointing to motive and intent, the case was sealed. The people Marilyn had once called family, the ones she cooked for, paid for, sheltered, had not only betrayed her, they had extinguished her life. But justice was just beginning to ignite. By the time the case reached court, the public already knew the broad strokes. The story had circulated through Albuquerque like wildfire. How a beloved mail carrier vanished, how her body was found burned in the desert, and how her own family members were charged with the crime. But the full weight of the tragedy didn't settle in until the trial began. People wanted answers. They wanted justice. And most of all, they wanted to understand how something so monstrous could come from within a home built on kindness. The courtroom was packed as the trial opened. On one side sat Marilyn Gondert's surviving friends and distant relatives, grieving, quiet, holding photographs and tissues. On the other side sat the accused, her grandson, her daughter-in-law, and their female accomplice, each flanked by attorneys. No one wore tears. No one showed regret. The prosecution wasted no time laying out the facts. They painted a devastating timeline, one that began with a grandmother offering her home to a family in need, and ended with that same family conspiring to end her life. They showed the jury text messages recovered from deleted threads, conversations filled with anger, resentment, and ominous intent. In one message, the daughter-in-law referred to Marilyn as a burden, and a manipulative old woman. The grandson wrote, "She thinks she can control us. Not anymore." The prosecution brought forward investigators who testified about the cell tower data, placing all 3 suspects near the Rio Rancho burn site. Crime scene experts explained the gasoline residues found in the vehicle and the remains of Marilyn's postal uniform discovered inside the trunk. Forensic analysts broke down how accelerants had been strategically used to try and destroy the body. Clear evidence that this wasn't a heat-of-the-moment act, but a carefully orchestrated crime. Then came the confessions. Clips from police interrogations were played. The jury heard the accomplice describe how they had planned the murder, how Marilyn was lured, overpowered, and killed. Her words were cold, robotic, like she was describing a scene from a film, not the real execution of a human being. The grandson's confession was even more disturbing. He spoke of control, of feeling disrespected by his grandmother, of wanting to teach her a lesson. When asked if he felt remorse, he paused and said, "It had to be done." The defense tried to claim that the grandson had been manipulated by the others, that he was young, that he didn't fully understand the consequences. They tried to paint the daughter-in-law as emotionally unstable, under immense stress, not capable of forming intent. They claimed the accomplice was acting on her own rage, pulling the others down with her. But none of it held up, not against the evidence, not against the recorded words that laid out exactly what they had planned and executed. The trial lasted 2 weeks, but the deliberation took less than 2 days. The jury returned with guilty verdicts across the board. Marilyn's grandson was convicted of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to 26 years in prison, the maximum allowed under his plea agreement. The daughter-in-law received a similar sentence after being convicted of conspiracy and second-degree murder. The accomplice, who had cooperated slightly earlier in the investigation, received a reduced but still substantial sentence for her role. None of them apologized during sentencing. They sat motionless as the judge read their punishments, offering no final words, no closure, no recognition of the life they had taken. For those who loved Marilyn, justice had been served, but it did not come with peace. How could it? What comfort could be found in knowing that the people she trusted the most were the very ones who plotted her death? The prosecutor closed the trial with a statement that echoed across the courtroom. This wasn't just a murder, it was a betrayal of the deepest kind. Marilyn gave everything to these people, and when she asked for respect, they gave her fire. And with that, the case of Marilyn Gandert, a grandmother, a mail carrier, and a woman of quiet strength, came to its legal conclusion. But for those who sat in that courtroom and heard every word, the story would never truly be over. The courtroom had gone quiet. The verdicts were in. The killers had been sentenced. But outside the walls of the courthouse, the pain was only beginning to set in. Because for those who knew and loved Marilyn Gandert, there was no real closure, only the grim finality of knowing she was gone, and that her end had come not at the hands of some stranger, but from within her own home. In the weeks following the trial, her North Valley neighborhood carried the weight of the loss like a heavy fog. Marilyn's absence was felt on every porch, every mailbox, every quiet morning that should have included her soft footsteps and familiar smile. Residents began leaving flowers in their mailboxes. Some posted handwritten notes on their doors. "We miss you, Marilyn." Others placed tiny American flags along her old route, honoring her years of service in a way no ceremony could match. Her co-workers at the United States Postal Service held a private vigil. They remembered her as dependable, kind, and full of quiet pride in her work.
Somebody who dedicated themselves to their customers and was always there to provide great customer service.
Stories were shared of how she used to carry treats for dogs along her route, how she would check in on elderly residents, and how she never once complained about the job.
Saw the good in people and good in a lot of things, no matter what she went through.
Even in the worst weather. One colleague simply said, "She showed up, always." But underneath the grief lay something harder to face, the betrayal. Marilyn had opened her home to the very people who would destroy her. Her kindness had been mistaken for weakness. And when she finally drew a boundary, when she said, "Enough," it cost her her life. Her story sparked difficult conversations across the community about elder abuse, about family entitlement, about what happens when the ones we trust most mistake love for ownership. Social workers and advocacy groups began using her case in training sessions. Her murder became a case study used to illustrate how dependency, manipulation, and untreated resentment can spiral into something horrifying. People began looking differently at the quiet, older women in their lives, the caretakers, the matriarchs, the peacemakers. Marilyn's name became a reminder that strength isn't always loud. Sometimes it lives in those who simply keep showing up, day after day without complaint. Her extended family, devastated and humiliated by the crime, struggled to make sense of the tragedy. While some distanced themselves from the events altogether, others vowed to never let Marilyn be forgotten. Her niece wrote in a local op-ed, "She deserved to be honored, not erased. We will speak her name every chance we get." And people did. Marilyn's name was added to local memorials honoring victims of violent crime. Her photo, a modest headshot with her USPS uniform and warm, knowing eyes, was printed on flyers distributed by domestic violence awareness campaigns. Her face, once so familiar to the people along her route, now became a symbol of a much bigger story. True crime shows and podcasts began to pick up her case. The dramatized reenactments were painful to watch for those who knew her, but they served a purpose: to ensure no one forgot the horror of what had happened, and the importance of recognizing danger even when it comes wearing a familiar face. But perhaps the deepest impact was internal. Marilyn Gander didn't live a glamorous life. She didn't seek attention, fame, or recognition. She wasn't loud or confrontational. She wasn't known for making waves. But she mattered to her community, to her friends, and to the people she served every day with quiet dignity. And when her life was taken, when she was robbed of the peace she had earned, her story did something she never would have asked for. It demanded to be heard. In the end, Marilyn's story isn't just about murder. It's about trust. It's about the cruel intersection of love and exploitation. And most heartbreakingly, it's about how evil doesn't always come from the outside. Sometimes it's sitting at the kitchen table. Sometimes it sleeps in the next room. The people who killed Marilyn didn't wear masks or carry weapons in the dark. They were people she cooked for, laughed with, paid bills for. They knew her routines, her weaknesses, her compassion. And when they decided to destroy her, they used that knowledge to their advantage. It's not the brutality of the crime that haunts the most. It's the betrayal. Marilyn gave everything she could to those around her. And in the end, when she finally stood up for herself, when she finally said no, they silenced her. Not in an act of desperation, but in a plan born of entitlement, resentment, and unthinkable cruelty. And yet, despite everything they did to erase her, they failed. They tried to burn her body. They tried to bury the truth. But what they didn't count on was the ripple effect her story would cause. They didn't expect a community to rally around her memory. They didn't expect the media attention, the investigations, the outrage. They didn't expect Marilyn Gander to become a symbol of strength, of kindness, and of the need to protect those who live their lives serving others without complaint. Because while they tried to extinguish her, the truth lit a fire they couldn't control. That fire spread from newsrooms to courtrooms, from vigils to TV screens. It ignited conversations about elder abuse, about hidden violence within families, and about the dangers of silence. People began asking harder questions. Who are we overlooking? Who are we failing to protect? Who is quietly suffering, assuming no one will believe them if they speak? Marilyn's legacy is not just one of tragedy, it's one of transformation. She was never someone who sought the spotlight, but in death, her story forced people to open their eyes. Her name now lives in more than case files. It lives in legislation discussions, in training sessions for law enforcement, in domestic violence awareness campaigns, and in every mailbox she once touched, there's a piece of her still present, a whisper of compassion, of strength wrapped in routine. Even the sentencing of her killers, while legally satisfying, could never fully answer the question that echoes at the center of her story. How could they? How could a grandson, someone raised under her roof, fed at her table, see her as disposable? How could a daughter-in-law, the very person Marilyn had tried to help through hardship, repay that kindness with fire? We may never get a satisfying answer, because sometimes evil doesn't make sense. Sometimes it doesn't wear horns or announce itself. Sometimes it smiles back at you. So what can we take from this? Perhaps it's the courage to check in on those we think are fine. Perhaps it's a renewed respect for the quiet people in our lives, the givers, the helpers, the steady hands who carry so much without ever asking for anything in return. Perhaps it's the strength to set boundaries and the wisdom to recognize when love is being weaponized. And most importantly, perhaps it's the call to never overlook those who seem the strongest simply because they never complain. Marilyn Gander was more than a murder victim. She was a woman of integrity, grace, and unshakable generosity. And while her story ended in violence, it refuses to fade. It stands now as a warning and a reminder that kindness must be protected, that silence must be questioned, and that even in the darkest desert, truth will rise from the ashes. So to Marilyn, we remember you, we speak your name, and we promise your fire will not be forgotten.
Cabrera did not have custodial rights to Vanity, and according to family, the child was being taken care of by other family members.
She has zero custody. I have all the paperwork. We literally just had the cops come today because she was in my house trying to, she was here at my house trying to take her, and we said no, and she took her anyways.
Police say they got a call about a kidnapping, and the driver of this SUV, 32-year-old Pamela Cabrera, is a suspect.
Police say she kidnapped her daughter while armed, led officers on a chase, and crashed into this retention pond.
I hope that kid's
dead. Kid's dead.
March 31st, 2022, Jacksonville, Florida. A peaceful spring evening descended into unimaginable horror. On this day, 5-year-old Vanity Cabrera's life was cut short in a way no child deserves. The sun was setting over the busy interchanges of a 95 and 9B when sirens ripped through the air. Police cars tore down the highways at over 90 miles per hour, chasing a silver vehicle. But inside that speeding car was not a dangerous fugitive on the run. It was a frightened little girl and her own mother behind the wheel. As officers pursued, unaware of what would unfold in mere minutes, drivers along the route watched in stunned confusion as the chase weaved through traffic lights and exits. What began as a routine kidnapping report would soon become one of Jacksonville's most haunting tragedies. Today, we unravel the heartbreaking story of Vanity Cabrera, a child who spent her last moments trapped in a sinking car, while the mother who should have protected her chose a path of irreversible destruction. What drove Pamela Cabrera to flee with her daughter at knife point? Could anyone have stopped this? And what happened in the dark waters of that retention pond as officers dove in, desperately trying to save a life already slipping away? This is not just a story of a police pursuit gone wrong. It is a story of mental illness, a failed system, and the unimaginable cost when the society's safety nets break. Stay with us as we investigate every chilling detail. Pamela Cabrera's life had long been dominated by mental illness. Diagnosed with chronic severe bipolar disorder, with psychotic features and schizoaffective disorder, she was no stranger to psychiatric institutions or medication regimens. Family and court records paint the portrait of a woman trapped in cycles of treatment, breakdown, and recovery. Her daughter Vanity was only 5. Bright-eyed with long curls framing her delicate face, she lived with relatives due to her mother's instability. Court orders had denied Pamela legal custody, fearing exactly what would come to pass. To Vanity, Pamela was a distant, sometimes frightening presence. To Pamela, Vanity was her world, but that love was clouded by delusion and paranoia. On March 31st, everything unraveled. According to reports, Pamela armed herself with a knife and abducted Vanity, driving off despite knowing she was not permitted to take her. A 911 call from Whitney Baez alerted police that Vanity had been kidnapped by her mother with a weapon.
Jackson 911 was the location of your emergency. Hi, I would like to report a kidnapping. Where you at? I am in Jacksonville, Florida. Okay, are you the one that was kidnapped? Who was kidnapped? She came and took her, and she just sped off in the car with her. She has no custody at all. She has zero custody. I have all the paperwork. We literally just had the cops come today because she was in my house trying to, she was here at my house trying to take her, and we said no, and she took her anyways. Do you know what kind of vehicle she was in? Yes, she's in a gold Nissan Murano. I have the license plate number. How long ago did they leave? She just left. She just sped off, right now.
All right. And is she supposed to be around?
No, she's not supposed to have, she's allowed to have visitation, but only supervised. So I was standing right there with her, my newborn, and she sped off.
Officers were dispatched immediately. Pamela's erratic behavior had been escalating. Earlier that day, she called police herself, insisting she had visitation rights.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
I don't know the exact address. I think it's, let me see. Hold on. And the thing is that I need a cop to come. I think it's called. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get to the street name right now. Okay, so I have visitation rights to the court. And she's in my sister's house. So I need to see her for my sister's home. She don't want me in her house. So I said, I'm going to call the cops and they can, so I can see my daughter.
Anything to draw the weapon?
No.
What's your last name? A good callback number for you?
This one.
What is this one? Okay, are you there at the,
Yeah, I'm right in front of the house. Still not out of school yet. She gets out of school. They haven't even want to go pick her up yet. But I'm here because they're going to go pick her up now.
Okay.
And I just need the cops to be here so they can solve the... Because she don't want me to be here, but I came to... Because I got the visitation right.
Okay, I'll have officer out there to you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
You're welcome.
But these calls were dismissed as delusional. The stage was set for tragedy long before the chase even began. It was around dusk when officers spotted Pamela's car at the intersection of Biscayne Boulevard and Dunn Avenue. Sirens blared, lights flashed, but instead of pulling over, she slammed her foot on the gas. The silver vehicle tore down highways at speeds reaching 90 miles per hour. Red lights were ignored, and other drivers barely swerved in time. For nearly 30 miles, the pursuit continued, winding through Jacksonville's major roads as officers radioed in her movements. In those fleeting moments, Vanity sat quietly in the front seat, unaware of the looming danger. Dash cams recorded every desperate turn. When Pamela approached the interchange for 9B West, she tried to exit, but in her panic, she missed the curve. Her car shot forward, crossed a grassy slope, and plunged directly into the dark waters of a retention pond. Police cars screeched to a halt on the roadside. Officers sprinted towards the pond as the car bobbed once, then began sinking. Pamela scrambled out through a window and clung to a floating tire.
Ready?
But Vanity remained trapped inside as water rushed into the car. Body cam footage captures the frantic attempts of officers to reach her. Shouts fill the air. One officer stripped his vest and dove repeatedly, struggling to open doors already locked by the pressure. Within minutes, the car vanished beneath the murky surface. As the sun set behind the tree line near Y95, the flashing lights of patrol cars illuminated the darkening pond where Vanity Cabrera's life ended. 5-year-old Vanity lay strapped in her seat, silent and still.
I hope that kid's
dead. Kid's dead. Like an 8-year-old little child. That's why I wasn't going to let go. That's why I wasn't giving up.
For the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the investigation into Vanity's death began right there, knee-deep in mud and grief. Detectives cordoned off the area with yellow tape as officers stood by, silent and shaken by what they had just witnessed. Body cam footage captured the anguished voices of those who dove again and again, praying they would find the child alive.
Yeah, we just got her out.
Okay, is there a kid in that? All right. There's a kid in the car. There's a small kid. Small kid in the car.
But prayers weren't enough that day. In the hours following, a flood of questions arose. Why was Pamela Cabrera driving with Vanity if she did not have custody? How did she manage to abduct her daughter with a knife, evade immediate apprehension, and then lead officers on a 30-mile chase ending in death? Detectives interviewed the officers involved, collecting dash cam and body cam footage frame by frame. The video evidence showed Pamela's silver car speeding through intersections, narrowly avoiding collisions, and weaving across lanes in sheer desperation. The investigation expanded into Pamela's mental health records. Court filings and medical documents revealed a long history of psychiatric illness. She had been diagnosed with chronic severe bipolar disorder with psychotic features, as well as schizoaffective disorder. Over the years, she had been in and out of psychiatric care, prescribed strong medications, and flagged multiple times as unstable. Her family and medical providers knew she was a danger to herself and potentially to others when untreated. Detectives consulted with the Department of Children and Families to understand why Vanity was allowed any contact with her mother, despite these warnings. It became clear that Vanity had been living with family members for her safety. Yet somehow, on March 31st, Pamela accessed her daughter without intervention from authorities or care agencies. Forensic teams examined the vehicle after it was towed from the pond. Water damage destroyed much of the interior, but seatbelt locks and child restraints were intact. Toxicology tests showed no alcohol or illicit substances in Pamela's system, further supporting her attorney's argument that untreated mental illness alone drove her behavior.
In 2020, they gave me Vanity. I had it for a whole month because they took Vanity away from her because she was having mental health problems.
It's incredibly sad that not just because it was a young girl that passed, but that the mother was having mental health issues and probably could have used some help.
A mother abducting her child with a knife, speeding from police, and ending her daughter's life in a watery grave was a narrative too shocking to process. For the officers involved, counseling was offered. Many described nightmares of that evening, seeing Vanity's small figure submerged beneath dark water, knowing their best efforts could not save her. The investigation concluded with clear charges: aggravated manslaughter of a child, and aggravated fleeing or attempting to elude police causing death. Prosecutors argued that Pamela's decision to run, drive recklessly, and miss the exit directly caused Vanity's death, regardless of her mental state. But for Vanity's family, the criminal investigation was only the first step. They filed a civil lawsuit against multiple agencies, including Livestream Behavioral Center, Eckerd Youth Alternatives, the LJD Jewish Family and Community Services, and Family Support Services, alleging that their collective negligence placed Vanity in harm's way. The lawsuit argued these agencies failed to enforce custody restrictions, failed to treat Pamela adequately, and failed to protect a vulnerable child from a mother known to be severely mentally ill and off her medication. Investigators wrapped their case with a chilling conclusion. Vanity's death was not just the result of a mother's crime. It was the final chapter in a story of systemic failure, untreated mental illness, and a child lost forever to preventable tragedy. The criminal trial of Pamela Cabrera began with a heavy atmosphere inside the Duval County Courthouse. In it sat a woman with uncombed hair, hollow cheeks, and eyes glazed with medication. This was not the frenzied mother who sped away with her daughter. This was Pamela Cabrera, stripped of delusion, medicated, and subdued. Initially, Pamela was found incompetent to stand trial. Psychiatric evaluations determined she was unable to comprehend the proceedings or assist her attorneys due to her severe psychotic symptoms. For months, she remained at a state hospital, undergoing stabilization treatments, until